With a single painting, you can make the hungry villagers scramble to give you food, and even make the respected village chief bow and serve you tea. In their eyes, you are a frail scholar on par with the gods. Originally, you just wanted to earn a meal, but due to the threat of evil forces to humanity, you can only survive by building a fortress. Unfortunately, the villagers are illiterate, and you just happened to escape here, using your painting of the fortress design to integrate with the villagers. At this moment, you lie weakly on the bed, while a strong man squats on the floor, crying out in despair, "Dad!" You, who have just crossed over, are completely confused. Wait, who are you calling? After merging memories, you realize that the person in front of you is the original owner's cousin, named Ironhead. He suffered a head injury from an illness in childhood, which caused him to be a bit slow-witted. When he was crying for his parents, he happened to call for his dad. You smiled at him weakly. "I just took a nap. I'm not dead, so don't shout. Uncle in heaven probably doesn't want to hear this." Ironhead obediently nodded and started to smile. He poured out a cup of herbal-flavored water and handed it to you. As you drink the water, memories come flooding back. Last year, when the emperor celebrated his birthday, foreign merchants brought elixirs of immortality to the imperial city, but the so-called divine medicine turned out to be a kind of evil poison that could turn people into monsters, causing the evil plague to spread rapidly. The foreign merchants initially intended to make a quick profit and escape, but they were caught and subjected to severe punishment. However, the plague spread everywhere, leading to widespread military disasters and frequent epidemics. You happened to be out studying, traveling with a merchant caravan to the imperial city for experience, when you suddenly learned of the outbreak of the plague, and the caravan quickly turned back. However, by the time you returned, the city had already been destroyed. You collected the remains of your relatives but found a letter and token left by your father, urging you to head north to seek refuge with your aunt. You joined forces with other survivors to head north, but due to disagreements, you separated from the group and came to this small mountain village to stay temporarily. Due to the chaos in the world over a few short months, you, who are under immense stress, suddenly caught a cold and have been bedridden for nearly 3 months. You pat your chest and think to yourself that in this chaotic world, managing to survive with your not-so-smart cousin is already quite an achievement. Once you finish here, you should be able to go back for the rest of your life. This life can be long or short, and surviving in a chaotic world is extremely difficult. The village will not provide supplies for free. Thinking of this, you get up and sit at the table, taking out a small stack of paper, along with a brush, ink stone, and ink stick. These papers and brushes were scavenged by the villagers from the city, and you look at the fortress design you are currently working on. Initially, this was used as a stepping stone to temporarily gain the villagers' acceptance and secure living supplies and medicinal soup for your recovery. The source of this evil plague, according to your analysis, is likely a highly lethal parasite. Once a person is infected, they can turn into a terrifying monster. It is possible to get infected by drinking a bowl of raw water, eating undercooked meat, or leaving wounds in the jungle. As long as one pays attention to daily diet and living habits, it is possible to avoid being possessed. Fear comes from the unknown. Understanding the essence gives one the courage to face it. The reason many people in this village survived is mainly due to the wise village chief, his grandson who learned skills at the pharmacy, and the experienced hunter. The combination of these 3 factors has allowed the village to seek more opportunities for survival. Earlier this year, a Taoist priest came to the village, arriving 3 months before you. He has mostly been locked in his room refining alchemy, and you have not seen him, so you do not know what he is like. You plan to wait until you feel better to communicate more with that Taoist. You stretch your muscles and bones to work, wanting to request more supplies from the village, so you need to recover quickly and show some real skills. You merge your memories and continue to draw the unfinished sketches, building barriers based on the terrain here, and you need to depict what kind of organizational structure is required inside. You not only need to draw and write it out but also help the villagers understand it quickly. At this moment, someone came from outside, and you revealed a weak smile. It's Lu Xiaolang. He is Lu Zhua, the son of the hunter Lu in the village, and everyone calls him by his nickname, Mu Tu. He is responsible for delivering meals to you today and also checking on your condition. Today, cousin cried terribly. People in the village suspect you killed him. Seeing that your illness has eased a lot and you are still drawing, but you still look weak and frail. Mu Tu smiled and quickened his pace, bringing the food box into the house. When your cousin heard the noise, he got up to open the door to take the food box, but Mu Tu squeezed in with the food box. You spread out the drawings on the table, stood up, and bowed to Mu Tu to express your gratitude. But your strength was insufficient, and you swayed a bit. Mu Tu noticed this and felt awkward, thinking that the village chief was right. Scholars are particular, and their bodies are inherently weak. After being ill, they become even weaker, and even picking up a pen is laborious. He looked at the drawings on the table, filled with respect. Indeed, as a scholar, The drawings are completely incomprehensible. Your cousin came over to clean the table. These tasks were originally his responsibility, but Mutu was worried that his cousin would be clumsy, so he took the initiative. Hey, let me do it. One air gu. You are still unwell. Sit down and rest first. Drink the soup medicine while it's hot. You nodded, speaking gently. Then I will trouble you. You then sat in the chair and guided Mutu in tidying up the brushes and drawings. You no longer spoke much. The temperature of the soup medicine was just right for consumption, and although it didn't taste good, it was life-saving and nourishing. While Mutu was tidying up, he asked about the content of the drawings, and you explained, this is just a rough sketch, still needs to be improved. Later, I will draw a few more detailed diagrams for reference. Mutu nodded and committed the words to memory, intending to relay them to the village chief later. You glanced at the table full of food, and it seemed that the village's stored grain was enough for the time being. You guided Mutu to tidy up the table, putting the brushes and sketches back in place, and he had no complaints. Before leaving, Mutu looked at you again, thinking to himself that with this physique, he probably couldn't run away, but he still needed to keep an eye on things. After Mutu went out, he greeted the patrolling people, asking them to check in from time to time. Our village provides supplies, and he draws the fortification blueprints. Although there is no contract, this was agreed upon, and he can't just slip away once he recovers. You understood the villagers' attitude and weren't afraid of being supervised. You calmly continued to draw. The old wooden chair was a bit wobbly and made creaking sounds. You frowned, got up to check the chair, quickly located the source of the noise, and found the right tools and parts to fix it with a couple of knocks. You put the tools back in place, then sat down again, sitting upright and quietly, with an elegant demeanor, which matched the villagers' stereotype of scholars. Mutu went to the village chief's house to report the situation. Brother One is fine, looking much better. He is just weak from a long illness and finds it hard to stand. I think in a couple of days, he should be able to go out and move around. We still need to send more things over to help him regain his strength. He can draw faster that way. When I went over, he had already drawn a lot. The village chief showed a happy expression. That's really great. Compared to the rice and grain given out, he valued building the fortifications for defense and survival more. Without life, what use is more grain? Mutu continued. Village chief, why not move a writing desk over? Brother Wen's drawings are almost too much to fit, and they still need to eat at the table, which isn't good. A small writing desk will do, a bigger one won't fit. The village chief nodded in agreement. I'll look for a suitable one later and have it carried over. What do you think of the drawings? Mutu looked full of admiration. They are really good. The village chief was quite speechless. I meant what kinds of things he drew. You've seen them, so tell me. Mutu thought carefully and gestured. Just this kind of style and that kind. After gesturing for a long time, it looked quite impressive. The village chief was even more speechless. How impressive? You need to be clearer. The village chief looked at his grandson Do Miao, who was tending to the medicinal herbs. Do Miao, you go deliver the meal next time. And by the way, check if Brother Wen's illness has improved. Also, gather more medicinal herbs to help him recover. I hope Wengu can finish the drawings before winter. When the temperature drops, the evil beings will be restricted by the cold, and the threat will greatly decrease. That would be the perfect time to build the fortifications. Just as the village chief was speaking, a whistle suddenly sounded from outside, signaling that the people who had gone out to gather herbs had returned. The village lit incense from the herbs to try to ward off external dangers. Burning several kinds of herbs together can dispel evil, as instructed by the Taoist priest. A few days ago, the priest had instructed before entering seclusion that certain herbs needed to be harvested. They couldn't be picked after the season. Hearing the commotion, Mutu quickly got up and ran outside, anxious to see if his father had returned safely. At the entrance of the village, a group of people returning from outside brought things in. Those entering the village did not dare to go home directly but instead went to a shed to take off their leather armor and face coverings. Inside the shed, there were dried herbs, and the leading hunter, Lu, lit the herbs to create smoke in the room. The Taoist priest said this could dispel evil spirits to prevent them from bringing misfortune in. The smoke was not thick, and people could tolerate it, but if possessed by evil spirits, they would show signs of discomfort. They would stay in the shed until tomorrow, and if they were safe and sound, they could go home. Soon, the villagers brought food over. Through the door and window, the wooden figure chatted with his father for a few moments and mentioned today's review. Hunter Lu, hearing that the review illness had healed, even drew up the blueprint for the fort, showing a look of joy on his face. This time we dug up several kinds of medicinal materials. I noticed there are bean sprouts that are said to be health supplements. You should let the bean sprouts take a look later. We shouldn't have dug them up incorrectly. On the other side, you moved your legs appropriately inside the room. Although you couldn't hear what everyone was discussing about you, you could guess a little. Just now, you heard the whistle. which should mean the team that went out has returned. There hasn't been much commotion in the village, so this outing must have gone relatively smoothly. With the new medicinal materials arriving, that Taoist who was in seclusion refining pills should be coming out soon. Winnie walked over to the window and looked out of the house. The village is colored red by the afterglow of the setting sun. The house closest to their place was occupied by a carpenter, and usually that family didn't go out much, so they could only hear the sound of wood being hammered in his backyard from time to time. I don't know if they were making bows and arrows, or doing some other handwork. At this time under the eaves of the house there is more a walking lantern, is the kind. After burning the candle flame will rotate the lantern. The heat from the candle flame drives the wind turbine. When Fu sat in front of the window and could vaguely see the rotating fan blades in the lantern, it was as if the hum of the turbine was ringing in my ears again. It's like a world away. Oh, no, it's been a lifetime ago. Wenji sighed in a low voice, and then set his eyes on the circle of talismans affixed to the outside of the lantern. I heard that the carpenter went to a Taoist priest to ask for a talisman to put on the lamp, saying that it can drive away ghosts and evil spirits. I don't know if exorcism works or not, but the psychological comfort is definitely there anyway. When Fu from an onlooker's perspective, there is no supernatural powers in this world. It was evening, and all the houses in the village had closed their doors and windows. At night some light-tending flying insects and small animals may follow candle flames into the house, presenting additional potential hazards. Winfrey also closed the window. Sundown and rest. When in Rome, a good night's sleep. The next day was another sunny day. There were a few more laughs in the village, and it seemed that everyone who had returned from the outside yesterday was well. 2 meals a day, and in the morning the delivery is still made by the little Lu hunter. Do Miao, who had originally been arranged by the village chief to come over to deliver the meals, was busy dealing with the medicinal herbs that the outgoing team had brought back, and so the meal delivery task was still snatched up by the young Lu hunter. Today this little hunter had a little more lightness, and his smile was even brighter. His father had returned safely, so of course he was happy. In addition to the food box he carried in his hand, he also carried a bow, and after delivering the food he went on patrol, and when he finished today's patrol, he would move a desk over to Wenji. After a few sporadic bursts of noise in the village, silence returned. Obviously most of the house is occupied, but the whole did not make much noise, as if they were worried about making too much noise to be targeted by evil spirits. There's a kind of ridiculous silence, the feeling that the whole world is coming to an end. If one were to pass by those open windows, one would see a sad and silent face in the house. Even so, compared to those who are numb and waiting for death in the chaotic world, this village has not given up hope. At least there is still the courage to struggle and see more chances to live. In fact, the evil creatures outside are generally good at recognizing sound, and rely more on their sense of smell. Therefore, if no evil creature is seen in the area visible to the naked eye, normal vocal communication will not attract the evil creature to come over. It's just that, nowadays, a shadow hangs over everyone's mind, and they don't have the heart to communicate, and they're also on each other's defense. After 2 more days, with improved food and a supply of nourishing tonics, Wenji became better with the naked eye and dispersed his illness. Though still looking lean, the villagers thought it was just the literate bookishness of a scholar, not a sickly frailty. On this day, early in the morning, the village was noticeably more restless than usual. Wenji knew the reason. The person who delivered the food said that the Taoist priest who had been in seclusion for many days had come out of seclusion and was going to do a puja. When this Taoist priest first came to the village, he gave the village people some talismanic paper. The paper had complicated runes and was written with the word. The Taoist priest said, "People die as ghosts, and ghosts die as. People are afraid of ghosts, and ghosts are afraid of. This time the world is in chaos. Ghosts and evils cause epidemics, and this talisman can make ghosts and evils fear it." It's just that the Taoist priest said that his own mana was damaged and the effect of the talisman paper was limited, so he needed to cast a magic spell to add to it every now and then. The village believes in it. Now it was time again for the Taoist master to come out of the gate, and by the way, he could also check if those herbs dug back were the ones he needed. What the villagers said in their mouths about that Qingdao chief's miraculous deeds made Wenji pay attention. Taoist At first there was a bit of the outsider's undercurrent in Winchester. Soon, though, the mind adjusts again. What an outsider. Warming up is warming up. I is me. Where are the outsiders? When Fu straightened his clothes and went out with his cousin, there are also some villagers out and about outside, all for today's Taoist priest to perform the spell. Seeing Wenji, an outsider, the villagers were not interested in exchanging ideas, and only chatted with those who were familiar with them. Walking briskly, cousin also protected Wenji's side, vigilantly watching the others to prevent anyone from suddenly going crazy and hurting Wenji. This time, the location of the Taoist priest's puja was set at the entrance of the village. Each time the location is not fixed, it is decided by the Taoist priest on an ad hoc basis. and then the village informs the households. The fence at the entrance to the village had been opened and the gods had been set up at the entrance location outside. Wenji was counting the time to come over, but when he arrived, the villagers were almost all there. Dozens of nearly 100 people gathered there. These were not all native to the village, but also defected to relatives or fled here. Wherever these people came from, they are now very passionate about this. It is only when the Taoist priest performs the rituals that everyone is a little more relaxed and more willing to communicate with each other. In order to facilitate escape and combat, everyone is narrow-sleeved and tight-fitting to ensure ease and flexibility when out and about. The young children's clothes were made with additional ribbons, and the cuffs and legs of the pants were tightly bound and wrapped tightly to prevent poisonous insects and sundry things infected with evil plague from entering through the collars, cuffs and legs of the pants and so on and infringing on the body. Previously, when Fu due to illness missed a number of rituals, the memory of the villagers is not enough. This time out of the recognized some people, and in the process of observing the village's simple fortifications, there were a few villagers in charge of patrolling on guard, wearing cobbled-together armor. These were all obtained from searching outside. Even the tattered-looking armor, if placed in the past, was not something that they, the commoners, could have. A few rustic farming tools and crude bows and arrows, nothing much, but if there was a suit of armor in the house, it was going to be a big deal. If someone reported it up the chain of command, it would be a serious offense. Strong bows, crossbows, armor and those things are even more so, without a certain status is not dare to have. Even if they did, even if they could make them, they couldn't bring them to the surface. But now, no one cares. The city officials have run away. Who cares about past restrictions in order to stay alive? It's for whoever can find it. Whoever can make it can have it. There is no limit to the number. On the outskirts of the village, in addition to erected fences and a few sections of not-so-high stone and earth walls, traps were staked out, and obstacles were set up, such as spikes cut from bamboo and wood, similar to rejecting horse and deer. Farther away, vast tracts of deserted farmland were overgrown with weeds, some of which even managed to completely hide people. At this time, a simple altar had been erected at the entrance of the village. When Ji came late and did not have a good position, the village chief purposely left a front row stand for Wen Ji. Otherwise it would have been really hard to see anything. Next to the village chief there is a tall and strong man. Looks a little similar to the small Lu hunter. This is the small hunter's own father, the village's #1 force bearer. When Hunter Lu saw Wen Ji, a slight smile appeared on his serious face, and he even made a point of caring about his physical recovery. Old Lu is much more stable than his son. Little Lu, nice front row position, a rare time for gossip. When Fu exchanged pleasantries with a few important people in the front row, stretched his ears to listen to the men and women in the village, and also waited for that Qingdao chief to show up. Not long ago, a sellable, temperament of the Taoist priest appeared. Today, the head of the Taoist is not the body of the house residents. Went out and deliberately changed a set of professional equipment, vestments and vestments, wide sleeves and fluttering, dragon walk. A glance over the past can be seen that the immortal style of the majestic not vulgar. The posture is set out, and before anything is done, it adds a trifle of sanctity and solemnity. When Fu's spirits were lifted, live version, Taoist priests perform magic. In his original world, when he was a child, he only heard of Taoist priests performing magic, but never saw it with his own eyes. When he grew up and encountered the war, he only knew a little bit through the limited graphic images. At the moment it was a chance to see it up close, when Fu's eyes swept over the Taoist master's attire. In today's crisis-ridden existence, there must be something extraordinary about those who can still pop outside in loose robes. It's either a stupid beep or a bull beep. Chapter 4, Superior Techniques. To be able to stay in the village peacefully until now, it must be that this Qingdao chief belongs to the latter. The villagers who survived the chaos are not easy to fool, and you have to stabilize your persona to get the benefits. This wasn't the first time Chief Qingdao had run outside the village dressed like this to perform a puja. As long as the persona doesn't fall, it will continue to receive favorable treatment from the villagers. Not only did Wen Fu's eyes light up, the villagers' collective look at the gods was proof of how enthusiastic they were at the moment. Qing Daichi longed this way over, seemingly unconcerned. In fact, has been paying attention to the villagers in all aspects of the movement. When he saw Wen Fu, his eyes did not show, but his heart moved. I thought that this sickly scholar would not be able to survive, but I never thought that he would be able to carry through. From the first time he saw him, he knew that the scholar was not an honest man. He didn't like dealing with these mindful readers. The Taoist master remained calm and relaxed on his face after he had left his intention in his heart. The puja begins with the burning of incense and offerings to heaven. Chief Qingdao stated that this ceremony was to subdue evils and overcome disasters and dangers. He set up a straw-tied figure on the altar, the workmanship looking rough and hideous, and because of that, it allowed the villagers to know at a glance what the figure represented. looking at it like a human form and not a human form. Isn't it a person possessed by an evil spirit? It can't be called a human being either. It's called an evil thing. Not my kind. And then, the Taoist priest chanting the scriptures and set up the formation, his sleeves fluttering, his hands so fast that the naked eye can only see the shadows, and in a flash, the mannequin has been plastered with talismans. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Taoist master stepped on the astral dipper, a long sword made powerful and subtle, pinching the magic decision, pointing along the direction of the sword towards the altar's mannequins, with flames appearing suddenly in his hands, and the spaced-out dolls, with a popping sound, the talisman paper affixed to them burst into flames. It was like the flames were transferred from the Taoist master's hand to the top of the talisman. The villagers on the sidelines let out a gasp, not to mention the significance that this puja brings. Even if it is put in a time when the world is at peace, it can be exciting to watch as a hilarious event. Wenji was so excited to watch a classical ritual up close that he would have wanted to applaud enthusiastically had it not been for the wrong occasion. The Taoist master was busy performing the spell, still keeping his eyes open, sweeping his gaze over the crowd, and then moving back to glance at Wenji without a trace. What? This scribe's eyes seemed to be too burning. After a while, his eyes swept over again, and the warmth of his eyes could no longer be seen. A spell, and jumping and chanting, physical exertion is huge. However, until the end, Qingdao Along still maintained the previous gesture, with the smoke drifting over, and then a few more immortal. Waiting for the important part to pass, the village chief asked Wenji in a low voice, "Were you startled just now? When the Taoist priest performed the spell just now?" The village chief noticed Wenji raise his hands. When he first came to their village, he had shocked so many people into kneeling down by showing this trick. Now that I've seen more, although the shock is not as strong as it was in the beginning, I still can't help but feel a sense of awe rise every time. When Fu saw it for the first time, Su was shocked. Hearing the village headman's question, Wen Fu gave a civilized salute before saying, the Taoist master stepped on the platform to tiptoe around the discipline, edging up the 5 thunderbolts. And his art is brilliant. The ears of the Qingdao chief over there twitched slightly. He didn't believe that this scholar was genuinely praising him. On the surface, he was pretending, but in reality, he had an ulterior motive. However, Wen Fu truly felt that this Taoist master was very capable. First, the Taoist moves are awesome. The skill of making a fuss and charming the ears with a big flimflam is not something that can be learned by the average person. Spells high or not yet known, that a move is indeed quite bluffing, seemingly fancy movements. In fact, hidden mysteries, without a decade or so of practice, cannot do so fluent. Secondly, this Taoist priest has mastered a lot of chemical and pharmacological knowledge and is a talented person. When Ji observed and analyzed that the sleeves of Qing Yi's robes had been sprinkled with medicinal powder or potion, and when he walked, he carried some special smell of grass, wood, and gold stone, in addition to the effect of repelling evil, with its cautious manner of not allowing people to touch it. The powder and potion on the robe may also be toxic to people. It could be said that at this time this Taoist master was a walking pill furnace. The medicinal herbs that were tied into dolls, in addition to those on the surface, there must have been other configurations on the inside. The talisman that was affixed to it must also have been treated in advance, which gave rise to that flowing scene on the altar. It is really true that a moment on the altar is worth many years of work under the altar. Thirdly, they know how to read the weather. According to the real-time weather, we can adjust the location and time of the practice according to the sunlight, wind direction, wind force and other factors. When Fu's heart is full of emotion, why would a good research seedling go into fraud? The road's gone off the rails. On the altar, the flames of the burning rune paper quickly engulfed the mannequins before turning into ashes. The ceremony doesn't last long, and with the crisis outside the village, it needs to be special and quick. The Taoist priest finished the process of offering prayers and called it a day. He also asked the villagers to put the burning ashes of those talisman paper and dolls into a vat of boiled water that had already been prepared and stirred it for a few moments. When Fu realized that this is the talismanic water, however, this jar of talismanic water was not to be drunk, but to be divided among the villagers and mentioned to be sprinkled everywhere in the village to drive away evil spirits. Previously, the Taoist priest did a spell in the village, which seemed to have a similar step. It was also deliberately emphasized that this is the most young thing, specializing in evil spirits. Mortals can hardly bear it, and should never drink it. During his illness, he had heard people in the village mention that the talismanic water given by the Taoist priest was really effective. It could be sprinkled on the ground or used on clothes. The people in the village who had patrol duties or went out on missions liked to sprinkle this potion on their clothes. Thinking about it, when Ji realized, this was a potion configured through unconventional means to repel and kill insects. It was a tight supply in these days. He'd like some if he could. The villagers, of course, all wanted to grab more for their own families, but, with the prestigious ones in the village holding them down, they could only follow the rules. only those whose names were called could go over and take a little. It's basically distribution by contribution, right in front of everyone's eyes, openly, and whoever contributes more gets more. A village elder holds a small ladle and distributes water to everyone. This man is a senior citizen, trusted by the villagers, and is fair in his dealings. Anyone who didn't know the rules would be reprimanded by this man. Wenji had thought that he would not be able to share. He did not go out on a mission and did not participate in the village patrols, and the drawings had not been finished, but he did not expect the village chief to mention his name. The first time I attended such a ceremony, I didn't bring a container to hold it. Old Lu Hunter gave him a bamboo tube. There was a small lid on top, and the tube was tied with a hemp rope to carry it. Others had also brought bamboo tubes over to fill with talismanic water. However, the caliber of the tubes varied in thickness from person to person, and the amount of water they held was certainly different. When Ji looked at the bamboo tube in his hand and walked over, the village old man who was busy distributing the talismanic water with his head down, saw the thick bamboo tube handed over and was about to scold which kid didn't know the rules, but raised his eyes and saw that it was Wenji, and scooped up a ladle without saying a word. They still have to count on this one for their docking station. Thanks a lot, Wenfu said softly. Some uninformed villagers see this situation. Heart also do not understand. Unfair, but take a look at the village leader of the few, and dissatisfied with the word swallowed. The world is in turmoil, and by now, those who are still alive, not to say how smart they are, but they certainly know what's going on. Qingdao road chief who was organizing his Taoist robes, his ears listening to the village chief talking about the newly dug medicinal herbs, his eyes still paying attention to the surrounding area. When Ji's side also shared some of his attention, and of course, he also saw the scene just now, secretly said, that boy really deep heart. Only a few days after getting well, the village leader of a few people all to him. After the talismanic water was dispersed, the surrounding villagers, after kneeling reverently on the special straw mat sprinkled with medicinal water, were still reluctant to leave, all pondering over the opportunity to speak with the Taoist priest and dip into some Taoist immortal energy. To worship the gods you must take advantage of the heat of the incense. A few pillars of incense on the altar were still burning, and the smoke from the burning of the talisman paper hadn't completely dissipated, so it would definitely be useful to dip more into the Taoist immortal chi now. A few sudden whistles interrupted everyone's plans, an early warning from those in charge of the alert, informing them of the presence of evil creatures around them. The villagers who were still dawdling and didn't want to leave, rushed home like their feet were on double speed. When Fu's feet were in the air, and he was carried by his cousin like a candy cane handle, carrying him up and running back, also taking advantage of the height of the lift, and the slightly elevated terrain of his location. When Fu gazed past the wild grasses and obstacles to see a blurry shadow in the distance, overgrown weeds and unbridled branches swayed in the wind, revealing a blur or two. The fat and muscles looked like they had been dried out in the sun, exposing large purple-brown patches on the arms, and the strange walking rhythm, traversing the ground full of bushes and weeds, accompanied by a low roar like that of a mountain beast, approached towards the village. These are what people possessed by evil spirits look like. The plebeians called them demons, evil devils, mountain ghosts, evil things, and other epithets associated with demons and ghosts. This village was also initially called by all sorts of names, and after the arrival of the head of Qingdao, it followed the head of the Taoist. When Ji learned from memory, outside the big families, seems to be more inclined to the evil this name, avoiding the demon ghost and other words. I don't know whether they know the inside story, or words taboo. The situation at hand. Too much breath of the living will naturally lure evil things over. Evil creatures love flesh and blood. They eat humans and other animals. But if we were to give them a list of recipes, human beings would definitely be at the top of the list. The puja event at the entrance of the village, where almost the entire village gathers, has a heavier aura of the living, and attracts over the evil things in the neighborhood. Compared to the panic of the villagers, the ones in charge of the village were quite calm. The Taoist priest who had just finished performing the spell was also bashful. When Fu's heart was slightly at ease, they are all able to end up in the house. It seems that it is only a small thing. Lu Hunter's bow is all hitched up, but he doesn't panic, and the village's defenses are perfectly capable of handling it. However, Qingdao's headmaster should be reliable in this matter. Having just done a spell in front of all the villagers, he couldn't be slapped in the face so quickly. Sure enough, the two evil creatures that appeared, approached at a slower and slower pace, then as if they smelled some nasty odor, shifted their direction, hovered for a moment, and gradually moved away again. None of it required the village's defense personnel to make a move. The Taoist is still very good at his business and his persona is once again secure. When Fu pondered how to break this Taoist back to the right path, being carried back, when he saw the Taoist priest looking over, he also adjusted his upper body, far towards that side, and gave a bookish salute as a sign of respect. The Taoist's face twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his poise and returned a slight salute. Wen Fu, hire people ah. The psychological quality is just strong. Taoist master, dog scholar. Being carried and escaping doesn't even forget to pretend this. Chapter 5. Inside the village. Villagers have returned to their homes to hide, with doors and windows closed. Cousin carried Winfrey all the way back to his lodgings, remembering to avoid the low eaves, and when he entered, he put Winfrey in a chair, and then picked up a woodchipper and stood guard nervously at the door. This sequence of movements was extremely skillful and had obviously been done more than once. Previously, when Fu was sick, many inconveniences, the cousin because not too smart, many things cannot remember. When Fu can only emphasize over and over again to urge, what can and cannot be done, said more often, is like a segmented program implanted in his head, forming a conditioned reflex, not only the ones in front of him, but also many things that his cousin did along the way when he fled the country. He is not smart. The most impressive thing he remembers is what his parents and uncles told him, go out and take care of his brother. The 18-year-old cousin was still the same 8-year-old Chief Horn in his perception. Not much different. When Ji searched his memory and sighed in a low voice, while keeping an eye on the movement outside and removing the bamboo tube filled with talismanic water. Smelling it, there was some pungent herbal odor. Different from the mugwort, it should be a secret recipe researched by Qingdao's headmaster himself. That's why it's so nice to see this kind of talent go into research. When Fu sprinkled a little on both his own and his cousin's clothes, while in his mind he pondered how to find an opportunity to communicate more with that Taoist master. The fact that there was a delay in other movements in the village meant that there was indeed no big deal, and that the Taoist master's marvelous persona had indeed taken hold. You can't fall behind in warming up. Whether or not they can sustain the support of the few principals in the village will depend on their own skills. Cousin this simple-minded Hercules, not so much to let the village elders so valued. Today's situation, food and herbs and other supplies, will become more and more scarce, when Fu with the design of the barriers to gain an advantage, but it cannot stop there. Sitting at his desk, he spread out his drawings and sharpened his ink and pencils, drawing of the dot construction and a couple more breakdowns with text. Drawing is okay, but writing is not yet back to the original level of Wen Fu. Gotta practice more. The village headman has all the stationery in stock and can afford to use it. Take out another piece of paper and practice your handwriting for a while. In Wen Fu's own world, he was not very good at writing with a brush, and although he had a hobby in this area, because of the war, the conditions were really limited, and there were not enough supplies and time for him to go and practice writing in peace. Calligraphy, the aesthetic art of words. Winnie's own Thai characters are far from the way of calligraphy, but the old days to learn a good handwriting, more than 10 years of hard work, some achievements, practicing the first sheet of paper, the horizontal and vertical skimming in the nibs of the pen flailing and disobedient. But as familiarity grew, the muscle memory that the body had been practicing hard for over a decade took over, and the handwriting went from rebellious to obedient. The handwriting is gradually becoming more proper as the second one begins. By the third sheet of paper, the words written already have the power of Wen Fu 5 or 6 points, turning over the body's memory. Once seen those celebrity calligraphy posters, and then look at these that I just wrote myself. This character is still a long way from the bones of a higher-ranking celebrity, but it is already a dream-level masterpiece for Wen Fu, who loves ancient culture but cannot afford to seek it out. Staring at the words on the paper, his gaze was engrossed. Beautiful. Wonderful. It's so pretty. Cousin guarding the door? Looking around, they were the only two people in the room. Who's good looking? He was full of confusion and asked Wen Ji, who are you praising? I'm boasting. Wen Ji looked over there and said, no need to keep watch. The blade of the wood knife is a bit dull. You go sharpen the knife for a while. Don't mind me. Remember to wear a hand guard. Don't hurt yourself. Oh, cousin immediately got up to sharpen his knife. In order to prevent their hands from being injured in their daily lives, the village people also sewed several kinds of gloves according to their needs, which are very rough but practical. With some of the Taoist priests' medicinal water on them, they are even more secure, and even if their hands are cut, they can reduce the risk of infection by the evil plague. Wen Fu saw that his cousin had indeed followed the instructed protective steps before he returned to the desktop and continued practicing his handwriting. These words, even if seen, would be assumed to be somewhat rusty after a long illness. However, with more writing and practicing, sooner or later you will be able to get to a higher level. Winfrey is very serious and cherishes this second life. It is the muscle memory of this body that can write well, and if at any time his consciousness returns to the body and there is no more memory of these muscles, he will not be able to write as well. Therefore, Wen Fu needs to absorb these muscle memories into his consciousness and carve them into his soul, so that they can become the habits of his conscious control, and can really be used by himself. Thank you for the eye in this world. What he inherited was the experience and knowledge of more than a decade of warming up. Cousin finished sharpening his knife, and in his spare time for warming up, he asked, "Brother, when are we going to seek Auntie?" He remembered that when Fu had said many times that he would go north to join his aunt, whether it was his aunt or not, he followed that call anyway. They had to stay here after the old man said that the season was not suitable for traveling and that they had to wait until the grass and trees were yellow, and then he fell ill. Now that Wenji has recovered from his illness, is the time to hurry not yet right? Outside the village the grass is starting to turn from green to yellow. Wenji calmly said, "There is no hurry," and then raise a little. "Have to be stronger again before you can rush." My cousin was confused and always thought it sounded weird and didn't understand it. When Fu didn't continue to explain, if he said more, this cousin couldn't understand, but instead, he would reveal himself. LOL. The temperature outside was clearly starting to drop, and it was indeed close to the original plan to head north again. But, with just the two of them, they are weak and small. There is also a lack of expertise. It was a pity that the professional talent he had his eye on was closed for alchemy all day long and didn't go out, so he couldn't even go to the other side to exchange his feelings if he wanted to. Something has to be done. The fall winds have picked up, so there's no time like the present. When Fu practiced his handwriting for a while and began to draw diagrams and write notes, looked at the remaining, pour a few pieces of paper. When Ji paused, put up the pen and dipped it into the ink. Ji, there's some subjectivity missing from the village chief there. In the afternoon, Xiao Lu Hunter delivered the food over, and also saw a few new drawings from Wenji. The illustrations look very high quality. Aren't these words too crowded? Little Lu Hunter is also into the school. Know some words, but see the paper, those different sizes, densely packed together the text, or dizzy, Wenji explained in a gentle manner. Nowadays, supplies are in short supply, and there is still a need to save some money. The words were very casual and natural as he lifted his hand, drawing little Lu Hunter's line of sight, inadvertently looking towards the few remaining sheets of paper. Little Lu Hunter nodded his head full of approval. It is to save. He didn't say much, but turned around after delivering the meal and went to the village chief. More paper. We can't use all the good paper we found, so do we save it for the toilet? Mayor, don't be stingy in this matter. We don't want to see so many dense words on the drawings, like stabbing a tadpole's nest. It hurts to see. So, the next day when he delivered the food, little Lu Hunter brought a fresh stack of paper. The village chief said, "Let you do not save. Should be used, boldly used. Write bigger and clearer. Brother 1, what you're doing now is a big deal for the safety of the whole village. Don't worry about this paper." Winfrey answered, "That's what you guys said. Use it boldly. Calligraphy requires hard work and practice, but unfortunately, today's living environment is harsh and conditions are limited. With a new stack of paper, it's just a win-win situation to contribute to the village and satisfy your own little need. Collected things, and of course things are done." For the rest of the day, Winfrey's focus was on the docking bay. Today's world, even in times of peace, productivity is limited, access to information is difficult, and the home collection of the family of books, the records may not be exhaustive. When Fu was born in the age of information explosion, and then grew up in the midst of war, and then fused his body's own memories of the ways of this world to localize his experiences and knowledge. Overall, he also drew a rough comparison, the luxury fortress version and the rustic village version, with the general framework laid out, and a detailed build for the practical country version. The first version of the drawing came out. The young Lu Hunter was like a treasure and hurriedly held it to the village chief and several clan elders. The village headman's house, where several important people were present, was now gathered around a plain wooden table, looking at the drawings and hesitating. They've also been to the county and heard the tea house storytellers mention the docking station. Historically, long ago, at the end of dynasties, or in war-torn areas, the gentry and the powerful would build docking forts. The imperial court also built fortresses in the border areas for defense against foreign enemies. The villagers living at the bottom, with their lack of knowledge and poor imagination, could not depict what those were like. Nowadays, there is fodder for dreaming. The mayor pursed his lips, and with difficulty moved his gaze from the deluxe version to the country version. Their shabby village, of course, couldn't compare to other people's specifications, whether it was the dockyards and fortresses of the country gentry or the fortresses built by the imperial court. They were all too far away. When Fu drew out a few diagrams so they could choose the bastions they could build and replan the grounds and layouts of the village. But, dream, wild, thoughts, heart, are still there. The village chief and the old Lu Hunter both looked once again at the picture of the luxurious docking fort. The world is in turmoil, and which turmoil is not in turmoil for decades, and even centuries. And here, in this surrounding territory, our village is the only one that has a chance of being alive. Anyone who comes here on the run will have to listen to us. Be optimistic. Think long term. Maybe someday we can build the village to that size, and by then, all these people of their own will be different, right? Hiss, cough. the village chief managed to calm down and coughed to remind everyone present. Right now, it's still important to save your life. These few people in the village, who were very satisfied with the drawings given by Wenji, then personally sent some precious supplies over to the two Wen family brothers, and also asked Wenji if he wanted to change to a bigger house. Wen Fu politely thanked him and said that this place was enough for the two of them to stay. He also analyzed from the village chief's point of view, there may still be some scattered survivors in the surrounding villages and towns, and even if there aren't any, there may be people who have fled the country who have come over. If we meet the right ones, the village can absorb them. Those empty houses are kept. They can all be used in the future when there are more people. The village chief loved to hear this. In the chaotic world, it was not enough for them to seek development with such a small population. For a while, the village chief looked at Wenji with a more affable gaze. He sent over some more medicine to replenish his body. Wenji drank the tonic medicine and thought in his heart, they live here and are close to several important people in the village, such as the Taoist priest, who he would like to go and move around. If there is any movement in the village, this place will be the first to notice it. And the big empty houses that the village headman was talking about are a bit far away and the houses are in average condition. Now live in this room, although the area is not large, but should have all. To do the extermination also save medicine. Whether it's grass fumigation or spraying, there are only so many things to share, so it's just the right amount for a small space. And what you save can be used for other purposes. There's no need to change houses. It's nice to live here. I won't be staying long anyway. Because of the drawings provided by Wenji, several important people in the village came here from time to time to have a chat with Wenji. Wen Fu talked to them more and learned more about the village, especially that Qingdao chief. The Taoist master is closed again. As usual, will not come out without 10 days and half a month. However, the topic of the Taoist master is circulated in every family in the village every day. Wen Fu learned that when the Taoist priest first came to the village, he prayed for the villagers to drive out the evil spirits, and drove out the parasites. With one elixir, many people discharged long worms. I don't know how many times I've told it, but the village elders still speak of it with horror on their faces. Wen Fu was very cuddly and followed suit. Marveling, Taoist master's magic is profound. He guessed that the driven parasite would be some sort of unusual intestinal parasite of this era. Before the world was in turmoil, the village people drank a lot of raw water, and were not that particular about food and living, nor were they in a position to be. For generations, they had been living like this, and the chances of contracting parasites were high. It was only later that they paid attention in order to ward off evil spirits and avoid epidemics, and triggered this chaos. Is likely to be another extremely harmful parasite. The Taoist master cannot be solved. If he could, he wouldn't be hiding in this remote village. He would have gone to a big house. But it's also true that Chief Aoyama is a capable man. It's really a talent. How much more expertise is there that I don't know about? On this day, he went to the village headman's house for a small meeting. The village elders studied the docking fort drawings for a few days, and those who couldn't read or understand the illustrations understood them almost as well. The construction and arming of the building will require Winnipeg to go over and confer. Winfrey didn't know enough about their village and the local topography, and some of it needed to be altered. The people of the village have their own way of defending themselves against wild animals. Those evil creatures outside could no longer be considered human, completely lacking the mind that belonged to a human, but rather were similar to mountain beasts, and could be seen as an extremely threatening beast. But at the same time, in the midst of chaos, in addition to defending against the beasts, we also have to defend against people. The village chief and Hunter Lu summarized some of the queries and said them to Wenji. These two were more far-sighted, and some of the questions could be asked to the point. How can it be built? Where to get the materials? When to start? With the labor in their village today, how is the construction progress? How to guard against evil spirits during the construction period? How to deal with the surviving refugees when they meet? And so on. All of these need to be taken into account. Several other village elders attending the meeting, thinking that they were more familiar with the mountains, rocks, grasses and trees around the village, and that their opinions would definitely be more useful, made remarks, feeling that they were really wise at this time. But when you talk too much, your thoughts get jumbled, you can't make sense of it, you can't remember it, and you get quiet when you talk about it. Fret, so much going on, what to get into? Wenji did not show half a bit of contempt, listened carefully and gave advice. How about making a 3-year plan first? In today's world, no one can predict what comes next either. Time is too short for so many plans. Time is too long for that, too. For them, 3 years is exactly right. Winfrey explained simply and clearly. The village chief and Hunter Lu agreed. Seeing this, the other village elders didn't say much more at this time and nodded their heads in agreement. Alas, they'd better listen to the village chief and Hunter Lu. What the front says, they just follow and do it. Having a goal gives you a backbone and a clearer idea of what to do next. It is very easy for people to get lost and not be able to find their way in difficult times. For those of them who have lived most of their lives in the fields, they have the strength, and as long as they are given the right direction, their hearts are grounded and they have something to look forward to. For a while, a few of the people here recognized Wenji a little more. The village chief lamented. Or you readers know more. This docking fort and this what? 3-year plan. It will be hard for you. Wenji gave a humble bow to the few. My brothers and I have been taken care of by the village, so we should do our bit. Another village elder said cheerfully. What a modest contribution. This is of great use. Warmly polite for a few sentences. When the mood of the several master of ceremonies is just right, casually mentioned like, said that they want to discuss with that Taoist master how to restrain the evil things outside. The few village elders who had just expressed their appreciation were filled with disapproval. 2 important outsiders in the village, a scholar and a Taoist priest. The village carries respect, the readers know a lot, and the Taoist priests are even more divine. If we really have to make a choice between the two, right now it's still the Taoist master who is more important. The immortals, the mundanes. An acute village elder was about to say something. However, I heard Wenji sigh apologetically again. Unfortunately, the Taoist master is divine and focuses on Taoism, and after just doing the spell, he must have to meditate for a period of time, and I can't bother because of this. The acute words were swallowed back hard. The village elders' faces cleared up a bit and nodded in agreement. Yes, we can't go and disturb the immortal. It's better to be a bookworm like Wenfu and not make things difficult for everyone. When Ji finished the test, sympathetic smile, do not say anything. A look of I am very sensible and consider the big picture. Inside, I won't bother. But, he can't blame me if he jumps out on his own. Chapter 6, Prying a Pry. Wenji was pondering something else in his mind and did not delay in talking to the several principals in the village. Waiting for the dock drawings of a few doubts deliberated. These principals in the village will have to chat about the materials and the arrangements for the construction and building of the village. But some of the contents involved here, such as the reconstruction of warehouses and cellars, can't be made known to Wenji, an outsider. Both of the Winchesters are leaving. Proper outsiders. A few village elders spoke more bluntly so as not to offend this scholar, and the village chief intended to speak out first, inviting Wenji back. But I heard Wenji said, in fact, there is another matter. I do not know when to speak or not to speak. I thought for a long time, decided to ask. The mayor's words of eviction stopped short and he said, what is it? Wenji showed a worried face. The sages have said, the blood and spirit of a person is so that he serves his life and circumvents his life. This is to say, people live to have blood, but also have the spirit. I view the village now everyone seems to be a little depressed. Speaking of which, several principals in the village also fretted that there was no hurry to drive Wenji out of the house. Can they not be aware of this problem that Wenfu is talking about? Although they have not read the holy books, they have their own experience of insight. If a person is devoid of spirituality, he is easily weakened and prone to disease. So many times, they don't need to know about medicine and pharmacology. They just need to look at the other person's mental state to know how the other person's body is generally doing. The number of people in the village now, compared to the number of people, is still considered to be more, but now everyone's state of mind, even if Wenfu to draw the drawings, even if the seasonal changes in the timing has arrived, people have the strength to build docking fort? Can you carry rocks and timber? Can you carry them? Do a day's work and you'll collapse. Nowadays, their health is far from what it used to be when they were serving crops in the fields. The fields are deserted, the spirit has collapsed, and except for the patrols that each family sends out, the other villagers spend their days locked up in their homes, wondering about this and that, and either dying or quarreling every day. And what their village is about to embark on is the task of building a fort in late fall and throughout the winter. When the weather gets cold, people suffer even more. But nowadays, in such a world, people are forced to go out and collect materials and supplies when it's cold and when the evil things are restricted by low temperatures. For a while, the few principals who were originally excited by the docking station couldn't help but sigh. What can be done? It doesn't make sense to talk about it, and I can't find any other way to do it. Qing Taoist priests can exorcise evil spirits, but they can't keep on lifting the spirits. Feeling the low atmosphere, Wenfu slowly said, how about trying to increase the villagers' spiritual life a bit? One village elder asked, what do you mean by spiritual life? Wen explained bluntly, just having some fun. Now where's the fun in that? Are you kidding me, you scribe? Do you need a talking book? Winnie asked. There was a sudden silence in the room. The village chief looked over and said, if it were in the past, I'm sure I would have liked it, but nowadays the days are hard. So does it work? You won't know until you try. Wenfu couldn't be sure, but he wanted to give it a try and hoped that he could get the support of a few of the principals. So he said what he thought. I want to try to write a talking book, related to diseases and epidemics, so that people can learn about warding off evil spirits and epidemics, but also to fulfill their spiritual needs, and also to bring up that spiritual energy to do things with more power. The village chief listened and felt reliable, and asked Wen Ji to say more. Wen Fu is so think, nowadays the evil epidemic spread. Their own protection is the first. There is no use in praying to God and Buddha all day long. Don't always think of those gods and ghosts. Through the talking book, the villagers were given knowledge about parasites and how to take care of their own protection in their normal life and work. Hiding out at home to boil water, heat up food, and simmer for a day? But there comes a time when firewood and food run out. The village supplies are distributed according to labor, and whoever contributes more gets more. The village will soon be constructing a docking fort, which will surely require more manpower, and will not allow those people to continue to hide in their homes. Most of the villagers have been living at the bottom for generations, and lack cognition of many things, but at a time like this village can still survive. So many people, obviously already have a certain cognition, and also listen to persuasion, and have the ability to discriminate. People are afraid because of the unknown, and panic because of fear, and when the time comes, they are more likely to make mistakes or even endanger their lives. It would be better for everyone to learn more about epidemic prevention and be more efficient when they have a plan in mind. After I write it down, I can have the literate people in the village read it to everyone. Wen Fu said. A few of the principals in the room did have their hearts set on it. Something like the kind of stories told by storytellers in towns and counties? If it really works, they want to hear the talking book too. There is no entertainment in the village. All day round in front of this house, they are a few old men, nothing to do from the gap in the fence, looking at the front of the increasingly deserted fields in the wind and tears. Emotional depression, hate to go directly to the mountains, to save more burden to the family, but the heart and cannot give up. There are some things young people really cannot do. It would certainly be best if a talking book could solve so many problems, without waiting for the others to take a stand. The village chief nodded his head first. Let's try it then. Wen Ji nodded slightly and added, since it's a book for everyone in the village to read, it certainly has to be to everyone's liking. He'll have to adapt it to local customs and tastes, and pick up on the local flavor of the place. Just don't keep rehashing the same old gods and goddesses all the time. So, what types do you all favor? He asked. This is a question on which there is a great willingness to be expressed. When the world is at peace, they are not picky. They listen to those who are talented and beautiful, and they also like the countryside gossip very much. But now that the world has changed, and they're impatient to hear all the talent and country gossip, they want to hear of fairies and goblins and ghosts. Zhongkue Shangjun voodoo like that. Heard it once in the town tavern. I love to hear the gods and Buddhas descending. Wen Fu was dumbfounded. It's still all that god-awful stuff when all is said and done. He hesitated. In today's situation, is it acceptable to write such words? People? Will there be more psychological pressure to listen to it? The crowd's attitude is firm. It's going to be like this. Don't tell me otherwise at a time like this. Just listen to the gods and goddesses. The mayor said. We don't know anything about psychological pressure. We just want to hear a word book like this. Then, well, as long as it serves its purpose and leads to good hygiene habits and protection. Gods and demons are gods and demons. If you insist on telling the villagers that the words of gods and ghosts are all false, you will be beaten up. Understanding the needs. When G determined the type, then write exorcism and epidemic? May. Several of the principals sitting on the sidelines nodded in unison. The docking chart is almost done, but it takes quite a bit of paper to write the talking book. The mayor remembered this time and turned to the storehouse to fetch a large stack of new paper. Although it is not the kind of top-quality calligraphy and painting paper used by the nobles, such paper quality is difficult to access for ordinary people in the past days. However, no one in the village uses it on weekdays, and now that it is a matter of the village's spiritual life, the village headman is willing to give it up. This talking book thing is hard work. When Ji took the paper, felt the slightly heavy touch of the paper in his hand, and said sincerely, since I should do more consideration for the village. Well, by the way, it would be nice to strengthen one's influence in the hearts of the villagers, and it would be even better if one could fish out the one who made the pills. Of course, he couldn't just focus on that Taoist priest. He had to see if there were any more suitable talents among those who lived in the village mansion. The village chief's grandson, Do Miao, who had once served as an apprentice in the county pharmacy, had been quietly tending to the herbs on the side, only to speak out and remind Wen Ji before he left. Our village family doesn't have much schooling, so you try to write as plain and simple as possible. One urge. It means, don't get too literal. We can't read it. Wen Fu returned a salute, indicating that he had remembered. Alas, the apothecary apprentice is not bad, but it's a shame he can't dig it up. Not to mention that the village will not release the person. Really want to use means to dig this one out. The village is basically not far from being ruined. while carrying a large stack of new paperback. When Fu's gaze once again looked at the house where the Taoist priest was passing by here, one can smell the odor of herbs. Everyone in the village knows that this closed-door Taoist master is making pills. From time to time, you can still hear the sound of pounding medicine. And I don't know how that Dan was practiced. The windows on the outward-facing side were closed so that the interior of the house could not be seen. When Fu withdrew his eyes, can't move on the junior apprentice's side, still have to pry it from here. For the next few days, when Fu devoted his main efforts to talking books and free time, sneaky iron lifting when no outsiders are around, a watch of sass when there are outsiders around. Because of the early planning in his mind, the words were written quickly. 3 days later, when Fu handed the first draft of the book to the village chief, the mayor looked very satisfied. Think a copy of the insurance, just in case. Want to let his grandson Do Miao transcription again. He kept a copy in the hand. Do Miao was helpless. Master, you're making it difficult for me. I can recognize all the words, but transcribing? The words I wrote are the only ones I can recognize. If I had the ability to transcribe, I would have gone to the bookstore to take the job in the first place. Eventually when Fu took the initiative to take over the task, then I'll transcribe it again, with slight modifications as well. They were also asked to write a people's version of the draft if there was anything in it that was difficult to understand. And the village headman took the first manuscript and went to find someone in the village who was a suitable storyteller. As for the venue for the storytelling, of course, I don't dare to disturb the Taoist master's alchemy. Pick an empty hut farther away and smoke it with medicinal herbs. Then it can be used every day. Let people say the book 3 or 5 times. Want to listen to the people themselves. The effect of the talking book was immediate. The dull atmosphere of the village is again active. Out of the door of the villagers a change in the previous state of mind. Talk more. Wen Xiao observes these villagers and can use this opportunity to learn more about the family composition and style of speech and behavior of each household in the village. The last time these people saw Wen Ji was a few days ago when the Taoist priest performed his rituals. At that time, everyone was on the defensive and unwilling to speak to each other. Much more enthusiastic this time. Winnie returned the same enthusiasm. A puja was done not long ago, and the odor has not yet dissipated from the spraying of various parts of the village. In the newly organized hut, there were a number of people sitting early in the morning. The small bundle of medicinal herbs in the fire pot was lit first, and with the medicinal smoke, Zhang Erpu, the former bookkeeper of the county tavern and now the head of the village's accounts, walked to the front, sat on a wooden chair one step higher, and began today's storytelling routine. He has preached it many times, at home, and continues to do so here, and hasn't gotten tired of it at all. Nowadays, he doesn't have to look at a script. He can speak fluently, with a little bit of his own opinion and a little bit of his own. He had also seen the storyteller invited in the restaurant. Even if he could only learn 2 or 3 points, it was enough to drive the villagers' emotions. Spirits were visibly uplifted and faces glowed. Immortal Master Ching Yi said that tricky evils cause epidemics, and this poisonous insect, the root of tricky evils, is a scourge on earth. It says what is written in the Book of Words, that the divine fire between heaven and earth puts to death the poisonous insects that harm the earth. Inside the talking book, the plot stumbles, was about to solve the disaster crisis, the local sudden downpour. While the power of the divine fire is greatly diminished, the poisonous insects are demoralized and leap with the current. The villagers in the house were anxious. It's a shame this heavy rain has given them away. That poisonous insect can't be caught if it escapes into the water. Zhang Erpile in front of him shook his head and shook his head. This poisonous insect lives when it encounters water, and it was seriously injured by the divine fire. But as soon as it escaped into the stream, it healed quickly and could flow with the water again. Alas, the other villagers followed suit and sighed, all full of worry. The world of people is alive and well, and they are especially vicarious. Zhang Erpile switched moods and revived his sleeves. There's still a chance to intercept the stream before it enters the river. The atmosphere was so baked that it was as if he had returned to the once unbelievably bustling streets of the county. With a rush of blood and emotions on his head, venomous insects sting in the water and along the way attach toxins to the wet mud on the sides of streams. He spoke of the divine fire tracking down this stream, and downstream of the stream, the farm families who lived there, and the townspeople who were out and about. There is a stream to purify hands, picked fruits and melons to the edge of the stream to wash slightly, then directly into the mouth, and stepping in it to play in the water. Unfortunately, at this time, the stream has been infested with poisonous insects, and the toxins are still present on both sides of the stream, and the food cleaned with the stream. The insect poison is mixed into it, and it is swallowed together with the food, and goes from the stomach into the intestines, and after a few moments, it is poisoned already. And the man whose fingers were pricked and his arms scraped while picking flowers and grass, the insect poison invaded the blood vessels of the skin and coupling, and spread to the whole body. And the one who plays in the water bare-chested and barefooted. In the old days, it didn't matter. but at this time, even though they are strong, they still show a break. The room followed this and that with a sigh. The insect poison invades the arms, legs and feet, and the poisoned person spasms and wails, and his mind is completely lost, as if he were insane, listening to those who realized nothing. No matter if they were village families or children of noble people, they all approached the danger step by step and were trapped one by one. The villagers who listened to the story were also sweating and empathizing with each other. Ugh, that's not true. Taking advantage of the situation. How treacherous. This entrance needs to be scalded with boiling water, or failing that, wiped with a clean cloth. Something we all know in the village. It's not as if the big families can't afford firewood, so how can they be so negligent? The expression of Zhang Erpile in the front changed again, looking compassionate, learning from the monks he had seen in the temple, and folding his hands, thinking about it and feeling that it is not right. He immediately changed to the Taoist etiquette, holding the yuan and observing the one, that leftover insect poison. If it is stained on a person, all the sins are recorded in one body, and after death to go to Hades for judgment. All have to go to the great prison, whether it's a royal relative or a hillbilly. For people in this era, the afterlife is a big deal. The blood of those who have been poisoned by poisonous insects is poisoned, and the average person will be poisoned if he or she is exposed to it. For example, if you secretly wear stripped clothes, without doing any expectoration, and wear them directly, and you have a wound on your body, the insect venom will invade the wound. He spoke of the treatment of poisoned corpses of people who had been poisoned by the creepy crawlies, to be buried by fire so that the fire god can remove evil and return peace and rest in peace. Do you know why we burn? Not waiting for the villagers to express their respective opinions, Zhang Erpu continued, even if they don't burn, there are karmic fires burnt in hell. They can't escape, they will always be burnt again, and then it's just a direct burning of souls. He doesn't just talk about the content of the book, but also peppers it with his own interpretations. Is it the flesh that burns? No, it's the karmic offense that burns. As the plot progresses, Godfire finally catches the junkie and is about to pull off a masterstroke. The people who had originally quarreled because they had different opinions on the burning of the corpse immediately all quieted down. Their gazes were fiery, their fists were clenched, and their whole body was exerting itself as if they were making a lot of effort. At this time, another part of the village, the half-grown children, who didn't make it to the morning session, gathered in twos and threes to discuss the contents of the playbook and learn the tricks of the divine fire inside the playbook. However, he was more cautious than usual between actions, so he couldn't give the evil bugs a chance to take advantage of him like those stupid people in the talking books. A house not far from them, Chief Aoyoto is configuring something new. The village is such a piece of land, even if it is far away, the movement is big, it is inevitable to hear something, and a little closer, and speaking a little louder. You can hear the general content if you concentrate on it. At first there was a commotion. The Taoist priest did not pay attention to it, only thought that someone in the village was possessed again, or there were outsiders who fled the village, or something else had happened. He didn't even bother. The village people take care of the village affairs. It's none of my business. Continuing to busy himself, his ears suddenly caught certain sensitive words coming from outside. Pro. The Taoist priest paused. Bing dash. The eyes showed horror. Do dash. The color of his face was ugly to the naked eye. The eyes stern with some panic, open mouth to curse out, too excited to be choking on saliva, coughing woefully. It is not easy to adjust over. Hard to return to the style of the high man. Breathe deeply, mentally cursing. You're a big man. Who the hell is chanting my 9 words of Taoism? Could it be that there is a peer presence here? Alertness sprang up in his heart, and he nearly jumped up in his anxiety. Nowadays, such conditions of existence, such a small village, cannot afford to provide a second immortal leader. If there is really, we'll have to fight to the death. It's a deadly feud between peers. Chapter 7, What to Convince People By. Leader Aoyoto was spinning around the room in annoyance, wanting to go out immediately to see what was going on, but on second thought, it had to be stabilized. Going out in such a hurry detracted from his image as a high-ranking person in the eyes of the villagers. Let's wait and see first. Although the person didn't go out, he had been keeping an eye on the movements outside, waiting for the right moment. He doesn't need the villagers to deliver meals here, just firewood and clean mountain spring water. When he first came to the village, he instructed the villagers and used bamboo to draw spring water from the mountains, and the person in charge of delivering things to the Taoist priest was also appointed by the Taoist priest, a man who was honest, didn't talk much, and managed to keep his eyes open. But this day, the villagers send things, want to say and stop saying and want to, originally cannot hide the heart. This side of the 10,000 entangled, a face of I want to say something, but I do not dare to the goat-like. Qingdao Road Chief had originally thought about how to pry news from this villager's mouth. Seeing the situation calmly and rather authoritatively looked askance. What is it? That villager still did not hold back. carefully asked. Immortal. The Taoist can have the 9 words of truth to ward off evil and eliminate evil. That Lin Bingdo. With every word the villager said, the Taoist master's face became harder to see, and his long beard grew taut at the roots, so much so that the villager was so frightened that, at the end of his words, his voice was so faintly audible that he did not dare to say anything further. The Taoist priest said in his heart, "That's what I'm waiting for." He composed himself. "That's right, it's my Taoist secret technique. It is not for ordinary people to use." That villager could not care about being afraid, so excited that his face reddened. Really have what one Erlang wrote is true. Leader Aoichi? Is this even related to that dog scribe? A few more attempts were made, and it was ascertained that it was all the dog scribe who had made the whole commotion. It's good that it's not a peer. The worry in his mind dropped a little, but there was also a sense of urgency. That dog, the scholar, is quite good at enlisting people. I've never lost a battle when it comes to fooling around. With his mind spinning, Leader Qingdao forcefully said to that villager, "That book of words written by Erlang of the Wen family? Go and bring it to see if it damages the prestige of my Taoist family." The villager didn't dare to refuse, scowled and walked out the door, then slapped himself. "Let you talk too much, usually not very verbal. How come I didn't control it this time?" Lo and behold, the talking book is gone. And then he thought, that one Erlang is worthy of being a scholar. He even knows the secret arts of Taoism. The Taoist master commanded. No one dared to delay. The villagers went to the village chief to inform a word, then took the book of words and hurriedly sent it to the Taoist master. The village chief felt that he was really wise at this time. The words prepared 2 copies. This one gave the Taoist priest. He could still keep a copy in his own hand. On the other side, Chief Aoichi got the original draft of the talking book and quickly flipped through it. A dismissive snort. A bluffing trick indeed. That dog scribe does have something. Though, the many descriptions within this book bore some resemblance to the Taoist doctrine of the 3 corpses, and some of the details were not clear even to him, a member of the Taoist sect. Well, learned. On second thought, his fingers clenched around the manuscript of the talking book. Could it be that the dog scribe is trying to cut me out and replace me? With that scholar's ability, maybe in a few words can make the village people change their position. If then make some auspicious or other miraculous deeds out of. The more he thought about it, the deeper the doubts in his mind became. Still decided to go out and find out for myself. However, only a few days after the retreat, outside the 9 words of truth together, he immediately came out of the gate. Seemingly how urgent. No, he can't go out right away. It would look like he's afraid. Another time will have to be found. At the village chief's house, when Fu held a cup of herbal tea and sat there listening to a few principals talk about the construction of the docking station. Now that the spirit of the village is growing, and the time for the seasonal change is coming, they are about to make a big move. The docking plan was roughly completed with a few changes. Seeing that the village chief and the others were planning to finalize their work on this, as if he suddenly remembered something, he blushed and said, "Although I drew out the diagram, my understanding of the art of feng shui and yin and yang is really limited. Should I ask the Taoist master to read it before making a decision?" The others, on hearing this, agreed. They would pick an auspicious day to build their own houses and beams, and now that the village was going to build a more important docking station, it was to be taken more seriously. Winnie's words reminded them of that. "I have heard of the city's rich families to build a large yard is to invite the master to look at the feng shui, more elaborate but also set up formations. Master Qingdao is very powerful. He must be very good at reading feng shui. I don't dare to bother with small things, but this is a big deal in the village. Arrangements." So, once again, he gave something to the Taoist master, and the village man, seeing that the Taoist master had something to spare, and thinking of the village chief's explanation, tried to inquire, "When will the Taoist master come out of the gate?" The map of the docking fort has already been drawn out, and the village chief hopes that you can help look at the feng shui to see where changes need to be made. The Qingdao chief, who was pondering how to get a word in edgewise, was very happy to hear this in his heart. Just in time, however, in order to stabilize his persona, he didn't go over there directly after agreeing to do so, but instead ended up asking the village to send the drawings over. After looking at the drawings, he walked along the village again, and purposely went to the house in the village where the storyteller was, observing from the outside, listening to the villagers' comments along the way, and confirming that the 9-letter words in the talking book were indeed made by the scholar. Other than that, there was nothing else unusual in the village. It was only then that he came slowly to the village chief's house. At this time, the few principals of the village who had gotten the news had long been waiting at the door. When Fu also joined the others in giving this Taoist master face, Chief Qingdao maintained that stance of transcendent indifference, his eyes lightly sweeping over several people, pausing briefly on Wenji before he said, "The drawings have a couple of layout orientations that need to be changed." Wenji answered, "I have prepared a pen and ink." The Taoist priest refused. No need. With a flip of his hand, he fumbled out of nowhere for a pen that didn't fit the current aesthetic, a thin strip of ink wrapped in cardboard. The texture is just the right amount of softness and hardness to write clearly and lubricate, and look solid and wear-resistant. Wen Ji's gaze was fixed on the pen, lingering for a moment, his tone astonished. This object is? Leader Qingdao's expression was proud, but it's just something that was occasionally obtained from alchemy. Wen Fu observed the expression of Chief Qingdao, not sparing any subtle changes. Possibly, it's still true that this Taoist priest figured it out on his own, he sincerely exclaimed. The Taoist master does have extraordinary abilities. Even pencils can be refined. Wizards! The idea of prying people out became stronger. Qingdao alone listened to the praise of Wen Ji. Do not feel happy, but rather all over the body uncomfortable. Always feel that this dog scholar inside hiding treachery. No longer going to look over there. He just said to the village head several people, walking the rivers and lakes, to explore the Great Road. Some things have to talk about a practical. He won't say anything. The big families don't like this stuff. Take a pen and change a few more strokes on the drawing and call it a day. Noticing that Wen Ji was still staring at the pen in his hand, Qingdao First Leader's tone rose slightly. This charcoal pencil, although it looks crude and rustic, cannot be used by anyone. Ordinary Confucians cannot manage. Winnie reaches out. Can. Qingdao First Leader did not care, raised his hand to let someone take it over, secretly have the mind to watch the joke. Receiving the charcoal pencil, Wen Fu in front of the crowd, holding the pen in the posture of holding a brush. Try 2 times. Seems to feel wrong. The fingertips one by one to adjust, and then hold the charcoal pencil in the right posture. Slowly write on the paper. The process of changing his grip on the pen. The smile of contempt that was originally hidden on the Taoist master's face, gradually disappeared. Waiting for Winfrey to write with a good hand. Taoist. Wen Fu smiled modestly. Sure Yin, can write without choosing a pen. Look at us. We write well. We can use any pen. Leader Qingdao stabilized his emotions and waited to return to the house where he was refining pills. Dog scholar. Previously the dog scribe's depressions were deposited, confined to his sickbed, and posed no threat. Now, it's even more offensive than before. Thinking about the events leading up to and after this, his mind turned over and his eyes clouded over. After 2 more days, Wen Ji slipped to the village chief's place, originally wanting to hear about their next big move, but as soon as he entered the house today, he saw the village chief holding a list with a sad face. Seeing Wen Ji, the village chief didn't avoid it. It doesn't seem to be a village secret. When she slowly stepped over and asked with concern, "What is the village chief embarrassed about?" The village chief pulled out a smile, just wondering how to get all these things together that the Taoist master needs. The Taoist priest would make a list of supplies needed for the village, and each time, they would hand them out in batches and they would prepare them in batches. Otherwise it would be difficult to gather so many things at one time. Only this time, the burden is really big. Even though the village has a lot of savings, it is still stressful to see these categories listed on paper. Just as some treasonous thoughts rose in his mind, they were suppressed by timidity and reverence for the Taoist master. The village chief's expression looked torn. Winnie was curious to see it. The village chief hesitated slightly, but handed it to Wen Ji. It's no secret that every time the village prepares to offer supplies to the Taoist priest, many people know that in addition to the treasury picking, they may also need to go to each house to exchange some. Wen Ji looked at the various supplies listed on the paper and raised an eyebrow. So much glutinous rice is needed for alchemy? The village headman rightfully said. The Taoist priest said that glutinous rice is strong in yang energy and can restrain yin and evil and get rid of filth. Legends of gods and ghosts, as well as some local customs, do have similar sayings within them. Wen Fu said, "You used to grow glutinous rice in the ground. Why didn't you see that the ground could drive away the evil spirits? There is a demand for brewing wine and making pastries in the city. So many villagers have grown glutinous rice. It's not just this village, it's all the other villages around. So many villages are extinct." However, Winnie did not debate the village headman on the matter. Because of the special aura of glutinous rice, which has been endowed with special powers by countless legends of the Qi, religious culture and local customs, it is highly treasured by every household, with limited stocks and not easily distributed. The only one who would make them take it out voluntarily and willingly was this Taoist priest. And every time you contribute the sticky rice, your eyes are reverent. Warming up can be understood. It was the same when the world was at peace. How many people were so poor that they couldn't even eat at home and had to go to the temple to add incense and oil? Something goes wrong and you have to blame yourself for adding too little money to the merit box. Only, since that Qingdao chief joined the village, he has been grasping a degree, which will not make the villagers resist, and he himself can get real benefits. Nowadays, this comes across as impatience, greed, or, Winnie gave a start, flipping through the list to look again at the various entries listed within. A jump between his eyebrows. Dog is going to run away? Wenji looked at the village chief. Has this Qingdao chief ever indicated that he wants to leave? The village chief nodded. His voice lowered. Yes, at the beginning of the year when the Taoist master came, he said that he had damaged his mana and was resting his feet in our village, and that when his mana recovered a bit, he would still go after the great Tao. Wen Fu thought to himself, when will the mana be restored? It's still not up to him? And the pursuit of the way. What way is he going after? The way of the great fool? The village chief continued. That's why we had to ask the Taoist master to refine more medicine to ward off evil spirits for the village before he left. If it weren't for the fact that the Taoist master had left more pills to ward off evil spirits, they wouldn't have tried to gather all kinds of herbal supplies to offer to the past. Everything in the coffers is offered to the Taoist side first. This is also for the villagers themselves. Wenji listened to the village chief's words and then looked at the list in his hands. Dog trying to make an early run for it? Have you never thought to ask the Taoist priest to stay? He asked. The village chief was helpless. Chief Qingdao said that he was pursuing the great Tao. How can we, mortals, get in the way? We will be punished by heaven. Wenji showed concern. If the Taoist master leaves and runs out of the pills he left behind, what should we do? The village chief was also sad and his eyes flicked several times to Wenji's side. Wenji thoughtfully picked up, how about, I go to the Taoist master to persuade him? Even if I can't stop this immortal from pursuing the great Tao, I'll try to help the village get some things to ward off evil and leave them behind for defense. The village headman immediately smiled. The deep wrinkles on his face stretched. Looking at Wenji's gaze incomparably affable, said gratefully, you readers know a lot, and have always talked about what to convince people. Wen Fu humbly said, convince people with reason, convince people with virtue. Chapter 8, Team Up No. Wen Fu went to see the Taoist priest, intending to take his cousin with him. The village chief was worried that this one would anger the Taoist priest. Wen Fu said, cousin's heart source is pure, the Taoist master won't be angry. The village chief also knew what kind of situation this one was in, and after a moment's hesitation, he agreed. So, when the villagers were delivering supplies to the Taoist master, Wen Fu ceremoniously asked for his help in delivering an invitation to pay his respects, before he took his cousin there. Qingdao's headmaster had pulled a full alert in his heart when he got the other party's pretentious written obeisance, and specially packed an empty room to use for talking to Wenji. He didn't dare to let Wenji see what he had made from his alchemy. Who knew what else the dog scholar would fix up after looking at it? This set of small farmhouse that Chief Qingdao lived in, although it was just a few thatched cottages and a fenced-in yard, it was already luxury class in the village. The room he had chosen was not large, but the secrecy was okay and the chatter could not easily be overheard from outside. Wenji didn't look around when he came in, but he could see as far as his eyes could see in a small place. Usually this Taoist priest closed inside the Dan room busy. The surrounding villagers can smell the smell of herbs. Only thought that the Taoist priest in the inside of the refining medicine. The actual does not know this actually busy in the work of what? Without anyone else. Chief Qingdao really didn't want to waste time talking about the great Tao with the dog scholar. What's there to talk about? With his vision from traveling to Jianghu for many years, this dog scholar definitely didn't want to talk about this either. A downcast gaze scraped that way. It is because this dog scholar is too able to make things happen. He had to plan ahead. While his influence on the villagers is still there, not divided by this dog scholar, but also coincided with the outside day has turned cold. More to fish, some things to run away, so as to avoid changes. Wenji didn't care about the cold reception, and didn't want to stand here dry, so he found a stool and sat down. He smiled elegantly and went straight to the point. When I was traveling, I had heard that some people who needed to go on long journeys used glutinous rice, dates, and sesame seeds to make non-hunger pills for traveling. I hadn't heard of it when I was traveling in the original body, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It was Winfrey himself who had seen the account in books. It just works, as expected, being pointed out by Wenji that the substances listed on the list had other intentions. A few more points of gloom were added to the face of Qingdao's chief. At the same time, Chief Qingdao wondered. He certainly knows that Confucian students travel to study. Outside of the academy, the scholars would also go on trips to seek out famous teachers, learn about people's livelihoods and politics, and broaden their horizons. But you bookworm, Qingdao chief wants to ask, what kind of study did you swim in? Why do you know so much parochial knowledge? Who's a serious scholar who travels like this? The stern light in the drooping eyes of the Qingdao chief flashed through, even wanting to strike immediately. How many people who can survive in this world are indecisive? Only, glancing at his warm-hearted cousin, who was standing guard beside him, and thinking that the village might be watching the place nowadays, he pressed on. Otherwise, he could have just knocked Wen Fu out, then packed his bag and ran. Bother, how can this dog scribe be so screwed up? Watching Chief Qingdao's color change, Wenji did not keep grasping onto this matter. Smiling, his voice softened. The Taoist master has profound magical power, so he must have had a lot of experience? Although he had been exposed to a little bit of thinking, Chief Qingdao still maintained his arrogant stance, trying to save some dignity. The poor Taoist has traveled the world for 10 years to cultivate his body and mind. The sages said, aspire to the way, according to virtue, follow benevolence, and travel in the arts. One Jeet Sked. His words were meaningful. I can hear that this traveling art of the Taoist master must be very wonderful. Qingdao Road Chief as did not hear, continued, after learning the art is not good, and went to the mountains to practice hard. When Ji nodded his head in understanding, went for further studies. It is assumed that they encountered a hard case when they were fooling around and found a remote mountain to run away and hide for 2 years. Qingdao Dechan paused and took a deep breath. 10 years of traveling in the clouds, 2 years of bitter cultivation, 1 day down the mountain. He just didn't want to go over there and scrape the poor bastard stuff. He's an ambitious man, never only stared at the big players. Nah, times are tough. He was in an irritable mood, not only because of the warmth of the bar here, but also because he was full of ambition that could not be realized. In today's world, it's the time for people like him to make their mark, yet he could only harbor in this small mountain village, fantasizing about his peers circling the major powers to gain fame and fortune. And every day was a torment. The depression that filled Chief Qingdao's heart was on the verge of overflowing. When Fu observed the Taoist priest, Buddhism flourished in this dynasty, but there were several emperors who practiced Taoism. If the person is of high moral standing, he may receive a title of wealth and fame, but if the person is of bad character, it is another very different treatment. There are some Taoist priests who are people who have the great Tao in their hearts, and there are some Taoist priests who are deceitful and cajoling and of questionable character. This Qingdao chief in front of him did not look like the former by any stretch of the imagination, but it's clear that this one doesn't position herself as the latter either. Elder Qingdao continued to redeem himself. The poor Taoist has high aspirations that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Just a small broken village, poor to what nothing, robes broken several times, no new change, sewing and mending in half a year. Why ever straitjacket to this? Those precious materials in hand, to the village in exchange for more favorable treatment, could only be filled in here. It's like trading gold for a mouthful of food, and every time you do the spell your heart aches. The materials he had brought with him were almost used up, and if he continued like this, he wouldn't be able to make any more spells. The villagers offered him because he was useful enough. The villagers who could survive until now in the chaotic world were not ordinary villagers, without actual benefits. When the time came, his status in the village was lowered, and the days were even more difficult. In fact, even if there was no warmth, the current mental state of Chief Qingdao was already close to enduring to the limit, or else he wouldn't have decided to run away early because of the slightest perturbation. I've been protecting the village for so long. What's wrong with scavenging before I leave? You're a nosy scholar. When Fu analyzed the message hidden in the words and demeanor of Qingdao's chief, he asked, I heard that the Taoist master is also departing in the fall and winter. Have you thought about where to go? Forgive me for asking, but my brothers and I will be traveling north to join our relatives soon, and I would like to ask for peace of mind. Has the Taoist master ever told his fortune as to where he can avoid calamities? When it comes to the professional aspect, Qingdao's first leader calmed down. North is auspicious. When Fu pondered in his mind, saying only the north was too vague, which meant that the Taoist priest probably didn't have a clear goal either. This master of the way, with his holistic thinking, knew to head north to avoid disaster, but the level is not high enough. It is a well-known fact that the masters of the way have a wide range of contacts, from the lowliest of the shrewd and idle, to the highest of the royal relatives. All of them can get on the line. If they were really at that level, they wouldn't be without a clear destination now. Perhaps, there is no knowledge of the entire Northland. It was true that Chief Qingdao did not know much about the Northlands, and in the past, his activities were mostly in the south, and when the world was in chaos and access to information was difficult, he knew even less about it. But he believed in his ability to find out more if he went out and met a living person. The Northland is now a few families sitting on the big, and the Southland has a powerful family moved north. This year's fall and winter season is the North and South people are active. There is always news leaks out. Leader Qingdao was wondering how to cope with the situation here in Wenfu and rolled up the village stuff and ran away. He heard Wen Ji say, my brothers are about to go north to look for their relatives. This trip is difficult. Just need Taoist masters such as proficient in warding off evil spirits to help. If the Taoist masters do not have important matters for the time being, why not go with them? The road can also discuss the axioms of the great Tao. Dogs, are you in a group? Leader Qingdao said in his heart, who the hell wants to explore with you? But when Fu's words had similarly moved his heart, the relative you're going north to join, I'm told, is a Northland military officer? When the two Wen brothers first came to the village, they had revealed this information to the village chief. I'm not hiding it from the Taoist master. Indeed, my aunt's family background, although the family situation is falling, but in recent years and some rising trend. Nowadays, the world is in chaos. I do not know how the situation in the north. If it is safe, my brother and I go north. At least there is a place to land. Wen Fu said. Leader Qingdao listened to this. If that relative of Wen Ji is just a small local official, or not even an official, without any real power, it is impossible for Wen Ji to run all the way over to Defect. Although this dog scholar's physique is weak, but his mind is tough and sinister. Surely he has weighed the pros and cons, and his attitude is so determined to go north to join his relatives. Maybe this so-called mediocre military officer in the north is actually quite powerful? Even if he wasn't a nobleman. If his relatives in Wenfu were well mixed, he went there to enjoy the offerings. If that relative didn't do well, he'd use it as a springboard to make a name for himself and then seek out someone with more power. In the blink of an eye his mind spun, and Chief Qingdao had already judged the pros and cons, making a decision in his heart. He looked at Wen Ji again at this time. Since the Taoist head had entered the village, his gaze had never been so clear and sincere. So be it, you civilized weakling. Leader Qingdao looked to the side again, at the bewildered cousin Wenfu, and with only this simple-minded brother by my side, I will escort you on your journey. When she smiled and gave a bow, then thank you, Taoist. After observing and testing these days in succession, Wenfu knew a little about this Taoist priest. A lull, indeed, but not an absolute villain in a chaotic world, fishing for favors while leaving room for maneuver, and again, very talented indeed. When she thought about settling down in the Northlands in the future, and with this Taoist master by his side, he would be able to get more things done. Then let's talk about the arrangements for the village before we leave the village. When Ji naturally unfolded the list of supplies in his hand. Taoist priest, are you behind on this list? How about changing it slightly? Leader Aoichi? And so on. Is the topic jumping around too fast? I thought we were talking about teaming up. You just made a decision and now you're calling me? Dog scholar. Leader Qingdao didn't answer. When Ji said, Taoist master, we need to seek longer-term development. The road is treacherous and the world is ever-changing. So let's leave ourselves more of a way out. Leader Qingdao's eyes flickered slightly. That previous list really put a lot of pressure on the village in order to run ahead. When Ji is now mentioning this, does it mean that the village has actually borne dissent? That's right. 2. Leave a way out. If his journey to the north is blocked, he will return to his village to be his immortal leader. However, the list that is given out, he is not going to modify it. He is going to continue to maintain the high character and give the village what it wants, but will do something to make up for it. Alright, I've got it in mind, he said, sort of in response to a request. The primary purpose of this trip to explore the avenue has been reached, and Wen Fu will not stay any longer, giving this person more time to consider the next arrangements. Waiting for Wen Ji to leave, Leader Qingdao entered his own Dan room. The heart is not as anxious as it was before, and although he did not say it explicitly between him and Wen Ji, he also counted on a mutually beneficial consensus. Going north with a goal, finding the petal. Happy and at the same time a little bit of the illusion of the great injustice? It should just be an illusion. Chapter 9. Burning of land. The village chief waited with bated breath for Wen Ji to come back, and was relieved to hear Wen Ji say that the chief had other plans and would not let them suffer. Half-assly skeptical, they were currently still in awe of the Qingdao chief. It was just that so many people in the village needed to live, and he had to think more about the village. Wen Xiao had helped them probe the Taoist master, and they were willing to talk to Wen Xiao more about their next plans. Now that the time has come, they can't stay cooped up in the village. They need to go out and search the town for the building materials and supplies they need to prepare for the next fort building. As for which day to act, it still depends on the weather. If the weather is favorable, it is necessary to clear the wild obstacles, and to sift them first roughly along the route from the village to the town. The method is also simple: burn the land. The village people have lived off the land for generations and are no strangers to burning. There are different experiences of coping with spring burning and fall burning. Now, they do the prep work first. Copper money, which is not as valuable as it once was, is also bartered inside the village, or helped out with something to trade for it. It was just that there was more work to come and more people to move, and it was too complicated to keep good statistics. Several of the principals were at a loss for a moment as to how to organize it. When Ji proposed, then how about keeping labor points, pay points according to the amount of labor and the time spent on the job, and distribute the village's earnings according to the points. Now that the supplies are under the collective management of the village, and the few people in charge are not confused, we can try this approach for the time being. Winnie made a suggestion to keep score by merit and draw orthographic counts. Too many numbers and symbols may not fit here, and drawing orthographic characters is more relevant to the people. It is just necessary for the village to identify a fair and literate person to fill the position. Several of the principals felt that it was feasible. It was equivalent to replacing the old copper coins with another kind of practical money. How much they could earn depended on how much work they did. It's only when it comes to the candidates that it's controversial. Keeping track of work credits is the equivalent of being in charge of everyone's money, like a tavern bookkeeper. Then this bookkeeper must be carefully selected. Our money are under his control. If he favoritism or greedy everyone's money, either way, your own money can't be under-recorded. Don't look at the village now, there are not many kinds of supplies. Things can be quite a lot. The more this kind of time, the more it is necessary to have clear accounts. Otherwise the dispute, that is to see blood. For a while, the house buzzed with activity. When it comes to matters of money, everyone's chaotic thinking clears up immediately, and they all have their own minds and preferred candidates, just responsible for bookkeeping, not to transcribe the books. There is no such high academic requirements. Who still do not know how to draw the word correct? Who doesn't know how to draw the word zhang? Even if you don't know how, it's not difficult to go back and learn it. After Wenji made his suggestion, he held the herbal tea and sat there quietly watching, listening to a few principals mention candidates and matching them with people they know. This is also a way to get to know the villagers. The number of candidates is quite large, which means that there are many people in the village who have a little talent. So why do you stay at home all the time? You should come out and do something. After a few principals argued, there was the optimal candidate, the former county tavern bookkeeper, now village bookkeeper and storyteller Zhang Erpu, nephew of Zhang Xin. Xiao Zhang is 15 or 16 years old. The village people say that he read stupid, stereotypical and pedantic, do not know how to change. If placed in the past, we can still say that this is bookish. Now the world has changed, so the style of the child, if there is no his uncle Zhang Erpilcare, cannot live now. Zhang Xin is a little better than his peers in arithmetic, and he used to live in the county, and came to the village for refuge, and couldn't talk to the village people. With the decision made, they called both Zhang Erpo and Zhang Xin. The Zhang family had been away from the village for many years and had come back for refuge, and had been acting cautiously, and was suddenly called by several principals, puzzled and worried. Wait to find out the details. Surprise, of course. Just a work credit. No need to carry anything, and no need to go up against those monsters. What a free job. Zhang Erju thought. His nephew's nature is straight, easy to offend. Said, how about I take this job in the first period? He followed the side of the first to learn. The few principals present looked at the more astute Zhang Erpu, then all of them looked at Zhang Xin, who stood next to him, straining a dull face. In other matters, of course, everyone would think that the experienced Zhang Erpu was more reliable, but in this matter, everyone was all in favor of this straight and dull nephew. Just be stubborn, just be rigid, just be straight. What should be is what should be, not a single point of error. Zhang Erpu, okay, at least this job is also the nephew of the family to get. As long as this job is done, their family in the village also stand, compared to this job that was coveted by many. Zhang Xion's attention was more on Wenji, who was on the side. Wenji put down his teacup and got up, starting with a set of etiquette between readers. Zhang Xion was so excited that he burst into tears, and returned to the time when he was studying in the schoolhouse. Looking back, it was full of frustration again. The village people do not pay attention to these pedantic rituals. Over time, he almost forgot his identity as a scholar. The mayor talked to him about the scoring process and asked him, do you have any questions or comments about this? Zhang Xin, who was just brought back to the scholarly spirit by Wenji, was so excited that his face turned red, sweeping away the previous disillusionment, and generating 10,000 lofty feelings in his chest. No comment. I read the holy books and I deserve to serve the people. The spirited little Jean accountant's face was glowing as he went out and left. Finalized the score. The few people in the room continued to confer, occasionally asking for Wenji's opinion. This scholar was indeed capable of solving difficult problems. Talking about building masonry and stone, Winnie asked them, is the village considering building an earthen brick kiln? The mayor had really thought about it before, but shook his head. It's not cost effective. Burning their own bricks and making clay embryos requires contact with water and mud, and as the evil plague poisonous insects are more active in water, the villagers don't dare to go near those wet mud puddles and puddles, let alone digging up mud to make bricks. Firewood must also be saved, but it can't be consumed. In comparison, why not just go to town and break down some bricks and haul them back? Winnie nodded in agreement. The village is still too small, even with the technology, but the villagers have no experience in building earth brick kilns, have to feel their way. Time-consuming and labor-intensive to do out of the things and not necessarily good. There is also the risk of evil spirits. The numbers were already low, so it really wouldn't be necessary to deplete the population on this. By contrast, they had enough to go to town and haul a few loads of masonry back when the temperature dropped. When G asked again, have you ever thought of moving to the town? The houses in town are better. The town, as a commercial settlement under the county, trades frequently, both with the county seat and with the various neighboring villages. Some rich families in the town have built houses with green bricks, much better than the thatched earth huts in the village. At first, Some people did want to move to the town, but then the Taoist priest said that there was a lot of evil there, so they all gave up the idea. The mayor smiled and said, "When our village builds a docking fort, it will definitely be safer than the town." Another reason for not going to town is that they are familiar with the area around the village, so if there is an emergency, they will know where to hide and where to go. The topography of the town is not conducive to defense, and there are roads on all sides of the town to make it easier for villages to get to the town. However, unlike the county town, there is no wall, and it is not safe to live there. Wen Fu listened carefully to the thoughts of the natives and saw how they acted, which would help him to better integrate into the world. When things were deliberated, Wen Ji walked out of the village head's house, just as Lu Hunter also came out. So Wen Ji called Lu Hunter and asked about the situation in the town. Hunter Lu knew more about the town closest to the village, and had previously gone there to search for rice and grain and other living supplies. In fact, most of the grain that the village is hoarding right now was scavenged by going to other nearby villages. Hunter Lu said, after the chaos outside, it was only when Taoist master first came that we accompanied him into the town. He tells Winnie that there are a lot of people in the town who have been possessed by evil spirits, which makes it even more dangerous, and that he must be fully prepared. As he spoke, Wen Fu looked up to see the kestrel flying above him. Is that the falcon you tamed, Lu Hunter? Yes. Hunter Lu was quite proud of this. It was one of the hunting skills that had been passed down in his family for generations. Some people train hounds, while their family trains falcons. Flying in the air, the kestrel can tell if there is prey around, if there is danger or unknown. Hunter Lu had trained birds of prey for the sons of large families in the town and county, and knew a little bit about what was going on. Big families also have domesticated flying slaves to carry messages, also known as flying pigeons. So when he trained his own falcons, he told them not to catch flying pigeons. Lu Hunter said, they usually do not go to catch pigeons, unless they did not hold back. When the world first started to be in chaos, probably because of the critical state of affairs and the frequent transmission of news from all sides, pigeons could be seen flying through the air in all directions every day. Lu Hunter's falcon, for a moment, could not hold back and caught a few. Therein lies the flying slave that the nobles use for messaging, and it was from that he got the information that there was going to be chaos, as well as an evil epidemic coming. After this matter secretly informed the village head immediately let the county medicine store as an apprentice grandson Do Miao back. Lu Hunter brought two village Han together to pick up the people, and by the way in the county and the town to buy some of the mountain did not have the medicinal herbs. Wen Ji listened to Lu Hunter's narration and was somewhat moved, but that's old Lu's heart and soul. What else? Take the falcon? He said, it's nice to be able to warn and send messages. Are there any more birds of prey like that? I'd like to take one north. Hunter Lu said bluntly, even if there is one, it needs to be tamed by a specialized person. You can't control it. Wen Hui asked him, there's no other way? Lu Hunter's eyes flickered and he didn't say it right away, but he definitely had a bit of an idea. The village watched the weather and the wind every day and finally waited for the time to burn the land. On this day, all the people in the village came out of their doors, do great things with ceremony. First, ask the Taoist priest to open the altar in practice, and then the villagers were mobilized to boost their morale. The villagers, under the influence of the talking book, did walk out of the door less flustered and confused than before. Each family was again divided into tasks with a clear purpose. Winnie looked ahead at the field invaded by weeds. The grass that grows wildly in the spring and summer seasons becomes sluggish, and the poisonous insects, rats and ants in the wild, gradually collect themselves. As far as the eye can see, large swaths of plants become yellow. Chief Qingdao, who had just finished his rituals, saw Wen Ji staring ahead and looked over. There was no abnormality. What the hell is this scholar up to again? The Taoist priest asked. Thinking about what? Wen Ji said, when I traveled to school, I heard that there seems to be some kind of lightweight skill that can fly directly over these weeds. Chief Aoki, little Lu Hunter, who was eavesdropping next to him, there's this kind of gong method? How to fly? Wen Fu said, treading on leaves, or stepping on the left foot and the right foot to the sky. Can you fly over? Little Lu Hunter's eyes glowed. There is such a divine power in the world? Chief Aoki, what exactly are you learning when you're traveling as a dog scholar? More bull than I can? Chapter 10, Leaving the Village. Burning is not about picking a random place to start a fire. They were just trying to clean up the wild obstacles and drive out the evil spirits, not burn their own homes down. The most experienced old farmers in the village deliberated seriously, and only after making further preparations did they rigorously select a number of fire burning points. The smoke from burning dead wood and weeds also has a repelling effect on those evil things. The Taoist priest had said that evil creatures were afraid of fire, as wild beasts are, and that a large amount of smoke would cause them to develop a fear of flames and avoid them. Therefore, the villagers burned a large area of wasteland in front of them to drive away all the wild beasts and evil things hiding in the wild grasses. and also to burn those wild grass branches that interfered with their sight and affected their walking. Some villagers were full of regret. In the past, dead grass and branches were useful, either cut back for use in the stove to start a fire or to weave something. What a great firewood! More than one person thought so. The mayor craned his head to look over. You want it? Then you'll cut it? No, no, no. The villagers who had just sighed shook their heads vigorously. If you're close to the village, you can pick up some, but if you're far away, who dares to go there? If you're accidentally possessed, you won't even have the face to meet your ancestors. Not far away, Wen Fu looked out at the flakes burning in the field. This time, Qingdao Road Chief didn't have the mouth to ask, in case it was another outrageous rumor that this dog scholar had heard during his travels. He didn't even know how to take it. Wen Fu didn't think of anything else, but just remembered old memories, the original memories of the body. The original body took his cousin to go out to study, and returned immediately when the world was in chaos. But when he returned to his hometown, Xi'an City, the city had already been destroyed. Through the traces left behind in the city, combined with the information described by the survivors, Wen Fu pieced together the truth. The magistrate of the city received the news privately, and at the same time realized that many people inside the city had been stricken with evil. A few households closest to the water source had been possessed by evil spirits, and hearing that fire could drive away evil spirits, or feeling that he was on his way out to do something for the townspeople, or preventing a rear threat when he fled. In short, he had people set fire to those households before he escaped in the night. Those who did the work felt that they had to better carry out the orders of their masters, and poured out a lot more kerosene to make sure that none of those families could escape, and didn't even think about the hidden dangers, or maybe they didn't have time to think about them at that time, and didn't put them in their minds anymore. However, it was dry, and most of the houses in the city were of brick and wood construction, and it just so happened that the wind was strong that night. At that time, the same grass is yellow, the climate is dry at the time, many days without rain. The fire point next to the many stores directly burned up. The fire quickly covered the street where the houses were located and spread with the help of the wind. The Winchester's mansion was too close to several of the locations where the fires were ignited, and it didn't take long for it to be surrounded by fire. Even if there is no fire, has not burned over, but the smoke has been around. Coupled with this night in the city one after another people evil, the fire and smoke even more provoked their frenzy. Ferocious, running around, crazy attack people. The magistrates have long since fled. No one to control the chaos in the city. The night is dim. Many fires have been started. The gates are closed, and evil things are hurting people. If you hide in your house, you will be burned. If you run out, you will be killed. The night vision environment is poor. The city gates are closed, and when it is hard to open the gates, the carriages and horses are congested with crowds of people. In the end, only a few of the city's occupants managed to escape. When family in fact in advance of the notice, there are packing things planned to leave. Ultimately a slow step. Remain in the city of the Wen family up and down more than 10 people. None survived. In the past, I only felt that the magistrate in the city was mediocre, relying on family patronage to have such an official position. On weekdays this magistrate also does not care about things. The big families in the city have their own relations and connections, and really did not put him more in the heart. However, no one expected that this idiot could deliver such a fatal blow. If the court was solid, maybe the magistrate's family could still keep things down, shaking off the epidemic infesting the citizens of the city and having to do what they had to do. Anyway, it's far enough away that as long as it's done thoroughly enough, swept up quickly enough, and operated properly, the people at the top won't think too much of it. However, the chaos is real. Even the magistrate, who escaped, did not escape as he wished. He was infected with an epidemic virus and was possessed. The two Winchesters had encountered it and personally decapitated it, but the city destroyed home broken, heart and soul. After collecting the remains of loved ones, Warmold found the secret box left by his father, took the token and took his cousin to the north to join relatives. Organize the information in your memory and warm up to adjust your emotions. At the same time there are some feelings. In such a world, it must be difficult to escape and survive, but the candidate of the companion is either obedient or smart enough, and must not be the kind of self-righteous fool, which can really bring about regimentation. Lift your eyes and look into the distance. Lu Hunter with 10 or so skilled villagers, in the designated fire point, in accordance with the order of ignition. As the flames spread and the smoke dispersed, the evil creature hidden in the thick grass moved. With a beastly roar, a humanoid figure leapt up from the alcove. Tattered clothing hung from his body, exposing large swaths of skin filled with purple-brown patches. This is a man who has been possessed for a long time. The longer the evil lasts, the deeper the body is alienated. Strength and speed will also be enhanced. You can recognize them by the markings on their bodies, the degree of alienation of their skin and muscles, and so on. Lu Hunter calmly struck his bow and shot an arrow. sticking it on the target. When she could see clearly that the evil creature had been hit by an arrow in its abdomen, and merely paused for a moment, as if it had been aroused to ferocity, turning around and about to pounce towards Lu Hunter's side, the second arrow had arrived and was aimed at the target through the throat. Even so, the evil thing did not immediately fall, but merely stumbled forward. Yet the flames of burning dead grass on the field had rolled there. The beast's shrill hissing like that rang out over the moor, and in no time at all disappeared again. Without a second glance, the crowd was busy continuing to light the fire at the front burner. Wen Fu was very covetous of Hunter Lu's archery skills. However, archery was something that could not be practiced in a day or two. In addition to eyesight and talent, physical fitness is not enough to make a bow. Farther away, flailing figures fled as they felt the smoke of the flames. It's out of my hands over there. Near the village, flames burned through, leaving a scorched earth. A scene that nevertheless gave the villagers a sense of security. The Taoist priest said that those places in the field where evil things have been active have to be burned by fire to drive away the evil spirits. Lu Hunter led the men in front to light a fire and scout the way. The people in the rear also acted quickly. Cover your mouth and nose with a breathable cloth, and cover your head well, so as not to be stained with dirt and inconvenient to clean. Without a hat, wrap it in a clean cloth towel. When she followed their example of wrapping his hair, and thought to himself that he would have to look for a hat this time when he entered the town. The village carpenter had men roll out repaired plank wagons and brought out all sorts of oddly shaped farm tools turned weapons. The villagers are more than experienced in hunting wild animals and setting traps and snares. Bows and arrows are also available, not as good as they could be. Wen Ji also saw long forks, which used to be used by villagers to spear fish and beasts, but are now more often used to resist evil spirits. There are also larger long forks with the center fork spines removed, leaving only one on each side. Wen Fu knew how to use it at first glance, and it was a bit like the riot fork in his original world. It's just that these are mostly wood in the village and are replaced on a regular basis. No wonder there's been movement in the carpenter's house. Got to make more spares and keep busy. At first, the villagers in the back only moved around the village, pick up what is left in the ground and can be used back for use, such as the trees that didn't burn out, and haul them back for firewood stockpiling. Firewood is also in great demand. They plan to go into the mountains in the winter and cut firewood to stock up. For now, haul back more as they can collect it along the way. And rocks. Those who had no bows and arrows or were not good archers. Stones were also their weapons. Villagers may not be other, but throwing stones accuracy or have, since childhood, to play the game. In the past, when the piece encountered wildlife, good luck can also smash a few to pick up home to make up for some oil and water. The stones can also be used in the next fort building project. Along with the burning, the flames would also burn the stones in the ground once again. The fire could drive away the evil spirits, and the villagers could pick up the burned stones back with peace of mind. Other villagers loaded up some flame-scorched grass, ash and soil to take back to plant something in their small yards. Leader Qingdao said that evil spirits are full of tricks and need to be on guard at all times. Plant some vegetables in your own small yard. Transplant 1 or 2 fruit trees. Do not have to worry about being attacked by evil spirits. Find some care, usually in the diet and life attention, but also no harm. For generations, my ancestors have relied on the fields for survival, and since I cannot go out of the village to farm, I have to grow something in my own home for peace of mind. Wen Ji put on his gloves and took a long bamboo clip, and helped to pick up the ones he saw that could be used. This long bamboo clip is a village copy. The rich man's family had fire pokers, made of copper and iron, to hold the wood in the fire. The village has limited conditions and can only imitate similar ones with bamboo and wood, with a wide view of the surrounding area and surrounded by villagers. You don't have to worry too much about your safety. Cousin had a firewood knife at his waist and a spear in his hand, protecting Wen Fu's side. Wen Fu searched the scorched fields while listening to these young and old people in the village. You can't grow crops in this land outside the village either. How about planting herbs that smell? Do meow. Do you think it's okay? It can. When the spring flowers bloom next year, mosquitoes breed and evil spirits rise again. It can also serve to repel them, but the effect may be limited. Hey, it works. They agreed that the village also knew how to grow mugwort and other medicinal plants, and that they could plant them close to the village first, just in case. Go find some more with spikes and transplant them outside the village. Valuable herbs will be planted within the village, and expensive things will have to be left at home. Hey village head, what's that planting map of yours? Did you leave any medicinal fields? Transplanted outside the village. Slow growth is not good. How about planting bamboo? It grows fast. You don't have to take care of it, and in time it grows into a wall to protect the village. As for whose land they were planted on, those were no longer a concern. The priority now was to save the lives of the whole village. After spending half a day near the village, he waited for a falcon in the air to fly back and also bring back news that things were going well up ahead. The back of the line is only officially on its way. Villagers rolled out their wooden crates for loading and unloading goods. there are still nearly 20 people who can go out, regardless of gender. As long as they can work, they are all arranged. The body is too weak. Mobility, cannot follow out, in case of a sudden encounter with something, cannot even run away. Those who are too reckless in nature should not be followed. These people will stay in the village and will have to organize things when they arrive. The village chief and several village elders stayed behind. The Taoist master had already performed the spell, and had just burned the land, so it was definitely safer than usual. Things don't need to be done much. If that one or two monsters do come close, those who stay behind will have no problem simply drawing their bows and shooting arrows and making a sword or gun. It's not as if the half-grown children in the village can't do anything, and the older people have been through the ringer. If you really can't fix it, delay it a bit, and then the guy who pulls it will come back and be able to help out. Winfrey is also going to follow the group into town. Originally, the village chief wanted to persuade, but considering that the two Wen brothers would also be leaving the village soon, this time, they could also adapt to the town first. Now when Ji has completely dispersed the aura of illness, look much more energetic, just with everyone, is still the most special one. It's not that the body is thin and weak, it's that the temperament looks very different, and the contrast is even weaker. Chief Qingdao originally did not want to enter the town, but after looking at Wen Ji, he decided to follow. In case something happened to this dog scholar, he would have to find another person to go north. To enter the town, Wenfu took more than just a bamboo clip in his hand, and also looked for a woodchopper to take with him. King Daichi long glanced, heart snorted, pretense, you make move? Don't put yourself on the knife. When Ji walked in the middle of the group, looking around at the scene, remnants of skeletons, human and other animals, can be seen in the burned fields. There was a skeleton that looked like a cow, and the villagers were heartbroken. That's an ox that can plow. As for the evil creatures that were burned, some were only skeletons, some existed for a short while and had arrows stuck in them, so they should have been hunted by the people from the team in front of Lu Hunter and the others. Don't bother with any of these. The natural world will soon wipe them out. The view was clearer after the weeds burned off. Birds of prey and beasts of prey move about, carrying the seeds of grasses and trees everywhere. Without people, these plants invade every inch of the land. Dirt graves that no one came to visit, no one to clean them up, and newborn trees growing bigger and bigger, their roots digging deep through each grave bag, their trunks stabbing into the sky. The closer they got to the town, the more silent the group became. It wasn't so much the sights around them that gave rise to emotion, but rather nervousness and panic. However, they calmed down a bit when they thought that there was a Taoist master in the group. It wasn't the first day going through this. After all, immediately entering the town, the young Lu Hunter, who had been given the task by his own father, loudly reminded the crowd, watch out for roots on the ground, don't fall, and if you do, don't exhale right away. When Ji avoided an arching tree root at his feet, when he heard his cousin next to him suddenly yell, grass, Winnie, way to go, Iron Head, you're also foul-mouthed, he quickly reacted, though, and raised his eyes to look forward. I'll go, nice big grass, houses on the outskirts of the town, with several huge herbaceous plants growing from within the walls of the low courtyards, rise much higher than the eaves. Although the leaves have turned yellow, you can imagine how bushy they were a month or two ago. Without the influence of cities and people, the already wild flora and fauna of these times became even more arrogant. The big grass in front of her did not know what kind of species she was. When Fu had not seen it in her own world, the villagers reacted tamely, which should not be uncommon here, and talked about what good firewood they could cut back to burn the stove if they were in the old days. Chapter 11. Search for supplies. It had been more than 3 months, nearly 4 months, since the two Wen brothers had arrived in the village until now. The grass wasn't this tall when I first came here, and now, it's grown so aggressively that it's not over the house. The good thing is that they're already in their decline. Autumn winds are blowing and everything is withering. It's bleak to look at, but for today, the fall breeze brings more security. Those evil things move at a different speed than they do in the spring and summer, and the colder the weather gets down the road, the more pronounced the contrast will be. The party ahead had cleared a path, and the crowd followed it into the town. The burn certainly can't burn the town too all at once. It only burned nearby, so you could see the many grasses in the front and backyards of the town houses. Lu Hunter, who had his face masked with only a pair of eyes showing, walked over. He was carrying a large bough on his back, and in his hand was a firewood knife with an extended handle. The knife was stained with brown blood, though the blood was not bright red in color. These were fresh, from the evil creature. Qingdao said that the flame can remove the evil poison. The team that entered the town first picked a place to light a good fire, and burned the blood-stained knives and sticks with the flame. Previously, he burned the land outside the town and used the smoke to smoke and drive away once, but the evil things in the town certainly did not drive away all of them, perhaps hiding in the dark. Hunter Lu reminded everyone to be vigilant when entering the town and not to act alone. We cleared a yard, so everyone put what they brought over here first. Wooden wagons for loading and unloading goods, spare farm equipment and weapons, and inconveniently portable supplies were first placed in the small yard. Inside the yard there was smoke from burning herbs. So many living people gathered together with a strong blood stench that the odor needed to be masked with herbs or smoke. 2 fires were lit in the courtyard, one to cook food and the other to disinfect it. The Taoist priest's admonition, as well as the book of words written by Wen Fu, had mentioned dispelling evils by fire, that is, sterilizing at high temperatures. The villagers who have experience in hunting and killing have a high fighting spirit when they enter the town. The village headman said that killing one evil creature earns a lot of labor points, and if you kill a few more, you can feed a family, which is more profitable than moving things. In groups of 3 or 4, they would first discuss internally how to divide what they earned. Use the smoke to drive away the evil that is hiding and wait for it to jump out. The villagers who had been prepared for this forked it with a large wooden fork with a long handle, and while this did not produce any real damage, there was a brief block, and the other took advantage of this and swung his woodchopper to decapitate the head sharply. Matching, the evil creatures that were killed would have villagers specialized in cleaning them up, and with the help of tools, they would be dragged to one place and burned when the time came. Wen Fu observed the wounds of those evil creatures. In the midst of evil, that is, after a person has been parasitized by evil parasites, his body will be alienated, and his muscles and fat, which seem to have shrunk badly, will actually become stronger, and they will possess a higher level of defense than an ordinary person. Blood is reduced, thicker and brownish in color. Piercing wounds can damage them, but in a limited way, affecting its overall movement without killing it. The villagers groped for the conclusion that they still had to be beheaded. Wen Fu analyzed. In that case, after the parasite parasitizes the human body, it is most likely to be in the stay head. If this is the case, and the parasite is infected in other parts of the body, can that be intercepted before it gets to the head? It was a pity that there were no conditions, otherwise Wen Fu really wanted to dissect it. Then look at the other villagers. Those of a timid, naive nature are now changed and more ruthless. In today's world, everyone's just in it for 3 things. Survival, survival, still surviving. After a short break, the subsequent arrivals went to work. The way I see it, that slab could be pried back into the road. Pry it up and set it over there first, clear the dirt and burn it before moving it to the car. The dirt roads inside the village became muddy when it rained and were prone to harboring insect parasites. And although they were now paved with some wooden planks of gravel, who wouldn't prefer a smoother one? The roads are smoothed out and it's faster to move everything. If the village is going to be built this winter, it's time to fix the village road as well. These clothes? What great fabrics! The village headman said not to dump the ones outside. They're tainted with evil. The ones in the wardrobe box in the house are fine. Expensive clothing that villagers once could only look at from afar. Fabrics that were a luxury to even touch are now right in front of their eyes. Unfortunately, many of them can't be taken back, and they will have to work hard to get rid of the evil spirits. Anyway, they have a choice, so they might as well go for those clean clothes and cloths. As long as they can bring them back, they will own them. It's a mouthful for those who lament their clothes. They've heard the stories and know that the clothes are unclean. That house over there, the beams can come down. I found an ox cart. The oxen are gone, but the cart is still there. It's pretty clean and it works. A couple of stores over there. The door panels are good to take down, so take them down first and bring them back. Remove the first to the designated location to dry out the sun. There is moisture are given to dry. The drier the artifact, the harder it is for evil parasites to survive. Amidst all the talk, a serious-faced villager stood guard in the courtyard, holding a few sheets of paper. He knew a few words and reminded the others against what was written on them. That was the instruction manual that Wen Fu had written down after conferring with the people in charge. Forget the big stone slabs. Don't want the green bricks against the ground. There's enough on the ground for us. Don't covet dangerous things. Someone will dismantle it and someone will load it and pull it back when it's full. Round trip as soon as possible. The Taoist priest said that they only had 3 days at most, and that they would have to retreat when they saw any more evil creatures outside, indicating that the burning of the land and the fire had lost its deterrent effect, and that the blood of the living would draw them back in. The herbs used for burning were also limited, so they couldn't be consumed here all the time. Someone wants to tear back all these houses in the town, and Lu Hunter stops it. It can't all be torn down at once. Pick a few houses that are intact on the sides and seal them up before we leave, so when the snow falls in the winter, we'll come back again and have a place to stay. One older villager looked longingly at a large house in town. Can't we really move to town? More houses will be left so that those who fled the disaster can also live there. Not waiting for Lu Hunter to explain, his son yelled from the side, "Ouch, my dear father, don't just think of the good things. Think about it. If the people who come to town are thieves, if they settle here, they are a threat to us. Our village is different. According to the book, it's easy to defend but hard to attack. If we're really desperate, we'll run away to the mountains. There is also a risk of evil in the mountains. But in today's world, it's not safe to hide anywhere. And when it comes time to run for your life, how can you still worry about that? In contrast, the village is better. Unlike the town, which is unsafe with all the roads and no fences. Lu Hunter also stopped talking about this. He asked his men to go to the town to look more carefully for any weapons that could be used. Some weapons used to be forbidden for people to make and practice privately. The strong bow he was carrying was what he couldn't use before. The clothes and armor he wore were not usable in his position. Chapter Clothing, Residence, and Sedan Chair to distinguish between noble and lowly. In the past, when Lu Hunter went to work at the noble family in the county, he heard from the husband there. Which class? What status? What you use? It's not divided now. At least, around here, it's whoever finds it. Villagers can take it back and use it as soon as they find it. Stock up on extra spares. Survival comes first. Winnie is also going to search to see if there's anything he can use in his rush. House Hunter Lu asked his son to follow N.G., as they were more familiar with the town's layout and could help out a bit. Little Lu Hunter was also happy to do so and immediately came over. Where do you want to go and see? Second brother one? Don't worry, my archery skills are no worse than my father's. He was curious about what Wen Fu had seen on his travels and asked about a few things. Wen Fu also patiently talked to him. As soon as he heard about the school trip, he moved his feet again. I'd like to see what else you dog scribe can bowl ****** up. Although every time Winnie brought up what he'd seen on the tour, it put him in a bad mood. But in hindsight, well, it could have been something to learn from. Plus, the Dao Master's line of sight swept over both old Lu Hunter and young Lu Hunter. Lu's father and son have a plan. The town was now a confluence of various odors, and every now and then a puff of smoke came from it, and the first leader of the Green Road slipped himself an elixir to clear his mind. When Fu walked through the town with Xiao Lu and his cousin, followed by a Taoist priest. They didn't talk much though. They still had to defend their surroundings. When Fu made sure that there was no danger in the neighborhood and that there were village people moving around before he divided his attention to focus on town things. Houses in the town are denser than in the village, mostly built of timber, with only a few having access to large green bricks and tiles. He also saw the communal well. Whether it was a private well in some small courtyard or a public well outside, the well water had been contaminated. In the words of the Taoist priest, all that well water has been tainted with evil. The villagers came into town to drink their own boiled water. Along the road you can see tea stalls and wine shops, which have now become dilapidated. The spread of the evil plague dealt a heavy and tragic blow to the dynasty, and the Dark Ages began. Those who survived are still trapped in fear of the unknown. Who knows how long this spectral age will last, or, perhaps, will it finally come to an end? Over there is the biggest store in town. Junior Hunter Lu pointed to a store in front of him. There were villagers coming in and out of there, obviously aware that the biggest stores also had the most stuff inside, and someone came out carrying a big roll of cloth. When Fu looked up slightly at the plaque outside, changes in the world, time change, the whole town has become a dead land. Carrying the local seal of the plaque still stays here, day by day dimming, covered with a layer of gloom. Hopefully, sometime in the future, they will be refreshed. The Taoist master who followed behind had an attitude of I'm just here to hang out and was not interested in the stores. The last time, when he first came to the village half a year ago, he had brought the villagers to the town for a cursory search, the main targets being food and herbs. Nearly emptied the town's medical clinic and pharmacy. There was nothing of particular interest to him this time, nothing he wanted that this little place didn't have. Most of what's left in town is everyday objects, and the villagers will probably pick what they can use and bring it back this time. Clothes and robes, shoes and boots, pots and pans, mattresses and bed nets, chests and containers. The villagers were able to take all these that could be searched out from each household. If there is still time, those beds, tables and stools will be moved. The ones that can be used can continue to be used, and the ones that can't be used will be chopped up and used as firewood. Anyway, no one will use them in the town, and they will gradually break down. The house needs popularity to maintain, no one to live. Of course, will fall into disrepair quickly. At that moment, a villager came out excitedly holding a basket and exclaimed, "Come on, look what I found." The other people who were originally busy moving things looked at it and were equally surprised and excited as they gathered around. Inside the large basket are peach charms and rolls of paintings of door gods. It could be that the store didn't sell that year in the surplus. Winnie went closer to look. There are two main types of door god paintings in the big baskets. One is a blunt donkey with a wealthy door and a turning deer and horse. The fat donkey carrying firewood signifies wealth and prosperity, returning to the deer and horse, implying blessings and fortune. When the official developed ascension, this should be more fashionable in the past. Merchants stock quite a lot. If it had been a peaceful time in the past, people would have liked to. But today, The villagers who gathered around grabbed the other kind first, the one that exorcises evil spirits and catches ghosts. If you can't grab it, then you can grab the martial arts gatekeeper. And if you really don't have it anymore, then look for it again. Maybe there's more elsewhere? There must have been people in town who bought them back in the day, so maybe they can rummage through them. Winnie looked at them. Promotion and wealth are disdained, and exorcism and ghost catching are coveted by all. You can't grab a peach talisman with a graphic engraving. 2. Get it again. Can't find it? Go pry elsewhere. The Taoist priest, who was watching the scene with interest, glanced at Wenji. The villagers are foolish and rough in nature. I wonder what this scholar thinks. Win's eyes were strange, surprised, understanding, thoughtful. Dawson? What was the dog scribe thinking again? Wenfu was just curious about the local customs, and thought that if he settled down in the north in the future, if he didn't have any other means of earning a living, perhaps he could try his hand at drawing New Year's paintings and making peach charms. Without looking any further, Wenji also went to search for something he could use. He found what he wanted in a family's house. A dozen large-brimmed hats were found in the nondescript coat box, somewhat like the Fan Yang hats he remembered. Little Lu Hunter looked at it. This household should have taken the job of making big hats. The dozen or so hats he found, Wenfu kept half for himself and gave the other half to the village. This is the rule in the village today. Wenfu kept 2 for himself and gave 2 to his cousin. The Taoist priest had a special bucket hat he didn't need. Well, 2 more for Xiaolu. It's enough to get by, and the extra can be exchanged with the village for something else. The next thing that surprised Wenfu even more was that he turned up a small copper stove in another house. It's kind of like the dying stove that Wenfu remembered, only smaller and more delicate than that. Convenient to take with you when you go out, and you can cook things for dinner on the road. The family looked small. The door was closed tightly, and there was no visible blood inside, so perhaps they had left at the beginning of the chaos. Afterwards, Wenfu pushed open that family's study and saw the brush holder on the desk, the hanging brushes, and the nicely textured calligraphy and painting paper as well as the inkstone. The eyes flashed, eyes yearning. An empty bow is not enough to make you shoot, but a fast sword is enough to make Meng Ben strike. If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your weapon. Pen and ink is the sword of the literati. How can we not choose it well? The Taoist master spat out the residue of the potion in his mouth with a yuck. Which one of you dogs said in front of me the other day that I can write without a pen? Chapter 12. How many other little talents I don't know about. The young Lu Hunter didn't pay attention to the reaction of the Taoist behind him. Just now, he came in first to check if there was any danger once, and then he stood on the side to keep watch, and also to observe Wenji more. He saw that Wenfu's eyes were searingly staring at the pen, ink, paper and inkstone on the desk for a while, not knowing what he was thinking about, before he started searching. This side is a study, not much space, furnishings at a glance, and did not see jade and other valuables. All of them were of no interest to little Lu Hunter, and even if he searched himself personally, he couldn't find anything that would be useful to him. He was only interested in the food and weapons related ones. Many of the objects in this room are of no practical use in today's chaotic world. He knew that the court of this dynasty emphasized the civilization and suppressed the military, and the literati were no longer equipped with swords, so don't expect to find swords and such here. Books and wooden furniture, and perhaps the villagers would come and remove the ones here if the ones elsewhere were consumed by the furniture and doors and boards and all that. Now that they had a better choice, the villagers still had so much reverence for the things of the literati. Plus they had limited time to carry what they could, so they took a look here and went elsewhere. Little Lu Hunter is also following the warmth, so he patiently waited here. Keep watching. He saw when Ji searched a small thing. See, just a bamboo made of inconspicuous knickknacks. Even if he found himself, will only throw the stove as firewood. However, when Wenfu drew the sheath, he realized that it was a sword. The small Lu Hunter's heart was suddenly bursting. Didn't they say that the sword of the literati is pen and ink? There really is a knife? Even smaller, that's a knife. Paper cutter, Winfrey said. Also, right, cutting paper to use. Little Lu Hunter smiled awkwardly. Before he could finish a sentence, Wenfu fished out another, delicate-looking, slender little decoration from somewhere on the table. Look again. Ha, looks like a knife again? Not a precious material, but the handle is finely patterned in fresh and elegant. Letter opener, Winfrey said. Oh, little Lu Hunter only nodded stupidly. This stuff was a bit flashy for him, but it's a knife, too. Literati stuff is all about the telling. When he thought that Wenji had finished searching, Wenji took out the books inside the book box and flipped through them, flipping another knife out of the book. To little Lu Hunter, this couldn't even be considered a knife. It just had the shape of a knife, more like a bookmark. The blade was also not metal, but made of animal horn, not as sharp as metal, but the whole blade was smooth and moist, and a layer of pulp had formed on it, so it was obvious that the owner's family often played with it. Wenfu also likes it quite a lot. You can cut paper, open letters, and use it as a bookmark. Put it away. Getting up and looking around the room, observing the tea drinking habits here. There was no tea knife. Otherwise he could have sought another one. One can't float in the world without a knife. You have to carry the conspicuous knives, and you have to hide a few of the inconspicuous ones. Paper cutter, letter opener, book knife. Doesn't it look very literal? When Fu said, yes, little Lu Hunter could only nod his head, looking a bit dazed. It always seemed like certain stereotypes weren't quite right. He muttered, "Can a man of letters hide a sword so well?" The Taoist master smiled meaningfully. They are better able to hide their knives when they laugh. The literati are so subtle. Over there, Wen Ji had already packed what he could take with him. Although they coveted many of the things here, they were not of much use to them in their rush. The paper can be taken away, cut and sewn into a small book, and ask the Taoist priest for a charcoal pencil. That way it will be easier to take notes along the way. Books, the more valuable ones that may have been taken away by the owner's family, are placed here as far as the bookstore can buy them. Warm fuzzies can't be taken away. The village doesn't need them. I don't know how long these books can be left here. The house is uninhabited and unkempt, accelerating its deterioration. And if the house leaks one day, it will fail even faster. Even one day, the survivors might burn all these books as firewood. Brushes, ink slabs, all these are with you. Useful in the village. Elegant ceramic pen wash, water excelsior. One fu cannot be used, but brought back to the village, and found a large and small 2 incense burners. The small, delicate and exquisite, can be carried to catch the road. The big one with the village to exchange things. The other items found, needle and thread scissors, tea cushions, and so on were loaded and hauled back to the village. After deducting what needs to be handed over, as well as the transportation fee and the portion given to Xiaolu, the rest can either be kept by ourselves or exchanged with others. For 3 days in a row, the villagers were so busy carrying things from town that they rested less at night, until 3 days later, when more evil things appeared outside. Hunter Lu stopped expending herbs and greeted the villagers to evacuate. The rest of the stuff they'll come and move in the winter. By then, although there was no smoke from the burn to repel them, the winter was bitterly cold, and the evil creatures were stiff and sluggish in their movements, making them easy to deal with. In the village, Wen also had to make more preparations for the departure, with the items he got from the search, and some raw materials for cloth. He asked some ants in the village to help sew 4 sets of clothes for fall and winter. He and his cousin each had 2 sets, one to wear and one to use for change. Shoes, boots, gloves, etc. are also traded for items. Shoes and boots are wrapped with animal skin on the outside to make them thicker. Gloves don't take up much space, so prepare more and bring them with you. Iron armor was not available. It had long been raided by the village, so Wen Ji exchanged 2 pieces of leather armor with the village. Not being a professional in this area, things are made rather roughly, but there's no need to be preachy at this point. It works and adds a bit of defense. On the side of Chief Qingdao, he was equally busy. Since we're using this place as a retreat, the persona is going to continue to be maintained. What the village provided, he parted with to make evil-repelling incense. Without him as the head priest to perform the rituals, alternative measures can be taken. The prepared incense is given to the villagers and can be lit directly. If the villagers are still unsure, they can also go through the process themselves and organize a ceremony to worship the gods and offer sacrifices to heaven. After Wen Ji knew about it, he went to talk to the head of Qingdao again and asked the head of the Taoist to pick 2 simple methods of making medicinal incense to teach to the village. The Taoist master was reluctant at first, but Wen Ji was right. A simple prescription of medicinal incense, as long as it didn't involve his life preservation skills, didn't really have much of an impact. Many medicinal herbs grew locally, and over the past half year he had asked the villagers to dig for them, and the villagers had actually been able to recognize them. There was also that bean seedling from the village head's house, which was probably close to figuring out the formula on its own. It would be better for him, the immortal, to give himself some more holy light before he left. So, with his trademark highbrow demeanor, Chief Qingdao said to the village chief and the others, "Epidemic poison descended on the world. The people died and were injured. My generation of cultivators, secluded to avoid prosperity in the heydays, and descended to save the people in the chaotic times." First, he made a lofty speech to stabilize his persona, and then he offered to pass on some of his exclusive secret skills, the making of medicinal incense, or incense to drive away evil spirits, as the villagers called it. It's just an abbreviated version of the process techniques, and the more sophisticated techniques are not easily passed on to others. Winnie wouldn't be generous at the expense of others on this one either. The villagers valued the medicinal incense very highly, but were more concerned about that ritual of worshipping the gods and sacrificing to the heavens, asking carefully about the details. You're going to say to kill bugs and repel poison or something like that, and say how to do it, and they won't necessarily remember it, and they might even get lazy. But if you talk about how to professionally burn incense to honor the gods, you can be sloppy in eating, but you can't be negligent in burning incense. Remember the steps firmly and make sure to use the most correct posture for worship. A few old people in the village are even more afraid to blink their eyes. There are some questions that the Taoist priest talks about in an esoteric way. But to summarize, it all depends on the direction of the wind, and the weather. Those can still be grasped by those who have served crops for decades, at just the right time, in just the right place, with just the right weather and wind direction and wind power. You can burn incense and worship the gods. Of course, those more superior means of the Taoist master cannot be revealed. The villagers' attitude towards this matter. Wen Fu did not say much. In such a chaotic world nowadays, retaining the villagers this little bit of spiritual support, only to have the courage to stay up. Afterwards, Wen Ji went to find Hunter Lu again. These days, he drew a map of the neighborhood based on the descriptions of the people in the village, briefly labeling the information of each place and looking for Hunter Lu to reconfirm it. I met Xiao Lu on the road first. Little Lu Hunter was not as able to hide things as his father, and when he saw Wen Ji, he asked, "Wen Urge, you went north to join your relatives. Your relatives are really military officials?" It's no secret in the village. In this era, civilians are still very afraid of officials. In a chaotic world, each side has its own agenda, but when this is put out there, the other side will have more to worry about. Seeing Xiao Lu like this, Wen Ji roughly understood in his heart. He said, "It's my aunt. He's a military official in the north. His official position wasn't very high before, but he also has a little real power. Otherwise I wouldn't have traveled all the way over there." Little Lu Hunter's face was tangled. When the world wasn't in chaos, I went to the county town with my father. The officials there are really imposing. My father trained hawks and sparrows and flying slaves for the nobles of the county, and had tried to find an opportunity to get me an errand in the county, without success, but they never gave up. Opportunity, like their hunting trips to the mountains, is something to be waited for patiently. He was young, but he had patience when it came to such things. But I didn't want the world to suddenly change, and the nobles and officials in the county were nowhere to be seen. Little Lu Hunter squatted aside to dwell on it. Win went to talk to old Lu. When the chat about the map was over, old Lu also told his intentions. He hoped that Winfrey would take his son to the Northlands. The family's hunting and falcon training skills are mastered by Xiao Lu, who was able to provide assistance to Wen Zhao along the way. Wen Ji said seriously, "To be honest, the world is in chaos nowadays, and I don't know how the situation is in the north." "Well, we understand all of this." Old Lu Hunter had already thought it over carefully. The fact that the two powerful figures, Wen Fu and Qingdao Chief, were both going north showed that in today's world, the north was more promising. He wanted his son to go along and try it out. In this matter, he trusted Wen Fu, a scholar, more than that Qingdao Chief who had immortal magic. This is not a nerd who reads books to death. This is a man of letters who is well-born, well-read, and possesses all the skills. If in a peaceful world, the imperial examinations into the government will certainly become a big man, even if Wen Fu's aunt can't be relied on. With Wen Fu himself, he can still make a good living. With his son following Winfrey, life might be able to turn around dramatically if he's lucky enough to stay alive. Lu Hunter knew that the chaotic world was a shuffle. In the county nobility home during the work, he had gone to the tea house to listen to Mr. Storyteller's speech book, listen to the literati discuss the content of the book, listen to the county nobility children together gossip chat. He didn't understand a lot of the big ideas those people spoke, but there were some words that stuck with him and made sense to him. In every chaotic world, there are great clans that fall and grassroots that rise. He didn't have too high expectations. He just thought that it would be great if his son could reach the Northlands safely, and if he could get a job with the noble lords. It would be better if this noble lord was a warm man, winsome muses. He had hit on Xiao Lu at first, but, with the situation in the village, thought he wouldn't let go. He still underestimates. Crossing classes is the obsession of these ambitious, underclass plebeians, while others only thought of staying alive. They set their sights high and were willing to risk their lives if they could see the slightest chance. The Lu family, father and son, were all of the same mind. If he could, Lao Lu might have wanted to follow him north, but the village couldn't leave him, and there were still relatives in the village. When Wen Ji came out from Lu's house, Xiao Lu was circling around outside, and when he saw Wen Ji, he opened his mouth to ask, but didn't ask. Wen Ji said, "We will be in the village for a few more days, so you can confer with your family before making a decision." But it was clear that both Lao Lu and Xiao Lu were decisive enough to make the decision and start preparing. Xiao Lu's patrol duties in the village were also handed over to others. Other villagers in the village soon learned of the news. How can they bear it? Lu Hunter, people leave their homes. After this winter, when the docking fort is built, it will be safer. There's food and drink, and we have so many people that if we put in a little effort, we'll be safe. Qingdao's chief, Who heard the village people's comments, grunted. The swallow sparrow does not know the will of the swan. The Lu family that is ambitious. Chief Qingdao, who desperately wanted to go north to realize his own value, spent the rest of his time nestled in his alchemy room, except for teaching the village secret recipes. Winfrey decided to check out this teammate's progress. Since they have become their own people, there is not so much to talk about. Did not write a post, came directly to the door to ask. The inside answered and pushed the door to enter. The Taoist chief's alchemy room was piled high with things, and these of course could not all be taken away. The objects and various materials left behind would be taken over by the village chief's grandson, Do Mia. This time, we also brought back a medicine stove from the town, so that when the Taoist priest leaves in the future, the village will be able to dispense medicines, decoct medicines and make incense here. For now, though, it's still the Taoist master's territory. When he saw Wen Ji, Qingdao chief didn't put on his usual persona, but he didn't give much of a good attitude either. Raising his eyes, "What is it?" Wen Ji did not beat around the bush and said, "I heard that the Taoist master has made some smoky incense to cover up blood qi. Is there a suitable one? The kind that can be put into a small incense burner?" The small incense burner that Wen Ji had sought out, the Qingdao chief had seen it before. He pointed to the corner. "Over there, find it yourself." There was a pause and a reminder. "Keep score." "Of course," Wen Fu blandly answered, walking over to the corner and looking around. A few smoky scents he could recognize, among other things. "Are these also the products of Dao Master's alchemy?" When she pointed at the small porcelain vases next to him. "Nice. Can you open my eyes?" "Feel free." Chief Aoyodo has never been proud of himself when it comes to matters of professionalism. "This is the result of refining the pure and filthy earth I found while traveling in the clouds." He didn't say exactly how the thing worked, and just stood by with a sense of humor. When Fu didn't care, he picked up a small porcelain bottle and opened it to look at it. It was filled with dry powder. Fanning the mouth of the bottle with his hand, he carefully sniffed the odor and dabbed some of the powder with a cloth napkin to check it out. He said to the Taoist priest, "If I guess it, how about gifting me this bottle?" "It can, but it has to be within 10 breaths. If we don't set a time limit." The Taoist master is worried that Wen Fu will try a few more times to really try it out. Whether or not you can afford to give it is one thing, whether or not you are willing to give it is another. He was not happy with the dog scholar taking advantage of this. Winnie agreed. Then, under the shocked gaze of leader Qingdao, he opened the bamboo kettle he had brought with him, poured some water onto the powdered cloth towel, and rubbed it slightly. Wen Ji looked at the Taoist master and smiled in realization. "So that's how it is. Soap powder. Cleaning efficacy is fair, stronger than some basics, and the feel is pretty good." Wen Ji opened the familiar talking routine I have seen on my travels. "There are craftsmen to make a thing called soap, used for washing and purifying the hands, but that one contains more water. Cut pieces to use. This is further dried and ground into powder?" "Chief Aokichi, you're a big man. You answer positively. Is that tour really decent?" Wen Ji didn't bother to look at the Taoist master's taut face. He looked at the small porcelain bottle in his hand. "This thing still needs to be improved. If we have the conditions in the Northland in the future, we can give the Taoist priest some more words of encouragement. As for the village, the villagers trust the water infused with herbs more. They were not diligent in bathing. Raw water is not to be touched, while cooked water requires firewood to be boiled, and is saved wherever it can be saved. The medicinal water soaks the hands, washes away stains, leaves behind the odor of the herbs, and hides one's blood. If they could, the villagers hated to paste a layer of medicinal mud on their bodies. The soap powder could not meet the villagers' needs. However, in the future, when we get to the northern part of the country, if there are more survivors there, we can add some medicinal herbs to make medicinal soap and sell it to the big families. The Taoist priest is really a capable man. Wen Ji was more interested in looking at the Taoist master's alchemy results. "Let's see, how many other little talents do I not know about? This one?" Wen Fu picked up another object, a wooden strip coated with something. A little fumbling. "For starting fires? Kind of like matches. Before leaving the village we'll make fire folders to take with them." Just Wen Fu did not expect Qingdao along to toss out this thing. How about improving it by making it more portable, with matches that can be rubbed? Against the Taoist master's defensive gaze, Wen Fu quickly stepped over to communicate with him and make some suggestions if there are still enough materials. "Let's do this and that. Improve and make safety matches?" When it comes to specialized content, the Taoist priest immediately ponders it. For such a tech-savvy person, a little mention and he will be able to comprehend it and in turn think out of the box. And then disliked Winchester's safety matches for being too cheesy and blunt. "It's a shame you're still a reader. So what do you think should be the name?" Winnie didn't mind the technician's calculations. Leader Qingdao pondered briefly and pointed at the long fire-inducing strip he had made earlier. "This item is called light-inducing slave." Thinking about Wen Ji's suggestion just now, the Taoist master continued to give his insight. After refining it again, it can get the name of all-purpose fire slave, Winnie, flying slave, beaver slave, light drawing slave, universal fire slave. You people here, why do you like to name yourselves new? Chapter 13, 2 Falcon. In addition to the incense used to exorcise evil spirits, when Ji asked the chief of Qingdao about the quantity of the no-hunger pills stocked up here, it's easy to eat, tops off hunger, and is good for rushing, presumably in order to maintain the highbrow demeanor and see the village as a way back. The Taoist priest gifted the village another prescription for a reduced version of the no-hunger pill. Not as strong of a medicine, but it could fight hunger. As a matter of professional custom, when presenting the formula, the Taoist priest also mentioned the exorcism properties of glutinous rice. The village believes in it. The village chief couldn't wait to kowtow in gratitude, and his heart had long since lost half of its complaints. So it's been a while since the village has been doing something similar. Make it in batches to save firewood and easy to store, and make it ready for immediate consumption. When the time comes, let the villagers exchange their labor points for it. After leaving Chief Qingdao's place, Wen Ji went to the village chief's place to exchange for some low-priced version of the no-hunger pills. You can't count on Chief Aoyama for everything. The village chief has been very busy lately, with the distribution of supplies in the village, and construction, and practicing those rituals for the gods taught by the Taoist priests. Seeing Wen Ji, the village chief was delighted. I was about to go look for you. Quickly, come over and help to see if this place is right. The village chief picked up a piece of paper on which he dictated, and his grandson Domia was in charge of recording the steps of the ritual of sacrificing to the gods. Wen Fu was present when the Taoist priest instructed them. Wen Fu took the paper and looked at it. The writing isn't exactly neat, and it's barely recognizable. Do Miao beside him hung his head in embarrassment. In front of Wen Ji, his handwriting was really not up to par, and he had tried very hard to write in such a way that everyone could recognize it. There was no color on Wen Ji's face. He just went to read what was written on it. The steps for offering the gods are very detailed, and the back of the book even states how to dispose of the ashes from the burning of the exorcism incense. The mayor of the village is very precious incense ash, which can be smeared on the threshold of the windowsill, sprinkled in their own homes to ward off evil things. The general public cannot share this. Only those who have made a great contribution to the people can be shared. Winfrey didn't object to this. The scented ash itself does have that little antiseptic and insect repellent effect. The village has its own ecology, and in today's world, there is no need for excessive interference. After reading it, Wen Ji handed the paper back. It's very detailed. The steps are clearly written, and there are no mistakes. The village chief was relieved. That's good. A matter of the heart resolved. The village chief spoke in a relaxed tone to Wen Ji about the current progress of the village's construction. The wood, stone, and masonry that had been brought back had been piled up in separate places, and construction had already begun in a few places. The village built their own houses, although the material was not used so high grade, but it took some time to figure out, but also can be done. As long as it is not a major technical difficulty, the villagers have their own local solutions. Wen Fu had already given their village a direction to struggle for survival in this chaotic world. The rest is not a big problem. The books written by Wen Fu, now finished with the third book, are all here at the village chief. The village chief planned to take it out when everyone was too tired from building the fortress to boost the group's mental state. Dao Miao took 2 medicine bags out to Wen Ji. There are merchants from the south of the county passing by from time to time. I have heard of some water parasites and epidemics prevention and control methods, and I thought of making some medicine bags by myself, so maybe you guys can use them on your way. Many thanks. Wen Fu accepted it and gave a solemn salute. LOL, Do Miao is such a promising young man. It's a shame he can't be dug up. If I get the chance later, I'll come back and dig in again. Turning to go back to the house, Do Miao suddenly inexplicably shivered, looked up to see the sky. It is going to cool down. It is necessary to add clothing. The fire flows in July, and the clothes are awarded in September. Temperatures are dropping at every step and the village needleworkers have been busy all day. In addition to finding someone to make the clothes, Wen Fu also used sturdy cloth and found someone to make 3 large 2-shoulder backpacks. No zippers, just buttons. There are compartments and pockets inside the backpack that can be divided into small and large items, making it easier to find them when you need them. You can also attach things to the shoulder straps of the backpack. In addition, after the paper was cut, he had a couple of pocket notebooks sewn up that were easy to carry, plus 2 charcoal pencils he'd fished out from the Taoist priest, just in case there were some important clues to record on the road. Taking inventory of the supplies, Wen Ji went back to the carpenter's house. He asked the carpenter to make kettles. A kettle made of bamboo is actually a bamboo cup with a lid. The village also had a number of bamboo kettles before, the kind with a catch to keep the water inside from splashing out. When Winnie came to the carpenter last time, he suggested that he might try making interfacing with a spiral pattern. I didn't realize that only 2 days had passed and it was already done. It's not hard. The carpenter didn't talk much. He was friendly to Wenji, and thanked Wenji for giving him this advice. He didn't just make kettles in the past 2 days. He also tried to make other things. As a thank you, the carpenter didn't charge the processing fee given by Wenji, and Wenji gave a strong discount on the customized unicycle, and hitched some wood himself. I'll have the unicycle made for you in a couple days, the carpenter said. He is familiar with this. When the world was not in chaos, someone in the village asked him to do it, pushing things to sell in the town. I was moving stuff around town the other day, and in addition to the two-wheeled crate, there were several people pushing unicycles to carry the goods, and Wenji's customized unicycle was improved again in some details. The carpenter himself benefited by moving back all the orders from other families in the village and rushing to make Wenji's first. Little Lu Hunter often comes here to win food these days. The family had already prepared him for the long trip, and his father had asked him to come over and help out here at Winnie's. His father had said that in their little group, Wenfu was the backbone. Although he was only a weak scholar, this was the one who made the decisions. If we can reach the Northlands safely, we will have to trust Wenji to take care of us when the time comes. His father said, you can think of Wenfu as the proprietor who hired you, and we have to let the proprietor know how capable we are and what great skills we have. As a result, young Lu Hunter was very active in displaying his talents in front of Wenfu. Archery had been demonstrated, and he still had the warmth to interest him. I also have a kestrel that I've been training for 2 years, and it's called a marmot. When he was a child, he followed his father into the county town, ate their once deep-fried sesame balls, remembered to the present. Later, he went to the city to seek work, but also just looked from afar once, just thinking about the future to earn money, buy their own food. The people of the county eat so well, live so well, and don't have to work hard to farm or go into the mountains and risk their lives hunting. The young Lu Hunter had always hoped that someday he would be able to get an errand in the county and live there with his family. Nowadays, one can only dream differently. The name Ma Duan Air hides his simple but persistent yearning. But the marmalade is out foraging and hasn't come back yet. The young Lu Hunter looked around. Not far away were piles of stone and wood, on top of which stood a crow. I don't know if it is resting here, or if it is curious to observe human activities. There was no one else outdoors nearby, and if there had been, the crow would have been chased away. Little Lu Hunter very believe in gods and ghosts those, but perhaps more familiar with the birds of prey. Treat the crows are not as sensitive as the village people. There's a crow over there. The young Lu Hunter observed Wenfu's attitude towards crows. Some literati hated crows. However, Wenfu did not show his disgust, but continued with Xiao Lu's words. When I was traveling, I heard a small thing about crows. Winnie told the story of the crow drinking water. Little Lu Hunter nodded his head in excitement. Right. They can utilize tools and are actually very smart. Smarter than many falcons. I didn't understand when I was a kid and asked my dad why he didn't train more birds like that. Only later did I realize that it was because of a taboo. Warm up to understanding. When I traveled to school, I heard that a long time ago, the crows had positive symbolism. Only later on, there were wars and calamities, and there were many dead people, and the crows were scavenging. That is, they ate carrion. So you often saw crows circling in those places. The literati wrote poems and articles that would use it as a metaphor for bleak scenes. It's not just bleak scenery, there are political metaphors, but that's out of the way. Anyway, it was enough to let the little Lu Hunter know why everyone was jealous. Choosing hunting birds, people here still mostly choose falcons. In the hearts of rich families and people, mostly positive symbols, representing bravery, but also a symbol of breaking evil. Oh, so that's it. Little Lu Hunter thought back to Wenji's words just now, and sighed in his heart. No wonder so many readers go out to study every year. They know so much. The crow in front of him didn't know what he had found, or maybe he wanted to observe the humans up close. He jumped from the pile of rocks to the ground, and got a little bit closer to Wenji and the little Lu Hunter. This also brought Lu back to his senses and continued the conversation from earlier. Aside from the taboo, there are reasons we don't train crows because they're too smart to be disciplined. Wenfu nodded. Understand. The higher the IQ, the easier it is to mutiny. There are times when being too smart and opinionated is rather unsuitable. It may even backfire and test the master's bottom line, and end up uncertain as to who actually disciplines whom. Falcons, on the other hand, are different and easier to train as hunting tools. See when Ji can understand. Small Lu Hunter is very happy. Only think this Dongjia people really good, unlike those lords in the county, and do not understand the birds, but also blah 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 blah. Xiao Lu took this opportunity to recommend his own falcon. Ma Duaner is not smarter than the crows, but has a very good nature, very obedient, will be a lot of stunts, and when it comes back I'll let it perform one for you. A figure swooped down from the air with precision and speed, disliking the raven with a kick to the ground. The crow that was stepped on fluttered its wings and wailed. The kestrel that rushes down, its powerful claws stomping on the raven, and its beak going to pluck the raven's fur. Fierce as hell. For a while, black crow feathers flew about. Xiao Lu's entire body cracked. No, I didn't make it perform this. It was a while before the crow finally fluttered and rolled over, flapping its wings to escape. Only the falcon on the ground, with its fierce face and fluffy raven feathers around its beak, remained. The beaten crow flew away. Other crows flew by around them, crowing, not sure if they were gloating and laughing at their companions or cursing at them. The humans. Wen Fu withdrew his eyes from the air and looked at the falcon in front of him once again. Sure enough, it's a raptor. 2 Hayabusa. Leader Qingdao, who had been refining pills until his eyes were blurry and had come out for a walk, happened to see that scene just now and glanced at Wen Ji, his eyes sneering and seemingly carrying a hint. There are times when force decides everything, no matter how much heart you have. Chapter 14, Departure. Not noticing Leader Qingdao, Xiao Lu explained feebly to Wen Ji, I really didn't arrange for it to perform this. Wen Fu said peacefully, look out. It's just brave by nature. It's fine. Little Lu Hunter still looked a bit devastated. Things didn't go according to his plan. We're making an undignified entrance. However, since it happened, he still went ahead with the original plan and showed Wen Ji's ability. Falcons are trained to recognize colors, to scout and find targets, and to deliver mail. In today's world, it really helps to catch up. Falcon and Falcon Master, Wen Ji both gave high praise, words elegant and not lose affinity to boast for nearly a tea time. Little Lu Hunter was praised by the whole person is almost floating. He has never been so praised by a scholar. Only to feel that this Dongjia is really a good man. He now feels like that. What? The young Lu Hunter struggled to recall the famous quote he had heard before. Yes, 1,000 miles from a horse meets a man of honor. This skill of his own will not be buried. He was in the midst of self-satisfaction and bursting with self-confidence when he heard Wen Ji ask, ravens are smart and I hear vindictive. Do they bother you? Retaliation? Xiao Lu was blank in his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he said, there have been similar fights over kestrel crows before, and we didn't experience retaliation. Winfrey thought about it. It's also true that the one who hit the crow was the falcon, so even if you retaliate, you should do it to the falcon. I don't know how these two groups, where people don't notice. Either way, it's good that no one was involved. The muggles are really good, but if they involve people, they will certainly bring more trouble to the road. The good thing is that today, it seems that the hemp in hemp ball is not the hemp in trouble. It catches pigeons, no? It's the flying slave. Winfrey asked again. My father said that noble lords keep flying slaves, so as not to offend. We have targeted training at the beginning to keep him from catching them. But, it's in their nature. They can't help it once in a while. Little Lu Hunter explained. My father also said that if it's a very important message, the nobles will release several flying slaves at the same time to deliver the message so that one or two of them won't meet with accidents in the middle of the journey. That is to say, the folding of the flying nuns in the process of delivering the letter was taken into account by the noble lords. Even if one of them is caught by the Madwainer, the other flying slaves will always be able to deliver the letter to the local. Unless the group of flying slaves are all unlucky and all of them are wiped out, it shouldn't go bad for your lordships. On this subject, the little Lu Hunter once again stated, actually, after training, they are okay with self-control, and seldom go to catch the flying slaves as long as they are not given an order. Win has a general understanding. Even if the muggles capture the flying slaves, it will be a headache after arriving in the north. At the moment, in general, Lu Hunter and the Hempball child are very good help. Afterwards, when Ji asked Xiao Lu about his preparations for leaving home, and talked to him about what he planned to do next, these last days of staying in the village have seen a drop in temperature again. There is a big difference between daytime and nighttime temperatures, so you have to be more considerate. The personnel have been assembled. Originally, only the two Wen brothers had traveled north, but now a Taoist priest and a hunter accompanied by a falcon had been added. The two combined and expanded into a squad of 4 men and a bird. However, in Wen Fu's opinion, there were still too few people, and if he came across the right ones on the road, he still had to pull more people into the team. Before leaving the village, supplies are given a final count. Winfrey exchanged another pair of clogs at the carpenter's. Clogs are not uncommon, and people used to wear them in the village. The carpenter had seen the noble lords of the city wearing a kind of wooden clogs used for hiking, and this was the kind he had made for Wen Fu. In the past, the things used by the nobles, even if he saw and understood, he did not dare to imitate privately, but only secretly did wear play, and then destroyed. Later, the rich and noble people of the county went away and didn't have to take care of so much. The pair of wooden clogs he made for Wen Fu was modeled after the style favored by the nobles, and could be worn for hiking as well as on or after rainy days. Make it big enough to step right into clogs in your own booties. It can be used especially after it rains to avoid mud sticking to your shoes. The carpenter also gave it a special paint to protect it from insects and corrosion. There isn't much paint left, and not much of it is found in town. Half of it is still found in the town coffin store, which is taboo for everyone. The paint for Wenji's clogs is the carpenter's own stock, which he originally planned to keep for his own use. But this time he specially divided some for Wenji to paint his clogs. The unicycle is too big, so it's a good idea to paint these clogs. Wenji did like it quite a bit, although he didn't know exactly how practical it was. But this classical style was very much to his liking. These are probably the legendary TSE clogs. Clogs are also really necessary to bring. The road. Many are dirt roads. After the rain for a number of days the ground cannot be dry. Walk up, a foot with a pile of mud. Walk a few more steps, the feet with the fall of the weight. In the past, you could not care, but now the situation is different and there are concerns. If you need to do something, you can wear it temporarily. The lacquer used by carpenters is raw lacquer collected from certain types of trees, an ancient skill passed down for many years. After finalizing the day of departure, the village chief also made a point of seeking out Wenji for a chat. Just walk around the village. The fence that was built in the village before was barely built by tearing down the walls of their own courtyards, demolishing those vacant and dilapidated houses, and dismantling and patching them up. But it will soon get better. The town moved back in and was able to raise and reinforce the fence and repair the houses for the villagers. When it snows in the winter, go out and find some more bricks and stones and timber to move to the village, and the docking fort can soon be built. If it can be built, the village will definitely be safer. So why risk going north? Why don't you guys reconsider? The village chief really wanted them to stay, whether it was Wenfu or Dao Chang. They were both awesome people. It's been advised a few times and today is the last time. Wenji didn't mean to be perfunctory this time, but seriously analyzed the current situation with the village chief. How many people can survive under the infestation of parasites and epidemics? I'm afraid not 1 in 10. How many of the unfortunate 90% turned out to be the kind of monsters out there? The village barriers are built to protect against 10, against 100, but not against 1,000, 10,000, or even more. Staying here can be peaceful for a while, but it's not a permanent solution. What's more, supplies are limited, and even if they can last 2 years, what about after that? Winnipeg gave the village a reminder not to rest on its laurels. The village chief stood there alone, contemplating for a long time, and went back to find Hunter Lu to discuss the matter. The next day, at dawn, Wenfu and his party gathered at the village entrance, ready to depart. Early morning temperature is lower. This temperature environment, outside even if the depth of the alienation of the evil things, action cannot be swift. As long as in the field of vision of the open area, there will be enough time to react. Also good to deal with. Wenfu had it all planned out, catching the road in the morning and afternoon, with a stop to rest and hydrate with food when the temperature was high in the middle of the day. As for the evening, the temperature is low, but you can't even see the road, so you might as well pick a place to sleep. Of course, winter is much more restrictive for evil things, but really, if you wait until winter, it's not conducive to traveling far. It's just the right time of year. Unicycles piled high with goods rolled out. The 3 cloth backpacks were already full, and some of the other miscellaneous items that had to be carried, also packed in large cloth bags, were kept on the unicycle. Try to avoid being exposed as much as possible. Little Lu Hunter cowed out at home before coming out. Yesterday, the village chief came to his house and said the reminder of the warmth of the past. Xiao Lu deeply felt that he had a heavy responsibility. This time, he traveled far north, not only to make a future for himself, but also to find a future for the whole village. Walking out of the village entrance, Xiao Lu looked back to the village and then to the mountainside. There was a patch of wild kudzu on that hillside, so their village was called Kudzu Village. When he entered the school as a child, he couldn't learn anything else, but he remembered a poem that the school teacher had said very clearly. Gushi Chinchi is applied to the Middle Valley, and the leaves of Wei are luxuriant. On this trip north, I don't know if I'll have a chance to return and see the patch of kudzu that spreads across the hillside again. Strong feelings of sadness and reluctance rose again in his heart, but when the mood eases, it becomes spirited and energized again. Xiao Lu's father, Lu Hunter, brought a team of people to escort them a ride, and dragged some more wood back to the village on the way. There were 2 villages near the route chosen by Wenji. Before, Lu Hunter only brought people to search for food. This time, by the way, some wooden furniture objects were also dragged back, lest they were put in place to rot. After leaving the village, some villagers helped them push the unicycle, showing them how to push it more easily and saving them some more energy on this part of the journey. The sun rose, the heavens and the earth brightened, and they reached the parting of the ways. Old Lu carried little Lu aside, wanted to say something, held it for a while, and then failed to say it. What needs to be said has already been said at home. Both father and son were red-eyed at this point. Old Lu, it was the 4 of you when you left. And I hope it will be the same for of you when you reach the Northlands, all in one piece. Xiao Lu nodded heavily with tears in his eyes. When Fu looked solemn and bid farewell one by one, he said, "What are you thinking? How can there be only 4 people?" Chapter 15, Go, Taoist Master. Away from Katsamura, the road became unfamiliar and more difficult to follow. It was desolate all around. It's a good thing that now that the grass is dying, the weeds that had been exuberantly invading every field are now ambling to the ground, exposing the country lanes. A unicycle is useful at this point to carry goods over these narrow and uneven surfaces. Without the help of the villagers, it was Wenfu's cousin Taiho who was now in charge of pushing the cart. The unicycle was fitted with a stand, so that if there was danger, Iron Head could throw down the unicycle and immediately go into battle. Still, in Winnie's opinion, there were too few people. If you have enough people, you can all switch and one person can push a short distance. This aspect of transportation is still something that Winnipeg would like to upgrade. In the future, the road may not always be this kind of country road. It would be nice to have a 2-wheeled one. It can still seat people and haul a lot of cargo. Horses don't have the luxury. Ordinary villagers can't afford to keep a horse where they can afford to be raised. When the world was just in turmoil, the horses had long been snatched away by forces of all sizes. Those that weren't snatched away could still be attacked by evil creatures outside and become food. If you don't have a horse, you can have an ox cart or a donkey cart. Donkeys should be more common in villages and towns. Even if many of the surrounding villages couldn't afford horses and cows, there were still people who could afford donkeys and mules. Lower cost of ownership and with some stamina. Some caravans in remote areas use donkeys to carry their goods. When Fu put this on his to-do list and paid attention along the way to where he could find the donkey that missed the net. Not much farther, when Fu saw another cow skeleton, Xiao Lu sighed. When I came out half a year ago, I've even seen buffalo soaking in water, but at that time, everyone didn't dare touch the muddy water, so I had to give up. Then my father and the others came out again, and they haven't seen any living cows. I knew when I saw all those cow skeletons in the fields outside during the burn that many of the livestock would have a hard time out there. Under the evil epidemic, the poultry and livestock, the birds of prey, the fish, and these animals are all normal and do not appear to have been poisoned. The only people who are evil are people, and people become evil after the evil will also go to attack those animals. Flying in the sky and swimming in the water is okay, not easy to be preyed upon, but the poultry and livestock on the disaster, the evil activity of frequent places, even the chicken will not be left. However, there will be leaks in the evil creature predation, and Wen Fu will also look for them on their way to see if they can pick up any leaks. Lu is experienced enough to know which places have better odds. There are eggs. Seeing his target again, Xiao Lu observed the eggshells, picked them up and shook them slightly to feel them, then carefully placed them in a burlap sack. These were their rations. Picked up 5 eggs since I left the village. Midway through the process, I actually found several nests of eggs. Only those had been left too long and had gone bad. These 3 should still be edible. At first glance, they look like eggs laid by domesticated chicken breeds. I haven't seen any chickens around, so they may have gotten into the stomach of an evil creature or beast, Xiao Lu said. It also means that there may be evil creatures or beasts in the neighborhood, Wen Gu said. Half an hour later, he did not encounter an evil creature, but saw a weasel standing up in the grass. Now that there is less normal human activity, some of the beasts are emboldened. The weasel stared at them for a few moments, waiting for them to get closer before jumping and running into the grass, quickly disappearing. That chicken may have been taken by a weasel. Perhaps even a few eggs in the nest have been carried away, Xiao Lu said. Maybe it's as he says, or maybe it's something else. The 4 continued on, keeping a cautious eye on their surroundings. How many survivors there are in the neighborhood? No one knows. There may not be any. The paths they chose were in areas with more open views, rather than the wild forest trails with more trees. If an evil creature or another large beast appeared, it would be the first to be seen. Plus, there's a sentry in the air. A brisk fall wind blew through, bringing with it a chill, but it was soon replaced by the warmth brought by the sun. Just such warmth was a reminder to be more vigilant. There's a village up ahead. We'll rest there at noon? Xiao Lu hadn't been this way before, but knew roughly that there was a village here. The map drawn by Wen Fu was also marked, and according to the plan of catching up, he could arrive before noon. Soon, they saw the familiar thatched huts with earth walls. These nearby villages were all of a similar style. The village here was searched by my father and his men last winter, and not much was left. The once lively village is now deserted. White bones could be seen scattered not far away, bearing the teeth marks of wild animals. In front of a dilapidated hut, plants grow savagely from a set of white bones. Similar images, Xiao Lu has seen several times, but every time I see, it shakes the heart and soul. Who's to say it's not your own tomorrow? They didn't go from house to house within the village to take a closer look, generally observing for any danger, and then sought out a house on the outskirts. The house was empty, and some of the wooden tables and stools had been removed. Hunter Lu and the others had been here before and transported those back to the village. Those that couldn't be used were split and burned as firewood. Smoked some herbs and found some dry broken wood and dead grass to start a fire. Bring along chopsticks and bamboo clips, etc. and roast them over a fire to get rid of evil spirits. Of course, it's good to use the fire appropriately. It will burn if you bake it for a long time. After all, it's wood. Used tools and weapons are also sterilized with fire in this way. When she took out a small bamboo clip specially designed for holding food, and roasted it slightly with fire before opening a small canister and taking the non-hunger pills contained inside. This is a convenient food prepared by the Taoist master for the journey. Convenient indeed. The atmosphere was somewhat somber during the break. When Fu observed that Xiao Lu was walking away with a wooden sign clutched in his hand, it was a pendant that old Lu had made out of quercus wood, and had given it to little Lu to wear around his neck before he left home. The in Xiao Lu's name is the of. It was also right that this young hunter was traveling far away from his family for the first time. He was too young, and now that the situation was special and the road ahead was uncertain, coupled with the tragic situation of this village that he had just seen, he was inevitably thinking of his family. He still did what he was supposed to do well, but the spirit was far less than when he first left the village, and his nerves were always taut. Winnie thinks that it needs to be regulated. At times like this, words of comfort and encouragement pale in comparison. After thinking about it, when Ji voiced out, "Ever heard of the story of the weasel begging for a seal?" Little Lu Hunter's attention immediately shifted and asked with extreme curiosity, "A weasel begging for a seal? The kind that used to run around the village stealing chickens? The kind you just saw on the road?" Qingdao Road Chief did not show on his face, but his ears were already stretched out. He was going to listen to how the dog scholar talked nonsense. When I heard about it when I was traveling. Chief am I. Again and again and again. When Fu, first of all, it's all hearsay, made up fictions, things in the talk books. Little Lu Hunter, I love listening to the playbook. So, when Fu briefly told the story of the yellowskins begging for the seal all over again, Xiao Lu immediately thought of what he had encountered on the road. The weasel that stood up. He stuttered. "So, what does that make us? Did it speak then? How should we answer it next time we encounter it?" Under the strong self-psychological suggestion, Xiao Lu suddenly felt that the memory of that time was blurred, and he was not sure whether he had heard it at that time. He asked the elder, "Is it true that weasels beg for seals?" Leader Qingdao smiled a profound smile and did not say a word. "Inside, I've never heard of it either." Learned. "Where exactly is this dog scribe traveling? Can you share the route?" Winnie said. It stood up just being alert and observant, not the way the words are made up. Lu nodded. What exactly is going on inside? No one else can guess. Winnie decided that it would be better to tell fewer stories of this type in the future. They didn't let up on paying attention to the outside during the small talk. The walled yard of this house was slightly higher than the rest of the house, but it wasn't safe enough. Did the marmalade children go out to forage for food? Wen Fu asked. Right. I've been staking out the whole way, and now I need to replenish my strength as well. Little Lu Hunter said. Don't worry, I just set up. In the walled courtyard. Snap. A voice came from outside. Several people in the room instantly silenced their voices and went on full alert. Looking out the window crack, an evil creature with a high degree of alienation tumbled into the courtyard wall and touched the trap set by Xiao Lu, making a sound to alert the people inside the house. Xiao Lu hitched his bow at the broken window. There was just cover, and if they couldn't kill it in one blow, it would be a big threat to a few of them. Iron Head guarded in front of Wenji, holding a firewood knife, his whole body muscles tensed. Although he was not smart as a person, he was able to survive until now because he was able to execute whatever Wen Fu said. Now it was all a conditioned reflex, formed when they were rushing before. Wen Fu, on the other hand, picked up a wood knife that was sitting by his side, and the blade was placed on the flame to sear it, all the while observing the evil creature outside. Being able to scale the courtyard wall so easily, the body of the one outside had been alienated to such an extent that it was already very deep, with tougher sebum and more agile movement. This is not a good place to fight. Avoid it if you can. When Fu looked at the Qingdao chief. Get on it, Taoist priest. Elder Qingdao reacted quickly as well, holding a small smoker in the palm of his hand and reaching under the window, his other hand flapping noiselessly to fan the smoke out. The evil creature outside approached the window step by step. Its whitish eyes were lifeless, as if its skin had been drained of moisture and clung to its bones. Purple-brown markings took up almost its entire face. Its teeth were mangled and the ones that remained in its mouth had become sharper and more lurid due to its heterogenization. It sniffed the air and made a low, guttural sound in its throat, gradually approaching the window. It sniffed again, its keen sense of smell catching the scent of food, but was soon irritated by the smell of the herbs again as it growled low, tossed its head, turned and ran over the wall. Not long after, some howls rang out in the distance, like two evil creatures fighting. maybe for food, maybe for something else. They are just like wild animals. They may fight over territory, food, etc. The evil creature was far away, and the people in the house were no longer in the mood to chat, so they quickly settled their lunches and refreshed themselves. There were a few chirps in the air. It was the return of the foraging sparrow child, which found a high point and rested there, also alerting the surrounding area. The weather is sunny to cloudy. Clouds blocked out the sun and gusts of fall wind brought more coolness. When several people came out from the village and continued to rush. Without going far, he encountered the evil creature from earlier again. However, at this time, the view was open and unobstructed, and the young Lu hunter put an arrow through the target's head. Never waste a second arrow if you can use one. The arrows that were shot out were recovered as much as possible if they could be recovered, but arrows like this one that hit evil things would not be recovered. Don't dare to take the risk. Xiao Lu fretted. When the iron arrow ones run out later and you make your own arrows and replace them with something else, the killing power won't be as strong. I don't know how many arrows it will take to kill then. Wen Fu also fretted. I can't keep up with the demand for equipment and manpower. Chapter 16, The Field Farm. Little Lu Hunter looked at the evil creature that had fallen down. They're moving much slower now than they were 2 months ago. Temperatures warmed up a bit by midday, but it's fall and there was a noticeable drop in temperatures overall. When she glanced at Xiao Lu, the low temperature is too restrictive for them. The winter in the Northlands is long and colder, and when the time comes, it will be simpler to hunt evil creatures there. Little Lu Hunter thought in his heart, if he can safely reach the Northland, this archery, he should be able to make some military achievements with his ability. Earn a small military officer as? The more you think about it, the more beautiful it becomes, and all the sadness of leaving home is gone. The four continued their journey. They made a travel plan to get to the projected location by tonight. The next place chosen was the field house of a lord of the clerk. This was the information provided by Lu Hunter, Xiao Lu's father, which Wen Ji had chosen from among several alternative landing spots. Hunter Lu said that this Mr. Li's family is rich, has a lot of land, and also has a lot of connections. If that's true, he would have received the news in advance and left with his household servants before the chaos started here. Wen Ji looked ahead and could vaguely see the shadow of the building. Is that the one? It should be. The young Lu Hunter discerned the bearings and determined that they were walking in the right direction. His father had said that Master Li's field house was in the northeast bearing of So-and-so village, on the south side of So-and-so river. If you say left and right to him when you are rushing, he may not be able to react immediately and have to distinguish whose left and right it is. But when you say east and west, north and south, it's as if the skill is engraved in his bones, and he can immediately get it right. It's this way all right, all the way over. It was nothing but desolation, and it looked like it had been a long time since any living person had come and gone on this road. They also only encountered 2 evil creatures. After decapitating them, Wen Fu observed their clothing. One isn't typically dressed like a farmer's family, probably a farmer dependent on a field farm. The other, although wearing a flashy outer robe, the inner garment was coarse cloth with patches. It might have picked up the clothes worn by a certain stricken great family, and in turn contracted the evil plague, becoming what it is now. Other than those 2, no other humanoids were seen. Wen Fu's heart was slightly at ease. It seemed that, as he had guessed, that very well-connected officer Li had long since left with his people. Near the farm, small Lu Hunter also hunted a rabbit. Do not dare to directly dispose of it on the spot, or wait to enter the farm. Burn hot water to start a fire and then dispose of it. My father delivered mountain goods to Mr. Li. Although Master Li has a bit of a temper, he doesn't abuse and beat people. He doesn't withhold wages, and everyone says he's not bad. That's all the guys care about, having a life and having money. As for the rest, they don't care. This Mr. Li is a very capable person. His fields and farms, the few houses where the owner's family lives, all use a large number of green bricks. Xiao Lu looked at it with some pity. It was too far away from their Gu village, otherwise he could still come here to move bricks. The green brick house is Xiao Lu's dream house. It's also where they landed tonight. They also cautiously watched before entering the large mansion compound of Lu Wenwei. The surroundings still didn't look like there were living people moving around, and the footprints of evil creatures walking by were different from those left by normal people. Easy to distinguish. There was some blood on the ground, but it was old. They paused in their tracks. Wen Ji's face was serious. Smell that? Xiao Lu was surprised. It smells like alcohol. The wind brings the smell of wine, which is fresh. Johnny has survivors? But there's really no sign of normal human activity seen here. Wen Ji analyzed in his mind. If there are survivors inside, perhaps the other side is not many and not strong in combat, or the kind that has been hiding and not going out. Wen Fu said, "Let's show the Mahjong child." Xiao Lu responded. He wore a leather armguard and waved it in the air. After a while, a falcon called from above. No one else was found. Xiao Lu said, "Then go in." Wen Ji whispered, "Don't scatter, everyone." High house compound. Far from looking okay, close to find. Long time no one. Time seems to accelerate over. Even if it is a big brick house. Also seems to be depressed and dilapidated. They entered the yard and heard a little subtle noise. Xiao Lu hitched his bow and looked over. It's a beaver slave. It was a big-boned but somewhat scrawny cat, probably from a former manor house. At this moment, it was cowering in a corner, arching its back, its fur exploding all over its body, and letting out a low growl of huffing and puffing at this side. It was an expression of extreme alarm and unease at the arrival of several of them. Nope, not at them. Watch out for the beam, Win reminded in a snappy voice. Xiao Lu reacted quickly. Originally had his bow on alert all the time. Chakra turned around and released an arrow towards the figure that flashed diagonally above him. The figure on the beam was brought down by an arrow. Xiao Lu's second arrow was already knocked as he watched the landing figure. It was a possessed child, no longer what originally belonged to a human being, struck with an arrow that was not fatal, hideous as a bloodthirsty beast, and roaring shrilly at them. Lu took a slow, deep breath and loosened his fingers. The arrow leaves the string. The shrill screams came to an abrupt end. Lu blinked his somewhat moist eyes and looked away from the house. Wenji also looked around in silence and found no other threats, and that civet slave also calmed down. Only then did he look at the little evil creature on the ground. Looking at the clothes, they should also be dependent on the field, the children of the farmers. This world is all about turning people into ghosts. Men and women, young and old, poor and rich, can become this way if they are not careful. Wenji looked at the Taoist priest, with a look of compassion on his face. Master Qingdao took out a piece of paper with runes drawn on it and burned it, chanting sutras to transcend the dead. The talisman paper burned and smoked, scattering into the mansion with the wind. Haven't heard any other movement for a while. Next, look for the woodshed kitchen first. The layout of the place is similar to those of the big houses in town and it's easy to find. The alcohol they had smelled earlier was on the other side of the mansion. However, at this time, the Wenfu few people did not go over to investigate. There is a well on this side of the kitchen. The water in the well isn't absolutely safe either, but it's a lot better compared to the obviously contaminated well, and the water in the surrounding river. It's also easy to get water, and you can avoid being sneaked up on. Find the kitchen, where the door is covered. They didn't go in right away. When she took the long stick and picked the window open a little, stepped back and raised his hand to indicate, Daoist, please. Instead of the spacious vestments that were used for beeping, Chief Qingdao now wore a dress code that made it easier to move around outside. He took out a small, treated rattan ball, and inside it was a small bundle of several plants used for smoking, which, when lit, kept on emitting smoke with the odor of herbs, and did not yet set the rattan ball on fire. Lift your foot in an arcane two-step, then leap up and fling your arm in a throw. The smoldering rattan ball made a harsh arc. Snap, drill the window with precision. The smoke quickly dispersed inside. Didn't hear any movement inside. While smoking the kitchen, they were watching this side of the well. The well was covered above and no dirty blood was seen around it, making the probability of contamination low compared to those exposed wells. Besides, they drink boiled water. It took a little while longer, counting the time to be about right, before opening the kitchen door and windows for a little ventilation. It was still light enough outside to see the inside of the kitchen. The kitchen had a couple of large stoves, and it was obvious that a couple of large iron pots must have been placed here originally. Nowadays, iron pots have gradually appeared in many people's homes, but not every family in the village can have one. After the chaos outside, good villagers went to the town to collect supplies and found several iron pots to bring back to the village. Right now, most of the kitchen pots and pans were taken. They found an iron pot in the corner with a small chip in the side. Perhaps that's why it was abandoned by the owner's family. Xiao Lu was very happy. So what if there's a gap? It's not like it's going to interfere with boiling water for cooking. Let's take this iron pot with us when we leave. Hit the water to boil and brush the pots and pans to remove the rust. After washing, boil water to use for the rabbit you just hunted. It's not that you can't eat these hunts when you're out there, but they have to be handled properly. After boiling a few pots of water, boil the water used for drinking. The young Lu hunter focused on handling the rabbit and cut some rabbit meat out, intending to throw it to the beaver slaves in the mansion. He made a point of explaining to Wenfu and the Taoist master that they went into the mountains to hunt and if they received help from the mountain animals, whether directly or indirectly, they would make a reply. Although without that civet slave, Wenfu would have discovered the danger on the beam. It was helpful to Xiao Lu himself at the time. The rabbit was hunted by Xiao Lu, but we were teammates, and everyone had a share of the supplies, so he made a point of explaining. Wenji and the Taoist master were fine with it. An iron head went along with Wenji's wishes. Xiao Lu then threw a small piece of meat over. There was something else smelling up there, and the wary beaver slave lowered his ears and let out a low growl, drawn again by the scent, and cautiously approached. waving his paw at the piece of rabbit on the ground with a couple of quick snapping slaps, tried out no threat, picked it up and ran off without a trace. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the fields and there is silence all around. The four of them were preparing dinner in the kitchen, all the while discussing the idea of spending an extra day at the field house tomorrow, searching the place to see if there was anything they could use. It would be nice to have rice cereal. Xiao Lu wanted to see if there were any materials for making arrows and make some for his own backup. Previously, in other villages and towns, it was difficult to find finished arrows. Either they didn't have any, or they had long been scavenged by others, so they could only make more for themselves. As we were chatting, we suddenly heard a clunk, like the sound of a ceramic altar filled with water falling to the ground. The four were instantly alert. When she thought of the smell of alcohol he had smelled before entering the mansion, the sound wasn't far away. It's still dark. The four men cautiously went over to check out the situation. Da. There was a thud, like the movement of hooves on the ground. Behind the brick courtyard wall, a donkey's face is revealed. Literally. Chapter 17, The Donkey Who Missed the Net. When he was preparing the supplies before leaving the village, Wen Fu was thinking in his heart about when he would be able to find livestock to pull the cart. After we set out, we also kept an eye out for any surviving horses, oxen, donkeys and mules around. Now, on the first day of departure, it was a real surprise and delight to suddenly see such an intact donkey in this unexpected place. And when this donkey saw the four of them, although it didn't show closeness, it wasn't obviously wary or repulsed either. There were bindings on the body, but it looked like the rope hadn't been tended to in a long time. There shouldn't be anyone else around. It's a domesticated donkey, Xiao Lu said. It has no apparent defense against people. Xiao Lu looked up and down and concluded, this is not our local donkey. This is a bigger donkey than our local donkeys, but now it looks a bit thinner, so it should have been raised very robustly before. I heard that when there was a shortage of horses at the border, there were also people who rode big donkeys and mules directly to the war. And this donkey is also a big body. Perhaps it was brought by the foreign caravan. Winnie looked around. Behind this is quite a large garden, with the elegant garden layout, exquisite and beautiful pond pavilions. The host family should have once hosted a banquet here. Some of the flowering plants planted for ornamental purposes and trimmed branches of trees and grass, which had been carefully tended by servants, were now deserted, and should have been overgrown like the rest of the field house. But this place was almost not balled by it, and the stench of defecation. Turn around and look ahead. There was a room there with an open door, and the donkey had come out of that room. There were no other noises inside, but there was a strong odor of alcohol. That's what they had smelled earlier, the source of the odor of alcohol. Through the haze, one could see the broken wine jar on the floor of the house. Xiao Lu also saw the situation inside and couldn't help but take a deep breath as his face twitched. He didn't know much about wine, and he didn't drink much, and he didn't have that kind of condition before. But think about what the status of the host family here, and then look at those. Look very on the wine altar. The host family put here must be good wine. So much good wine, all spoiled by this donkey? In the old days, anyone whose livestock spoiled the wine so badly would have been taken off the pot. This donkey is addicted to wine. Xiao Lu trembled his lips. It cannot directly smash the wine altar. Alas, if it wants to drink, and it cannot be expected to know how to unseal. Breaking the wine altar directly is really the easiest method for this donkey. How much can it drink when all the wine is spilled after the altar is broken? Xiao Lu had seen some very intelligent livestock before. Horses, oxen, donkeys and mules, some of which could simply use tools after training. This donkey in front of me used to follow the caravan around, right? It's reasonable to say that with more experience, it should be more astute. Why does it look less intelligent? It's still a bad root. Born unintelligent. Xiao Lu sighed as he smelled the alcohol in the room. When she carefully observed the situation inside and outside the house, and when he heard Xiao Lu's words, he asked him, have you ever wondered why this donkey has survived until now? Xiao Lu froze. Yeah, why is it still alive? Just recently they had encountered a small evil creature, and there were other evil creatures in the field range. With the evil creature's ferocious and bloodthirsty nature, wherever it passes, chickens and dogs are not left behind. How come it left such a big donkey? What a big mouthful of meat. They'd seen several skeletons of livestock along the way, none of them holding out hope of coming across a live one. The donkey looks like it has been here for quite some time, so why did it survive? Xiao Lu looked at the front and back of the house, and ultimately his attention went to those pieces of wine altar on the ground, as well as the strong smell of wine. Wine can ward off evil spirits? He tried. Leader Qingdao did not say anything, nor did he indicate anything else, but this gesture of acquiescence let Lu know that he had guessed correctly, at least in the right direction. When Fu said, evil creatures have a keen sense of smell. They have odors they like and odors they detest. The smell of the herbs we use to smoke the house. They don't like it, so they will avoid it. looking again at those wine altar fragments on the floor of the house. Now it seems that the smell of wine is not to their liking either. Even if it doesn't reach that strong aversion level of herbs, it still belongs to the level that they won't take a bite when they encounter it. After Xiao Lu accepted this statement, he then looked at the scene in front of and behind this house. What a day for this ass. There is shelter from the wind and rain, hungry to go out and nibble on flowers and plants, rolling around in the big garden walks, when the mouth is greedy to break the wine altar to lick a little wine, and not afraid of the evil possessed by the body, surrounded by no one to disturb, do not have to work, close to the evil, and the evil was smoked away by the smell of wine. It's a hard life out there, whether it's for people or other animals. It's amazing that this ass can get away with this place. Xiao Lu didn't want to admit that he was envious and jealous. It quite stayed. I've heard people say before that donkeys and horses, these livestock, like to get along with their companions, and without companions and people, it's surprising that it can stay here for so long. However, if you step out of the influence of the wine breath, once the smell of wine on your body dissipates, it is a living target. The evil things outside could smell the odor and come over to gnaw it into a skeleton. Wen Fu thought to himself, it seems that this donkey is more homely in nature. A few more glances at the wine jars still left in the house added. It drops a bottle of wine every so often, and what's left in the house is only 2. When these 2 jars of wine are dropped, without the cover of wine, the odor belonging to the food will attract the evil creature to come and hunt it down. Even if the booze lasts, in the fall and winter, when the garden's many grasses and trees wither and there isn't enough food to replenish them, it may go out to forage and soon end up the same way. However, the bias, yet by chance, before the 2 jars of wine were consumed, before the grass and trees in the garden completely withered, before this donkey walked out, when Fu and the others came, Chief Qingdao also commented at this time, this donkey, his fortune is extraordinary. Xiao Lu's eyes instantly changed. Yeah, so what if I'm not good enough? So what if you're not smart enough? The horses, oxen, donkeys and mules that have better roots and are smarter than it, there are none of them still alive in the surrounding area. This is simply the chosen donkey. He just loved spending time with such creatures of extraordinary chi. It would be nice to get some luck, and secretly decided, if you can live to reach the Northland next year and then post the New Year's Eve paintings. He did not want those to drive away evil spirits to catch ghosts. Just post the wealth door blunt donkey. When Fu gazed appreciatively at the big donkey in front of him, he also felt lucky that what he thought, this came to him. When another 2-wheeled plank wagon is ready, it will be able to haul more supplies, free up a force officer, and take a donkey cart to rest when you get tired of walking. Whether the donkey had extraordinary luck or stayed here out of an instinct to protect himself, it didn't matter. Anyway, I'll take the donkey. Here comes our donkey cart. Wen Fu said. Xiao Lu is also happy. Looking at the sky is getting late. Do not feel comfortable to leave the donkey here. Let's lead it over to the woodshed side. Xiao Lu didn't directly reach out to interact with this donkey. Who knew if it had ever rolled around in the grass when it went to nibble grass inside the yard? They had encountered a small evil creature before, and they didn't know if it had stuck to those evil dirty stains when it went to chew the grass and roll around. With a gloved hand, he went for the rope on the donkey, trying to lead it over toward the kitchen woodshed. I didn't expect the donkey to get temperamental, not happy to leave, and kicked back when he was forced to take it away. Xiao Lu didn't dare to hold it. It doesn't want to. When Fu gave the donkey a look, not willing? Then move the rest of the wine altars. Ironhead sulked and went to carry the wine jar. The donkey, who was being stubborn with Xiao Lu, saw the situation and yelled away angrily. It's no use yelling. Ironhead carries the wine jar out the door. The donkey twitched its long ears and was about to come over low to rub against the man again, when Fu's 4 rushed back, using the backs of their swords against them to keep their distance from the donkey. You can't be that close without washing or brushing. The donkey let out another disgruntled anon. A little noisy. Ignore it. When Ji asked Ironhead to set aside the wine altar first, and while it was still dark, they went inside to take a look. Avoid the debris on the ground and head inside. There are several other compartments in this side of the house. The one you see when you enter the house is used to store wine, and the other compartments are used for other purposes. For example, this room where the tools are stored. Xiao Lu looked at the various strange tools placed here. Some look like pots and pans, retort barrels, and others are so strange looking that you can't tell what they are for. Xiao Lu had heard his old man say that Mr. Li loved wine. If there is something to go and ask to see this Mr. Li, wine is the knocking brick. The fact that there were so many wine jars outside proved that Mr. Li was really interested in wine. But again, these don't look like jugs and glasses, kind of drinking utensils in the compartment in front of me. Elder Qingdao's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the apparatus in front of him. An ordinary person would not be able to read them, but he knew what they were for as soon as he looked at them. There was a sudden lurch at the thought, and he looked at Wen Ji, only to see that Wen Fu was also staring at those tools with great interest at this time. and even some joy. Completely different from the bewilderment on Xiao Lu's face. Leader Qingdao's heart jumped. The familiar feeling of a headache, as if there was grass born. It's not, is it? No? Did you know that? Is your family really just a normal bookish family? Is it true that you're traveling on a serious study tour? Wen Fu had light footsteps at this time and came over. Taoist master. When I traveled. Leader Qingdao raised his hand in a stopping gesture. That's enough. You directly say the purpose. Wen Fu smiled elegantly and politely. I hope the Taoist master can refine a bit of spirits. Can he? He believed that this Taoist priest who mastered so many chemical, coughing and alchemy skills, this small technique of distilling alcohol should not be difficult to defeat. Even if you don't know how to do it, Wen Fu can give a little advice on the side, and then give some words of encouragement. Chapter 18, Refining Wine. Wine of this era was generally low in strength, but spirits were also present. This set of apparatus, which appeared in the field mansion of this Li, was designed to distill and purify some low-caliber brewing spirits, so as to obtain high-caliber spirits. These instruments are still rudimentary in Wen's eyes, but it doesn't matter, as long as they serve their purpose. Leader Qingdao's brows furrowed. Only refining these 2 jars of wine? It's worth my hard work to open a furnace to make wine with just this stuff? No. Tomorrow we'll search the mansion again for any usable objects, and see if there's any more wine elsewhere. By the way, if we are able to search, we will trouble the Taoist master. So be it. Although Chief Qingdao was not too happy about it, after weighing the pros and cons, he still responded, maintaining his solemn surface. It was already dark outside, so they didn't touch anything here anymore, and also let the big donkey stay here for the time being. The 2 jars of wine were not taken away, but were shut up inside a compartment to save the remaining bit from being spoiled by this donkey as well. They went back to the kitchen. Compared to the wine room, which had been spoiled by the big donkey, it was still more suitable for them to spend the night on this side of the kitchen and woodshed, and there was still quite a lot of firewood in the woodshed, so they didn't have to skimp on the fire burning pile. The herbs were smoked, the fire was lit, and a puff of alcohol wafted through the air from time to time, so that any evil creatures in the vicinity wouldn't come near if they smelled it. Xiao Lu, tomorrow let Manhwa send a letter to your father so that the village doesn't drink all the hoarded wine. Wen Fu said, falcons are diurnal raptors, and it's better to deliver messages during the day. Tomorrow they all stay in the mansion and won't go out, so they can make a flight for the Muggles. It had only been a day since they had left the village, and on the way they had to be careful and guard the surrounding area, and push the goods, and stop for a while when the temperature was high in the middle of the day, and with their footing, they didn't get out too far. Little Lu Hunter is also thinking about this. Know that wine can drive away evil spirits. Cannot wait to tell the village now immediately, but do not drink all the wine, and then like the wine must be used sparingly. Save some more can save their lives. It's better to ask Winnie for help with this letter writing thing. The little book he carried with him. He wrote a few small lines in charcoal to give the message briefly, and asked Mamoru to send this text message back in the morning. Getting a good night's rest, the next day they searched the mansion for supplies to see what was useful to take with them. The mansion was large, and those who used to live here, besides the master's family, there were maids, servants, boys, guards, and servants hired to do miscellaneous things, and so on. What is good for the top, the bottom will follow. As they say, what goes up must come down, and there are many servants who like wine. When the people here first evacuated, they were able to take away rice and grain and precious things, gold and silver and fine things, but it was hard to take all the wine altars with them. The master's family had to leave the wine inside the house, and it was even harder for the servants to carry it. The wines recovered from the other houses together amounted to more than 10 jars, 3 of which had been unsealed. The quality of wine varies, and there are many different ingredients used to make it. It doesn't matter, it's all going to be refined a bit by the Taoist priest. On top of that, in the process of gathering supplies, they found a basement where nearly 100 jars of good wine were stored. The entrance to the secret room was relatively hidden and extremely easy to overlook, and the first person to notice it was Leader Qingdao. At that time, the way Wen Ji looked at Qingdao's headmaster had quite a deep meaning. This Taoist master's former cloud travel experience must have been ups and downs and colorful. Look at the old marks left here. There used to be many chests piled up in the secret room, containing the personal belongings of the owner's family, which were carried away during the emergency evacuation. These good wines were difficult to carry, so they were left in the chamber as they were. They wouldn't be here too long, and the liquor the Taoiseach used for distillation didn't need so much. Winfrey didn't move them all out. Can't take it with me either. When she said to Xiao Lu, pass a letter to the village, in case there is an unexpected situation in the village. You can come here to hide. Xiao Lu liked it here too. It was just a shame that it was far away from their Gu village. Falcons fly in the sky and come and go quickly, but it's not the same for them on foot, and they have to guard against dangers along the way. Alas, it's a shame. There's no telling who these will end up in the hands of. Xiao Lu regretted. Not necessarily. If you make a name for yourself in the Northlands, when the time comes for you to return home with your clothes on your back, and bring your men and horses to pick up the village fathers and mothers to take refuge in the north, you can move all of the wine here on your way. In the end, these will still fall into our hands. Wen Fu said. Little Lu Hunter listened with a dreamy expression and a firm tone. Right, that's right, it's all ours in the end. The Qingdao chief next to him looked at Wen Qi, and then at Xiao Lu, and was speechless for a while. You dare to eat the big pie drawn by Wen Fu? What's this? We're just starting out, and you're dreaming? Cootie. 1. Impatient to listen to their nonsense, Leader Qingdao picked something he would use and went to refine the wine. In addition to wine, they also found some missing rice, grain, salt and sugar, as well as other objects. There are no finished weapons, but there are some farming tools that work well with a little modification. The intact boardwalks have all been taken away, leaving 2 faulty ones to be dismantled and repaired to be able to get a complete one out. Wenji counted how much he could fit in a donkey cart, and made a selection of what he had found. It's not convenient to bring something like a big wine altar. Just bring some products that the Taoist priest has refined. Taoist master made wine. Xiao Lu repaired the car, and Tai Tu went over to help with some of the strength work. Occasionally when Xiao Lu was stumped, Wen Fu went over to take a look, point out the key problems and offer solutions. The boardwalk was quickly repaired, and Wen Fu, after consulting Xiao Lu, went to build trust with the big donkey and do some simple training so that the donkey could pull the cart better. As they suspected, the big donkey had pulled carts and carried loads before, and even though he hadn't worked in months and was a little rusty, he adapted quickly, just not much energy. Thinking that he would soon be hauling cargo under heavy loads, when Ji asked Xiao Lu to make some fine feed from the available supplies, such as the beans he had searched for today, and certain edible byproducts of the Taoist chief's wine refining. Wen Ji also searched for a small porcelain bottle with a thin mouth, which is filled with wine and corked with a cork, so that there will be a slight overflow of wine. The rope is tied to the neck of the bottle and suspended from a long pole in front of the big donkey. Well, a big donkey pulls a cart with much more vigor. Not bad for a skilled worker. Trust between man and donkey is kind of built up. Wen Fu was very satisfied and even learned to catch a car from Xiao Lu. The 6 arts of a gentleman. Rites, music, archery, calligraphy and mathematics, and driving a carriage are also skills to be mastered. I've never driven a donkey cart before, so I'll learn the tricks of the trade. In such a chaotic world, having one more skill is also one more chance of survival. Xiao Lu couldn't help but sigh. The readers turned out to be so powerful. Not only can he drive, he can also repair cars. Wen Fu instructed him to repair the wooden plank car can be sharp. Over there, after learning how to drive a donkey cart, Wen Ji ran off to keep an eye on Taoist master's progress in refining wine. Chief Ao Yodo is still reliable in his profession. Alchemists are really familiar with distillation techniques. What a talent! It would be nice to have a few more talents like that. The wine collected from the various houses of the mansion was disposed of according to the Taoist master's own custom. Originally, the Taoist chief only wanted to distill the spirits on the line, and did not care about the rest. However, Wen Ji had already given some advice, not only on the refining technique, but also to remind the Taoist master, don't think of fooling around, thinking of the benefits that Dog Scholar can bring to himself in the future. The Taoist priest still consumed some effort to refine the wine practiced out of the main 3 categories: wine head, wine heart, wine tail. The heart of the wine is the spirits, which are drinkable. More impurities in the head and tail of the wine are not wasted and have another use. Wen Fu looked at the portioned products of alcohol refining. The brews here, generally low in alcohol concentration, are not distilled and cannot be lit directly. The heart of the spirit that remains after distillation has a higher concentration of alcohol and enough combustible components. There is also a certain sterilization effect. Although it is not as good as the medical grade in Wen Ji's original world, it can still be used to save the emergency at the moment. The heads and tails collected, if they can be ignited at room temperature, are left behind for use as assault weapons. If it cannot be ignited, such as a low alcohol content, high water content, and contains a pungent odor, use it as a defensive weapon and use the odor as cover. Stay. It's all stuff that can turn things around. Although the product of refining wine did not meet Wen Ji's original expectations, but the tools are simple, cannot ask for too much, can make do with it. When Wen Ji did the burning test, Xiao Lu happened to come over. He knew that these are the Qing Yi Long refined wine. Originally thought that Wen Ji let the Taoist priest to practice the strong wine is in order to drink to drive away the cold later when the temperature drops. He had heard people say before that in the bitterly cold areas of the border, some people drank to drive away the cold. He assumed that Winnie felt the same way, until he saw that Winnie had taken a small spoonful of the wine that had been poured out and lit it on fire. Ignited. It turns out that wine can be ignited if it's strong enough. What are evil things afraid of? Except for the hypothermia, it's just fire. If a crisis situation arises and there is not enough wood on hand, 1 stick of Taoists, all-purpose fire slave, plus a small bottle of spirits. Xiao Lu looked at Wen Ji. Readers are really powerful. Wen Ji didn't avoid Xiao Lu when he did this and said, "Bring them all with you when you leave. When the time comes, keep an eye out and don't get close to the fire." Xiao Lu nodded repeatedly. "Definitely have to be careful or it's one of our own that gets burned." Wen Fu turned back to the implements. Unfortunately, they were limited in what they could take with them and could not take these distilling apparatus with them. So, Wen Fu used his own portable notebook to draw down all these implements, and waited until he had the conditions in the Northland, and then looked for craftsmen to manufacture and improve them. Food is precious, whether it's rice and grain brews or fruit wines, and it's definitely harder to get, but the tools are built to do other things as well, and can't be limited to just wine. Alas, that's all for later, and we'll think about that when we're safely at our destination. With the things they wanted and the donkey cart ready, the four set out again. With the donkey cart, leave the unicycle at the mansion. If the team had been larger, they could have had someone push the unicycle along with them, but the team was now only 4, and there was no need to take up a force officer. When they set out early in the morning, the same beaver slave they had met earlier, crouched in front of the door and watched them. It will continue to guard this mansion in the field. There is no telling when it will wait for the owner's family to return, or perhaps it will wait for a new head of household. On the road to the field house, the big donkey, seduced by the small bottle of wine hanging in the air, pulls the cart with all his energy. When it was time to rest, Wen Fu would feed it a little wine. It wouldn't feed it when it was working. You don't drink without pulling a cart, and you don't drink without pulling a cart. Chapter 19. Stagecoach. Leaving Tianzhuang, the section of road traveled was actually close to the county seat of this county, but Wen Fu had no intention of going there. The county was left out of the equation when the itinerary was developed. There were survivors in Gu village who had fled from the county, which had long since fallen. As the weather gets colder and colder, the evil creatures, like wild animals, need to find caves to escape the cold, and the fallen county is a good cave for them. The people who originally resided in the county, those who didn't manage to escape, can't be said to be absolute, but most of them only had 2 endings, either to be reduced to food or turned into evil things. Today that county has become a nest of monsters. In the words of the locals, the evil spirit is too strong. Knowing that it was even more dangerous there was no way that Wen Fu would go over there. There must have been a good deal of supplies left in the county, but, unless it was cold and greatly cooled, and at the same time sufficiently armed, one would not dare to go in and search for them. Otherwise it's better to go far around. On one of the colder mornings, the section closest to the county seat, they watched from a distance from the heights of the ground. At this distance, the whole county was a vague little mass, and under the rising sun, it was like a layer of dust. It was already shrouded in invisible fear and despair, as if the lamentations and cries of the county people could be heard. Wen Ji and their outsiders do not feel deeply, but Xiao Lu was frozen for a while. No longer look at more than one glance. Footsteps firmly follow Wen Ji. They continue to move forward. The once bustling county, once a place of dreams, is a thing of the past. Let that vivid county remain in the memory and not become crumbling and gray like the town. Walking and stopping traveled for 2 more days, having already left the area that Lu Hunter was familiar with. The local map that Wen Fu had previously drawn no longer worked. Xiao Lu has never been to the neighboring county before, only heard his father said, "This county is not as prosperous as their county, and the distance is relatively far. Usually there is not much presence. I don't know which roads would be safer, let alone what the situation is like in the villages and towns here, and I don't dare go from one to the other. It can only be chosen according to the topography of the terrain, depending on where the view is more open and where you can walk a donkey cart." Even if they couldn't find a place to rest, they would light a fire, sprinkle some medicine to expel wild beasts and evil creatures, dye a smoky incense, and keep watching shifts of 2, switching to rest on the donkey cart. The donkey cart went slowly on the road, not because the big donkeys were passive, but because there were more obstacles on the road. Human skeletons, the bones of animals pulling carts, abandoned vehicles or bits of fallen debris can all interfere with their forward speed. The 4 Wenzhou people with long-handled modified farm equipment, the road those lighter obstacles to the sides of the dial, not convenient to move, can be avoided. Around the inability to stop, the 4 people together to clean up. It's certainly not all trouble, and you can pick up the occasional utility tool, such as knives and clubs and so on. In the wrecked wagons left on the road, food left behind by the original owners could still be found, but it had been so long that most of it had spoiled and rotted. Too bad, such a big bag of grain, Xiao Lu said sadly. The owner of the carriage's family conditions are not bad. Wen Ji found a hidden compartment in the car. Inside the snacks and other dry food cannot be eaten. There is also a small jar. Open a look. Wen Ji revealed joy. Honey, good stuff. high in calories and resistant to storage. Very good emergency and long-distance food. As soon as Xiao Lu heard about the honey, his mouth began to make a craving. Tired from rushing, a cup of honey water while waiting for a break will instantly fill him up. Finding a jar of honey, although he had yet to drink it in his mouth, Xiao Lu felt more energized as he cleared the barricades. If he could also find materials suitable for making arrows, he would be even happier. In the last few days away from home, he had some new arrows in his basket, all of which he had made on the road. Sheets of metal and other hard objects were collected from the field house for arrowheads, and materials could be found for arrow shafts and feathers. With limited conditions and limited craftsmanship, these new arrows were roughly made, but they would make do. Every day, during his break, he took the time to make a little. The humanoid creatures they encountered on the road were not all evil. As they passed the outskirts of a village, there was a teepee there that served as a place for them to rest their feet. Having been left untended for a long time, it was impossible to expect it to keep out the wind and rain. The good thing was that the weather had been fair lately, and there had been no rain, so a little shelter from the wind and a little cover would have been good. At the same time they spotted the teepee, they also saw a large tree not far away with a man hanging from it. The view around them was wide open, and there were no other evil creatures seen nearby, so when Fu walked over to them to take a look, the person hanging from the tree, looking at the clothes and body shape, should be a villager from a nearby village. I've only been hanging here recently. Hang yourself, to be exact. When she looked at his hanging arms, the half of his small arm that the sleeves didn't cover, with a purple-brown patch on it. People who are possessed by evil spirits will have such patches appearing on their bodies. It spreads from the limbs to the whole body until the time when he completely loses the consciousness belonging to a human being. Then he will accelerate the overall alienation and turn into a bloodthirsty and ferocious monster. There are 3 broad stages of medieval. Altered sense of smell, purple and brown markings on limbs, alienation of entire body into a monster. When they were in Gu village, when Hunter Lu came back from their outings, they would isolate themselves for a night in a house that had been smoked with medicinal herbs, to tell from the first stage whether they had been bewitched. People who get hit will suddenly hate those drug odors. If there are no conditions for medicinal fumigation, then look at the changes in the second stage of the evil, and see if there are evil spots on the limbs. At the beginning of the evil, they retain their consciousness, but they cannot see the spots on their arms. The evil parasites in their bodies had already begun to affect their consciousness, making them think that the markings on their arms were normal, belonging to themselves, and there was no such thinking as "I'm turning into a monster." Those who don't want to turn into monsters will choose whether or not to kill themselves if a bystander tells them that evil spots have started to appear on their arms. At the beginning of the chaos in Katsamura, some of the villagers who were possessed by the evil spirits killed themselves after learning that they had been tricked. Such a situation is not unusual. Having seen so much, the 4 were fairly calm. There are survivors in the villages around here. Wen Fu said, only, they weren't going to confirm it. There were too many variables. Saving yourself is more important now. After a quiet night's stay at the teepee, he set out again early the next morning. It was another nerve-wracking day's travel, and before the sun set in the afternoon they came in sight of a small stagecoach stop. Compared to the leaky teepee, the stagecoach stay was much better. It's just a matter of being prepared for the dangers that might be inside. Outside the stagecoach there were some old bloodstains, both human and evil, left behind for varying periods of time. There were white bones of humans and corpses of evil creatures on the ground. Observing the stage quietly from a distance for a few moments, Wen Fu gave the Taoist a sign, "Go on, it's time to go through the process." With an expressionless face, Chief Aokichi took a smoking rattan ball and threw it in, followed by a message from the stagecoach. Cough cough. It's a human voice. The 4 were instantly alert. In a chaotic world, there are more enemies to face than just evil things. There are times when the living are scarier than monsters. After a moment's observation, Wen Ji raised his voice. "Excuse me, it's getting late. We would like to stay here for the night." As he spoke, Wen Fu listened carefully to the movements inside to determine just how many people were inside. The man inside didn't mean to hide anything and immediately returned. "Come on in. Ahem. Don't worry. Cough cough. I'm alone here." The man inside was choking on the smoke and his speech was incoherent. The 4 of them did not let their guard down, and waited again until the smoke inside faded before stepping into the stagecoach. The stagecoach station was not large, and the main entrance gave a glimpse into the hall. A young man in his 20s, leaning against a table, sat casually on the floor. He looked a bit frail, originally supposed to be a tall and robust man, but now his cheeks were sunken in, skinny, but with a sense of sturdiness that belonged to a martial artist. Just the corners of his forehead were slightly red, as if he had just been hit by an external object. "Winnie, keep sizing each other up. Did this one perhaps have a previous official position?" A thought crossed his mind. In today's world, due to the shortage of food, most people would be starving and thin. It was just that compared to the thin villagers that Wenji had seen in Gu village, the one in front of him seemed to be a bit too negative. It is the kind of self-loathing disheveled, with the smell of alcohol, with a jug of wine at his side. When Wenji came in, this one also took the jug and poured a few mouthfuls of wine. There was quite a bit of liquor spilled on the ground. The big donkey smelled the smell. Hooves to go over. Was led away. He was led away, and then he brayed, and became stubborn. When Fu asked Xiaolu to find a jug of the station's turbid wine and feed the big donkey a little, when they had searched for wine in the field house before, what they had found from the servants' room had been cloudy wine of this kind. Some of it even cloudier than that in the stagecoach. People from good families would drink clearer wines, those with an extra filtration process and more expensive prices. For example, the wine collected by Mr. Li. As for those who are not well off, they drink more cloudy wine. Of course there are some well-off literati who love to drink a bit of cloudy wine when they are guilty of being literate. Right now, small stagecoaches in remote places are not expected to ask for much good wine. It's all cloudy. It's enough to fool the donkey. Waiting for the big donkey to be quiet, when Fu brought his scholarly demeanor with a slight apology on his face, and made an elegant bow towards the man sitting on the ground. Excuse me. Next to him, Leader Qingdao secretly rolled his eyes. The young man sitting on the ground looked at the four people of Wen Fu. His eyes moved slightly, but then became sad and his voice was hoarse. Be my guest, but I urge you to stay away from me. With that, he lifted his sleeves and extended his arms towards the Wen Fu few, the eyes of the four of the Winchesters, looking to each other's exposed arms and back to each other's faces. Look at the arms again, and look at each other. The sight went back and forth several times. Iron Head, bewildered, just very bewildered, not knowing what to do. He looks over at Winnie. Xiaolu, wanting to speak, stopping to speak and wanting to speak. He was happy to see that there were living survivors, but it was just that the big brother in front of him, he didn't see what the other side was trying to say. What's wrong with your arm? You have some sweaty hairs? But he remembered his father's advice to keep his mouth shut when he went out and to see what the proprietor wanted. So, he also looked at Wen Ji. Wen Fu and Dao Shi exchanged a look, and the two guessed every possibility in a moment. Doubt, sympathy, emotion, frustration. The Taoist master grunted and laughed, then gave a long sigh in the manner of a tall man. The 5 flavors of human feelings in a chaotic world seem like they all sighed around in this voice of his. Looking at the reaction of the 4 Wen Ji, this youth's original sad and disheveled expression seemed to gradually freeze. He realized something. The air was suddenly quiet. Chapter 20. The Unusual Scholar of the Dodo. Wen Ji, a reader who seems to be unable to bear to watch, broke the silence. His voice was gentle but clear. The smoky ball the Taoist master just used to smoke evil things. After a pause, he added, evil things don't like the smell of alcohol either. So, other than choking on too much smoke to begin with, you, who are neither irritated by smoke balls nor tons and tons of dunking, are probably, maybe, most likely, normal yet. Just about to tell him plainly, brother, I knew you weren't possessed when I watched you tons and tons and tons pouring wine. Either you're scaring yourself, or you're being lied to. Frozen in place, the youth, at this moment, intense emotions flipped in his mind. The ecstasy of surviving and the fury of being deceived felt like it was about to spurt out. His eyes were filled with viciousness, and his hand, which was holding the wine jug, was bulging with veins. Indignation squeezed through his teeth. I'm going to cut them up. Click. The jug was broken with one hand. Wen Fu looked at the other's calloused hand. It was almost intact. That's a fair amount of force value. It was much taller than the old Lu hunter. At the same time, the youth who had been casually sitting on the ground, as if there was a fire burning, Miso jumped up, peeled off the clothes he was wearing, and rushed towards the guest room. The leg appeared to be injured and stumbled a bit. Then there was a rummaging motion from the guest room side. A few moments later, the people inside came out, changing into the clothes in the wardrobe box in the guest room of the stagecoach. His whole body, except for his eyes, was exposed, and even his mouth and nose were covered with a cloth scarf there. After packing up, the other picked the old clothes, shoes and boots that had been thrown down into a far corner with a long stick. These have been stained with tainted blood, and it's a blessing from the ancestors that they didn't get evil. Seeing the other party's series of movements, Iron Head continued to be bewildered, and Xiaolu finally reacted. This guy thinks he's possessed? How so stupid? Winnie did understand. Information does not circulate, and Xiaolu has received much knowledge against the evil plague, but in other places, survivors may not know this. Plus, it's likely to be laced with human treachery as well. It's hard for those caught up in it to see it for a moment. That's when the other guy came over. The whole person's mental state was very different from the party. Negative and negative emotions were suppressed and became more spirited. He arched his hand. My name is Zhou Shan. I am the tiny county lieutenant of this Tang County. Little Liu Hunter couldn't help but mumble. Little county lieutenant. That's an important subordinate of the county magistrate's lord. One who can lead troops to fight bandits. It's awesome. In the eyes of the people of Gu village, the county lieutenant was a person they could only look up to. If they could become a lieutenant, their family's ancestors' graves must be smoking. Can't even dream of it. Zhou Shan also observed the four at this time. What does Xiao Lu think? Look at that face full of shock can be known. There is also that big man next to him with confused eyes who is a bit naive. These two do not need to pay more attention. He looked to Wen Fu and the first leader of Qingdao. It was mainly these two. At a glance, their status is not bad, and they are bound to have seen the world. The reaction of the Taoist priest was indeed rather cold. In the past, the prefectural lieutenant had not really reached his target circle, and Wen Fu, at this time, courteously returned. Wen Fu, a mediocre reader in a chaotic world. Leader Aokichi had the urge to roll his eyes again, when Ji briefly introduced his cousin, the Taoist priest, and Xiao Lu, and told this Zhou County lieutenant that he was traveling north to join his relatives, and was on his way to stay here for the night. When Ji looked at the smashed red spot on Zhou County lieutenant's forehead again and apologized. Just now, Lieutenant Zhou raised his hand to interrupt. It's just a small matter. I also have to thank you for reminding me. The ruthlessness in Lieutenant Zhou's eyes had been suppressed and replaced with anxiety and worry. He looked out of the stagecoach. By this time it was already dark outside, and nowadays it was getting dark very quickly, so if you went out now, you wouldn't be able to go very far at all. If you're in a hurry, you can only leave tomorrow. He borrowed a fire from a few of the Winchesters. He was more familiar with the layout of the stagecoach and the remaining supplies, and he informed Winnie. As soon as the chaos began, the various post stations were searched once for important supplies by the passing large families, mainly fodder for the pulling animals, and grain for the people. As for the rough clothing and bulky jars of cloudy wine, the large families who were busy rushing to flee the country could not see these, so it was very difficult to find food in the stagecoach, but a few pieces of rough clothing could be found. The kitchen of the stagecoach station was very small, and it was a bit messy inside, so the four of them, Wen Fu, searched for firewood directly to the main hall and set up a fire to boil water for cooking. Zhou Shan maintained a mutually reassuring distance from them. Wen Fu whispered in disgust with his three teammates and shared a bowl of soup and food with Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan was surprised. He carried on for 3 days on the cloudy wine here and there, and the odd piece of stale dry bread he found in the stagecoach. Hungry indeed. Originally, he was still thinking about how to exchange some food with Wenji several people, and if he really couldn't, he would resort to some Thai means if necessary. He couldn't help it. The world was a tough place nowadays, and with his family waiting, he needed food to regain his strength as soon as possible, so that he could make it back tomorrow. He also didn't know if his family was well after these days had passed. Unexpectedly, Wen Fu, a scholar, still retained a few moments of kindness and took the initiative to share a bowl of food with him. In today's chaotic world, where food is precious, no one wants to give out their rations. What is this? Meeting a good person? Having just experienced the betrayal of his companions, his guard is not yet up. Looking at the soup food that was indeed ladled out of the same pot, several people from Wen Fu also moved their mouths. Zhou Shan took it, pulled off the facecloth covering his mouth and nose, and didn't mind the heat, and couldn't wait to drink it after blowing on it a little. The replenishment of food did allow the weakened body to recover faster, and he clasped his fists in a solemn salute and said, "Thanks a lot. Food is real." He moved inwardly, and for the party some Thai ideas feel ashamed. "Look serious," said. "This grace is not to be repaid, if there is a need." Wen Ji immediately, "Right now." Zhou Shan, next to him, Leader Qingdao almost laughed out loud. "Is the dog scribe so good at picking up the food he gives out? You can't even guess what kind of dog's mind he's hiding underneath his plain, unassuming surface." Inwardly, he spat, but on his face, the Taoist master still maintained his highman demeanor, bland and indifferent, his eyelids slightly drooping, as if he was unconcerned about everything around him. Zhou Shan just froze and said, "Go ahead." When Ji handed over the notebook and charcoal pen, "Zhou County Lieutenant, you know this county better. We want to pass through this county to the north, but I do not know how the road condition is, how the villages and towns are distributed, which places need to be avoided, and whether it is possible to tolerate donkey carts to pass through." When Ji said his needs one by one, in fact, it is to let this Zhou County Lieutenant draw a brief map out, even if the drawing skills are not good, but also can be oral, as detailed as possible, and then when Ji drew his own. This way, he could determine Zhou Shan's identity and also get the information he wanted. If the identity of the other party is true, then the other party must be in possession of news that is relatively new today. Information is very important when fleeing in such a chaotic world. Zhou Shan did not think too much at this time. These needs of Wen Fu were very reasonable. and his own heart was more solid now that he was able to repay the favor in this way. The filter of grace again felt that this scribe's benevolent heart was accompanied by some straightforward candor. Chapter 21. What a good man. The pen and writing paper were somewhat strange, a style Zhou Shan had not seen before, but it was really convenient to use in today's situation. However, his drawing skills were really limited and he could only dictate from the sidelines. When Ji drew a map by the light of the fire, after talking more, the mood was driven up and they talked about themselves. After all, he had been a county lieutenant, and the lower villages had been plagued by the plague before, and at the beginning of the chaotic world, he still had a bit of experience in defense. It's just too evil. The world is becoming tougher and tougher, and many of the lords above the county have not been able to escape. Looking at the situation in the county is not right. Zhou Shan took his parents, wife and children, called on a few brothers with good relations, left the county and went to the neighboring town where his father-in-law's house is located. It's just that as the days go by, there's chaos over there. Food and firewood dwindled day by day, and firewood could be coped with by splitting furniture door panels, etc., which could be sought in the homes of unoccupied dwellers in the town. Food, however, can only be replenished by going out and looking for it at intervals. Because of this, the number of people who had survived around them was dwindling. This time, or because they had searched out all the food around them, the group agreed to go to a nearby village together and find more food. Only Zhou Shan was accidentally injured during the evacuation, although there was no obvious trauma, but it affected his movement, and not more than half a day later, he was told by those brothers that he had an evil spot on his arm. At that time, he did not suspect. Every time out has long been mentally prepared, just remembered in the home, expressed willingness to break the back to buy time for everyone, but also hoped that a few brothers' food to go to his home. He killed a lot of monsters by himself, and then came to the stagecoach station, desperate and sad, to drown his sorrows in wine. I was thinking of finally doing my part to get rid of the monsters before they turn into monsters. The depressing thing is that even evil things don't come into the stagecoach. But Zhou Shan didn't associate it with alcohol, only thinking that he was gradually turning into a monster. The monsters treated him as one of their own kind and didn't want to come in and eat him when they smelled it. When an evil monster is not interested in a living person, it means that this living person can no longer be considered normal. That's what he was thinking at the time. Even sadder, with too many people and things in his mind that he couldn't let go of. But I didn't realize that. Tricked. Who did he think? Brother in arms hadn't been taken care of and lifted up by him? Thinking of those people's hypocritical look of disenchantment at that time, Zhou Shan's facial muscles tightened. His fingers holding the knife tightened, suppressing his emotions. In this world, the wickedness is the human heart. Xiao Lu was not deeply touched, although he has seen similar things, but the villagers of Gu village has not done so desperate. Listening to Lieutenant Zhou's account, he grew a bit bolder and couldn't help but ask, "It's been 3 days. Haven't you ever thought that you haven't been struck by an evil spirit?" Zhou Shan shook his head. "I don't know exactly how long it takes to turn into a monster. I just feel my mind getting more and more confused, thinking that I'm not far from turning into a monster." He had thought of cutting his own throat here before Wan Fu and the others arrived. "Xiao Lu, confused mind? Is it possible that you drank too much alcohol?" Zhou Shan. Xiao Lu didn't mean to mock. He was seriously considering the issue. Even the county lieutenant master is confused. It seems that drinking too much wine does make you stupid. Cough. In the words of Wan Urge, affecting decision-making ability. When the map was almost drawn, the night was already late, and they all needed to refresh themselves. Even if Xiao Lu wanted to talk more with this county lieutenant, he could only stop for the time being. The donkey wasn't led to the stables. It's too dangerous to leave it outside alone. It's easy to attract evil things. It's better to lead it to the main hall. There's no one else anyway. He's been out grazing, fed some still leftover concentrate feed, and a little cloudy wine, and is much more peaceful, even though it drank a lot of good wine in the field house from Mr. Li. It was not demanding in this regard about the quality of the wine, whether it was clear or cloudy. Even if the demand is high, Wan Fu will still break it over. You can't afford to be picky in today's world. The next day, it was just a little bit light and you could barely see the road. Chusan poured some cloudy wine on his body. He wondered if those good brothers had kept their last bit of conscience and sent home his fair share. But you can't count on conscience all the time, since wine could ward off evil spirits. He thought about a small village he would pass on the way to see if he could scrounge up some more food to take back with him. Taking a knife and carrying 2 jars of wine, it is not convenient to move around with more than one. Zhou Shan greeted Wan Fu and the others, endured his injuries, and couldn't wait to leave. Wan Ji looked at the direction in which Lieutenant Zhou left and opened the newly drawn abbreviated map in his hand again. Previously in the Zhou County Lieutenant oral, he only roughly depicted, even some abstract. Lieutenant Zhou cannot understand, and see the important lines and villages, towns and counties in the right location, then did not ask more questions. Now, Winnie modifies and adds to the sketch, converting some of the symbols used in shorthand as substitutes into detailed pictorial text. After thinking about it, he said to the group, "Let's stay within the stage for half a day longer. I'll finish the map and set the route before we set out, and try not to spend the night in the wilderness, but have a place to rest." Xiao Lu had no problem with it and thought that Wenji was well thought out. Ironhead has no opinion and does exactly what he's told. Qingdao Road Chief, however, looked at Wenji a few more times, always feeling that this dog scholar was hiding something, but also did not refute. During the time that Wenji was drawing the map and setting the route, Xiao Lu and Tai Tu were also rummaging around the stagecoach station looking for things that could be used, a change of clothes or a clean cloth tent, organizing bundles of firewood, and fetching some well water up to boil 2 pots for backup. The inn smelled of alcohol, no evil spirits came near the place, and it was a rare relief from the past night and half of the morning. After a break for lunch, the 4 of them packed up and got ready to go. There are still some altars of turbid wine in the inn. Wenji only put a few altars in the car, and more than that can't be taken away. The rest stayed in the stagecoach. Wine wards off evil spirits, and this can be communicated to survivors who come here in the future. When Fu tore a piece of paper and wrote a few lines of brief advice in charcoal, there is no showmanship, and the handwriting is quite neat and tidy. The terminology used does not have any unfamiliar words or complicated vocabulary, but is all very grounded descriptions. Xiao Lu can read it at first glance. Wen said, "In case there are still survivors who come here like that Lieutenant Zhou and don't have the force that Lieutenant Zhou has, the advice on paper might be able to turn the situation around and save lives. This chaos is first and foremost a conflict between man and evil spirits. One more person alive is one more booster for your side and one less enemy." Xiao Lu listened and nodded with respect. People who read sage books are different. When Ji finished writing the words and frowned slightly, "Add another picture in case someone is not fully literate." Xiao Lu continued to nod. When Urge is really a good man. Like their village, there are a lot of people cannot read and write, and even some of the county has an official position in the military lords. Do not look at the mouth tugging the words. No, the words may not be more than him. When Ji thinks well of everyone, just like those readers with high moral character in the drama books. Xiao Lu's gaze changed to admiration. Similarly, looking at the scene in front of him, Chief Qingdao was unmoved in his heart and even felt odd. It is because I know the nature of this dog scholar. And then look at what the other party has written and said. It seems to be too pretentious. This scribe has more than that in mind, doesn't he? This is purposely done for someone or something, isn't it? It's not going to be trolling, is it? Chapter 22. The possibility of traveling together. Leaving the stagecoach, they followed the route laid down by Winfrey for a day, and were again forced to stop. It's going to rain. The Taoist priest would look at the weather and surmise that a rainstorm would follow, and they would either pick up the pace and make their way to the next drop-off point, or stay where they were and wait for this rain to pass before choosing the right time to depart. Although Xiao Lu was not as precise as Taoist master, he used to go into the mountains to hunt and has experience in reading the sky, so he can give a general judgment. With their squad, every time they were faced with the problem of taking a line, it was Wen Fu who made the choice. This time too, Xiao Lu came up with the same prediction as the Taoist priest based on the celestial phenomenon, and first looked at the warm-up, and when Ji looked at the map in his hand and said, "Then let's wait for this rain to pass." They were now located in a tea house at the bottom of a hill. It is just a simple 2-story wooden building, around which there used to be some wooden shed stalls, which are now deserted, and it is also this tea shop that is slightly more robust. Winfrey looked out the window at the hillside outside. It's still an attraction. According to Lt. Tao, this mountain is not tall. A long time ago a foreign celebrity came here to plant a piece of begonias. Every year when the flowers bloom, the county's literati and writers will get together to climb the mountain to enjoy the flowers. Near the big families also love to set up banquets there. Standing here you can see the pavilion on the hill. So it seems that the bottom of the hill is nothing more than a midway service point, and that there should be a much better equipped building on the hill. Unfortunately, the way things are today, it's not convenient to visit. When Shi thought to himself, when the chaos is over in the future, if there is an opportunity, he must come here to punch the card. Maybe the mountain still has inscriptions from literati who came and went, or stone inscriptions or something like that. Thinking so, Winnie made a note in another notebook. The tea house is not big, no one has taken care of it for a long time, and the second floor is even more broken. So when it rains, the second floor will definitely not be able to stay. I searched around for some firewood and stacked it in a corner first, so that I wouldn't be unable to find dry firewood when it rained. Move the tea cooking stove indoors where it can't get wet. Earlier they had used water from a stream that flowed down from the mountains not far away, and had boiled a few pots of water for cleaning and drinking with the tea stove and teapot here. This time, the donkey could not be let indoors, so a temporary awning was erected immediately to the windward side of the tea shop with a few pieces of rough cloth found at the tea shop, and bamboo poles, twine, and stones. Outside, The wind began to pick up and the dead leaves left on the branches were ripped off. The doors and windows of the tea house were closed, and when Fusfu could hear the whimpering wind outside and the dead branches and leaves blowing over, the sky was darkening and the dripping rain was falling. Ma Duana rest in the upstairs. The second floor cannot live, but rest of falcon is still appropriate, but also in the high place to guard the surrounding. That's when two chirps suddenly came from the second floor, alerting them to the approach of an unknown person. Not monsters, but people. It was only that with the intelligence of the Ma Duaner, he was unable to pass on the exact information. It's good enough to provide early warning. Being on guard, it didn't take long to hear the sound of clattering hooves on the pavement outside. Looking out through a crack in the wood-paneled walls of the tea shop, a mule train is approaching fast. The man who drove the cart was clad in a straw raincoat, with a woven bamboo hat on his head and a large knife in his hand. Ha, that knife looks somewhat familiar, Xiao Lu said. Leader Qingdao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Wen Ji. As expected, the dog scholar didn't look surprised, and the corners of his mouth curled up. This knife, I've seen it only a day ago. The person to whom it belongs is the same magistrate surnamed Zhou. Soon, however, the corners of Wen Fu's mouth that had curled up flattened out again, and he looked at the carriage of the mule cart. A little too light, it seems. Previously at the stagecoach station, listening to Lieutenant Zhou talk about the family, the survivors should have more than 3 adults to the right, plus children, and the necessary supplies. How can it be that it only weighs so little? No one else was seen behind the mule wagon, and no further reminders were issued by the muggers upstairs. In the middle of his thoughts, Wen Fu said to Ironhead, "Open the door." By this time the mule cart had already traveled to the entrance of the tea house. The driving Lieutenant Zhou jumped out of the car, his bucket hat slightly raised, revealing his somber eyes. He held his knife in his hand and looked warily at the donkey cart under the cloth shed in front of him. Just because a donkey cart is a familiar donkey cart doesn't necessarily mean the people inside are as well. At that moment, the door of the tea house opened. Seeing Wen Fu's few people, Prefect Zhou was visibly relieved. "Hello again. Come in first to get out of the rain." Wen Fu's tone was conciliatory. Lieutenant Zhou didn't delay much and said, "Thanks a lot," but instead of going into the house at once, he led the mule cart under the eaves, opened the door of the wagon, and put up an oil paper umbrella to keep out the wind and rain, and only then said to the people inside, "Come into the house." The actions reeked of alcohol between them. Apparently it's been a long trip over, using the smell of alcohol to avoid evil spirits. At this time a large and 2 small ones came out from inside the mule cart. 3 kids. The older one looked 12 or 13 years old, and the 2 younger ones were only about 5 or 6 years old. All were thin, with deep fear in their eyes, as if they had suffered a great shock. "There's no one else but these 3 kids." County Lieutenant Zhou took the mule cart to the temporary awning, adjusted the awning, and reinforced it. During this process he kept an eye on the 3 children in the house. When he was done with the outside and before he went inside, he took off his straw raincoat and threw it outside. Rushing over, the straw raincoat was stained with rain and mud. The last time they met at the stagecoach station, he heard Wen Ji say the points of attention, plus he himself summarized some experience. Just in case, this straw raincoat can no longer be worn. Lieutenant Zhou introduced to Wen Fu several people. The eldest of the 3 children is his nephew, that is, his wife's nephew. The younger 2 were his pair of sons and daughters. Then there was nothing else. His eyes were red and bloodshot, like he was squeezing heavy emotions and hadn't been resting. Wen Ji didn't ask too many questions and only said, "Come on, have some hot water to warm up your body." Taking out the rough china cups rummaged inside the tea shop, he poured hot water. Wen Ji said, "It has been scalded with hot water before." Lieutenant Zhou thanked him and took it to the 3 children. Drinking hot water, Lieutenant Zhou's nerves, which had been taut all along, only slightly relaxed. He left the post and immediately headed for home, thinking that he would have to take some food back with him anyhow, so he stopped by a village he passed in between. The villagers didn't see them, but they saw the bandits who had strayed here. He decapitated the mountain bandits and robbed their mule carts and supplies. Only by the time he got home, the only ones alive were the 3 children hiding in the cellar. Afterward he took his 3 children, had them rub their bodies with the wine and get the smell of it, and drove the mule wagon back to the stagecoach to try to fill a few more jars of wine. It was also at the stagecoach station that he saw those written reminders and drawings left by Winnie. The original hesitant thoughts in his heart finally firmed up, did not stay long at the post, and, relying on his familiarity with the terrain of the place and the ruts and traces of movement left on the ground, drove after him, until now, finally meeting at the tea shop. A bowl of hot water to ease the emotions. Zhou County Lieutenant only briefly to Wen Ji they said. The family suffered a change of heart. Only these 3 children left. 2 very short sentences, each word tinged with hate. After a pause, he looked serious and said to Wen Ji, "I also want to take them north for refuge. I don't know if I can go with you." although he had just been betrayed by his good brother and was unwilling to trust anyone else. At a time like this, could he alone protect the three juniors? It was the last family he had on this earth. He kept thinking that if he had been surrounded by one more person who was full of learning, or one who possessed secret means like the Taoist priest, the loved ones who stayed at home wouldn't have been pushed to the brink of extinction. Now only he and his three children are left, and they can't get through this on their own, just nestled in their own little place. Several jars of wine were hauled on the mule cart, and they could wipe some of it on their bodies with a cloth every day to ward off evil spirits, but the wine would always run out. There is a time when food runs out and a time when wood burns out. He had to find a way to live for himself, for these last three relatives. Of course he knew that. Likewise reading the holy books. Some readers were treacherous and sinister, but there were likewise people with benevolent hearts. If a choice had to be made, the reader before him, whom he had only met once, the man who could leave written and pictorial hints for those who came after him at the post, was more trustworthy. And the smoking vine ball that took a smashing, that Taoist priest, I'm sure he's also armed with a secret technique. Moreover, the previous conversation at the stagecoach station had learned that Wen Fu, the scholar, had a doorway in the north in addition to his extensive knowledge. After analyzing the pros and cons, he finally made this decision. He was just worried that Wen Fu's people would dislike the three children as a burden. He stared at Winnie. The good thing is that Wen Ji immediately said upon hearing this, "Of course, there's strength in numbers. We have 4 more helpers, 4 boosters." Lieutenant Zhou recited these 4 words in his heart. I'm afraid that anyone else would not consider it 4 helpers. It was only this overly benevolent scribe who felt that way. Prefect Zhou looked at the Taoist priest next to him again. The Taoist priest made little indication, unable to see whether he was in favor or against. As for the other 2, Iron Head looked indifferent, and Xiao Lu with the bow couldn't help but look at the 3 kids a little more just now, but didn't raise any objections. Prefect Zhou once again looked at Wen Fu. Wen Ji nodded slightly, signaling County Lieutenant Zhou to feel at ease. Lieutenant Zhou arched his hand and didn't speak again. The heart can't help but think, this fleeing team, the doer is really Wen Ji this week's scholar. Just, is it too benevolent? How on earth did you survive? Luck? Or, is there an escape route in the book? Or maybe this one is hiding another unknown side? No matter what, he brought his loved ones to join this fleeing team, and if he encountered treacherous people, if this scholar really couldn't bear to lay his hands on them, then he would go behind his back to solve the problem. In this world, some people are as evil, and they have to be cut down completely. Leader Qingdao glanced over there and shook his head imperceptibly. LOL, dog scribe. Hypocrisy. What a hypocrite. And I wonder how many more people will jump into the dog scribe's pit in the future. At this time, Wen Fu was again concerned about the injuries of Lieutenant Zhou. No harm done. It's been 4 or 5 days. Much better, Lieutenant Zhou said. Although the other party said so, Wen Ji still let the Taoist master distribute 2 pills out, and signaled the Taoist master, they are their own people now. They can spare some. The Taoist priest poured out 2 pills from the medicine bottle, and when said that this was the Taoist priest's elixir made from grasses and trees, which was somewhat useful for nourishing internal injuries, and did not urge County Lieutenant Zhou to eat it immediately. The other guy is still a little wary now that he just joined. There's no rush. When you get along more, you'll naturally become familiar with it. As for the 3 children brought by Lieutenant Zhou, the older one can actually be considered half a laborer, even if he eats a lot, but Lieutenant Zhou is joining with supplies. It's all in the mule cart, and 2 young children are indeed a liability in the eyes of some in the chaotic world. But, why would people join your team without a liability? Although this place is poor and remote, but people at least is a county lieutenant of a county, have the value of force also familiar with the local area? Find other survivors to pull up a team by themselves are possible. With kids, some people see a drag, others see a weakness. It's good to have ones that care. If there's no one left who cares, who knows what he can become when he's mad. The rain stopped at midnight, and the next day was cloudy and the ground was still wet, so they had to wait another day before leaving. In his free time, County Lieutenant Zhou chatted with Xiao Lu, and also learned from Xiao Lu's mouth what Wen Ji said that day in the stagecoach. The misgivings he harbored in his heart about Wen Fu became much lighter again. There is nothing wrong with your own decision. Lieutenant Zhou didn't say too much about his own family to Wen Fu and the others, just that when the children were resting, he would take out a sharpening stone and sharpen his sword. His mind would always go back to, when I came home, I opened the door and saw the figures hanging from the beams. The evil purple-brown stains on that hanging arm left several desperate letters on the table next to it, because he wasn't seen going back. None of the others who went out did. Usually in cases like this, there's no coming back by default, so the adults hiding in the cellar went out together to look for firewood and food. What little food was found was left for the 3 children, as the adults, who were out, were possessed. Lieutenant Zhou cannot sleep at all at night. As soon as he closes his eyes, he floats the tragic scene that he saw when he pushed open the door. And I can't help but think over and over again that if those good brothers had brought the food back in time, they could have saved at least one or two more. When he left home, Lieutenant Joe deliberately brought a sharpening stone from home. Now that I'm free, it's a good time to sharpen my knife. He stared at the blade, watching it sharpen. Miso, miso, one voice, one creepy gaze. Somewhere on a farm where Tong County borders another county, the original occupants are no longer there, and those who live here at this time are a small group of people who are temporarily sheltered from the rain. A young man in his mid-20s was now lying on a simple plank bed, his face flushed with a sickly red. He contracted a wind chill. Moroku, drink your medicine. The young woman came over with the soup. The youth sipped from the bowl. This was still something they had managed to find in a town ahead of them. The medicinal herbs were precious and not too sparingly used at this time, and the flavor of the medicine was a bit light. Sick, cannot help but think of many past events, but also think of the Zhou County lieutenant, who was abandoned by them. In the past, they recognized County Lieutenant Zhou as their big brother, and this big brother was indeed righteous and capable. Now, abandoning big brother is also forced by survival. Lieutenant Zhou was wounded and hampered in his movements at the time, and they needed someone to pad their evacuation, and the plan to leave town was privately negotiated. And since things have come to this, it's a good idea to go with the flow. They also hesitated. Lieutenant Zhou's force could indeed add an extra layer of protection for everyone, but the elder brother's family was also a drag. Just cares too much about his wife and children. Brother, the world is in chaos. It's gone. Just get someone to regenerate it. This big brother of the county lieutenant is still always holding on to the old ideas of the past, always saying that he is doing his job and minding this and that. There's no one at the county courthouse who can control you. Together, we'll be the leaders of this land. We'll find supplies and a safe place to take over. Why do you have to keep everyone in line all the time, not letting them do this or that? See, the once mighty big brother is now abandoned by his brothers, isn't he? They didn't go back even after abandoning Lieutenant Zhou. The town was already dangerous and there was no food. There's also the big brother of the magistrate to worry about. If big brother can't come back, then there is no need to worry. If he can come back, he will surely make a killing, and they will have to flee even more. This big brother of the prefectural lieutenant is really nice when he's nice to you, but he's also really merciless when he moves his hands. People who can be county lieutenants, when their hearts are hardened, won't even listen to your pleas for mercy. The sick youth thought so, and suddenly his heart stuttered. These brothers can abandon their injured big brother, but what about him, who is sick? At that moment another brother came in at the door, saw his concern and comforted him. Don't worry, I'll keep all the precious herbs I find for you. We were going to rest here. It's raining outside, and we don't plan to leave for the next 2 days. They rarely get back-to-back rains here at this time of year. This one came a little fast, but looking at the weather, the rainfall will be followed by a few days of clearing. The rain will stop today, but we can't leave until the roads dry out some. The youth in the hospital bed thought so when he heard it. How could it be that he had to wait another day or two? So rest easy and close your eyes. Being sick means you have to sleep a lot, and when you wake up from a nap, you'll be fine. He did not see that the young woman with the bowl of medicine and the youth in the doorway exchanged a silent look. When the man in the hospital bed opened his eyes again, he didn't feel better, but weaker. His throat was dry and he was weak. Tried to call out to someone, but couldn't make a sound for a while. That's when he sensed something was wrong. It was too quiet all around. His wife, who was supposed to be at his bedside, was nowhere to be seen, and the good brothers didn't seem to be around either. Looking sideways at the ground, wild fruits picked in the mountains with the skins still left on, just judging by the dryness of the rind. Almost 2 days may have passed. At this moment, he only felt his brain was in a daze. Bad feeling. Under the sudden strong emotional impact, he only felt his eyes go black. Slowly, he looked into the room again. The packages are gone. He was filled with disbelief and tried to walk out to make sure, but unfortunately didn't have the strength and rolled out of bed. Little by little he crawled over to the nearest window, made all his strength to hold on to the chair, and got up to open the window and look out. The boardwalk was gone too, and the yard outside was empty, not even a grain of extra rice left behind. He laughed hoarsely and miserably. I'm sure they came together. Good brothers. The body is so weak that you can't even laugh audibly. It is true that those people stayed for 2 days because of the rain, but at the same time, they slept for 2 days with the precious medicine, which was enough time for them to make an internal decision to leave after the rain stopped. Even if there were originally people who turned toward themselves, there were also people who betrayed and then were forced to go along with the situation again, abandoning him as a patient. Retribution. His eyes were lifeless, staring out numbly. I don't know how much time had passed, but the midday sun was a little off-kilter. But the temperature at this time of year has risen to a warm temperature because of the morning and midday sunshine. A figure nimbly rolled over the courtyard wall and looked into the house. Under the youth's fearful gaze, the evil thing outside broke through the door. The youth's face was horrified, and he rolled and crawled from the window to hide in the corner, holding his head, not daring to look, and trembling. The evil creature that broke through the door let out a roar like that of a mountain beast, its fingernails alienated into claws that scratched a mark into the wood-paneled wall, then backed away again as if unwillingly, sniffing the lingering scent of the house and running out in search of it. Silence reigned in the dilapidated farmhouse. The youth cowering in the corner had just shown a bit of a hijack smile, but suddenly froze and turned pale. One of the most likely scenarios when an evil thing is close at hand and doesn't see you as prey is, you've been neutralized and it's gotten to a certain point, sleeping for 2 days, not eating any rice, and infected with wind chill. He was so weak that he rolled off the bed for a while before climbing to the window, but just now, inexplicably, strength was born and he quickly ran from the window to the corner. Why? Because it's turning into a monster. The exposed hands already had large and obvious evil spots, yet he couldn't see any abnormality in his hands at all. There was still a moment of self-consciousness. According to the past, his decision was to kill himself, so as not to go to the 18 layers of hell after death. But in this moment, suddenly born of cowardice, timidity, hatred, and the growing intensity of this healed, all-over body is starting to get stronger, and it's wonderful, hungry, bloodthirsty. The expression on his face, desperate, frantic, hesitant, twisted. Time passed little by little, and the tangled, contradictory, and various expressions on his face that were full of rich human emotional colors were gradually replaced by calm indifference. The heart rate was decreasing in a characteristic magnitude, the pupils scaled with such magnitude, and the evil spots covered a larger area. I don't know how long it took, but he made a beastly grunt in his throat. Chapter 23, I'm relieved to know that you're not doing well. After an autumn rain, when several people waited another day for the road to dry out a bit before setting off again. The burlap used to build the makeshift canopy, which was left outside to weather the storm, had many leaves and weeds and mud spots, and I don't know if it was tainted with evil spirits, so they won't recycle it. Nowadays, the situation is so special that if they want to use them again they must be carefully washed and dried, but they don't have that much time and energy to spend on it. Besides, they had some supplies stocked in the car, so they weren't short of this cloth. Even so, Xiao Lu, who comes from an ordinary farming family, can't help but pity such a big piece of cloth. If it were before, how many things could I bring back to make? Unwilling to give up, but he knew how to choose right. At the same time, apprehension arose. The rice and grain would gradually be eaten. The fabric would become tattered with use, and in many cases it was still disposable. Eaten, used, and gone. What to do when all these items are used up? They can keep collecting along the way during their journey north, but what about later? With the world in turmoil, is there anyone left to farm or weave? When we settle down in the north, what will we do if we have no food or cloth to eat? Especially the food. Because of this constant worry in his mind, every time he reached a resting point, Xiao Lu would focus on searching for something he could eat. Stock up on more to feel better inside. Setting off again, the group grew to 8, a donkey cart and a mule cart. Because of the large amount of supplies loaded, the other 5 people were switched to rest, except for the 3 children who stayed in the car the whole time. Only when you're tired of walking do you go to the car to rest. Lieutenant Zhou himself was in strong physical condition, but had an injury that had not yet healed, and spent more time resting in the car. The other person who had been on the bus even longer was Winnie, also recognized in this small group as the physically literate type. There was no disagreement amongst the group. If it wasn't for Wenji taking the initiative to say that he wanted to walk more to build up his stamina, even if he had stayed on the donkey cart a little longer, people wouldn't have said anything about him. Scholar, normal. It was also just the head of Qingdao who secretly skimmed his lips. He didn't really care whether Wenji walked or took the car. He cared about how other people treated Wenji, which was really about recognizing and compromising the importance of identity. In the hearts of these people, Wen Fu was more important than him, the Taoist master. Qingdao chief secretly holds his breath in his heart when he reaches the Northlands. Wen Fu had actually guessed a little bit about the psychology of Qingdao's chief. The Taoist priest is a purist and went north for fame and fortune. Quite good, talented and enterprising. People like that are especially slick when it comes to work. Wen Ji looked at the map on the notebook and asked Zhou Shan, "Does Lieutenant Zhou know where I can find armor? A blacksmith would be fine." Speaking of armor, Zhou Shan was also worried. Armor is primarily manufactured and issued by the crown and is uniformly deployed. No war for many years on their territory. The imperial court on the iron armor and strict control. In the past the county court can be equipped with armor. A palm to count. This outfit is also used for many years. No new can be replaced. The world is in chaos. The consumption is even more powerful. Their own tinkering, now wearing a patchwork model. The craftsmanship is not good. It looks shabby. Joe County Lieutenant said bitterly. I am afraid to let you down. Our poor countryside. And so on. He suddenly thought of a place. There is a small town in the northwest of Artong County, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and bordered by a river on 1 side, where the river banks are open and there is a natural ferry, and ships traveling to and from the area often stop there for supplies, with active trading, complicated comings and goings, and more things to do. In the past, County Lieutenant Joe used to bring people over there. Well, the hospitality of the rich families over there is quite good. It's actually not a big place there, but the location has advantages and the town is more affluent. There were also a couple of warehouses built near the ferry location. As soon as Wen Fu heard it, he realized that the town was a river transportation midway supply station. He asked, is there a higher likelihood of evil spirits there, too, since it's by the river and the townspeople are in frequent contact with its waters? Lieutenant Joe, however, said, those who stayed there had a higher likelihood of being struck by evil. But before we were in chaos here, there was news from the ferry port that the world was going to be in chaos, and the town's rich families ran away by boat first. I also know because at that time there were water bandits robbing the town's grain store of rice and grain, and someone reported it to the police. It's just that the county was also in chaos at that time and couldn't care about that side. Wen Ji understood what he meant, so that town over there, because of its geographical location, which can keep out a large number of foreign evils, and the town's occupants fleeing in large numbers, it's almost empty? Lieutenant Joe nodded. I don't know how many people are still left over there, but based on the last news received, there definitely aren't many. If it was just a rush to find a place to rest, he wouldn't suggest going over there. But when one consulted about the armor, he thought of that town's warehouse. His status as a county lieutenant let him know that from time to time, there would be merchants traveling to and from the water transporting goods over there, secretly bringing along some prohibited items. Iron armor and weapons were also 1 or 2 of them, and the quantity would not be large. But the situation at the moment was special, so if needed, it was possible to venture over there to take a look. But it was Winnie who made the final decision. Wen Ji had already decided in his heart, but he still went through the process first, analyzing with several team members, and only after everyone had no objections did he say, then go explore. Xiao Lu wanted to go over there to see if he could find a better bow and arrow, and Daoist was trying to see if there were any elixir consumables he could use. Wen Ji took out his notebook and turned out a blank page, letting County Lieutenant Joe describe the route in the town while he drew the layout of the town and the ferry. Temporary reroute to the town of Ferry. That's when the warning chirp came from the hemp donut children circling in the sky. It's just an ordinary warning that something evil is up ahead. Not much. Xiao Lu hitched up his bow and arrow and watched as a figure loomed ahead. As he got closer and closer, Xiao Lu was about to release his arrows when County Lieutenant Joe suddenly said, wait. Xiao Lu was puzzled. Lieutenant Joe's voice sank. This one used to be my good brother. I've come to give him a ride. He drew his knife and walked quickly over towards the figure. The distance closed, and the opponent's figure became clearer. This good brother in the family line 3. The family is not in good condition, and there are 4 brothers. He is in the middle. The father does not love, the mother does not love. Easy to be neglected. It was Zhou Shan who helped him get an errand and a decent job. Today, things are different. Freshly sharpened knife. Just right. Lieutenant Zhou looked at the spots on the other's arm. The good brother had not long been transformed into a monster. That is to say, he had been a normal living person for the past few days. Instead, they are now monsters that feed on raw flesh and blood. The smell of food mixed with the taste of wine. At first the evil creature on the opposite side was a bit hesitant, but as it got closer and more clearly smelled the scent of a living person, its footsteps accelerated, and its voice, which was originally like the low growl of a wild animal, became shrill. The sharp blade, when swung, flashed with awe-inspiring white light, like the frost of late autumn, carrying a murderous aura. The beast's whine suddenly pinched. The body and head are separated. The body slowly collapsed. Not far away, Wen Fu looked this way and had a clearer judgment of this grassroots military officer. Ordinary life, without the heritage of those family martial arts honors, more in the practice of practicing out-of-the-body skills. Having experienced another year of chaos, he was obviously experienced in beheading evil creatures, and was precise and decisive in laying down his sword. When he had chopped out that slash just now, Zhou Shan hadn't even been splattered by the alienated sticky blood. It was clean and dry. However, Lieutenant Zhou did not return immediately, but stood next to the corpse. He saw another trauma on it. Although Zhou Shan is not a coroner, but when the lieutenant has also done a lot of cases, he can see. Good brother on the body of this inconspicuous injury. Is nearly 2 days left. Nearby, the force is not big. Stained blood. Someone did it deliberately to get this one dead. Meh. Zhou Shan gave a mocking smile. His good buddies are really something. It's hard to tell if someone is a ghost or a human being when it's not chaotic. Once again, He looked at the corpses on the ground. The decency I gave you before, I now take back with my own hands. Zhou Shan's voice was cold. It's reassuring to know that you're not doing well. After thinking about it, I don't feel reassured enough. After knifing this good brother, Zhou Shan ran back and asked the elder, what can be done to make him go to the 18 layers of hell and never be allowed to be born again? I'm going to make sure you don't even have a chance to reincarnate as an animal. Chapter 24, The Great Immortal Stays. I asked for a spell from Master Qingdao to send this good brother on his last journey. Make sure that the good brother is never able to turn around from body to soul to the next life and the next life. Lieutenant Zhou's mind is open, already thinking about what to give the next good brother. The world valued the afterlife. The Zhou County lieutenant pondered, in the future to meet other people, must give this gang of brothers decent. Some people can share in poverty but not in wealth. Others, on the contrary, when times are good, they call each other brothers and sisters and are sincere in their love. When times are hard, they are treacherous and have their own agenda. Zhou Shan didn't have any big ambitions right now. He only thought that he would take revenge when he met, as well as living with his last 3 relatives. Get back in line and continue on your way. Lieutenant Zhou collected his fury and kept an eye on his surroundings while chatting with Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu likes to hear him talk about official business. That is the position that Xiao Lu did not even dare to dream of. In the past, into the county cannot get a ride, and Zhou Shan is also thinking of integrating into this small team. Willing to say more, he did not hold the frame. The world has changed. Not to mention his little county lieutenant. The officials above are not much. Zhou Shan talked to Xiao Lu about that fairy town. Previously, it was far away, and there were still a lot of family and friends around, so I didn't think about going there. Now it was time to seek refuge northward, and that town was not far from their original route. The terrain over there is not flat. There are mountain roads that are not easy to follow, and outsiders may not be able to find the right road, but as long as they do, it's still quick to get there. Zhou Shan said, although that side is not big, but the townspeople are rich. There are inns and tea houses in the town, and wine shops and tiles, and in the past, I used to go over there, for official business, and it was all official business. In casual conversation, Zhou Shan reminisced about the one he had visited many times, the bustling riverside town. In fact, every time I go over there to work on a case, there is joy and sorrow. Happily, there were many rich families there, and the reception officials knew how to be courteous. Worried about this, rich households have backstage behind them, pulling one to start the whole body. He is really not enough to look at this county lieutenant. Sometimes have to turn a blind eye. I wonder what has become of that town today. Win is cautious. They're just a small team with 3 small children on the team, and they can't afford to lose them. It must be well thought out and planned, and the group came together many times on the road to discuss it. And then, realizing that that town had long been empty, literally, there were no evil things, no people, and whether it was the town's residents, the tavern, the pharmacy, or the warehouse where the goods were placed, they were all empty. Standing in the middle of the town's road, Wen Fu looked at the arrows nailed to the trees not far away. The arrow carries the corpse of an evil creature. Judging by the level of decomposition, it's been there for at least half a year. That is to say, a well-equipped party may have passed through this place from the water earlier this year, cleared it of evil and taken away its goods. Most likely, it was a local army or a powerful family that migrated from south to north while it was cold. Lieutenant Zhou's mind was a bit broken at this point. Someone's been here a long time. The thought of finding more supplies here, armor to wear, weapons to use, food to carry, wine to ward off evil spirits, and so on and so forth all came to naught when they reached this town. The town had been small, and there were only a few warehouses, all of which had now been opened over and the ones inside were empty. Even if what was piled up here wasn't rice, grain and weapons, the other cloths and groceries, seasonings and herbs, were all materials that would be used in a chaotic world and would gradually become scarce and appreciate in value. Wen Fu was not much of a disappointment. He had never underestimated the elites of the feudal era. There are a lot of smart people in this world. If you can survive the early stages of the evil plague and take a large number of men north for refuge, you can clear the various supply points in the middle of the journey. It seems that in the future, when searching for supplies, the villages and towns near those main roads for land and water transportation should not hold out much hope. Leader Qingdao had his eye on a few modest pieces of ore in the corner of the warehouse that hadn't been moved. The people who came here to search for supplies would definitely not be able to recognize them, and would find it too troublesome to carry them. But it was a surprise to them alchemists. Wen Fu actually couldn't understand it, but he believed in the professionalism of such chemical talents. Respect the choice of professionals. Xiao Lu was frustrated. He thought he could find more grain, salt and iron here. All that stuff, all shipped? How big a boat would it have to be? Didn't they say that it's dangerous to have evil parasites in the water? How come those big families still take the waterway? Zhou Shan explained. The ships of the rich families of the world can be bigger than my house. and there is more than one, so they can carry a lot of things. There's no great danger in storing more clean water and not using water from the river, and there's no great danger in stocking up on firewood when there's a stove on board. Just need to guard against attacks on the banks where the river narrows. Xiao Lu looked at the river in front of him. Now that it's entering the dry season, will any more ships pass by? Zhou Shan said. Other rivers might, but this one in front of us. The water level drops so much during the dry season that the big families on both sides of the river will either go by land in the fall and winter, or wait until next spring to go by water. Zhou Shan's gaze was despondent. The once richest town in the county, the bustling ferry terminal, is dead silent. Only occasionally could you hear the cries of wild animals inside the mountains. Even the evil things out there don't go this way because there hasn't been human blood for a long time. Rustling. Not far away, a tawny figure shifted through the withered grass. Xiao Lu quickly stood up as soon as he swept away the frustration that filled his body. Zhou Shan thought Xiao Lu was going to take his bow and shoot arrows to hunt wild animals, but he saw Xiao Lu respectfully salute towards that side. Greetings, great immortal. Zhou Shan? Xiao Lu was happy to share. When one urge was traveling in the past, he heard that Huang Daxian was begging for a seal. He told Zhou Shan the story of the weasel who begged for a seal from a passerby. As Wen Fu had said, Zhou Shan's face was solemn, and he also followed Xiao Lu's example, bowing and saluting towards the yellow-brown figure. Greetings, great immortal. Lieutenant Zhou believes in gods and ghosts. Otherwise he would not have allowed the Taoist priest to recite a spell for the good brother to kill the soul and curse the good brother never to be born again. Although Xiao Lu also said the words of clarification behind the warmth. Zhou Shan, like Xiao Lu, believed that Huang Daxian was likely to be real. Faced with this suspected legendary immortal, Zhou Shan did not know how to respond, but it was definitely right to blow rainbow farts first, and so he praised it like the literati he had seen before. Everything has a spirit, and there must be such divine beasts in the world that can drive away evils and avoid disasters for all beings and carry good prayers. The yellow fairy in the bushes, however, only looked at them warily for a moment before making a purposeful dash for a fat rat hiding in the shadows. Both look about the same size. Even Wang Tai Sin is more slender. After a bit of a tussle, Wang Tai Sin shows full ferret fighting prowess, finally getting the fat rat in a chokehold and dragging it off into the distance. Zhou Shan and Xiao Lu stood still and did not dare to interrupt, only to make another respectful salute when Huang Daxian left. Leader Qingdao stifled a laugh. He had traveled around before, and had indeed seen places demonize or deify certain beasts, but after seeing more, he knew that those were mostly deliberately fabricated and guided by liars. It was easiest for the small people at the bottom to believe in these things, so the Taoist master had always believed that it would be degrading and ungraceful to strike out at the plebeians at the bottom. Most of the people he set his sights on were quite wealthy and well established, but now that the world has changed, there are some adjustments to be made. The hearts of the people can be utilized. It was in Katsumura, and it's here. Some of the qualities of these two important members of the force and the small team made the head of Qingdao Road feel that his position as the first voice was not far away, favorable to this Taoist leader. Advantage on me. The supreme voice in this northbound team will ultimately favor me. I was about to choose an opportunity to stab the warmth of a couple of sentences, when suddenly my heart was alerted. Waited and waited. No movement. That's not right. Why didn't the dog scholar say anything? He raised his eyes to look over, but saw that Wen Ji was just staring at the fat mouse that had been taken away. Pondering. What? The Taoist priest asked. That rat, why is it so fat? Winfrey said. Of course. Prefect Zhou and Xiao Lu, who were saluting Huang Daxian, gave a simultaneous thump, with a little reminder on certain issues of survival. Their minds turned quickly. The townspeople and goods are gone, and a force has already come to clean it out, and the food and goods have all been searched. The town doesn't look like it's inhabited today either. After all this time, what did the town rats eat to get that fat? Must be. I'm hiding food. Could it be hiding in a rat hole? Or maybe there's a stockpile in someone's house that hasn't been searched? Follow the fat rat and you're sure to find the location of the hidden food. Lieutenant Zhou and Xiao Lu's faces suddenly changed, and they immediately straightened up, one copying his sword and the other hitching up his bow. Dyson, stay back. Daxian, you hurry thee up and leave that fat rat for us. Chapter 25. This is hard currency. The two don't continue to think about seeking any daisies. Nothing is as important as food at a time like this. A fat rat that big, the weasel was struggling to drag it around, and it wasn't nimble enough to move, so they could still stop it if they had to go over there. But Winnie stopped it. Don't chase it. The rat's broken. Xiao Lu was unwilling. It shouldn't be. Just now it was screaming. Lieutenant Zhou was a bit more sensible at this time, looked a few times not far away, and sighed heavily. That rat is not far from being dead now, even if it's not dead, so it's useless to snatch it. What can we do? We can't keep taking shots at Dyson, can we? It's not okay. It's not okay. Can only retrieve the knife. Seeing this, Xiao Lu could only grit his teeth and retract his bow. Next to him, Chief Qingdao was deeply puzzled. With that dog scholar's shrewdness, he should have asked Zhou Shan and Xiao Lu to stop the fat rat when he first found it. Why did he wait until the rat was about to die before asking slowly? Wasn't that intentional? Zhou Shan and Xiao Lu didn't think about anything else and were extremely chagrined at this time. Standing in place and reflecting. Should have thought of that when I saw that fat rat in the first place. Why did you only think of worshipping the great immortal at that time? It really shouldn't. Who's to blame? Of course you can't blame Daisy, much less Winnie. Blame me. The two men blamed themselves deeply, as if they had watched a large bag of rice and grain disappear into a cloud of smoke before their eyes. In the future, when you see a great immortal, you should not just worship him, but you should first see what it portends. When the time comes, it's still the literati who read holy books. Ah, sensible and witty. When Fu didn't say much at this point, neither reproaching nor deliberately trying to change their superstitious ideas, most people who have survived to this point, not to say absolutely, are more inclined to practicality as long as they can survive. Gods and demons and whatnot offend them a little. Without the fat rat to guide them, they could only speculate on its path forward. Where the hell did it come from? They searched for several houses in a row, and had long ago looked in the rice vat, and there was not a single grain of rice in it. It had long since been scavenged. If it's buried underground, we have to know the general location before we can dig it up, right? This town is actually not that small. With a few of them, they can't turn over the whole place. I wonder if there is a second fat rat, and if not, what to do? How can you say give up willingly when you know there is grain hidden here, but you don't know where it is hidden? Heartburn. Zhou Shan and Xiao Lu looked at leader Qingdao. The Taoist priest didn't show much, presumably not having that kind of magical power. I can't count on it. They looked at Winnie again, when she took out the layout map of the town that he had drawn, and he pointed to a spot and asked, "Is that the grain store over there?" Lieutenant Zhou said, "Yes, over there is the biggest grain store in town, and the owner's family lives in that courtyard behind it. But we searched it just now, and it's all empty. The cellar is open, and it's also been searched by someone who went in long ago. The previous batch of big forces that came here must have focused on searching this place after clearing the town of evil creatures. Even if both the grain store and the owner's family had hidden grain, they would have been searched long ago. Go look again," Winfrey said. Just now, even though it was just a quick glance, the fat rat seemed to run out that way. The grain store was not large, and it was soon carefully searched. There is nothing unusual. They went back to the owner's yard in the back, doing grain business, money and connections, residents built quite good, even if not compared to those big families in the county, but also brick houses, but also with a yard, just a long time no one to take care of, no popularity maintenance, looks shabby. In the courtyard there is a water well, several stone mills of different sizes, and a stone mill. It's not surprising that the owner of the grain store had them in his house. Thinking of something, Winnie asked again, "Lieutenant Zhou, you said before that the grain store had reported to the officials that water bandits had come to rob the grain?" "Yes, at that time, because of the disturbances in various parts of the county, we couldn't spare any manpower to take care of this side of things, but I also inquired about it, and the people from the town who went to the county said that this grain merchant was broken into in the middle of the night and robbed of his grain. Not only the grain store, but all of their family's stock was also looted, and several parts of the mansion were burned down. That night, the family servants fought back in anger, but unfortunately they still couldn't stop the water bandits, and the courtyard walls collapsed. The rest of the town didn't dare to come over, and the neighbors all closed their doors and windows tightly." Lieutenant Zhou thought back to what he had heard at first and continued. This grain merchant was robbed of his grain. The cries of his family were heard throughout the street, and the shopkeeper's old woman and daughter-in-law sat at the door every day, crying and cursing, their eyes staring sorrowfully at the passers-by. The townspeople all walked around the place. Winfrey said, "So, anyone in town knows there's no more food here?" Lieutenant Zhou nodded. "Yes, they've searched the place," focusing on the main room. The cellar had been stripped, and they even went in to make sure that there was really nothing left. When Fu stood in the courtyard and looked around, in the middle of the night, they were robbed by water bandits and the courtyard wall was destroyed. "So they pulled bricks to build the wall again afterward?" Lieutenant Zhou said, "Yes, the courtyard wall can be defended. The world is in chaos, definitely need to mend the courtyard wall first." It is said that after the biggest grain store in town was robbed, the other two grain merchants were uneasy and quickly fled with their families. It didn't take long for all the other rich families to run away as well, including this grain merchant. The situation got worse and worse. The price of food was ridiculously high, and eventually there wasn't even any food, so of course the townspeople had to run. When Ji suddenly smiled, "This grain merchant is a man of honor. The world is going to be in chaos, and the newly built courtyard wall is still plastered with a layer of wall shell." After a pause, he added, "It's also taller and thicker. A grain merchant with connections and a way out won't stick around. Why build so well when a collapsed walled yard can be patched up to remedy the emergency? Several months had passed, and the new courtyard walls built at that time had taken on the patina left by the wind, sun and rain. It also looks like a consistent style of depression, and is not conspicuous. When Zhao observes a circle and walks towards a certain place, the wooden stick in his hand plucking away the bushes growing in the corner of the wall. Just see here near the corner of the ground wall. The surface protection layer has been stripped off. The wall of the brick against the inside has also been stripped of a layer. If you are close to look closely, you will find the edge is all teeth marks. The bricks for the wall are like this? The bricks of this courtyard wall don't match inside and outside yet. Lieutenant Zhou and Xiaolu also came over. Xiaolu hadn't done any research on wall bricks. Their village had walls made of stone and earth. Lieutenant Zhou, however, changed his gaze. When Ji said, I have heard some old stories when I traveled to school. If my guess is correct, this should be. Lieutenant Zhou revealed a startled look. Grain bricks? He could not care less. Took out the dagger he was carrying, scraped a little off the wall, roasted it on the fire and smelled it. After the high temperature roasted to remove the evil, not waiting for cool, licked and tasted. When Xiaolu heard the word food, he did the same thing, and he is quite sensitive to the taste of food. Food. It's a grain brick. For a moment, their eyes burned as they stared at the courtyard wall. The two of them switched places, scraping off the outer wall shells on different walls, and Xiaolu even baked the wall ash to taste it. Well, this doesn't seem to be edible. To their excitement, the newly built walled yard is full of grain bricks on the inside side. So many food bricks. Not bad for the biggest grain merchant in a wealthy town. Winnie was happy too. The limited number of non-hunger pills refined by the Taoist master is already almost digested and gone. This dog Taoist must have a private stash but won't take it out easily. It's understandable. It's the last thing to save one's life. Who'd want to share it? These food bricks are indeed good escape material, resistant to storage and able to withstand hunger. After his excitement, Lieutenant Zhou was exasperated and happy again. When the county wants to pacify the grain levy, grain merchants one by one to run away. This so directly be robbed, but also became the victim. So many food bricks. What about the rumors in town about the water bandits who robbed the grain store? Self-directed. Ben is a family. Knowing that the price of food was too high, and that they would not be able to keep the food if there was chaos, they robbed themselves first, so that everyone in the town, and outside the town, would know that they were out of food. The grain was turned around outside and turned into grain bricks that were brought back and built into the courtyard wall. It was still theirs, and no one could take it away from them. Ha! Prefect Zhou sneered. What's yours? It's ours now. Xiaolu was emotionally charged at this time. We still have to thank the great immortal. If it wasn't for Immortal Huang catching that fat rat in front of us, we wouldn't have necessarily noticed it. Maybe in a short while, a few more nests of rats will come out here and scourge all the grain bricks. Lieutenant Zhou thought deeply. Could it be that this is the fairy pointing out the way in the storybook? Xiaolu nodded heavily. It has to be. We're not enlightened enough. It's still one urge. Even Chief Qingdao hadn't realized the chance given by the immortals yet. The face of the head of Aoichi, who understood the potential meaning, darkened, a foolish plebeian. And when Fu decided that he must not let these people know about the legend of the 5 great immortals, to make it easier to pry the grain bricks, they chose to spend the night at the grain merchant's house and stay another day or two. Dinner is cooking grain bricks. Dry gnawing pinches the teeth. After adding water and cooking, can eat on the line. The flavor does not matter. Packing 3 rooms of beds. Have the conditions of course? You have to sleep better. The body is well rested, recovery faster. They rotate the vigil. Xiaolu is still excited. Like chicken blood. Full of energy. There's no such thing as being tired of digging up grain. I can dig more. Lieutenant Zhou dug bricks with him. Chief Qingdao closed the door and went to refine the dan. Inside his portable dan furnace he didn't know what he was frying. Rustling. In the other room, Winfrey's fingers twirled an elegant letter opener as his mind recalled everything he had seen since arriving in this riverside town. Those arrows left behind from shooting evil things. Those emptied houses and warehouses. From late fall until early next spring will be the time when the big families move north. Other survivors may follow. The fleeing columns from all over the world must have moved, like a trickle of water, to converge on the north. The northlands will be buzzing. It's also about to get more lively. I wonder if my aunt and uncle in the north are well and mixed up. Hopefully, they've gotten their feet wet in these troubled times and have real power in their hands. A cold light flashed. Dukes. Slim letter opener. Nailed to the edge of the front window. If it's a little to the left, it will be nailed to the brick wall. If it is half an inch to the right, it will go through the window. Winfrey walks over and pulls it off. Not precise enough. Not nailed right in the middle of the window frame. Still need to practice more. On the bed, Cousin Ironhead has already slept and snored. In the latter part of the night, Winnie and his cousin were out on watch. cousin digs and spins, and Winnie mulls things over by the fire. In the room, the children of the Lieutenant Joe's family woke up in the middle of the night with nightmares, and the Lieutenant Joe spoke softly for a while before they were quiet again. Small children who experience injuries and are constantly frightened can hinder their health for a long time. Adults and children don't sleep well at night. The next day, when Fu set out a clean stone mill of the right size, a small pile of fried grain bricks, and a few small stacks of greaseproof paper that he had found in the town, eyes affectionate and friendly, he looked at the 3 children of the Lieutenant Joe's family. Dolls, come on, get to work, labor more during the day and sleep more at night. When Fu also explained the instructions to the others. Grain bricks, they eat by themselves, just throw them into the pot and cook them, knock down as many as you want, and put the whole piece into the pot. However, this trip to flee north, there may be a need to use it. It can act as currency in a chaotic world. There is a certain chance of getting into trouble with the whole grain brick out, but packaged powder. Others look at it and just think it's the kind of dry food for a long trip. In a world like this, money doesn't circulate much among the people, but food, both before and after the chaos, is an important material that can be traded. There is no need to grind too much at one time, and this task is given to the 3 children. Lieutenant Chow had no objection. It's a simple job, not too burdensome. The place is also safe. In the next room, the Taoist master closed the door, not knowing what kind of divine elixir he was still practicing with his portable little Dan furnace, and there was a not-so-smelly medicinal gas radiating out. Chief Qingdao said that the odor was bad for both people and evil things, except that the direction of the window opening, and the wind direction reason, the odor would blow outward, and not come over to this side of the yard, so the 3 kids working inside this small yard don't feel bad. Evil creatures would not come near the small courtyard when they entered the town, and there was a falcon in the sky to keep watch. Lieutenant Joe is not worried. Xiao Lu hunted 2 wild animals with the assistance of Maduwaner. Even if it's a pain in the ass to deal with these days and requires more care and attention, digging bricks consumes so much physical energy and there's still a lot of catching up to do. Everyone has to eat meat to replenish it. Wen Fu, on the other hand, took Ironhead and Prefect Joe and went to the other residences to search for supplies, see what else was left out. The big powers are eating meat in front, and it's okay for them to pick up some soup for these small minions. Not far from a bookstore, the chamber was all empty, and the stove was full of the burning remains of books and papers. It was evident that there were survivors here for a time at the beginning of the chaos, except that none dared to go out in search of firewood, and even if they split their wooden furniture, they needed flammable material to start a fire. The pages of a book do make a very handy fuel for starting a fire when the surrounding grass grows luxuriantly and contains a lot of water. When the furniture is all chopped up, it's whole books to burn. Subsequent forces came to the area to clean it up again, and as far as the eye could see, it was empty. The windows and door panels had been removed, and another year of dereliction would have put the house at risk of partial collapse. With just one glance, Lieutenant Joe knew that there was nothing here that he could take away. Instead, he saw Winfrey holding a long clip and rummaging around in the stove. Lieutenant Joe was puzzled. Could there be something else hidden here? Soon after, Wen Fu caught 2 slender objects from the ashes of the stove, like a knife, and too small to have an open edge. An ornament? This is? Lieutenant Joe asked. It's just a bookmark, Winnie said. Chapter 26. Do you even want this kind of goods? In addition to selling books, the bookstore will also sell literary items. The 5th treasure of the literary house, the sword, which was placed on the surface, has been searched, or has been used for other purposes and consumed. It's only the ones wedged inconspicuously in the pages that could have slipped through. Folk utility all-in-one pocket knife that can cut paper and open letters as well as be used as a bookmark, with a duller blade that is less prone to accidental injury. When Fu from the slag clip out of this, look at the design. The original should still be tied with a piece of tassel. In the furnace along with the book burned. The ones made of animal bones and bamboo and wood were burned to slag or deformed, and only the copper, iron and metal ones remained. Winnie came over just to see if he could pick up the pieces. The world's rich and powerful families and large families tend to be more elegant type of literati. Do not hide the steel blade high style. Abandon the copper and iron and use jade, gemstones, ivory and other precious materials. Even with copper and iron are inlaid with precious stones. But here, it was already considered good enough to find a copper and iron book knife. What Wen Fu wanted was also this kind. Practical. Only such a relatively intact book knife was found inside the slag. Fishing around a bit more, there were 2 more metal-bodied wooden-handled ones, with the handles burned out, leaving only small finger-length blades, which Wen Fu also collected. Xiao Lu can be used when laying traps. Lieutenant Joe wasn't interested in this because he had been starved and his family had been in an accident trying to find food. So he, like Xiao Lu, valued food-related things more. In addition to what can be imported, there are also cooking tools. At each mansion, Lieutenant Joe first went to see if there was any food, as well as iron and copper pots and pans and the like that had been left out. Unfortunately, none were found. Either they were taken away by the original owner or by forces that passed through the area later. Only a few teacups and rice bowls and spoons were found. It's a good thing there are still bricks of grain from the grain merchant's house to soothe the mind. But the grain merchant's family had too many grain bricks, and they only had one donkey cart and one mule cart with other supplies on board, which couldn't hold so much grain made into bricks. It's not practical for one person to carry another sack of bricks to make the journey. They started by prying down all the grain bricks. Leave it on the wall and you can't tell if the rats will chew it off. If you can't take it all at once, find a place to hoard the rest and maybe come back later to haul it away. This place where the grain merchant lived had been rummaged through several times, and when forces big and small passed through here, no matter who it was, the first thing they would stare at would definitely be the grain store and the pharmacy. It's not a good idea to put it here. Lieutenant Joe carefully recalled those mansions in the town. Shows a set of inconspicuous mansion. There is a small storehouse, doors and windows intact. In the spell a wall, complete grain bricks with put together. In fact, is not conspicuous. If the door is pushed in, the first glance will only think that the storehouse has long been emptied. Close the doors and windows, and mice can't easily get in. The warmth is well labeled in the notebook as well. There's a notebook dedicated to drawing maps. In this day and age, with little information and no navigation, a lot of work still has to be done on your own. Back at the grain merchant's lodging, they would rest here for another night and leave in the morning. Lieutenant Joe chopped some firewood and looked at the axe in his hand with apprehension. If this axe breaks, I don't know if I can still find a replacement. If it's just a dull, curled axe blade, good deal, but if the axe blade is badly damaged, then it needs to be heated and forged. We don't have that right now. Winnie was thinking about it too. Iron made its way to the people, and blacksmiths' iron stores could be found in some small towns and remote counties. Certainly not the kind of highly skilled blacksmiths who have a career and build military armor. Unusual blacksmiths just build civilian implements. Do not expect to find that kind of highly skilled talent. That type has long been snatched away by large and small forces. When Fu's requirements are not high, just find an ordinary one. If you can't handle the weapons, then you can do something about the tools of life, can't you? The question is where to find someone. Where are the blacksmith stores and blacksmiths? The axe was just a small thing. He wanted to hit something else, take a short break and continue north. The town of Riverside Ferry was once again silent. In the grain merchant's mansion, the inside of the fence was pried off a layer. In one of the rooms, the wooden window frames and pillars of the room were left with densely packed dots on them, as if they had been stabbed out by some kind of sharp instrument, with the newly pried grain bricks, and many grain powders packed in greaseproof paper. When Fu and his party headed north along the route that had been worked out, several more days of rushing, they've crossed state lines to another state. The state and county system of this dynasty, Shaolu and Zhou County Lieutenant their old home, and at this time set foot on the place, belongs to a different state. Due to transportation limitations, the average person in this era rarely go out of the house. Zhou Shan also because of the position, run more places, only than others no more. Now that even the state is out of the country and out of familiar territory, it's hard for Lieutenant Chow to give advice. He was familiar with the county limits, had heard something about the county's perimeter, and farther out, 2 eyes. Life is not familiar. The route is not easy to choose. When Fu pondered, pull a few more locals into the team. There's still not enough people. The further we go, the more competitive it will be to survive in the north, and we have to get more talent to make things easier in the future. I wonder if there are any local survivors. It didn't take long for Wen Fu to see signs of man cutting firewood. On top of that, there were also the decapitated corpses of evil creatures, probably from half a month ago, with sharp swords, warming up to keep everyone on their toes. Without a map, you can only judge the distribution of towns and villages based on the terrain, topography, and roads. The place they were passing through now would have been close to some county or once bustling town. If it's the county, they'll choose to go around. Along the way, most of the county turned into a nest of monsters. The hemp ballerina in the sky gave the first warning. A few moments later, they came across someone, is out to cut wood, seems to be only himself, carrying a basket, holding a wood knife, wrapped in a gray rough clothes, masked, cannot see what looks like, but look should be very young. It's obviously just chopping wood, but it gives the impression that it's heavy on stealing and not decent enough. Zhou Shan stepped forward with his sword and called out to his opponent, again maintaining a distance that was reassuring to both parties. Wen Fu listened to the conversation between the two men in front of him and also observed this local. According to the other side of his own introduction, his surname is He, the eldest in the family. The people around him directly call him Hide, last name plus ranking, popularly called. Hide used to be a villager from a village outside the county town, and then he went to the city when the world became chaotic. Up ahead is the county seat of Turnip County. and there are still quite a few survivors. If it had come half a month earlier, the county would have been more crowded. It wasn't that the damage had been heavy in the past half month, but, half a month ago, Magistrate Tan of Turnip County had left with a number of men, heading north. A year ago, when the world was in turmoil, Magistrate Tan guarded the city with all the officials and guarded many people, so that this county didn't fall into a monster's lair like other counties. Later in the year, though, shortly after the weather turned cooler, Tam County made preparations to take people away. This Magistrate Tan also advised, stating that it was not safe here, and that there were more opportunities for life in the north, but for the plebes, it's more risky to leave than it is to stay. Therefore, half a month ago, County Magistrate Tan gathered his men, and after clearing the surrounding area of evil things, he took those who wanted to follow him out and headed north. The rest stayed in the city. Wen Ji listened attentively and couldn't help but think in his heart, the same as the magistrate. Some people are so stupid that they can pull all the people with them, while others can save the county, but also can judge the direction of the general trend. Act decisively. Not from a worldly family, yet so capable. Great talent. Unfortunately, I was too slow to visit that magistrate. Winnie sighed again. Alas, even if we can meet, we now have no fame and no background. That kind of powerful people are all arrogant, may not be able to look at us squarely. Magistrate Tan, right? Make a note to make a note. Maybe it's destiny to meet up in the Northlands in the future? Ahead. Hida was also depressed at this time. He came out to cut a firewood, unexpectedly encountered officials. Although Zhou Shan did not explicitly say, but he did chat a few words, can guess that the one with the knife in front of him used to be an official. At this time, Zhou Shan finally came to introduce himself. Upon hearing that he was still a county lieutenant, Hida hurriedly put down his backpack full of firewood and bowed to heap up a smile. I've met County Lieutenant Zhou. Zhou Shan knew what kind of career he would have had before just by looking at the other party's reaction. This ED is likely to be a former loafer. No fixed occupation, to help run errands in the city to get some reward. Young with the city slick, he must be very good at footwork. Is the heavy backpack set down for a salute? Not really, it's for bugging out at any time. Wen Fu, however, swept his eyes at Hida's backpack. Inside there is a carefully wrapped in paper, square things, put the basket when the firewood moved. Wrapped paper opened a little. After seeing it, Wen Ji raised his eyebrows slightly. After observing for a few moments more, when the conversation in front of him was almost over, Winnie stepped out of the donkey cart. He walks calmly and steadily, with a dignified and humble demeanor. The eyes are clear and unassuming. Although he was wearing a rough cloth with narrow sleeves, this style and temperament made Hida, who was originally on the defensive against Zhou Shan, his attention instantly veered over. Looking at Wen Ji, Hida suddenly recalled what he used to see in the academy. Those flamboyant scholarly men who already had a title. Faced with Zhou County Lieutenant such forceful officials, Hida can be flexible to deal with, but against this kind of elegant readers, he meet eye visible to become constrained. Next to Chief Aokido, coming and coming and coming. The dog scribe is pretending again. Leader Qingdao took a look at Hida and then Wen Qi, his face twitching. It's not, is it? It's not. You even want this kind of stuff? Chapter 27, No Eyes to See. Just now, Lieutenant Zhou had already asked several questions, and had a general understanding of the Turnip County ahead, and Wen Ji asked a few more detailed questions on top of those. What was the composition of the survivors in the city after Magistrate Tan left with his men? Those who stayed were not always ordinary civilians. As well, what do they people need to pay if they want to stay in town? What are the rules of the city today? Hida hesitated for a while, but still told Wen Ji. He told Wen Fu that there were several groups of people vying for power, controlling the entry and exit of people at each of the county's 4 gates. It's okay to go out of the city, but those who come back into the city have to pay a city fee. For example, those of them who went out of the city to cut firewood were required to hand in a bundle of firewood when they entered the city. As to how much of this bundle of firewood is actually handed over, that depends on how the gatekeeper is in a mood and how it relates to you. Even if you got into town, the few streets and alleys were divided up, and even if you stayed in an unoccupied house, you still had to pay a lodging fee. When the magistrate was around there were still errand boys to keep order, but now that there is no one at the government offices, certain civic forces are running the show. Magistrate Tan's county office has been occupied, and the few vacant large family mansions in the city have been divided up. Nowadays, the order inside the county is unstable, and it may not be a good time for them outsiders to enter. Are there any blacksmiths in the city? Wen Fu asked again. Hida recalled for a moment and nodded. Blacksmith, you should still be there. Wen Ji thought to himself, it seems that he still needs to make a trip into the city. He whispered a few words to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu walked to the back of the mule cart. Hida, who had been keeping an eye on the movements of all parties, was surprised to hear that there were even the voices of small children on the mule carts, and was struck with other thoughts. Zhou Shan stared defensively at He De, his brows furrowing even tighter. Although He Da's posture is put very low, slightly hunched, but that eyeballs drip and turn. I do not know what ghost ideas are in the heart again. At first glance, they are treacherous. At this time, Xiao Lu brought over a large and a small paper package. The lining is packed with crushed grain bricks, made in 2 sizes when making the fractional packs. This is a thank you gift in answer to a query, handed to Hoda. Wen Fu said casually, "Thank you, little brother." "Hey, you're welcome." He De quickly took it, although he didn't know exactly what was inside. His mouth had already responded nimbly. "You still have any questions? Feel free to ask. I'm a person who has no other skills, but I'm not bad at prying for information." He De said and moved 2 steps to the side, but didn't avoid Wen Shi's few people and didn't care about other people's gazes. He opened the small paper bag and looked at the powder inside, wrapped in greaseproof paper and dry enough. He De pulled down the cloth towel on his face, came close to smell, licked the grain powder in the paper bag, and his face showed joy. He once again looked at the Winchesters, and then at their 2 cars, and asked, "Do you have much stuff with you in the car?" Lieutenant Zhou looked over defensively, but didn't wait for him to speak. He De continued, "If you guys are carrying a lot of stuff, it's best not to go into the city. You won't be able to keep your stuff. But if you guys want to go into the city to find a blacksmith," He De held out 2 fingers, "give me 2 more packs and I'll take you into the city. Passing pedestrians usually do not bring too much food." 2 packages of grain flour. This is already in the face of Wen Fu the scholar. He gave the affordable price. Moreover, if he shouted more, that county lieutenant Zhou next to him was going to swing his sword. Wen Fu looked at Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Although despised, this group of county street skaters would indeed be close to certain civic forces and have their own path. The Taoist priest and Xiao Lu did not object, and Ironhead had a look of "I'll listen to my brother." Wen Ruyao smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble brother he," and also immediately asked Xiao Lu to bring out 2 large paper packages. Xiao Lu's face inevitably showed reluctance. He Da, on the other hand, smiled with his eyes narrowed, and quickly took it with great enthusiasm. "Well said. I thought, it is really better for the readers to talk and be sincere." Leader Qingdao by the donkey cart in the back closed his eyes. "No eyes. Is the dog scribe stuff so easy to take? He gives you small packets of it even. One-time type deal. No fallout. How dare you pick up a big bag for you?" The last one who dared to take his soup bowl was now the team's drudge. The Taoist priest looked at Zhou Shan again. This one obviously doesn't realize the gravity of the situation. LOL. I'm not the only one who's drunk. By this time, He De had already put on his back basket and asked Wen Ji several people to follow, and would take them to a nearby hut. The shed is more secluded, and is kept reasonably well, and it is evident that someone comes by from time to time to take care of it. He De said, "It's not far from our former village. I used to stay there a lot, and the officials also went there occasionally, but it's different now. There are fewer people going out of the city, and no one in the county should have come this way in the last 2 days." He told Wen Fu several people to put the donkey carts and mule carts here, and left some of them to guard this side, and whoever wanted to go into the city he would bring into the city again. Giving time for a few people from Wen Fu to confer, He De stepped aside and took another lick of the grain powder in the small paper bag, then another big lick, and took out the bamboo tube he had brought with him to drink, with a look of reminiscence. The grain brick powder didn't really taste good, but it was grain after all, and there was something particularly tangible and satisfying about eating grain powder so directly. He had been drinking porridge and water for so long that he had almost forgotten what it was like to have dry food in his mouth. The number of people who survived inside the county means that it is difficult to search back the food from other families to eat themselves. Before there are government people in the nearby villages, empty houses in the city, the food searched in those places are managed by the government. They people can only work for food, only to ensure that they do not starve to death. Thinking so, He De again and again and again licked a big mouthful of grain powder, and then packed and bundled up the small bag of weight reduction. Once again, Shusan kept an eye on this one out of the corner of his eye. Swarthy, oily and not very trustworthy. It's better not to get in touch too deeply. On this side of the shack, a few people discuss who will stay here and who will go into town. Winfrey is going into town to find a blacksmith. The Taoist priest is not interested in going into the city and staying. Ironhead is definitely following Winnie. Zhou Shan had been a county lieutenant, and with his professional experience, he definitely wanted to follow Wen Ji into the city to explore the situation, but he was uneasy about the 3 children. Xiao Lu said, "Then the Taoist master and I will stay. Don't worry Lieutenant Zhou, we still have Ma Duaner. If something really happens, he'll alert us and I'll have him go to you." Lieutenant Zhou went to the mule cart to speak with the 3 children for a while, and then, together with Wen Fu and Tai Tu, he went over to the county seat of Turnip County. He really didn't lie to them. He brought the 3 of them to the west side of the city gate with Wen Qi. He was more familiar with the people guarding the gate on this side. Turnip County is a bit richer than Tong County, where Lieutenant Joe used to be, and the city walls are a bit higher. As they approached, the person who was originally lazily leaning there to guard the door straightened up at this time, his eyes staring at the three Wenji, looking up and down. Three unfamiliar faces. He took a few quick steps and went over to exchange whispers with the gatekeeper. A few moments of eye contact seemed to exchange. You get it. I get it. No one else gets it, but we kinda get it internally. Those meanings. Lieutenant Joe gripped his sword warily. However, Wenji guessed that he might just, perhaps, have exaggerated the identity of Lieutenant Joe a little bit, and those people guarding the city obviously had a little bit of scruples, but the people defending the city were still not willing to do so, and looked this way again, meeting the fury-bearing eyes of Lieutenant Joe, who stood at the forefront. The gatekeeper was cowed and withdrew his eyes to stare at Hide, reaching out to pick at his backpack. What have you got wrapped here? The keeper took a paper-wrapped square from his backpack and peeled the paper away. I exchanged a book with someone before I left town today, a Confucian classic, to bring back to my brother. Hide snatched the book back again and rewrapped it. When the gatekeeper saw that it was a book, he was not interested and looked at the little cutie's eyes at Hide. What's the point of reading this kind of book now that we're in a chaotic world and the imperial examinations have been stopped? I can't believe they traded supplies for it. Stupid. The keeper glanced at the carrier again, as if there was nothing else but this book and a bundle of firewood. Looking Hide up and down again, he stared at a bulge under his shirt. Hide had a face of meat pain, muttering, today's biggest harvest, the nobleman's reward. I didn't even bother to eat it myself. With a face full of reluctance, he pulled a small paper packet out from under his shirt and handed it over, his fingers still pinched tightly. The keeper, delighted, snatched it away vigorously, opened the paper packet and looked at it, sniffed it and licked it. It's food. The man guarding the city gate finally put on a smile at this time, and wanted to pull out a few more pieces of firewood from Hide's back basket, but was slapped away by Hide, and didn't get angry, and sidestepped his head, all in, the all-watching Lieutenant Joe. When Ji gave out the big paper package, I do not know where Hide hid, but he remembered clearly, gave the gatekeeper that small paper package as Hide licked several mouths. This was prepared, wasn't it? What do you mean you didn't eat? I've obviously eaten a lot. This man is really as treacherous as his face. Full of bull ********. Chapter 28. Okay? Hide didn't care what County Lieutenant Joe thought of him. Even in the past, the officials in big families usually didn't have a good face for them. He didn't even care then, and even less now. However, he would have preferred to talk to Winnie. On the way to take them to the blacksmith, Hide introduced Wenqi to the blacksmith surnamed Yu. When the world was in chaos, the old man and his family did not survive. Yu family 2 brothers. Yu boss is a blacksmith, long married, his wife surnamed Ma. The two have a 7-year-old daughter. Yu Lao Er and I are about the same age. I've spoken to him a few times. I used to know him when I was running errands for your people in the county. In short, together as street skaters. Have the Yu family brothers ever been formally named? Wenji asked. It seems to be called Yu Steel, Yu Tang? Hide thought back. They usually just call out the last name plus the ranking, not so much the first name, which is hard to remember. When Fu praised, good name, Hoda, is that a good name? It sounds like a fish tank fish pond. What's so great about it? I might as well have named myself Hocho. Hide bristled and continued. I heard that his family's great-grandparents had been small military generals, and before, when County Magistrate Tan was around, he often drafted Boss Yu over to do his work. The boss of the Yu family is boring in nature, but was born tall, and used to deal with the officials a lot, and also accumulated a lot of contacts, and there are still a number of people in the city who used to work as guards in his house, and are willing to give him face. So now, even if there is no one at the county government office, the few civic forces in the city, even if they need blacksmiths, are mostly persuading and pulling them together, rather than forcing them. Hide is also to let Wenji have a psychological preparation, looking for the blacksmith to do things. Do not come to coercion, that's set. Warm up to understanding. Official control industry practitioners. What kind of people have seen, this time want to find him to do things? A little favor cannot. Force coercion is even more inappropriate. After entering the city, there was an unpleasant odor in every direction, and when several people also covered their faces with a breathable double-layer cloth towel, with a little herbal powder sprinkled in the interlayer. The stores on the street were filled with mottled marks, some of which were leftover bloodstains, some of which were scorched black, and some of which could not be seen to have originated, like a thick layer of scabs on the walls. Slightly higher up, there were broken arrows stuck inside the cracks in the bricks. The shafts had been snapped off, the disappeared parts had probably been burned as firewood, and the arrow parts were stuck too deep, which is why no one dug them up. He tells Wen Fu that the iron arrowheads, when collected, can be exchanged for food at the government office. Unnoticeable in the corners, there are also badly rusted pieces of metal. I do not know what they used to be used for. Perhaps they fell off the iron armor, or perhaps they fell off some other tool, or perhaps they were once stained with blood. No one dared to pick them up. Stores on both sides of the street, wooden door panels, window frames, and house building materials were unloaded, and these split for firewood. Some people were prying up brick walls, probably hauling brickwork from vacant houses back to build their own walled yards for defense purposes. There were also a couple of stores claiming just a bit of residue on the ground. The people who came out were also in a hurry, looking alert and terrified at the slightest movement. Lots of debris and trash on the road, with only a narrow path cleared that could be walked on. It's just that it's cooling down now, and if it were a little warmer, the various odors would be even stronger. It's like a garbage dump. You can smell the odor emanating from those piles even if you are covered with a cloth towel. The streets have been like this all this time? Wenji asked Hida, pointing to the garbage and debris spread out on the road. How can it be? It wasn't like this when our county magistrate master was here. The county magistrate master said that too much of this garbage piles up and is prone to epidemics, and has been sending people to clean it up. But half a month ago those people left with the county magistrate master, and the streets became like this. Hida returned. Wenji sighed, quickened his pace, and said to Zhou Shan next to him, "This place should not be stayed in for a long time. Leave as soon as you finish your business." Zhou Shan had also dealt with small-scale epidemics when he was a county lieutenant, and shared his feelings, his face serious. "Aha! Change into clean clothes as soon as you get out of town. If the Taoist master has pills there, it would be best to knock out a few more pills made of grass and wood. Even if you don't catch the evil plague, you still need to protect yourself from other epidemics." He observed the expressions of both Wenji and Prefect Zhou, pondering. A short distance further on was the blacksmith's smithy. "It's right here, just past his house on this side of the store." He pointed out the place to Wenji and left. He was in a hurry to get back. Wen Fu thanked him and didn't stay. He also quite appreciate this. See the situation, put down the body, brain and flexible, the most suitable for external socializing to inquire about the news. Let's not rush it yet. Let's get the blacksmithing done. When Hida went back, he passed by that street again just now, looked at those piles of debris, and recalled the words of Wen Shusheng and that county lieutenant Zhou in his ears. Shouldn't stay long? Leave as soon as possible? Thinking about things along the way, he ran into a large courtyard surrounded by masonry. This yard was seized by people from their village, after they came to the county. Back then it was all about hugging and grabbing unoccupied mansions. Of course, there were some still at home, thinly populated rich families that would suffer a bit. Less than 1/3 of Hidi and his village survived, but grouping together, they were able to grab themselves a nice place to land. The man with the most words in this mansion today is a woodcutter, whose family was already populous and has the most survivors. Several green men. Big family only left him and his brother in his early teens. When the chaos rose, the little brother in the county academy. The county has Tan magistrate control. The chaos quickly calmed down, but stay in the village of the parents and the second sister is not so lucky. He rushed back when it was already late. He came back with a heavy heart. There was a young man of similar age but looking thin and small already waiting in front of the house. The other handed Hida a basket with a lid, containing 3 large paper packets, which was the reward given to him by Wenji. The gang guarding the gate usually kept a close eye on Hida, so every time he found something, he didn't bring it back himself. Upon seeing these 3 large paper packages, Hida's originally heavy mood eased slightly. Wen Shusheng is such a nice guy. On the other hand, when Ji and Zhou Shan came to the ironworkers' store, when Magistrate Tan was there, he enlisted the city's craftsmen to work there, and when Magistrate Tan left, they went home. But fuel is in short supply, and the ironmongery has long since closed its doors and stopped working. The iron smelting industry of the dynasty was well developed, and the technology was already capable of efficiently producing relatively high-quality steel. I don't know how well the blacksmith located here is at his craft. Walked past the store to the door of blacksmith Yu's house and knocked on the door. Opened the door is a stout man, used to have stored beard, and now the situation is special in order to live a convenient shaved, just shaved pitted. This was the blacksmith Yu from Hida's mouth. He looked alert. Wen Fu briefly stated his identity and observed the other party's reaction, taking out a small paper bag filled with grain powder and opening it. "Mr. Yu." Blacksmith quickly called Wen Fu several people into the house and closed the door, but both sides also kept a safer distance. Winnie observed the small courtyard, several large water tanks in the yard, which used to be supposed to be placed over the iron store for fire prevention, and now that the store is closed, the tanks are moved over. Looking at the other party's reaction just now, the Yu family is not doing too well right now. Only a small grain packet knocked on the door of the Yu family. It was fine when the magistrate was there, and the smiths were enlisted to do their work and were paid appropriately. It's probably been out of food for half a month now. What? Can't you the blacksmith get any work? Is it a technical reason or? Next to it, under a simple shed, there were some implements, which should be transferred from the side of the blacksmith store. Winnie saw an object. He pointed to something with a long handle, the front part of which looked like a branding iron. There's a lynching here? This thing is? Iron. You blacksmith and back. The old style is not suitable for nowadays. I think this one is very good. It can be used after a burn, and it saves firewood. Winnie froze. An iron? That's quite a retro idea. If you hadn't told me, I'd have thought it was a branding iron for torture. The iron of this era looks roughly like a spoon. Have not really seen the iron that looks like this. Seeing that Wenji seemed to be doubting his professionalism, you blacksmith asked, do you think it's okay? Wenfu sincerely said, it's very penalizing. You're a veteran who's done a lot of work for the government. You're the legendary no criminal, aren't you? Chapter 29, what a waste. Wenfu realized that this located blacksmith's ironworking skills should be okay, only that the creative aspect skill points were a bit off. Creativity aside, if you want to play something, you should be able to build it with him. Why are you still jobless? Wenfu had already inquired from Hidi that there was only one blacksmith left in the county nowadays. For such a scarce talent, the few civic powers in the city had let him go unused. Letting him sit idle until now? What a waste. Wenji pondered. The face does not show the slightest. Asked, you're home this iron. Sell or not? You blacksmith didn't hesitate. Not for sale. The family needs it. When cooking food, the iron also burns a bit and can be used directly. Even if it is not used for ironing clothes, it has other uses and can even be used as a weapon. The iron is not for sale, but you can sell something else. Thinking about the grain Wenji had just taken out. Blacksmith, you said. There's also a small shovel. If you guys want it, exchange it for the paper packet just now. What kind of little shovel? Winnie asked. You blacksmith shifted his sight slightly, not daring to look squarely at it. It's a, well, incense tool, but now it can also be used for digging. Many people love to play with incense nowadays, and the incense culture is booming. Before the world went haywire, a shipper ordered a set of incense tools from him, one size larger than the current fashion. The scented spoons and clips and such that they usually have use for in the house have either been replaced out, still have this stuff left over to spare. It was just that he had no experience with this kind of elegant and delicate gadget, so when he first built it in the first place, he was a little off. You the blacksmith quickly brought the stuff over, kind of like a scaled down version of a soldering iron. This object is the side ash pressure of incense smoked across the fire? Wenfu searched his brain for memories. Yes, it's the one that presses the incense ash. It's just bigger and it works. You blacksmith said. It did look a bit like it, but it didn't have any of the elegance that belonged to Shantao at all, but instead carried a rough, murderous aura, the kind of thing that would get people tortured if they burned it. You blacksmith didn't say anything. When he first built it, he also found problems and wanted to change it, but the world was suddenly in chaos, so he couldn't care less. Zhou Shan received this enlarged incense ash press and frowned. It's too small to use as a weapon. It's too small to use as a spatula, so you might as well just sharpen a spatula out of wood. It's okay to be a little shovel digging for herbs, he said. Yes, you can dig things up. You blacksmith's voice tightened a bit as he looked at them, worried that he wouldn't be able to sell it. Wenji nodded. That's fine. Let's continue north. The day is also getting colder and colder. In the future, digging things from the ground, we do need harder tools. Upon hearing this, Mr. You blacksmith asked, are you also going to the north? Exactly. Wenfu said, I heard he did say that before the magistrate of this place, Tan, left, he also spoke with you about taking refuge in the north. It was said. You blacksmith only said this, and then he did not say anything, only staring at the small paper package in Wenji's hand. Wenfu observed you blacksmith's expression when he mentioned Hide. You the blacksmith reacted tepidly. It seems that this Hide is neither a known good guy nor a known bad seed in the county. A nobody. Wenfu and Zhou Shan whispered a few words, and instead of handing out the small paper packet, they took out a large paper packet and opened it. You blacksmith's eyes went straight. Behind them, in the houses, there was also some movement. Next to him, Zhou Shan's grip on his sword tightened, his expression defensive. Wenji didn't look inside the house, just with sincere eyes, slowly said, we'll take this incense press. Besides that, there's something else I want to inquire about. Blacksmith you took a deep breath, his eyes moving away from the paper bag with difficulty, and said, you ask, we are traveling north to join our relatives, passing through this area, and we are not familiar with the route here. Wenji gave the large paper bag to his cousin to hold, while he took out his notebook and charcoal pencil and asked you blacksmith about the distribution of the villages and towns around this county and the situation nowadays. Which places need to be avoided, and which places are safer. The original magistrate had planned to leave long ago and would surely have gathered more information. Yu Blacksmith had more contact with the officials and knew more. Blacksmith Yu did know quite a bit. He glanced at the large paper bag and quickly told Wenji what he knew. These did not need to be kept secret, and he had been thinking about them all these days, so he remembered them clearly and spoke very fluently. Wenji noticed this detail and tried to interrupt to ask a few questions, and Yu Blacksmith also quickly replied, "It is not made up." After asking what he wanted to know, Wenji handed the large paper bag to Blacksmith Yu. Blacksmith Yu took the large paper packet, felt the touch of the grain in his hand, paused, and asked, "You went north to join your relatives?" Wenji said casually, "Yes, my aunt is a military official in the north. We fled to the past, so at least we have a place to land." Yu Blacksmith, whose ancestor had been a military officer, instantly felt close. He chatted with Wenji for a few more moments. Wenji heard out that this Yu Blacksmith also wanted to leave after County Magistrate Tan in the first place. Somehow it's still here, although he didn't know what the inside story was. But there was no resentment in the eyes of Blacksmith Yu when he mentioned it. When he mentioned the sanitation situation in the county again. Speaking of this, Zhou Shan was also worried. Originally, he had planned to have this blacksmith repair the axe, but now it seemed that fuel was in short supply and he could not open the furnace. In that case, we'd better leave as soon as possible, Zhou Shan urged. Wenji nodded. This city is even more dangerous than the outside of the city. Garbage is everywhere. Even if there is no evil plague, there could be an outbreak of other epidemics. He sincerely exhorted Yu Blacksmith, minimize going out, always cover a cloth scarf when you go out, and be careful with the entrances. Zhou Shan commented on those few folk forces in the city. Ignorant rats, light and heavy, no climate. Yu Blacksmith had a wooden face and looked at Zhou Shan. He has much contact with the government. This looked between words and deeds with an official flavor. When Fu didn't talk much more, only revealing that it was he who brought them into the city this time. When Wenji's trio left, a young man came out of the house, a bit similar to Yu Blacksmith, only thinner. This is the second oldest member of the Yu family, the younger brother of the Blacksmith Yu. Blacksmith Yu handed him the paper bag containing the grain. Finally, there's an entry. Yu Er's face didn't relax. Brother, it's not a good idea for us to continue idling here. Yu the blacksmith was also worried. Half a month ago, when the magistrate left with some of his people, the several major civic forces in the city began to fight within themselves. It was true that there was a pull for him, the only blacksmith, but now that the gang was busy with infighting and had no intention of starting a furnace, he had no work to do and no share of the supplies. So now Yu Blacksmith was still waiting for the gang to decide on a result before his side could receive the job. But when will those forces fight it out? It's been too long a wait. The family's out of food. It's not going to last. All this time the family ate in exchange for iron, and were hard pressed for the price. But the family's iron will soon run out. The city is getting more and more dangerous. Why don't we follow them north? His family has relatives who are officials in the north, Yu Er said. Yu Blacksmith was also moved. His family used to want to leave, just next door to a family in the midst of evil madness. At that time he was in the county office to do business, his wife and daughter at home. His brother, in order to protect the family, was injured, bedridden for a few days, and also missed the action of the large force. Yu Er pondered for a moment and said, "Still, I need to ask, did he bring them here? I'll go ask later." On the other hand, Hida was talking to his brother in the house. "Come on, little brother, here's a surprise for you." He pulled out the book he'd brought back. You used to love that What's His Name Confucian classic with the notes written by the greats, and it was almost burned today. Luckily I had quick hands. Some people have no firewood for their fires and are afraid to go out to cut wood, so they burn books in their homes. There are too many people like that. Brother also met a bookworm with a good heart today. Chapter 30, Coming. HOU has always kept a very thick filter on the readers. Whether it was before the chaos, or during the chaos, the most powerful group of people he had seen included readers. Needless to say, before the chaos, this dynasty emphasizes literature over martial arts. All kinds of things are inferior. Only the book is high. The book has its own golden house. The book has its own 1,000 bells of millet. Such words he heard a lot in the tea house restaurant. Their whole family to pay for the younger brother to study. He ran errands for the nobleman to get the reward. Most of the use and the younger brother to study above. Because he has a younger brother studying at the county academy, he still has a bit of an advantage over a group of street skaters. Later, the world was in chaos, and the county magistrate Tan, who was in charge of the county, had extraordinary means, and he was able to preserve a way of life for the county. He felt even more that the readers were powerful. So now, even though it's difficult to chop wood, I'll still get more books for my little brother when I have the chance. As long as he reads more, he will definitely be more powerful. Even if you can't be as powerful as Magistrate Tan, the books you get in exchange now used to be extremely high-priced, And now that times are hard, everyone sells them cheaply or burns them. There's always a time when they appreciate in value in case the chaos ends in the future. Isn't there? He used to listen to the tavern storyteller tell so-and-so peasant family ancestry of a broken scroll, the noble lord with a box of silver to buy it. It wouldn't be a loss to keep it in his hand anyway. It was just a few sticks of firewood. It didn't bother him. He'd think happy, but the early 10-year-old he shouty but psychological pressure, and suffered a family change. The imperial examination stopped. The three views have changed dramatically, with a depressed atmosphere. When County Magistrate Tan was here, these readers who could write and do math were still useful, and they could exchange for some food when they finished the tasks assigned to them. But half a month ago Tan Magistrate left. Everything in the city has changed. These physically weak readers have become a burden on the family. If he had a stronger constitution, he could still do other work, but with his skinny body, he could only stay at home every day to boil some water and cook some porridge to relieve his elder brother of some affairs. Brother, don't exchange firewood for books in the future. He said softly. Don't worry, I know in my heart, I can't read ordinary books. I didn't just hear you talk about this book. I also heard those rich gentlemen mention it before. It sells for a lot of money. Burning it would be a waste. 2 sticks of firewood. We don't lose. Chai is even more expensive now, so don't change it later. Try to go out of the city as little as possible. In the past, there was Magistrate Tan who sent people to clean up the evil things outside of the city, but now that half a month has passed, it will be more and more dangerous outside of the city as well. He said. Well, that I know, and I pity life. When I stock up on more firewood, I'll just nestle in and not go out. He said. Brother, you're going out of town tomorrow to chop wood too? I'll go with you. Hey no. Just stay home and read. I'll be back soon. He didn't say anything else and hung his head, not letting he see the look in his eyes. He also knew that he would easily add trouble by following instead. But the other villagers living in the same mansion, children about his age, were all helping the family, chopping and splitting wood, and even going out with bamboo poles to rummage through the garbage piles on the street to see if there were any usable objects to pick up. He now won't let him go out and doesn't know what he can do when he's locked up at home. The whole family used to pay for his education, but now they are also dragging his elder brother down. Daichi looked at the atmosphere in silence, helplessly scratching his head. He also knows that his little brother has depression in his heart, and the mind of a reader is, hey, readers? Da's spirits were lifted. Brother will tell you more about that when Shusheng. This one looks like he's capable. Just now, he talked about the process of when Shusheng giving him the grain packet, and my little brother listened attentively. What a great guy when Shusheng is. You can bring him up for conversation when there's no topic to talk about. As we were talking, the second member of the Yu family approached us. He only had to pause the conversation. The second Yu family asked about when several people. In addition to the grain package he received cannot be said to the public. There is nothing else to hide. They have children on the mule train? Yu asked. I heard the voices of little children. I didn't see anyone. I don't know what relationship I have with them. However, I look at Scholar Wen and that County Lieutenant Zhou. They should not be sinister and vicious people. He stared at the other. What? Your family wants to go north with them? Yu didn't answer directly, but asked back. You don't want to? The two men looked at each other. The street sneak duo, in this moment, suddenly had a heart-to-heart. The gangs in town are only interested in internal conflict, have not read many books, but are ambitious, and greedy, and have no vision. They want to live with their families and either join or leave their homes. Not a good decision indeed. That being the case, it would be better to refer more to the practices of those smart people with status. For example, County Magistrate Tan. For example, Scholar Wen and County Lieutenant Zhou. The city won't change this way anytime soon. It's too dangerous to stay for long. He said. Yu looked at the broken fence around him, his eyes unfocused. I've been poking around. Those gangs in the city think that with the low temperatures during the fall and winter season, the threat of evil things outside is greatly reduced, and the garbage piled up on the streets of the city is also not to be cared about for the time being, so they'll take up the turf first and decide a ranking. He snorted. And what if the weather suddenly turns warm for a few days? Waiting to die? Yu was silent, and after a moment of silence, he asked, when will the scholar surnamed Wen and the others leave? He looked at the darkening sky. They shouldn't leave tonight. It's hard to say about tomorrow. If you want to go to them, you'll have to rush early tomorrow. At this time, outside the county seat, when Fu and the others had already returned to the hidden hut, and Lieutenant Zhou changed into clean clothes before making contact with his own children. Nowadays, this turnip county is too dirty in the county. In case of staining the dirt, directly changed clothes. I can't throw away the ones I've replaced, but nowadays supplies are scarce, so I have to save them. When you build a fire, put your clothes next to it and bake them carefully with the fire breath. Wen Ji took out his notebook and looked at the abbreviated map he had inquired about from Blacksmith Yu today, and said to the several people, "Tomorrow morning there is no rush, let's stay for half a day. I'll work out the route first." Xiao Lu and Lieutenant Zhou had no objections. The Taoist priest looked at Xiao Lu. "Don't you find this situation familiar?" Xiao Lu really did not pay attention, and do not feel that this decision of Wen Ji were wrong. Indeed, it is necessary to make a good route before setting off. Sharpening the knife is not a mistake. Leader Qingdao wordlessly skimmed his lips, not to say much to this group of foolish plebeians. Before going to bed at night, Wen Fu was still thinking about it. Despite the shortage, he only waited half a day. If the people didn't come after half a day, there was no point in waiting, much less entering the city. There are so many garbage piles in the city that who knows what other epidemics have been bred, and now that the herbs are being depleted everywhere, there is no medicine for the sick. Anyway, the roadmap is the biggest takeaway from this trip. It's just a shame about the talent he sees. If the city was just a little bit cleaner he would have gone into town to make a go of it. Winnie rolled over and continued to mull it over. It is reasonable to say that he a few grain flour big paper bag smashed out. Always have some feedback. That Confucian classic in Heda's hand, and then linking it to his conversation with the gatekeeper. There is likely to be a younger brother beside him who is in the primary learning stage or intermediate stage, in his teens, and he can't be too old. There were people who cared. There was a soft underbelly. If he can ask around the county, there must be others he knows. In addition, on the blacksmith side, the family is struggling to make ends meet, and the entire staff is unemployed and at home, with no income. Previously for some reason was not able to follow the front of the army to leave. Then now the situation is even more difficult. Always have to move a thought, right? People in this era didn't dare to leave their homes at will, fearing that the road would be treacherous and there would be no place to settle down and wander around. It's only going to get more difficult in a chaotic world. And when this have supplies, have learned, in the north have received land, people look still kind, and around the county lieutenant master and Taoist ferry assistants. What a great leader! The city's getting more and more chaotic. These guys shouldn't be unmoved. Now Winnie is just like an angler standing at the edge of a fish pond. As the old saying goes, you have to hit the nest hard to catch a lot of fish. There's no way a couple of packets of stuff could be slammed down without a reaction. How many meals is that enough for? It's not like they're handing out relief food. The people who come together, not to say 1 to 4 or 5, 1 to 1, 1 to 2 always, right? Did I hit the nest in the wrong position? Early the next morning, the warmth of the situation alerted Lu to look around, and while he did want to wait for by 1, by 2, he had to consider other possibilities as well. The human heart is complex, especially in a chaotic world like this. Everyone pack up your stuff first and drive away as soon as you notice anything unusual. Anyway, in a world like today's, the gang in town wouldn't dare chase them too far from the county, and they'd have time to run. Wen Ji also said to Zhou Shan, let the 3 children in the car out to move around, always shrinking in the carriage, affecting the mental health. There's a fire burning here in the shed, and the 3 kids are rubbed with cloudy wine, so they'll be fine if they don't run far. County Lieutenant Zhou thought to himself that the 3 children had slept well after their work earlier, and were indeed in much better spirits, so he agreed. He would be right here to keep an eye on them, so he could respond as soon as possible if there were any abnormalities. Wanfu told the 3 children to mix some concentrate feed for the donkeys and mules. Next may have to carry heavier things. Have to eat better? Just eat grass is not enough. There's just a little bit of the ingredients left for the feed mix. When she thought, or the team is too few people. If there are more people, there is enough manpower can get some more fodder ingredients to stock up. Just as he was thinking about it, a few falcon calls came from the sky. Xiao Lu quickly ran over. Someone is coming. I just saw them while standing on the rock. There are only 2 people. One looks like he who I saw yesterday, and a stranger who is about Heda's age. Just 2 people. No need to overreact. As soon as the 2 young children heard that a stranger was coming, they rushed behind Zhou Shan. Father, take your younger siblings to the car, Zhou Shan said to his inner nephew. Waiting for all 3 children to enter the mule cart, Zhou Shan went forward with his sword. Even if there were only 2 people coming, they still had to be on guard. When Fu straightened his clothes and stepped out of the shack, his eyes clear and straight. It's River Big Fish. Cough. It's Heda and you air come, right? Leader Qingdao, who was pounding medicine, glanced that way and shook his head. The man, Wen Fu, looks at dogs with a clear eye. Chapter 31 Fortunes. Seeing that Wen Fu and the others were still there, the 2 of them were relieved in their hearts. It was good that they hadn't departed and caught up. Yuer followed Heda's side, keeping an eye on the surrounding movements. The few figures in front of him were easy to match, but his attention, at the moment, was focused first on the children. He heard the 2 children call out to Father Zhou Shan. It seemed that they were indeed the children of this military official, and the children's spirits looked fine. After seeing Wenji and introducing Yuer, the street sneak duo didn't talk nonsense and expressed their desire to follow them north. Yuer said, "Our magistrate Tan is a powerful man. Half a month ago our family was going to follow us north. Only at that time there was trouble at home. And when it calmed down, we had already missed the time. The large force brought by the magistrate had already set the time for action and would not change it easily, so they could only watch as Magistrate Tan left with his men. Yuer just want to tell Wenji several people. Their whole family had the intention to go north, missed once, and now encountered someone to the north of the past. You readers look also okay, in the north of the relatives, we look at you." He also said at this time, "We don't know much about places outside of Turnip County, but we used to mix in the streets and heard a lot of news, so maybe these can help." Urga said, "We will bring our own dry food." Wenji looked like he was a bit hesitant. "I don't know how many relatives and friends you are going to bring. In total, are there any old people or children?" He said, "There are only me and my brother left in my family, and maybe 2 or 3 friends. My younger brother is 12 years old and used to study at the county academy, with a quiet and understanding nature." Yuer thought for a moment and echoed, "You should know all 4 of my family. Me, my brother and sister-in-law and niece, and perhaps 2 friends." Wenji was satisfied in his heart that the number of people was okay. He slowly said, "Could you 2 please wait for a moment?" "Sure, we'll just wait there." Knowing that Wenji and the others wanted to confer, Hide and Yuer stepped aside. They were still a little nervous in their hearts. The 2 whispered and analyzed. The scholar surnamed Wen most likely wouldn't refuse. This person looked like a good talker. That Zhou County magistrate and that Taoist priest, I don't know if they will agree. On this side, Chief Qingdao remained indifferent, and if he really wanted to say so, he was inclined to take in more people, so that when the time came, he would have people to help him with the odd jobs. Xiao Lu and Ironhead both listened to Wen Fu. Lieutenant Zhou was a bit hesitant. He had been betrayed by others and was very defensive. However, after a few words of analysis, he agreed. 1. More people are better. Nowadays, the road is difficult and dangerous, and it is indeed safer to have more people in the team. 2. He also had 2 young, frightened sons and daughters, and an inner nephew of 12 or 13. Perhaps 2 more small children in the group would put them in better spirits. The human heart is a bad thing, but it's also true that you can't deny everyone access just because you've encountered betrayal. Although he agreed, Zhou Shan still couldn't help but remind Wen Qi, in a chaotic world, human nature is complicated. Don't be too benevolent. Many thanks to Prefect Zhou for reminding me. Wen Qi gave a slight salute. He stood under the morning light of the rising sun. His whole body seemed to be gilded with a layer of golden aura, and his gaze at the distant mountains was clear and firm. When I was traveling, I heard someone say, a solitary person travels fast, but a crowd travels far. Nowadays, this world is treacherous, far more than those calamities recorded in the history books, and it is hard to hold out if you don't embrace the warmth of the group. If 100 people are in the same boat, they will get the strength of 100 people in the same boat and help. Sufferings are common. If we all work together, we will be able to reach our goal. Zhou Shan opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Of course he knew the benefits of hugging. He was just trying to correct Wen's practice of being benevolent to everyone. However, now it seems that the readers have firm ideas and can't change them for a while. But this kind of person is also not easy to backstab. Forget it, with him around at all times keeping an eye out, I don't think anything major will happen. After taking care of the interior, Wen Ji came over to inform Hide and Yuer of the results. Knowing that they had been successfully received, the 2 of them also revealed joyful colors. At the same time, they thought in their hearts, it was really necessary to start with the scholar surnamed one. However, having hung out in the city more, and being more wary, the next time they were to bring their families over, they were in a position of great responsibility, and it was better to probe and learn more. Hida's eyes moved, face showed gratitude. Really thank you. Our status is humble. Before in the county are looked down upon, do what is guarded. You guys are good people. Wen Fu's gaze was clear, and he smiled with a bookish air. The heart of right and wrong is also the end of wisdom. I can tell that you are not treacherous people. He did again very emotionally said the tragic disaster that happened to his family. At times like this, selling misery in front of this kind of good-hearted reader will also allow you to ask for more favors for your own little brother in the future. Wen Ji listened to the look of frustration, sighed, but also briefly mentioned his own life. The family suffered a tragedy, but also only the 2 brothers, north to join their relatives. Although it is difficult, precisely because of this, the more you have to persevere, you will always see the light. No matter what time it is, literati and martial artists have the opportunity to reflect their own value. After reading sage books for so many years, when I arrive in the Northlands in the future, I will also make some name for myself. When the evil epidemic subsides in the future, we brothers will return to our hometown in fine clothes. In the past, we only buried the remains hastily. but when we go back, we will replace their coffins with good ones, and ask a high-ranking person to move their graves, so that we can change the feng shui land, then build a grand shrine, so that the deceased can enjoy the incense of their descendants. He had meant to act, but as he listened, his vision hazed up, and there were tears glistening in his eyes. Unconsciously following the words of Wen Fu fantasized, breathing became heavy. He also valued the things before and after his body. Indeed, people, the tougher the times, the more you have to move up. Otherwise, it will be completely stomped into the mud. He also wants to make a name for himself in the north, and later come back, move the graves and repair the tombs to build a shrine for their old he family, and burn some offerings, so that his father, mother and second sister can live in a big house underneath, with underlings to serve them. Next to him, Yu was a bit vicarious, but not much. He was more focused on the difficulties at hand. He arched his hand and saluted, interrupting the atmosphere beside him, and asked, "There is another matter today. My elder brother cannot let go in his heart. There is only one blacksmith in the city, and he has not taken on any disciples. The county needs people to build weapons for defense, and he is worried about leaving. Blacksmith Yu is a man of love and justice." When Ji sighed and pondered for a moment, "I heard from He that there are some people in the city now who used to work as guards in your house. I wonder if they could have learned a trick or two." Yuji, hey? Yes, oh. And the guards who have stolen their skills. It's not that the guys didn't have a blacksmith store before. Not that they didn't want to. I'm sure I've learned a little bit of the craft, but is it that easy to be a blacksmith? Blacksmithing is still a government-regulated industry, and not everyone has that kind of access to a blacksmith store. But now no one cares. After their family left, the store was left to the county. Furnace, bellows, those are all there. Even if there is no store, the government has such a place. Those big objects Tan magistrate they cannot take away. The previous gang of caretakers, even if the craftsmanship is not comparable, but the tools hit out to work. More practice, the craft will get better and better. Having solved his elder brother's heart problem, Yu was happy. Many thanks, and thought, surnamed Wen's brain is quite flexible. It will not hold bad, right? Yu asked, seemingly casually. You readers, are you all so nice to others? With tolerance and sincerity in his eyes. When Ji returned, I don't really know how others are, but the sages have said, those who love to go out love to return, and those who are blessed to go out are blessed to come in. As far as I am concerned, you are blessings. Chapter 32, not worthy of my fancy. While trying to take in more new people, it's good to have some words in advance. When Fu said to them, I drew a sketchy roadmap yesterday, and it is likely that we are not traveling on the same road as the group led by Magistrate Tan. The road is treacherous, so both of you please consider it carefully. Wendy has added accents to the words the road was treacherous and carefully considered. Hida and Yu froze when they heard it. They had really thought about catching up with the larger group. County Magistrate Tan is definitely not fast with so many people, and there were only a few on Wenji's side, so when the time came for them to pick up speed, they would definitely be much faster, and it should be possible to catch up, right? Moreover, where the large force passed by, those evil creatures were also decimated, making it safer. But now that when Fu informed of the different paths, there was a slight hesitation in his heart. The two men, Hida and Yu conferred in low voices. Yuji, actually, different paths are fine. With so many people passing through, everything along the way had been searched. Even the ground had probably been scraped, and it would be impossible for them to follow behind and try to find some food. Perhaps there was also a lot of trash left behind, and the water source may not even be clean. It's tougher with no firewood or food to replenish. The weather is getting colder and colder, and the threat of those evil creatures outside is greatly reduced. And the most important thing to rush nowadays is still the food, water source and firewood. A few moments later, the two men told Win of their decision. It doesn't matter if they don't follow the same path. They'll just follow Wenji northward. On the way, they would also contribute and protect Wenji, only hoping that when they reached their destination, Wenji would be able to resettle them. Both sides reached an agreement. Hida and Yu also have to act immediately. Now the city is unstable. Late is the time to change. The longer it drags on, the more likely it is to cause trouble. Wenji said, we will wait here for one more day, and we will depart early tomorrow morning. Thanks a lot. The two men turned away and quickly parted ways again. They would have had their own preparations. Yu skirted a grove of trees and came behind a hill. There was an alcove there, a short shack built out of dead grass and bamboo wood. Two young men had long been waiting beside it. These were two friends from outside Yuercheng, both 17 or 18 years old. The two look somewhat alike and appear to be brothers, but one of them is actually a woman dressed as a man, a twin sibling. They had been pestered by a civic force in the city for being too clean looking, and had been hiding outside the city for the last half a month. Well, Yu came over quickly, done, and smoked it last night. The two men used sticks to pick apart a patch of dead grass, revealing the two-wheeled crate that covered the ground below. The cart already held a small iron pot, 2 somewhat chipped knives, a bow and a quiver of arrows. There were also other odds and ends of miscellaneous items that would be used on a daily basis. These used to be saved secretly. I used to think about finding a chance to sneak these things into town. But now, putting them outside just saves the day. Yuer showed a joyful color. The county town and the surrounding villages and towns, the original means of transportation, most of which were taken away by the magistrate of Tan, and the remaining small portion was controlled by the gangs in the city, so it was not really easy to get and hide them. In addition to these on the car, his family has to bring a lot of things. This wooden plank car has a great use. The young niece can still sit on it. Alright, you guys get ready as well and leave early tomorrow morning. When the time comes, guard against Hide. He and his foxy friends are treacherous as hell. They might take advantage of us. Fixing the means of transportation. Yuer carried a small bundle of firewood that had been prepared long ago into the city, and didn't mind being extorted for 2 more pieces of firewood by the people guarding the city gate. He had more pressing business to attend to. The hard eyes of the surname he are too much. He has to add more protection to his side. His own brother and sister-in-law are all solid-hearted. His niece is too young, and his 2 best friends have average fighting strength. Today, the scholars surnamed when mentioned the Guardian, which made him think of a few more people. Only in this case, he had to pick carefully. To have some fighting ability, to be on good terms with his own family, and to be able to keep his mouth shut. Thinking so, Yuer did not return home immediately after returning to the city, but went to another street. The plain yard with the outer wall still intact indicates that it is inhabited and that it has managed to keep its own wall. The door wasn't closed tightly and opened with a push. Yuer didn't knock on the door, but just pushed the door and then quickly went in, closing the door again before shouting to the other side of the house in a lowered voice. Uncle 5, is it there? There was a flapping movement from inside. Yuji moved inside, observing his surroundings. Uncle 5 had the same surname as them, perhaps a family hundreds of years ago, but not close blood relations now. I can recognize them because Uncle 5 used to work as a caretaker in their family. 5th uncle does not look stout, but thin but not weak. When he was young to carry goods for people to sell labor to accumulate family wealth, and later to their family as a guard. The last time I was here, this small courtyard was well tended and bustling with old people and children and the heckling of women. When I came over now, the small yard was empty, with no one to clean up the dirt and debris left over from the recent past, and the smell of blood coming from the house. Yuer didn't go inside and stood at the door of the house. The room was dimly lit, and Yuer took half a step inside before he could barely see clearly. There was a tall, thin figure leaning against the wall, sitting in a pile of debris, bleeding from a wound on his exposed arm. Some of the blood dripping from the floor had already dried. There was no telling how long it had been sitting here. Yuer quietly took half a step back when he saw this before saying, 5th uncle, County Magistrate Tan said that injuries should be bandaged in a timely manner, or else they'll easily catch evil spirits. The man sitting there, his voice hoarse, just laughed and did not react. The whole person had a kind of disheveled feeling of death is death. Whatever. Yuer could understand how Uncle 5 was feeling right now. He had asked around, and half a month ago, Uncle 5 had made a deal with the head of one of the civic forces, that Uncle 5 would stay in the city as a fighter until he took East 3rd Street, in exchange for some food and supplies for his wife and parents. On the day the team organized by Magistrate Tan left the city, Uncle 5 sent his relatives into the northbound team and really came back as a fighter. Yuer said, I heard that yesterday, East 3rd Street had been knocked down by you. No response there. Yuer didn't care, looked around, pressed his voice, and said, 5th uncle, want to go north? The man sitting there jerked his head up. You can go north? There's a passing party. I've just gone out of town to try and find out. It's a small party, not many people, but they look like they're all respectable people, and there's a prefectural lieutenant, but that scholar is better to talk to. He has relatives in the north who are military officials, so we should be able to settle down after we go there. Although it may not be the same place as where County Magistrate Tan and the others are going, as long as we can settle down. 5th uncle, you'll have a chance to see Auntie and the others again in the future. Yuer's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for the other party to hear clearly. Really? Uncle 5's dry, hoarse voice gained some strength. Meet me outside the city at dawn tomorrow. Don't let anyone know. Also, let's take care of your wound first. Not much to stay in too. If Uncle 5 has contracted evil, it's fate. When Yuer left, the middle-aged man sitting there only reacted, fiercely got up to wash the wound, and suddenly remembered Tan Magistrate in the time of the people's words. So first with a clean cloth to wipe the wound, wrapped up. It took a lot of effort to start a fire to boil water, and after it was hot, he didn't wait for it to cool down, and took a cloth towel to clean the wound. Grimacing in pain, but the whole thing had spirit. He'd missed his family so much during this time that he'd held his breath to fulfill the promise he'd made and then returned home to fend for himself. I didn't expect to see hope all of a sudden, but I can't fall at this time. Up north. Air is right. As long as we go to the north, as long as we can settle down, we may have a chance to see our parents, wives and children in the future. Coming out of Uncle Five's house, Air went to find a few more people. Just try to find out. This group of people are not reliable. The heart has changed. I do not know whether it is brainwashed by those few folk forces. Are thinking of the end of the fall to early spring this time, staring at that group of from the south to the north of the road over the rich and powerful families. Last year there were many rich families moved north. Tan Magistrate traded grain and herbs with people. The process is not known. Only heard that the transaction is very fast. People think it should be quite simple. They think about it just a few tactics. If the other side is small, just swallow the supplies. If there are many people on the other side, then treat them with courtesy and make a profit. Now the county is their territory. Air saw the situation. Did not talk to those a few more. To cope with a few sentences, immediately go home. Notify the brother and sister-in-law to pack up things tomorrow morning to run away. They don't have any food in their hands, but they can use the remaining items at home to exchange. Anything they can't take with them can be exchanged. And if they can't exchange food, they can exchange it for other items they need for the journey. It just has to be done in a covert and decentralized manner. Several large water tanks were taken out and traded for food. The ordinary residents certainly didn't have much in their hands, but those few members of the civic power gangs were more or less stocked up. It's just being pressed hard. Those people may still have a little bit of coercion in them. So what if you're a blacksmith? You still have to come to me and beg for a bite to eat. Air doesn't necessarily show up himself. He'll find someone to do it for him, and he'll need to pay an intermediary fee, but it's safer that way. They hadn't dared to sleep at night for fear that the gangs of forces in the city would come looking for them. Those people don't want the blacksmith to leave. The family gathered in the evening and didn't dare to light a candle. The moods are all pretty subtle when you're about to leave. And more than anything, you're worried and confused about the future. Air didn't feel so sad and comforted. Big brother, the scholar surnamed one, has a flexible brain but a soft heart. So if we have any trouble at that time, we can just go and ask for a favor. They also have children in the team. Not too old. Our Shao Kai can still have a playmate. Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Yu Blacksmith worried again. In this world, it's not good to be too soft-hearted. Air immediately said, isn't there that County Lieutenant Joe, who looks like a hard-hearted one? The other side. After separating from Air outside the city, he took a detour to another place. There are 3 people hiding there. Of these 3, 2 were from the same village as Hide, and the other was met later in the county. They were the ones who usually helped Hide smuggle supplies. They were willing to work for Hide, and as long as they did what Hide told them to do well, they would get their share of the pay and share some food. It wasn't much, but they could keep from starving to death, nor dare to play slippery. Hide is even more slippery, and means, ruthless enough. In the past, there was a scoundrel in the next village who was looking for trouble with the second sister of the Yi family, and within a few days, the scoundrel disappeared, and it was said that he had offended a nobleman in the county and was killed by the official. The world was in chaos, and after everyone moved to the county, he had trouble, and it didn't take long to solve it. There's a Had behind all of this, therefore they had respect and fear for Hide. At this moment, the 3 loyal followers showed Hide what they had accomplished. Not far away, a buffalo was nibbling grass. As early as a month ago, when Magistrate Tan was making preparations for the evacuation, they secretly got a buffalo. Hide planned it and they executed it. Horses, oxen, donkeys, and mules are all watched by people from the yamen, and there are buffaloes and yellow oxen, but buffaloes like to soak in water in the heat of the day, and it is inevitable that the people who watch over them will be scrupulously negligent, which makes it more convenient for them to strike. Brother Dason. From now on, don't call me Dason, call me Dachu. Dachu is my official name. It all means the same thing anyway. Hide said. Why did you change the name? Dason is so nice. One of them was confused. Hide said in his heart, that Zhou County Magistrate seems to be called what mountain? Cannot collide with the name. But on the mouth said, what do you know? I'm following the sages to take the name. There are sages to protect the body. Oh, so that's what it is. That's an auspicious name. The 3 of them praised it repeatedly. Well, then, Brother Dachu, the cow is brought in. It is cold now, and it has not been soaking for some time. I made a point of boiling water to brush it today. I snuck in some concentrate feed. That's what the animals need to eat to have the strength to do heavy work. The 3 show their credits. Not bad, not bad. Good job, bamboo pole. Go get some more concentrate feed at night. Those guys have been fighting hard these past 2 days, and there are fewer people guarding the warehouse. Hide said. No problem, Big Chu brother. Livestock rations of their in fact everyday people supervise that what to steal. Steal back to eat their own. Supervillain, he said triumphantly. He had learned a lot of literary words from talking to his own brother. As for the rations of livestock, they do not feel lowly. Nowadays everyone is short of food, are starving to death. As long as they can eat, do not care what kind of animals are fed, pry back to feed their own small family. They didn't get the plank wagon, but with this buffalo, he was already satisfied. The buffalo can carry packs, and his own youngest brother, who is physically weak, can ride on the oxen. Let's be on guard against Uer's side. Don't let them take advantage and tire out our cattle. Back in town, he tried the attitudes of the others living in the same mansion. None of them wanted to leave. The ones who wanted to leave ran off after the Tan magistrate half a month earlier, and the ones who stayed were quite happy to occupy a few more rooms. He snorted in his heart. All short-sighted people. Unlike me, I already have a direction. No, an ambition. Already have a higher goal in life. This little place can't hold me. In fact, half a month ago, he had no intention of leaving. He has no other ability. This is the familiar place. His own relations and contacts are here, and if he wants to do something, he can do it by using his brain. When the Tan magistrate left, he hesitated and still did not have the guts to leave. Originally a lowly life, leaving home becomes even lower. Who would have thought that in half a month's time, the city would be in such a mess? Nowadays, the city might be even more dangerous. So if you want to pick a way to live and have a better future, you really have to leave. When he went to bed at night, he couldn't sleep, full of worries. It is indeed quite sad to leave my hometown, and I am also apprehensive and bewildered. After taking a break, I thought about the words of Wen Fu. He didn't memorize all of Wen Fu's words, but he remembered the phrase walking alone is fast, walking together is far, and said it to his little brother. There is also a sentence, that is, when you have made it big, return home in fine clothes, repair the graves of your father, mother and second sister, replace them with expensive coffins, burn more offerings, so that they can live better down there. The more I thought about it, the deeper the emotional substitution became, and I cried my eyes out. Little brother, we are a man of letters and a man of arms. We will make a name for ourselves in the north. He Xiaodi, who was also unable to sleep, had tears shining in his eyes and said heavily, definitely. He also thought of what Wen Fu said about blessings. A scribe who believes in blessings, in the old days, would have laughed at the other's naivety. For a long time in the city, the evil of human nature he heard a lot. How many people who got rid of the violence did not have a good end, while those bullies who bullied the people lived a good life. If he could make his own family live well, he was willing to be a bully. But nowadays, only people like Wen Shusheng who still had the heart of benevolence and goodness and believed in blessings would be more accepting of people of humble status like them in such a world. Scholar Wen is really a good man. If the world was not in chaos, he would have been able to win the gold medal and become a great official. A good official. All of Xiaodi's knowledge of Wen Fu came from Heda's parsing. Although he hadn't seen Wen Fu in person yet, he had already left an extremely deep positive impression and responded approvingly. Hidekian felt that he had made the right choice. Can they, the village families with no background, and the bottom of the county street skaters like him, make a name for themselves by seeing who's smarter and better at what they do? It's not. It's whether or not you're with the right person. Right now, compared to this group of fools in the city, it is still more reliable to follow Wen Ji north. The next day, the sky was still only cloudy and the gates were open. At this time of year the temperature is low and many people take advantage of this time to go out and cut wood. Having lived here for many years, they know the roads so well that they can walk with their eyes closed. After a short walk, it's dawn. Hida and Yuer's side had prepared for this, dispersing out of the city and taking care of what needed to be taken care of in advance. Wen Fu waited there at the shack, listening to the falcons call from the sky and looking ahead. Not long after, a single figure appeared. There were familiar and unfamiliar ones, and lo and behold there seemed to be a dozen of them. The most striking, however, were the plank wagons and the buffalo. Meeting after leaving the city, the two parties who were originally on guard against each other. Hida looked to the other side of the boardwalk. Yuer stared at the other buffalo. The atmosphere was subtle, each with their own mind. Wen Fu looked at them, his eyes clear and sincere. Not bad for someone I've had my eye on. What a powerful subjectivity to take away. Chapter 33, not enough. Hida and Yuer's eyes scrutinized each other. Your kid even hid such a hand. Hida stole and hid a cow from the government office, originally thinking to use it to exchange supplies later. These 2 days decided to follow Wen Ji to the north. Hida is still secretly self-satisfied. I really have foresight. God help me also. I didn't realize that this Yuer had hidden a car as well. Yuer had similar thoughts at this time, only feeling that he had still underestimated the other party before. But, no matter how much you spit inside, a buffalo with a wooden plank cart is the only way to maximize its utility. but now is not the time to count that much, and hold any thoughts down for now. The personnel on both sides kept a significant distance between them and came to the front of the shed where Winnie and the others were. Wenji made an elegant salute. Please wait a moment. Chief Qingdao needs to perform a practice to exorcise the evil spirits. See you. The people knew that this was to verify again that they had not been possessed, and they did not feel offended, but even a little joyful. This kind of thing was not their turn before. This Qingdao chief looks like a high Taoist. Maybe there is also immortal magic. Shuda. Many thanks to the Taoist priest for casting the spell. Immortal please, we promise not to move. Qingdao rode head of the indifferent high man posture, holding a delicate incense burner in his hand. His feet with a pace that seems to be somewhat subtle, walked around these people, and wrapped up the work. When Ji previously looking for him to organize this show, Qingdao Road Chief is of course willing. He knows too well the attitude of these common people towards the gods, demons and ghosts. As long as the slightest means, this group of people will have to honor themselves all the way, regardless of what kind of mind Wen Fu had. Anyway, Qingdao first leader would go ahead and do it if he thought it would be beneficial to him. Feeling the gazes of admiration from the new members, Leader Qingdao's face was faint, but inwardly he was secretly delighted. It's still me. I can't be on this team without me. The short spell casting was over, and the people didn't exchange pleasantries, lest the forces in the city notice and run away first. By the time the county noticed that both Mr. Yu Blacksmith and Mr. Yu Fifth Uncle had disappeared and tried to chase them out, there was no one outside. The hidden shack where he lived was also searched. Only the house was empty. The mansion where the two He brothers lived, the house was left to another villager who had a good relationship. The others tried to grab it, but they lost their head start and the house was already occupied. Setting off again. The total number of members of the original 8-member team had increased to more than 20, but the 3 handfuls maintained distinct boundaries. The leading part, Wen Fu and his cousin, the Taoist priest, Xiao Lu, and County Lieutenant Zhou with 3 children, a donkey cart and a mule cart. Walking in the center, He Da led the buffalo. He Shouty sat on the buffalo, and next to him were He Da's 3 followers. At the end of the line was the Yu family gang, Yu Er as well as 2 friends, Yu Fifth Uncle, Yu Blacksmith husband and wife and daughter Yu Shao Kai. Several adults took turns pushing and pulling the wooden plank cart, which was loaded with goods and carried a small child. 8, 5, 7, exactly 20. Wen Ji was happy in his heart that the North Escape Squad had increased from the 2 Wen brothers to the level of 20 people. If you add donkeys, mules, oxen, and the air guardsmen, the muggles, 24 members now. Not bad. A lot of great new talent on the team, and got a bullock cart beyond expectations. The bullock cart isn't assembled yet, but sooner or later, when you do the math like that, there is an increase in all areas of offense, defensive capabilities, cargo levels, etc. The next step is communication and bonding, which isn't hard, but it's not enough. Nowadays, there must be quite a number of escape teams from the south to the north. The teams of the world's great families are well equipped, and on the way north they may also encounter robbing gangs, so it is safer for their team, which consists of commoners, to be outnumbered even more. When Ji pondered in his heart and looked forward to it, and when he met people again on the way back, as long as they weren't vicious people, regardless of their heart nature, they would be pulled into the team to work. It's been more than a year since the chaos began, and those who have survived until now have some ability to defend themselves, or are lucky enough to have probably hoarded a lot of supplies. As they traveled to noon, the temperature rose and they found an empty house in a village to rest. County Magistrate Tan used to bring his magistrates here to clean up the area, and couldn't search anything useful, but it's enough to rest his feet. The people in the county wouldn't dare to chase them this far. Hida comes over to chat with Wen Ji for a few minutes, trading his concentrate feed for a small bottle of cloudy wine. The concentrate feed is what they got out of the warehouse of several groups of people in the county before they left. They were thinking of eating it themselves and keeping some to feed the cows, but when they learned that Wen Fu and the others used turbid wine to rub their bodies, which could drive away evil spirits, they got the idea. The not-so-small earthenware bottles dispensed cloudy wine with a wine aroma, and Hida and a few of his followers gulped. How long has it been since you've tasted alcohol? Only now that saving their lives was important. They each tasted a small half-spoonful and rubbed the rest on their bodies. Smelling the fragrance of the wine, the whole person only felt dizzy, not drunk, but feeling dreamy, always thinking of the time when he used to take the reward money to buy wine and drink. It's too extravagant. It was such a luxury back in the day. The more I remembered, the more tears were about to fall from the corners of my mouth. Yuer's side also wanted to free up an iron spoon for a small bottle of cloudy wine, but Winfrey and the others don't need an iron spoon right now. Wen Ji pondered a little and said, in this case, from next time onwards, when we rest, Sister-in-law Ma helped us together when she cooked porridge, when Fu and the others paid for their own food, and Yu's side of the family built a fire and chopped wood to boil it. Meals for both groups come together, saving firewood in trouble. Yu's family was fine with it. They were going to chop wood for the fire for their own dinner anyway. Lieutenant Zhou and Xiao Lu had no objections. They only needed to share a small portion of the turbid wine out to save the time of chopping wood and building a fire to cook. The wine was precious, but it wasn't impossible to search for it again later. Moreover, the further back, the colder it gets, the fewer evil things will appear outside. Having seen a lot of life and death, Zhou wants to spend more time with his own children. Xiao Lu is trying to find a suitable prey, but it is not good to keep eating vegetarian. It is growing up. The iron pots that Yu Er and the others had brought were not big enough, so they replaced them with Wenji's, which had a broken mouth, but was indeed a big iron pot, big enough for them to use. Hida's side would like to join in, but the food they brought is of a lower grade and not enough, so let's just make do for now. There's one thing that needs to be done first. He took the time to go to Yu Er, and the two of them muttered for a while about the ox cart. Winnie didn't bother to get involved. It's not just the ox cart. Winnie didn't start out by telling everyone about the unified management of supplies. Nowadays, people are still unfamiliar with each other, and they usually keep a close eye on their own things, not to mention the fact that they are fleeing from a chaotic world, and they are wary of each other and will not trust others easily. Important supplies like food are wanted to be pinched in your hands. Winnie is in no hurry. It's okay, take your time. Anyway, when all is said and done, those supplies are on the team. Keep rushing. The small gangs of the He and Yu families, at first, argued a bit, but as they moved away from Turnip County, left their familiar places, and entered unfamiliar areas, each one of them quieted down, and in their eyes, apart from being wary, there was more uncertainty. The atmosphere became increasingly silent. Winfrey waited in this silence for 2 more days before making an adjustment during one of his intermission breaks. Their little band of escapees stopped at a stagecoach stop at this point. This time the stagecoach, unlike the one they had previously fished for wine, had obviously had a northward moving party by stagecoach pass through it, and the food, wine, cloths, tools, and all kinds of objects had been scavenged, and the stagecoach had been empty for who knows how many times. Quite a bit of the wooden building materials were also taken down, apparently to be burned as firewood. Winchester and the others stopped here and pried up a lot more lumber from the stagecoach, mainly used for converting cattle cars. When the ox cart side was almost done, and both Hida and Yu Er were free, Wenji called them over and said they wanted to discuss things. When the two arrived, when Fu's gaze slowly swept over the surroundings, by this time next year, many of the stagecoaches along the way may be in ruins. That's why it's better to move north on this matter sooner rather than later. The later the party, the harder it will be to get free supplies along the way. When Hida and Yu Er heard that, they didn't. The front through here can be searched for food, clothing and weapons. They are a little late, but they can also demolish the wood to modify the ox cart. Wait until next year, and then the back of the team came only to eat grass. Thinking this way, the apprehension and uncertainty in his heart lessened. We're still lucky. Seeing the two men's expressions relax, Wenji continued. Everyone must be tired and uncomfortable from rushing around for the past few days, but there's no resting yet. Wenji's face was serious. Taking advantage of the recent stable weather and lower temperatures in the morning and evening, we will hurry up, and if we come across a village or town that no one has passed by, it will be more conducive for us to search and stock up on supplies, in case the weather suddenly turns warmer at any time. That would be bad. The two men, who were tired and not yet acclimated to the long drive, nodded. Yes, it's better to take advantage of the cold. In case it turns warm, that's too dangerous. It doesn't matter if it's hard work, as long as it's safe. Wenji took out his notebook, a rudimentary map that he had drawn based on the information provided by both the He and Yu families. Their usual strategy: go to the villages and towns, not the county. Not every county is as capable as Magistrate Tan, and once lost, it can fall into a giant monster's lair. On the route set by Winfrey, they would reach a small town tomorrow. My guess is that the northern migration team is unlikely to go that way if there are a lot of people, and we're small enough to go around and see if we can search for food. At the sound of food, Hida and Yu Er also lifted their spirits. Okay, the two said. If you want to arrive by tomorrow night, the rush will have to be a little harder. When Fu said, never mind, it'll get there. For food, whenever possible, you have to fight. Especially Hida, who had lower quality food in his hands and was still thinking of hoarding more food to improve his life and give his own little brother something good to eat. The following day, the escape team departed. The newly assembled ox cart was convenient to use, and the personnel of both the He and Yu families had already adjusted their mindset, holding their energy to hurry. Finally, in the afternoon, they arrived earlier than expected. Win observes the ground and surrounding dead wood. No one should be coming through this side of town. At least no large groups have passed through yet this fall. When everyone heard this, they only felt a lightening of their exhaustion. The eyes glowed. Food. Here we go. Chapter 34, Sins. Most of the big families that moved northward took the official road. The terrain was not familiar. There were no locals to guide the way, and they could not get local information. So of course it was more secure to take the official road. So the chances of going through a route like this one, which is off the main highway and completely unknown to out-of-towners, are not great. The cost of trial and error is too high to afford the loss. Even if there was, it would only be a small group, and it would be quick to evacuate when they realized there was a problem. And the supplies that the small gangs could take with them were limited, which meant that Wenji and the others might be able to search for something they could use here. The two small groups, the He family and the Yu family, were already eager to try at this point. Their eyes were glowing green. These people are flexible, but their ways are too wild, and they don't think about the others. If we just let them go and search for supplies, it might cause trouble or even disagreements within the team. Not efficient, not united. When Fu let Xiao Lu and Zhou County Lieutenant first go to explore the road ahead, these two had developed some tacit understanding. Xiao Lu waved his arm, directing the airborne Manhwaner to probe forward, while he and Prefect Zhou kept an eye out for hidden dangers on the ground. When Ji called He De and Yu Air over again, these two were already restless at this point, and when they saw Zhou Shan and Xiao Lu going forward, they wanted to follow. When Ji said, County Lieutenant Zhou and Xiao Lu are just approaching to check it out first, not entering the town. We don't know how many evil things are hidden inside. We're not familiar with the area. There are small children in the team, and there are carts pulling supplies, so we need to make a good plan before advancing forward. The two men just had to hold back the impatience in their hearts. Indeed, they still had to consider their family's little brother and niece. 1G continued, the town in front of us is likely to have supplies. This operation is very important. Our team is already small. We need to work together. The two thought about it and nodded. It's about not splitting up when you get into town. We all work together. They understand. They were able to get a cow and a cart from under the noses of the two major groups, the government officials and the private forces, and not just by themselves. Scholar, when you are well read, what you say must make sense. We'll listen to you. He stated. If it doesn't make sense, that's a different story. When Ji smiled tolerantly and said to Hida, since everyone agrees, now, some things need to be assigned up. Your younger brother can write and do math. I wonder if he would be willing to do the accounts work. Hida opened his mouth. When Ji patiently explained, it is the one who is responsible for the list accounts in the team, recording the income and expenditure. After the unified action, when the searched materials are distributed according to merit, he records the details of everyone's distribution for easy access. Of course Hida knew, like the bookkeeper in a big restaurant, the steward in charge of finances in a rich family's home. He just didn't expect that when Shusheng would let his own little brother take up such an important job, in the past in the county, by the Yamen people to find over. The little brother is only responsible for copying certain less important paperwork letters, and now, he didn't think that his own little brother couldn't do this job well. He was just surprised at how much Wenji trusted them. Hida was overjoyed, thinking that this scholar surnamed Wen really had good eyesight to see the talent of his own little brother. Who else on this team can write and count besides the scholar named Wen? There is no third person. This not only elevated his own little brother's status within the ranks, but he was certainly paid for doing this kind of work. He laughed a big grin, but then there was a little disappointment. If you find supplies on your side, you can't keep too much in private. It will make things difficult for your little brother. Of course, compared to that, it was more important to be on your own side. It's good to find supplies and stuff. They're all on the team anyway. Yu Air, who was next to him, didn't have a problem with that. It was true that there was no one on their side who could take on this heavy responsibility. And, unlike Hida, little brother, he was not as treacherous as Hida. Besides, when Shushing stated that he could check the accounts, Hida hurriedly called his own little brother over. When Fu pried another charcoal pencil from Elder Qingdao and taught Xiaodi the posture of holding the pencil and the technique of using it. It's okay if you can't write neatly at first, you'll get better with more practice. After these few days of observation, this junior brother, his ability to learn and be flexible is still okay. Put together a roster first to get acclimated. We'll make other records when we're officially in town searching for supplies. With a face full of solemnity, Xiaodi took over this heavy responsibility. Turning back, he couldn't help but grin again. What he had learned over the years was useful and trusted, and he was earning his own reward. The exhaustion from the successive rushes dissipated, and now he was full of energy. When Ji looked at that spirited little figure and also revealed a pleased smile. It was so nice to get rid of another mission, and in the future, even if the staff multiplied several times over, all he had to do was move his mouth. There are other people who do things. Not long after, Zhou Shan and Xiao Lu came back. They didn't enter the town. They just watched from the neighborhood. Signs were easier to distinguish at a time of year when the grass was dying. There shouldn't be many living people or evil things. Having done so, they hurried on, approaching the town. But it didn't go straight in either. 3 small groups, each with 2 men, then formed a scouting squad of 6. Lieutenant Joe led the group, first checking out the area around the edge of the town. The Yu family had previously gotten a bow, and Yuer's archery skills certainly couldn't be compared to Xiao Lu's as a hunter, but it was barely a long-distance fighting force. Zhou Shan led the scouting squad and stepped quietly into the town. The town was quiet at the moment, not too different from many of the towns they had seen along the way, with various marks left on the streets and buildings looking like a long time had passed. They didn't let their guard down, though. Find the pharmacy and food store first. Before Zhou Shan finished speaking, he heard a roar that was a bit more shrill than a beast, an obvious evil roar. More than that, there were shouts of the living, inaudible shouts of what they were shouting. The 6 people's faces suddenly changed, hiding behind a store and looking over at the sound. Without knowing the situation, they didn't dare to act rashly. There was a figure running ahead, with a cloth bag in his hand. The man ran while grabbing something from his cloth bag and throwing it backward, and chanting loudly, "There is righteousness in heaven and earth, and miscellaneous endowments are in vogue." Another handful of white pellets spilled out. Below is the river and the mountains, and above is the sun and the stars. Another and another handful of particles splattered. The momentum is rapid and violent. The posture is as sharp as the absolute dark weapon. However, there was no bird. Although the pursuing evil creature had slowed down a lot due to the low temperature restriction, this one running in front of it was obviously not in good physical condition, and the distance between the 2 sides was still shortening. The front runner's voice was breaking and he was still rousing. In man is said to be hoary, and pei hui say pale. After a bit of chasing and fleeing, the people and the evil things were already approaching Zhou Shan and their side. That's when the 6 also got a good look at what the man was spilling out. Snowy white in color and full of grains. It seems like, probably, gnome. The moment they saw it clearly, the 6 were shocked while producing a brief moment of bewilderment. What the hell is this? A few blinks of frozen concentration and another handful of sticky rice was scattered over there. Sprinkle on those evil things. Falling on a dirt-filled floor, the 6 men only felt their blood pressure spike. Ein yet. Come on. Stop it. Kill. Hurry up and release the arrows to shoot them all together. Sinning. Yuer took his bow and arrows and was so angry that he wanted to shoot a volley of indiscriminate attacks over there. This is when Xiao Lu manifested his excellent hunter qualities and performed a true family technique. His hands did not shake. The arrow shot out and pierced the throat of the evil creature in front of him, but it did not kill him immediately. Eager to show off, Uncle Yuwu stabbed at the evil creature with a lance converted from a farm implement, ending its life. The man carrying the bag of glutinous rice, who was panting from running at this time, came to the 6 people and even made a scholarly salute. It was only then that I could see that the man appeared to be a Confucian scholar, not living very well in this world, with sunken cheeks and a weak constitution. Many thanks to all of you for saving me. Yet the 6 looked at him angrily, like enemies. Hida's eyes were on fire. We're already grabbing fodder from the livestock, and this idiot is even spreading glutinous rice. Wasting food deserves death by 1,000 cuts. Zhou Shan had at least been a county lieutenant, and hardened himself to hold back his violent anger, and asked in a stiff tone, "What were you blazing about just now? Could it be a code word with an accomplice?" The Confucian slowed down and returned. "It's the song of righteousness that wards off evil and dispels filth." He couldn't help himself. "I don't care what song you have. Does it work? You just say, does it work? So much glutinous rice, all spoiled." He said he was going to tug on the rice bag, but it didn't budge. That Confucian student's face reddened. His hands grasped the glutinous rice bag, and he stammered, "I once saw a book mentioning that glutinous rice can drive away evil spirits, and today I was lucky enough to find a bag of glutinous rice used in a ritual. In a hurry, but somehow it didn't work." Xiaolu immediately gave him a popularization saying, "What do you know? Glutinous rice requires magic spells to exorcise evil spirits, and you don't have any magic spells. It's a waste." The Confucian scholar lowered his head in shame. Yu Er, who was close by, moved his nose. "What's that smell? It's a little strange and a little familiar." Hearing that he smelled, the Confucian scholar's head hung even lower, his ears red. He didn't even notice that the others in front of him smelled even more. Lieutenant Zhou said at this time, "Retreat back first." Since there was a local alive who could provide more information, it would be better to make a plan before searching into the town with a purpose. They took this Confucian scholar out of the town. The other tried to run, but was surrounded by 6 men. This Confucian is also magical. A moment ago, when facing the evil creature, spreading glutinous rice sprinkled clattered, thinking how broad-minded it was. Now but the rice bag clutched tightly. He does several times want to snatch over. Unsuccessful, and was Zhou Shan warning glance, before convergence. Zhou Shan was worried that this Confucian was playing a trick and didn't know if there were any accomplices nearby, so he was cautious all the way and told Xiaolu to pay attention to the airborne alert. However, no one really followed. Back at the team, Zhou Shan briefly told them what happened. Learning that the other party had found a bag of the finest glutinous rice for rituals today, there was now only a small bag left, less than a third of the original. The 2/3 that had disappeared all went to Jan. Not to mention that the others in the team's blood pressure spiked as they listened. Even Qingdao's headmaster felt his heart's blood choking. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, losing stuff, 100 useless is. The rest of his eyes glanced at Wenji next to him, and he swallowed back hard. Chapter 35, Talent. Don't underestimate everyone who survives the chaos. The Confucian in front of him looked a bit silly, like the nerd people talk about. But if it's just a nerd, how did he survive? That's why Lieutenant Zhou has always been on the defensive against him, always suspecting that there are not accomplices from the other side following in the shadows. Wen Fu looked at the sky and said to Lieutenant Zhou, "You guys rest for a while first." Turning again, he gave a scholarly salute to the town's Confucian scholar and invited the other to sit down on a dry stone nearby. Wen Ji took out a teacup and poured a cup of hot water and handed it over. When Lieutenant Zhou and the others entered the town to explore just now, Wen Fu had Ma's sister-in-law boil a pot of water for everyone to rehydrate. The Confucian tugged at the bag of rice in his hand for a moment, but still got up and bowed in a hasty manner, accepting the cup of tea and said, "Many thanks." Perhaps it is to see Wen Ji also a scholar's temperament posture. Looks also relatively good to talk. This Confucian student drink a cup of water to moisten the throat. Some taut face eases much more. He also sensed that Wen Fu and the others were indeed not vicious people, and he even saw a few small children. Juzin adjusted his mindset and introduced himself. This man's surname is Chang, and his name is Chang Ji. He used to study in the county academy, and the news from the academy there was even faster. And when he learned that the world was going to be in chaos, he rushed home. He is survived by his mother, brother and sister-in-law. When Ji sat next to him, sighed, and said, "I also went out to study, heard rumors from all sides in the middle of the day, and saw that the world was in turmoil before I hurriedly returned home, but it was already late." Cheng brother is more fortunate than me. Hearing Wen Ji's narration, Cheng Ji's heart was filled with sighs. In such a comparison, he was indeed much luckier. At least the most important family members were all around him. Instead of immediately asking about the other party's family affairs, Wen Ji put on a confused face and asked about the song of righteousness that Cheng Ji had recited to the evil creature. Cheng Ji's expression that had just loosened up became awkward again. "I once read in a book that it can ward off evil spirits in transit to gather positive energy. I used to study in the academy and was not good at school, so I may have taken it out of context." Wen Fu said, "This is the disadvantage of all the information without screening, directly into the brain, unable to distinguish between truth and falsehood. According to Du can be pit bleeding." Chang Ji was ashamed. "Every time the academy is evaluated, I'm always at the bottom. Within today's academies, exams are not frequently conducted, but they are regularly assessed. College within the inspection, outside the college of the size of the literary meeting, he has always been a marginal figure. There is no way. In terms of academic talent, in terms of discursive ability, it is true that he is the tail end of a dangling car. Without that talent, wasted money at home for nothing." Speaking of sadness, Chang Ji words deep guilt, eyes red. "When I was a child, I studied in the town under a gentleman, and was praised by him for his extraordinary talent and his ability to make things happen. In one word, the family made the decision to pour out their family funds to provide for him. The town's gentleman also recommended him for admission to the county school. The county had great rewards for scholars who excelled academically, but he had never been rewarded or recognized for his years of study, and his visits were often at the bottom of the list. He remembers every word in the recorded book, but doesn't know how to use it. Not far away, he does several people, drinking water from the bamboo tube, stretched their ears to listen to the conversation over there. He did also deliberately move 2 steps, slightly sideways, with his ear facing that way. As he was eavesdropping, a follower came over and said to Hide, "Brother Daikyu, this situation in his family is a bit like yours. It's all about the whole family supporting a scholar." Without waiting for the other party to finish, Hide glared angrily. It only felt that this was the worst time their family had ever been blackballed. "Ah shucks." Looking around he lowered his voice again, but it was still a series of fire-filled outputs. "Where is the resemblance? He's worthy to be compared to my brother? My brother has always been ranked at the top of the county academy, and when County Magistrate Tan looks for academics to do his work, my brother is able to be enrolled in a breakthrough program. What's the situation with this one? He's 20 years old and still hasn't made a name for himself, and the teachers at the academy don't think much of him. With this brain, His family is still tightening their belts to pay for his education. It's all because he saved up several lifetimes of good fortune. This is the nerd of the dead book. The brain is not flexible, and is sinewy hard to take this road of fame. But also do not look at whether there is this talent. That follower thought about it. That's right, in our village, those who have brothers in their families would have to make a fuss until they split up. No, how can his brother and sister-in-law stand it? He clearly remembered the scene where the other party raised his hand to raise the glutinous rice. His first impression of Chang Ji was extremely poor. Someone on the Yu family's side secretly stretched their ears to listen, and although they didn't express their opinions, they agreed with He De and the others in their hearts. Reading consumes money, even in the county. How many families with good conditions, reading to read to collapse? Dead books, read dead books. No talent but hard to go this way, sucked dry the blood and sweat of the family. However, Chang Ji and his family must have other advantages if they can survive until now. I have read books about epidemics before, and I know a little bit about how to deal with them. Knowing that you can't eat raw food from raw water, keep your distance from others, etc. You avoided the initial disaster. My academic talent is mediocre, and I only have fair memory skills, Chang Ji said. When Fu thought, this memory ability is not still how many people's memory level belongs to? Open the book. A, B, C, D, close the book. However, this dynasty of literature and education flourished. Memory far beyond the normal people of the literati countless. Some are talented, some are trained to become. Chang Ji only has a strong memory. Comprehension cannot keep up with the various types of questions examined by the academy to cope with, so has been ranked at the end of the list. Facing this kind of inflexible people, words cannot be too euphemistic and subtle, must be more direct, so that the other party can understand. Holding a charcoal pencil and notebook, when Fu asked, "Then how did your family survive hiding in the town? Save a lot of food?" Chang Ji said, "Not so. We lived in our own homes at first. The big merchants in the town ran away. There were fewer and fewer living people, and we could often hear monsters hissing and people screaming. We didn't dare to go out and hid in our own house, with the doors and windows closed tightly. My mother used to invite the idol and burn a stick of incense every day at home. The gods blessed us and we survived." Not far away from the eavesdropping Shalu would like to ask your family invited which way fairy, but see that side is still chatting, only to hold back, later to ask clearly. Chang Ji had already fallen into reminiscence at this point, and slowly spoke. "It wasn't long before it got cold and those monsters were slow to act, so my brother and sister-in-law went out to look for some food and firewood. Then it snowed, and those monsters don't go out much on snowy days, and we really didn't have anything to eat, and I remembered that there was a vinegar brewer there across the street. You need food grains to make vinegar, so maybe there would be quite a bit to eat. The occupants there ran away a long time ago, and there was just a limited amount of stuff they could take with them. We found quite a bit of food there. His house was built sturdily and the courtyard walls were high, so my family and I took advantage of this and moved in there, where we have lived until now. Now that my mother is weak and my brother is exhausted, and my sister-in-law has to take care of them, I have taken on the burden of going out to find food." Winnie took notes and inhaled softly, lowering his eyes. He didn't let the other man see what he was looking at. A vinegar brewer. Nice place. The odor on Chang Ji turned out to be vinegar. Or rather, it was vinegar and a mixture of various odors from the brewing and fermentation process. When Ji asked, "After you hid in the house where you made vinegar, did you seldom encounter evil attacks?" Chang Ji nodded repeatedly. "Right. My mother invited the idol over as well, and although the incense has been burned, she kowtows every day." When said bluntly, the evil thing most likely does not like the smell of vinegar, or certain smells during the vinegar brewing and fermentation process. Wait, before you were chased by the evil thing, it wasn't that took the initiative to attack you? Chang Ji said, "I met it when I was looking for glutinous rice, so I knocked it." Winnie, "And then what?" Chang Ji, "The wooden stick shook off. I grabbed the rice bag and escaped, and it kept chasing me behind." Winnie, "Never mind, keep going back to the town layout. We're just passing through to get some supplies here, and won't be staying long. So may I ask, what is the general layout of the town? The guest houses, restaurants, tea houses, and dwellings at the entrance into the town, are these likely to have supplies left?" Chang Ji said, "At the beginning of the chaos, most of the people in the town left, but those who stayed, there were still quite a few living people at that time, and many of those places in the guest houses and restaurants and tea houses had already been there." However, Chang Ji still gave Wen Ji the directions to where these stores were located after entering the town. The narration was very smooth. The tip of Wen Fu's pen paused slightly. "You remember so well? Is the memory superb or is it made up?" This wasn't the rough information he got when he asked He De. At this point Chang Ji told a very detailed story. Even the few inverted messages that were deliberately tried were quickly pointed out by Chang Ji. Winchester didn't move. Well, what about the folk? Residents. Chang Ji recalled carefully. One with a yard that has had livestock in the house is best. Wen Fu said, wow, it's not far into town, and there's a goods man living over there, near the pastry store. That goods man often picks up shelves and goes to the villages to sell his goods, and when he stays in town, he also sets up a stall in front of his house. Winsome notes. Cargo man, walking grocery store, abbreviated version of a department store. He asked, I've heard that the freighter also sells herbs, so I wonder if he'll have any left at his house. Not selling herbs, that cargo man doesn't have a large variety of goods, but they're affordable. My mother has bought needles and scissors from him, but the freighter also left early in the morning. The day I returned to town from the county, his family drove a mule cart out of town. Chang Shi thought, the day the cargo man left with a mule cart, the yard may have built a livestock shed, plus usually placed shelves and picked those objects. The yard space is certainly not small. However, Winnie's attention was pressed. Are the town's freighters so well informed? Wen Ji asked. Chang Ji was the first to receive news from the academy, where there was no shortage of people with status, even if Chang Ji belonged to the fringe, but at that time, all parties were in chaos. Even if hidden cannot be hidden for a long time. The latest news between the students of the academy also fast transmission, and after getting the news, Chang Ji immediately went back to the town. It also takes time for the freighter to pack up his belongings, and by the time Chang Ji returns to town, the freighter happens to be driving away. Doing the math, the two of them couldn't have gotten the news much differently. This isn't the information age. What does he sell and how many people does he know that he can be so well informed? Wen Ji asked. This. Freighters walk the streets and alleys, know a lot of people, and have a wide range of sources. Chang Ji hesitated. He's a man who often goes to the village to sell goods with a small variety of items. Yet he got the news almost at the same time as you did. Wen Fu said. Chang Ji didn't know how to reply. Wen Fu laughed. It's fine. Let's talk about the pastry store next to the cargo man's house again. One by one. Wine house, tea house, guest house, residential house, pastry store. And so the questions went on one by one. Chang Ji no longer had time to pay attention to the other people around him. At this time he focused on digging out the answers from the corners of his memory. He wondered to himself if he was missing a lot of things that he might be able to find out from home. In the meantime, the others in the group, who had been quietly eavesdropping and still whispering, gradually quieted down. Even He De, who was full of opinions, was looking at the two scribes over there as if they were stupid at this moment. It felt like a barrage of information slapped at me head-on. A flurry of hands and feet, but I didn't remember many of them. Obviously there were no fierce words over there, but they felt a strange, tense atmosphere. Winnie is also getting faster at asking questions. The swish of the carbon pen in his hand never stopped, and Chang Ji, who kept answering the questions, only felt that the pressure was increasing, and kept trying his best to recall and search for the corresponding information from his memory. The brain began to swell, sweat oozed from the corners of his forehead, eyes straighten and gradually lose focus. Grunt. The stomach gave a hungry urge. Chang Ji hadn't eaten anything until now today, and only just now he drank some hot water, and with the successive brain drain, he could hardly hold on. It was then that Wen Fu stopped and smiled apologetically before taking out a small paper bag. Inside is dry grain powder. This one we secondary processed and you can eat it right away. He also asked Ma's sister-in-law to bring a cup of warm water. Chang Ji couldn't care too much anymore and thanked him repeatedly. Taking it, Wen Fu turned around and raised his hand to greet Zhou Shan. Prefect Zhou. Chang Ji was shocked and almost choked. The one who just had a knife was even still a county lieutenant. Wen Fu got up, tore off a piece of paper from his notebook, and whispered a few words to Zhou Shan. Even though Zhou Shan was composed, he couldn't help but show his face in astonishment. Wen said, it's getting late, so clean up the place where you're spending the night tonight as soon as possible. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. Zhou Shan went to find someone to discuss the action. When Ji turned back and looked at Chang Ji, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then he made a strong effort to suppress it. This is some kind of smart navigation talent. Such talent in the wrong place is a waste. Winnie's gaze was clear and honest. Go to his home later to feel the bottom. If there is no problem, then pull over as a secretary. Chapter 36, Take them all away. Lieutenant Zhou gathered his men. He De and the others were curious, and before Lieutenant Zhou came over, they couldn't wait to get up and look at the piece of paper Wen Ji gave them. There is no need for Lieutenant Zhou to explain. Even if you can't read or write, you can understand just by seeing the pictures on the top of the paper. Is this a map of the area where the entrance to the town is? He just stared at the piece of paper. I thought, is this what high-end readers can do? Where to enter the town? Which house to go to? What stores and households are around? What might be available? Which ones to focus on searching? Which places to stay at night? Whether there are wells, What are the roads like? It's all drawn on there. A few simple strokes get the message across. The follower beside him whispered to Hididao, Brother Daikyu, we don't need to think about anything else from now on. It's enough if we eat and drink, and then listen to Winshusheng. The scholar is really great. Hidi nodded in agreement. Of course a reader is great. Why else would their family pour all their efforts into paying for their little brother's education? That's something that can change destiny. For example, right now, if they were on their own, they would surely be bored to break in, searching from house to house, with time passing, strength expended, finding darkness without necessarily finding much of anything, and hastily choosing a place to spend the night. People can just have everything set up while they're chatting with Winshusheng, Hida and Yuer. They had a face of admiration. However, Zhou Shan's attention was not on this. Gather the scouting party together and head into town again. This time it wasn't touching the blind. Following the map was very efficient. There weren't many evil creatures in the town, and after beheading 2 of them, they followed the map to the freighter's mansion. It did look plain from the outside. The pastry store next door was much more conspicuous. Only, over at the pastry store, it was clear at a glance that someone had previously gone in to search, whereas here at the goods store, there was less attention. Lieutenant Zhou took out a small bundle of fuel he was carrying, firewood made from dead grass, tree branches, bark, etc., and lit it to create thick smoke, which was thrown into the house. There was no movement of evil things being smoked out. Clean it out and we'll stay here tonight. So we go in and search now? There's a unicycle over there, he said excitedly. A freighter's unicycle can hold a lot of stuff. Someone else chimed in. Lieutenant Zhou just glanced that way without looking much, and said in a deep voice, First, find out if there are any secret compartments, cellars, and those hidden places to hide things. What can he hide as a freighter? Salt. Several people who were about to head over to the unicycle made a sharp turn in their steps and rushed into the house. Wen Fu, who was waiting outside the town, didn't have to wait long. Soon after, a signal came from the muggle in the sky. Let's go. Into town. At the entrance to the town, Uncle Yu Wu and Xiao Lu were waiting there, both with obvious excitement on their faces. Seeing Wen Ji, Xiao Lu quickly came over and said, Found the salt. Searching things, Lieutenant Zhou still has professional experience. Cargo's mansion. After a simple cleanup and cleaning, and then lit a fire. Some interference miscellaneous objects thrown into the fire to burn. The yard emitted smoke. The barn wasn't big, but 3 animals squeezed in just fine. The man in charge of mixing the fodder was distracted at this point, his eyes constantly darting to the house. Salt. Without food you will starve. Eat salt to have strength. Salt and grain are important. With today's conditions there is no such thing as excess intake. How many people can't afford it? Inside the house, Lieutenant Zhou had already carried out 2 large bags of salt. 4 or 5 bags should have been stored here before, but now only 2 remain. The freighter must have moved 2 or 3 bags when he left. Only then, in his haste to escape and to load up on food supplies, he hid both. Smuggling is rampant in areas where urban and rural areas meet. This goodsman sells a small assortment of goods at affordable prices. And who would have thought that he presses on with those small goods to make money, and uses them as a cover for the real deal? The town was too noticeable. So the cargo man had always traded with nearby villages, and he didn't know how many downlines he had developed. Lieutenant Zhou pointed to the 2 bags of salt and said to Wen Ji, It's all coarse salt with a distinctly bitter flavor. He has experience with this. It's not like the salt produced by the big salt households on the seashore. The technology of the big salt households over there is more mature, and the salt they produce is usually not shipped to such small places. Private salt produced by small salt producers is bitter. The technology is not enough to produce poor quality salt. However, for us nowadays, it's good enough to have coarse salt. Prefect Zhou couldn't help but show a smile. He and the others also nodded their heads in succession. What to pick at a time like this? Even in the past, the salt they ate was about the same as this, and it was still expensive, so they usually saved it. Wen Ji was frowning at this time, with a serious face. Coarse salt? With a distinctly bitter flavor? That's not good. Poor quality salt is bad for your health if you eat it for a long time. We have to travel for a long time. It's not good for your body to collapse. Saying that, he looked at Chief Qingdao. The vigilance in the Taoist master's heart was instantly drawn full. Looking at me for what? Wen Fu quickly walked over. I traveled. Qingdao's chief tensed up his face. His eyes stern. Say it again. Wen Ji, ahem. Please trouble the Taoist master to refine these coarse salts. They are searching for supplies in this town and will stay for 1 or 2 more days. A time when Chief Qingdao can open the furnace to make salt. And this dog Taoist has nothing else to do anyway. I've heard that a big family here has a tripod in their house, and there are iron pots in town. What other tools do you need? Taoist master. We'll go and find them. Not waiting for Qingdao chief to refuse, Wen Ji lowered his voice and looked like a mysterious I understand everything. I traveled. To hear that crude salt refining may also yield man-nite, bitter brine, saltpeter, and so on, leader Aoyoto was silent. Although I don't know what this dog scholar has learned during his travels, by the looks of it, could it be that there is a use for it that I don't know about? The Taoist priest weighed the pros and cons in his mind quickly. In any case, he did need to use certain things when he performed pujas for people. With a shortage of materials on hand, a certain few items obtained from crude salt refining were indeed useful to him. And now that there are more people on the team, many of the chores can be directed to others with little effort. After thinking about it, Chief Qingdao put on his high-minded demeanor and said in a raised voice, "What is there to say about hard work when it is for the benefit of all?" Wen Ji was very facetious as he made a public bow. Daoist priests are kind-hearted and benevolent, and their virtue is thick and flowing. Then immediately let Zhou County Lieutenant distribute part of the coarse salt. These 2 big bags don't all need to be purified. Keep some coarse salt in reserve for external use. Salt can also be used as a trading currency, which is even more precious in a chaotic world. Now there is no one to investigate whether it is private salt. These coarse salt do not have to be hidden. After arranging where the salt would go and leaving the small children and a few people to guard the yard, Wen Ji ordered a few more people and turned to Chang Ji. "Come on, let's go to the place you said to offer sacrifices. There's a big tripod over there?" Chang Ji was talking about a wealthy family in town that had a small courtyard for gods and rituals. It wasn't far from the freighter's house, and the crowd found it quickly. Leader Qingdao followed, and he wanted to find more objects that would be useful to him. A large tripod was placed in the small courtyard where that rich family had enshrined the idol. Leader Qingdao was a little envious and a little disgusted. Envious because a tripod of this size was a luxury for him at this time, and he couldn't take it with him. Disgusted because, well, he's seen better. The Taoist priest's critical eyes were fixed on the tripod, while the others looked at the idol first. The idol is nearly half a man tall and made of bronze. That's rich. Look rich. He and Yu airside and were about to walk over to worship the god. Lieutenant Zhou and Xiaolu, however, first looked around to see if there was any grain left. Worshipping the gods could be done later. The most important thing was of course to find food. They've learned their lesson. Chang Ji pointed to a location. That's where the glutinous rice was found. Wen Ji said, "This family is also considered a rich family in the town. The rituals in addition to the 5 grains will be used. There should be dried fruits, caramel." Before the words were finished, He and Yu Air, who were about to go worship the gods, immediately shifted their targets. Food, caramel? Show me where there is still sugar. As for worshipping God, hey, it's not like we're not honoring God. We'll do it later. The gods won't be mad at us for this little thing. Lieutenant Zhou had his professional experience, and He and Yu Air had their social experience. Soon the missing grain was rummaged through one by one, and 2 cans of hard caramel were turned up from the cellar. The opening of the jar was sealed with greaseproof paper, and when Lieutenant Zhou unwrapped it and looked at it, he exulted. It's edible. The heat of few gasped for air. Valuable objects had been taken away when the owner's family fled, but there must have been others left behind, and they may not all be in the storehouse. They then found some sugar diluted in one of the rooms, but unfortunately it was spoiled and inedible. There was a sigh of relief from the crowd. Chang Ji was doubly distressed. Before he and his family came here, they didn't even find maybe those sugar dilutions were still edible at that time. In addition to food, they also searched for scented candles. Chang Ji and his family brought back some incense to worship the gods, but didn't take all of it. Scented candles aren't kept in just one place. Find a few more in a good amount. These incenses are not medicinal incenses refined by the Taoist priests, and they do not serve to ward off evil spirits, but they can mask the odor. Useful. Take away. Even the paper money to be used for rituals is packed and brought along. Also found 2 small incense burners in other rooms of the mansion. There was also a lot of food that was badly spoiled and the crowd was heartbroken. At the beginning of the chaos, not many people stayed in the town. There was no one to organize collaboration, and those who came here were in a hurry to search, and they might not understand the habits of these big families in storing their things, so it was hard to go through them in detail. Now, after clearing the evil things around them, the people searched carefully. Master's room, servant's room, salt, sugar, dried fruits, herbs, cloth and silk garments, weapons and tools. The more the crowd searched, the more excited they became. What worship? What god to worship? Put it all aside for now. They are now full of grain, salt and sugar, dried fruit. There was already a lot of food spoiled and rotting in this area, and if they didn't find it, the rest of it would have to be all bad. Waste. It's such a waste. Have to find all those and take them away. Rummage around in a hurry, but time is limited. When Ji looked at the sky and said to them, "We will stay here for 1 to 2 days. There is no hurry for this night. Let's go back and rest properly first, and continue in the morning." He wanted to say, "It's still light out. I can find another hour." However, I heard when Gu said, "Everyone is tired these days. the 2 cans of caramel that we found. Let's first distribute 1 can to everyone. Eat sugar to make up for it. He immediately followed. Although those 2 jars of caramel were found first by Lieutenant Joe, they had contributed in the process. A smaller share would be fine. For better or worse, how long has it been since I've had caramel? He thought to himself, my brother can share a few of these if he helps record them, right? Our family will definitely get more than you heirs. Have to keep an eye on it. While the others were exuberant, Chang Ji was in a trance. Chang Ji and his family have all been to this set of mansions. His mother and brother and sister-in-law come more often, but at this time he has a kind of everyone is not looking for the same set of mansions illusion. Is there even so much hidden here? As if she had read his thoughts, when Fu said, what 1 person and 2 people can do is limited, but what 5 and 10 people can do is several dozens of times more fruitful. When Ji's voice was not too high or too low, and except for Chang Ji, everyone else around him could hear it. There is an old saying that a single person is easy to break, but a multitude is hard to destroy. A cumulative feather sinks a boat. A multitude of light folds a shaft. In layman's terms, many hands make light work. A few people were thinking, when Ji secretly said, this point of people is still far from enough. How can it be that we have to increase it 5 or 10 times more? 3 or 4 isn't too few. It adds up. They didn't go back to the freighter's mansion right away. When Ji said to Chang Ji, let's send you back on the way. It's been so long, your family must be very worried. Chapter 37, there's something to look forward to. The door of the house where Chang Ji's family was located was not chained, but just hidden, just so that he could enter the house at the first opportunity when he came back. Mother, brother and sister-in-law, I'm back. Chang Ji pushed the door inside and said sharply, how are you guys doing? I brought rice back. When Fu and the others made sure there was no other danger here and followed inside, it was soon discovered that there were 3 people lying against the wall inside, namely Chang Ji's own mother and brother and sister-in-law. Only at this point the 3 looked very weak and confused in their consciousness. Chang Ji tried to talk to them, but didn't get a response. His brother half opened his eyes and tried to say something, but there was no sound, and his hands were shaking feebly. When Fu said to his cousin next to him, Ironhead, bring out your kettle. He also asked Lieutenant Joe for 2 hard caramel candies, threw them inside the kettle, and asked Ironhead to tighten the kettle again and shake it. Brother Chang, is there a clean bowl or teacup? There are soup spoons to bring as well. Yes. At a loss for words, Chang Ji followed Wen Ji's words and found a porcelain bowl and soup spoon. Pour out the sweet water from the bamboo tube. Feed them some. Wen Fu said. Chang Ji carried the bowl over. Next to Ironhead looked at the 2 caramel candies left inside the bamboo tube. The 2 left half undissolved. Brother, here's more sugar. Eat yourself. Hey! Ironhead joyfully poured it into his mouth. When she turned his head to look at Chang Ji's family and said to Chang Ji, it's like he's hungry. Drink some sweet water to slow down first. Sweeping his eyes around, he added, they left you all the food. Chang Ji silently fed his family water, his hands trembling as he carried the porcelain bowl and held the spoon. When Ji didn't keep staring at him and looked inside the house, fire up the stove and boil some more hot water. He immediately jumped forward. I'll do it. Seeing this, Yuer was not willing to lag behind and followed over to help. They have to show initiative now. The team searched for a lot of supplies today, and they were distributed by labor. So something as trivial as boiling water can be counted, right? Even if it doesn't count, it's okay to leave a good impression on Winnie. He, while building the stove, was a little proud and very happy. It's different when we are with the right person. How long has it been since we came into town? 2 large bags of salt, a variety of rice grains, dried fruits, sugar, and not to mention other supplies. He valued salt and grain the most. When Shusheng said that he would have Chief Qingdao refine the coarse salt into fine salt, so that eating it would not harm his body. How could they afford fine salt when the world was at peace? He didn't even know what fine salt tasted like. Now that you've fled, you're enjoying your mouth instead. Oh, and sugar. Go back later and that jar of caramel will be shared. Sucking. What do people live for? There's something to look forward to. Finally, I don't have to steal food from my own cows. Hidasuke swept around and saw a large vinegar jar placed on the side. He also remembered that when Ji had mentioned earlier when he was talking to Chang Ji that vinegar might be able to ward off evil spirits as well. Without wine, moving a few jars of vinegar is fine. He eyed those vinegar jars placed around. Yuer is also the same idea. Today's harvest, the mood is good, and the mood to joke, and wine and vinegar, feel like pickling into the flavor. Isn't it good to marinate in flavor? He asked rhetorically. Pretty good. With people with pure blood, the first thing the evil thing chooses is definitely someone else. What's the point of having a smell on you? Make it 10 times stronger. When the hot water was boiled and some water was divided out and set aside, when she took out a large paper bag, poured the grain powder inside into the pot, and said to Chang Ji, cook some rice paste for them to eat. Chang Ji reddened his eyes and gratefully said, "Many thanks." The Qingdao chief sitting in the doorway took a look at the large paper bag, glanced at Wen Ji, and then glanced at Cheng Ji and his family. TSK, TSK, TSK. After a while, Chang knew that his mother and brother and sister-in-law regained consciousness one after another, and although they still had no strength, they were more awake. Chang Ji's mother's weak voice said, "Mother knew nothing would happen to you. You kowed out to the gods before you left the house today." Xiao Lu and Prefect Zhou couldn't help but look into the house. "What kind of fairy did your family invite?" Chang Ji introduced the family to the identity of Wen Ji's several people, and briefly recounted today's perilous situation. Chang Ji's mother braced herself and thanked Wen Ji for saving their lives, although it also hurts to waste all that glutinous rice, but people living is the most important thing. Their attitude towards Wen Fu, a scholar, was clearly different from the others. Worried that Wen Ji has misunderstandings about Chang Ji, Chang Ji's mother and brother and sister-in-law both say that they are volunteering and it all stems from an obsession in their hearts. Chang knew that his father was arguing with someone. Obviously the other side is not in the reason. But the other side of the family, someone took the examination. But their own family was accused by everyone. Those people just seem to recognize right from wrong based on their status. The injuries on his father's body may also slow down with some time of good rest, but the unceasing accusations and taunts around him, the snide remarks, the pouring of dirty water at the door, the verbal violence of the long-term release group, and quite a lot of rumors and gossip. His dad died of depression in his hospital bed. Wen Ji sighed lowly, people's words are fearful. Accumulation of ruins and destruction of bones. Tears glistened in Chang Ji's eyes. The Cheng family fled to the town some years ago, and their own family members were not very capable, nor did they have any clansmen to help them. Before his death, his father still remembered, when Chang Ji has passed the examination, he must go to the grave to tell him. Chang Ji memorized things very quickly, and their family only felt that such a person must have an extremely high talent for reading, and gritted their teeth to provide all the way over. As long as Chang Ji passes the examination, their family will be able to make it. Family members give willingly. If he had an official position back then, his father would not have died with a grudge. Winfrey could understand them. What happened back then made Cheng Ji and his family hold a deeper obsession with class crossing. And for ordinary people, the only way to move up the ladder is to study. Wen Ji already had a general understanding of Cheng Ji's memory level. Only memory but not enough talent to be favored by those in the academy. But again, nerds come from different backgrounds and are likely to have different encounters. In this era, if Cheng Ji's origin was higher, his family could have a good reputation by operating for him. Fame can be of great use. And then look at the eyes. Plebeian, ordinary origin, maybe in the academy is still being suppressed. The family's vision is limited. They can't give more help. Providing money is already what the whole family can take out. The biggest payment. Cheng Ji thought about the experiences of these years, and then pondered the world today. Could not help but weep. Nowadays, such a world, beyond cognition, has almost broken down their last psychological defense. His family has survived until now is already considered strong. More people who cannot withstand the psychological situation. The light is crazy. The heavy is self-extermination. Has long given up the way of life. Cannot live now. Taking the clean cloth towel next to him and wiping the tears and snot from his eyes, Chang Ji said, "Mother, brother, sister-in-law, you really don't need to save food for me anymore. The plague and epidemic have wiped out 10,000 households. The imperial examinations were stopped a long time ago. In today's world, what's the use of reading more books?" Winnie was shocked. "Wait a minute, why did you say that? Minds are going to break? How does this work?" The smart little secretary has to keep upgrading the information base, but it can't stop there. When Ro observed Cheng Ji and his three family members' expressions as well as their subtle reactions, lifting his foot to take a step that way, his body extremely naturally exudes an ounce of bookishness, and there seems to be a kind of solemn elegance. Over there, the head of Qingdao, who was sitting in the doorway, raised his hand to stroke his forehead, which had begun to twitch, skimmed his eyes, and got up to go out. No eyes. Inside the house, when Fu and Cheng Ji talked about the evil plague with them, it's not that Cheng's family hasn't experienced the plague before, but in the past, they've only seen the unusual plague, and the court quickly sent people down to deal with it at that time. This time, I heard that the imperial city were all scourged by demons and evils, and the imperial examinations were stopped, so I don't know when they can be restored, and whether I can see them in my lifetime. Alas, after 10 years of hard work, all of a sudden there is no goal, and you have to be on guard against the threat to your life at all times. Now a day is a day, based on the instinct to survive. This evil epidemic, folk rumors are more about gods and demons and ghosts. Talking about this, the Cheng family's hearts grew fearful and their words trembled. It's all about to be scared out of its wits, and the psychological defenses are already in a very dangerous position, not far from collapsing. Cheng Ji looked at Wen Qi admiringly. you're surprisingly not afraid. Wenji's face was bland, his back was straight, his gaze was clear and righteous, and his aura was deep, although it looks weird and evil. But the sages have said that all things in heaven and earth are born from existence, and existence is born from nothing. The saint's words can also indicate this evil epidemic. Soundlessness, formlessness, and colorlessness are shapeless shapes that flounder, but they are not nothing. It is just difficult for ordinary people to perceive and cannot be detected by the naked eye. It is by no means a demon or ghost. This trip north is to escape, to join relatives, and to find a way to save the world. House crowd. Another saint's words, and the way of salvation. Although I did not understand, but I felt that Wenji's figure was elevated, the aura superimposed, and the eyes of all the people in the room seemed to brighten up by 1 degree, and gave birth to respect. Changji was about to make a complimentary remark, with a mortified look on his face. Wenji continued, of course, there is also some mundane selfishness. Wenji's jaw lifted slightly as he sidled to a certain direction. The afterglow of the evening sun shone on him from the window. The imperial capital has fallen and the imperial court has collapsed. Now that the evil plague is raging, the people are dying, and the situation in the states is becoming more and more critical. But there must also be high officials of the world family to stabilize the local situation and implement local government orders. Commonly speaking, that is, the temporary formation of a small local court. Chang's family didn't understand anything else, but the term small court caught their attention, as if he was still worried that everyone could not understand. When asked Changji, you have read the history books, you should know clans and towns divided? Changji nodded. Wenji said, nowadays, although the situation is different, I don't know exactly how the Northland is. Just, I guess, nowadays the situation in the Northland may be a little bit similar to it. You can understand on the line. Changji continued to nod. Can understand, and in a low voice, he briefly explained a couple of things to his mother's brother and sister-in-law. Well, it did mean exactly what they understood it to mean. Nowadays, there are not many survivors. The southern land families and powerful families continue to move north, and all parties in the north are also the time to use people. So this time, the north, but also, when Fu made a false bow towards the north. Shame, also trying to run a front. Mileage, what did the family work so hard for all these years? What did his father miss in his hospital bed? The only way for them to cross classes and change their status is through the imperial examinations. The whole family is counting on Changji alone, and they would rather starve themselves to death and exhaustion than give up this only scholar. When I first learned of the cessation of the imperial examinations, I lost my mental energy at once, and I was depressed and sickly with emptiness. Today, the spirituality that was lost is infused again. The Chang family's 4 pairs of eyes lit up 10 degrees, all without words. That look, almost all indicating the same meaning, please be sure to bring us along. Changji family members, who were originally weak and powerless lying against the wall, actually stood up by holding onto the wall. Outside the house, the Taoist priest listened to the movement inside. LOL, it's only been a while. This person, Wen Fu, is really good at compelling people. Luckily it's not a peer. The Chang family in the house actively stated that they wished to travel with Wenji and the others to the north. However, Wen Fu did not immediately accept the new team members gladly, but sincerely advised them to think carefully again. There are still some supplies to be found by rummaging around inside many of the town's residences. Leaving home to flee north is a very difficult process, and no one knows if they will arrive alive. Be cautious. The more he did, the more the Chang family felt that Wen Fu was treating people sincerely. It was getting late, so Wen Fu left with the others. Even Yi De and Yu Er, who were previously thinking about the vinegar jar, were surprisingly silent, as if pondering over some important issue, and obediently followed Wenji out the door. After Wenji left, Changji informed his family in detail about today's experience, as well as everything that had just happened in that rich family's house, including Wenji's words that there is strength in numbers. Mother, let's just follow them north. If we don't travel ahead, just the 4 of us staying here won't survive. Changji conferred with his family, drinking the sweet water of rice paste. With strength and hope, they regained clarity of thought. This night, they will make a decision after careful consideration. On the other hand, Wen Fu led the way back to the cargo man's residence. In his heart, he thought, give them a night to think seriously, but they must think clearly. There might be survivors in the town. Chang's family thought hard about who else. Hurry up and dig out all these living people hiding in their homes. Winnie smelled the complex, mellow, sour aroma of vinegar in the air. Well, go back and give the dog doctor some words of encouragement. Hurry up and refine the coarse salt, and then go back to the vinegar. Chapter 38 Veterinarian. Freider's mansion. Before dinner was served, Winnie came back to do one of the things that everyone was most concerned about first, dividing up the candy. It was agreed beforehand that it would be done on a per diem basis. Also, to celebrate a big day, Each child gets another half a candy bar. 12 or 13 years old is also categorized as a child. There were children in all three families, and there were more on the side of Joe, but today Joe had contributed more, and he was the one who found the caramel first, so the others didn't object to a larger share. Today, more supplies were searched and the quality of the dinner was improved, and he even took the initiative to say that when his share of the supplies was distributed, he would also take out rice and grain to eat a pot with everyone. Taking advantage of the dinner time, Wenji told everyone about the next arrangements. Now that the town is roughly known, they will stop here for 3 to 4 days, a longer stay than originally planned. The further north we go, this kind of town that has left supplies and not many evil things yet is unlikely for us to encounter. Prepare more things, and everyone will recuperate here for a few days. There are also small children in the group, who are physically weak. Others searching for supplies and slaying evil creatures also consume stamina and need extra rest. Children and adults can't get sick this time of year. Now there is salt and sugar, and grain has been found. All eat better and feed a little. Livestock pulling wagons need to eat concentrated feed to have the strength to pull heavy loads, let alone people. People are so continuously exhausted, how can they carry it? Moreover, Hide and Uer did not exercise much before joining the team, so they had to slow down. The old ancestor said that if the form is labored but not rested, it will be a disadvantage. If the essence is used but not exhausted, it will be labored, and labored will be exhausted. Of course, this break doesn't mean that you don't have to do anything. It's relatively easy to do something else without having to rush around all day with your nerves on edge. By the fire, Winnie began to hand out tasks. It is also important for members to have an idea of where they stand and what they can do. Work assigned the night before. The crew woke up early the next morning and went about their business. Even the Chang family members who came to the door were quickly put to work in the team by Wenji. The original uncertainty, sadness, rustiness and timidity, all kinds of emotions could not be taken care of. Now it has been proved that you do get a share of food for doing work in this team. Not just food, but salt and sugar, clothing, all of it, laid out in front of you, in your mouth. Real stuff. Knowing what they have to do and what they can get makes them feel secure in their hearts. Chang Ji is a local and has a good memory, giving everyone a lot of important information and saving a lot of time. In addition to the unicycle at the freightliner, they had another collection of bad car remnants from various places. When the town's big families left, the car broke down and threw it home without taking it with them, and looked everywhere to see if there were any parts that could be used and needed to be machined and remachined. Put it together and there's another two-wheeled boardwalk out there. During this time, Chang Ji came in with an individual. The other wore a cloth scarf that covered most of his face, revealing hair that was slightly silver white. The body looks fine. The man entered the courtyard and pulled off his cloth scarf. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, like the silent type. Chang Ji introduced to Wenji. This surname Fu, everyone calls him Uncle Fu, is the town's veterinarian. Wenji was very happy in his heart. He knew that this little place must have special skills if it was still alive at such a time alone. Veterinarian, talent. In this era, veterinarians were roughly divided into two categories, official and private. The official vet here doesn't have one. Chengji told Wenji that when their family looked for them, they stopped by to check on a few nearby households. There used to be survivors over there, but now there was only Fu Bo who responded to them. A few months ago, when Shangji his brother was out looking for food, he was almost attacked by an evil creature, and it was Fu Bo who saved the day. After that, there was no communication between the two of them, each going their own way. Before today, they didn't even know if Uncle Fu was still alive. Learning that the Chang family was going to follow them and fleeing north, Fu Bo thought about it and came anyway. Chang Ji had a good impression of this person who had saved his elder brother, and worried that Wen Ji would reject the other party. He hastened to tell Wen Ji more about the past. There used to be only 2 vets in our town. Chang Ji walked to the side and whispered to Wen Ji. My family used to have little contact with Fu Bo. I usually more in the county academy. This side of the town does not know much. Only sporadically heard some rumors. Chang Ji told Wen Ji. 2 veterinarians in the town before. Fu Bo is serious with people who have learned the art of apprenticeship. Medical skills are not as good as those celebrities, but in the town is also considered good. However, in terms of popularity and business, the other vet is even better. The other veterinarian knows witchcraft and charms. Shangji talked about this and was also surprised. He used to just focus on reading. He didn't even know about this, or heard his mother tell him about it. When Fu hurriedly asked, where is the one who knows witchcraft? Shangji pursed his lips. They were shot by Lieutenant Zhou. Winnie. Oh, got it. The one who knows witchcraft is possessed. The one who knows witchcraft must have expertise if he's been in business in town for so many years, just packaged in metaphysics. Maybe even some knowledge of chemicals. Pity. Seeing what's happening today, Fu Bo is more cautious and attentive. This person, Uncle Fu, is not good with words, but his medical skills are still good. Chang Ji recommended again. When Ji invited Fu Bo into the courtyard and asked him briefly to help see if the 3 animals in the team needed any other care. After trying the other party's expertise, when Ji asked him again, "We don't have a doctor in our team, so if someone is sick, can I ask you to help me take a look?" This type of veterinarian knows more about herbs and would like to be able to know some simple medications for ailments. Fu Bo carefully finished checking the cow's hooves, and when he heard Wen Ji's question, he replied back, "It's fine. People are no different from cows and horses. Look at you. Don't speak so harshly. I understand what you're saying, but saying it out loud is misleading." No wonder the business was no match for the other one. Not only could he not do the whole job, but his words offended people. Professionals should of course be retained, and when Ji put him in charge of caring for the 3 animals, and the feed was left to him to mix. Of course, the people who were originally in charge of this are helping out on the sidelines. The 3 animals are valuable materials for the team and cannot afford to lose them. It remains to be seen whether this newcomer can be trusted or not, and must be watched over by a familiar face. Today's teams, those who make fires and cook, those who combine to do small jobs, and those who take care of the livestock and mix fodder, are familiar with each other after more contact. Cheng family members 2 days down, face more healthy blood color, people also spirit, eyes have light, and everyone gets along well, less detached and defensive. The Taoist priest's place refines coarse salt and vinegar and needs some other tools. Existing ones can be found and used, and those that don't can be made as best as possible, unless the process is just too difficult. Yu blacksmith was put to work by Wen Fu. It's a limited condition, but don't get rusty if you don't advance in this skill thing. Blacksmith Yu didn't stop much with his various types of tools banging and banging. On the other side, Chief Qingdao, who was in charge of the work of refining salt and vinegar, was in an irritable mood. Why did he only focus on the big players before? Because the rich man could find what he needed quickly, and if he didn't have it, he paid a fortune for it. Now the conditions were different, and one could barely use the shoddy, cobbled together rags. The refining out is also not satisfactory. Put in the past to take it out is to smash their own signboard. With this crappy condition, he didn't even want to take a second look at the results of the refining. That's it. Use it or leave it. Looking at the refined finished product, Wen Ji didn't mind it in the slightest. "I'm sorry for the commission," Wen Ji comforted. "When we arrive at the Northland, the Dan room utensils, altar furnace kettle pots and pans, all for the Taoist master you have a full set." Leader Qingdao grunted and laughed. "What do you think you're playing at thinking I don't know?" The thought crossed his mind, with the dog scribe's ability, it's really possible to get all this stuff for him. Well, can also wait for the stuff to save up? Do not take the move of the dog scholar. He cannot do anything to me. Thinking that the dog scribe was still highly useful, the Taoist master was in a better mood. Chapter 39, Ranking within the team. Wen Fu had the people divide up all the salt and vinegar that the Taoist priest had refined. A portion of the coarse salt set aside in advance, and the refined fine salt is left to the little children to distribute. Once you're back in the game, you're back in the game. Veteran with a newbie. When the team is added later, if there are still small children, they will be the ones to bring up the new kids. Certain impurities produced during the refining process of crude salt were dispensed by the Qingdao chief himself. The others had no idea what had been produced. As for the vinegar, that one big jar of aged vinegar was certainly not meant to be saved for eating. How much can you eat under these conditions? Given the choice, freshly brewed vinegar is more in line with what Winnipeg needs today. It's not like they're looking for culinary flavors or health and wellness right now. They're looking for sterilizing and disinfecting effects. But aged vinegar is fine. Qingdao's chief vinegar refining is actually a rough purification, and the remaining waste materials are then sorted. A portion of the sediment can be added to the feed. This is left to the professionals. The veterinarian, Uncle Fu, checked it himself and made another attempt to make sure it would work, so he kept it to add to the team's valuable 3 head of livestock, and some other waste liquid, used to do experiments playing vinegar charcoal. There were so many people nowadays that they lived in this side of the house most of the day, and in order to save on herbs, they didn't use those evil-dispelling smoky incense that the Taoist priests had refined, but just smoked them at intervals of a few hours with unusual grasses and trees, and used the smoke to cover up people's odors. The town was mostly cleared of evil, but with all the stray ones out there, who knows how many will come sniffing around. An evil creature that entered the town from the outside was seen half a day ago, and was found by County Lieutenant Zhou when he was searching the town for supplies with his men, and was immediately beheaded. So when Fu decided to smoke it again with vinegar to cover the smell. When I was traveling, I saw a folk custom in many places called beating vinegar coals. It is to immerse red-hot charcoal or stone into vinegar. Charcoal is fire. Vinegar is water. Water and fire are excited. The resulting vinegar and charcoal vapor is used to drive away evil spirits and avoid filth. Everyone was immediately energized at the sound of exorcism and avoidance of filth. Yuer came over with a long-handled one that looked like a large iron spoon. It was one that was found in the kitchen of the town's tavern and slightly modified by the blacksmith. Now, Yue took this big iron spoon with a long handle and operated it according to Wenji's instructions to smoke the house. Wenji said, "We have also stored some aged vinegar, all of which have been refined by Chief Qingdao. If we run out of the exorcism incense in the future, we can use this method to deal with it temporarily." Some members of the team were involved in collecting parts and modifications in order to make salt and vinegar and provide the alchemy equipment for the head of Qingdao, and they were also seen carrying the vinegar altar over. At this point, warming up is letting them know what they're doing and what they're getting out of all this work. Sure enough, after Wenji finished saying this, some of the people's originally tired faces had more contented smiles on them. In the process of assigning jobs to everyone and arranging work, Wenji called Cheng Ji to his side and asked about the distribution of villages, towns and counties in this vicinity, and he wanted to finalize the next walking route, even if Cheng Ji has not been there, but in the county news is wider. The academy students from different parts of the county, there is always relevant information through. Cheng Ji carefully recalled and answered the questions posed by Wenji. What he had heard in the past, I don't know if there was any bragging and exaggerated news, all directly relayed to Wenji. From this mishmash of information, Winfrey was able to summarize the groundwater sources and geologic topography of the entire county. Not necessarily accurate, but can be used as a reference. Cheng Ji stood in awe, and at the same time felt deeply that he and his family had made the right choice in following Wenji and the others northward. Wenji's ability to make so many speculations based on just this information is extraordinary. He had to learn more from Wenji. Even if his memory is far beyond that of an ordinary person, he is after all a human being, not a machine. And when his brain power can't take it, Wenji will let him rest for a while. That precious head can be protected. Not far, two of Hida's little followers are tending to the shelves on the unicycle. This unicycle was used by the original homeowner, Cargo, to sell his goods and set up a stall, and the shelves were mounted so that more things could be displayed and set up. One of Hida's followers, a young man nicknamed Bamboo Stick, was staring at the shelves with a wistful, nostalgic look in his eyes. He and Hida the same village. The family is poor. When I was a child, I was most looking forward to was the cargo man picking the burden to the village. They are these little kids even if they cannot afford to buy things, but also all the way to follow the run. Cannot wait to sit on other people's shelves, watching and thinking. The Bamboo Stick has a sad feeling of reminiscence, and turns his head to share it with Hide. When they used to be in Turnip County, a few of them from the same village got together from time to time to reminisce about the old days and had the same emotional attachment. Turning around, he saw Hide looking like he was seriously contemplating something. Hida's attention was not on the shelves at all. He was currently mulling over the words that Wenji had said at Cheng's house, about the prospects. He got up and fetched a kettle of hot water and went to find Ho. If it's really like what Wen Shusheng said, that there are small courts in all sides of the northern land, with Wen Shusheng's ability, no matter which side he goes to, he can definitely become a big official, right? In the past few days of contact, Hide has already seen and understood that Zhou Shan, the county lieutenant, listens to Wen Fu a lot of the time, and is definitely also for the sake of the future. Then, those of them who have followed the north, can they not follow in the light then? Powerful people have ministries around them, and cultivating cronies definitely prioritizes familiar people. He decided to show more of his strengths in front of Wen Fu in the future. Let the little brother show more too. He has been running around since morning, doing checking and writing records. It was obviously not too warm, but he had a layer of sweat seeping from his forehead. But he was in pretty good spirits and had much more energy to speak. I can't help it. Sometimes people can't hear me unless I speak up. It's a noisy yard. Here, little brother, have some water. He handed over the water bottle. Seeing He holding a square wooden board in his hand, he asked curiously, "What are you holding in your hand?" "This is a pad for writing. Brother Wenair asked blacksmith you to make it, so it's easy to write with this." Ho's little brother excitedly demonstrated it to Hode. The board comes with a long clip to hold the book and a notch for charcoal pencils on the side. When Urge said that he saw others using this kind of office supplies when he traveled to school. It says that many merchant caravans and armies also have these kinds of easily portable wooden boards. Hida looked at it, and the edges of the boards were still sanded, so he wasn't worried about scratches. The craftsmanship is just far from fine, and it works just fine. Hide also single-handedly picked up and turned upside down. Positive and negative look for several eyes, slightly thicker. "You blacksmith's carpentry skills cannot he teased. "Are you tired of holding it for a long time?" "Not tired." His eyes shone brightly, drinking 2 mouthfuls of water. He looked around and saw that everyone wasn't paying attention to this side, and came over to whisper to Hide. When Urge also said that some high-powered officials will also hold a Wutu board in their hands when they go to the court, both to follow the ancient rituals, but also to record the utility of the Sangha. Depending on the rank, some are made of bamboo and wood, some are made of jade, and some use ivory. When he wrote with this board, and when he took it to report on his work, he felt that he was doing great things for the dynasty. A sense of mission. His gaze changed instantly. This board cupped in his hand weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, and even the rough craftsmanship became flamboyant. He held the plank with both hands and returned it to his shouty. Practice more. Heavy what heavy? Where it will be heavy. Later on, it's to take a more expensive Watanabe. Little brother, this scholarly excursion is really of great use. You treat this flight north as your study tour, just like the one surnamed Cheng did, and follow scholar one around to listen more, watch more, and memorize more. He shouty nodded solemnly. Aha! He droned on and turned back. The bamboo stick came to him to reminisce about the past, and he reached out and pushed it aside. What memories of the past? How long ago? Don't always look back. One must look forward. If I really want to remember the past, I will have to wait until I have made a name for myself and returned home with my clothes on before I go back to reminiscing about my sadness. Don't have that kind of time right now. I'm not worthy. Can't you see the competition is growing? Sentimental my ass. Get to work. There are many words that are not convenient to say. He pointed to the ox cart loaded with a lot of goods. We have our own big truck. What else do we want small shelves? After criticizing his followers, he sank back down and carefully analyzed the situation in the team today. First of all, the head of Qingdao is excluded, and the head of Xian is not included in this list. In the future, the crony Zhou Shan under Wenji is the first. He is the second. The scholar surnamed Chang is the third. The others do not understand. But to say that you err, wit is not as good as me, and learning is not as good as surnamed Shang, the end of the rowet. Yuer was considering the same thing at this time, and after some rational thought, he referred to the composition of those he had seen in the previous yamen, and wrote down, Zhou Shan, Chang Ji, me, he da. This person is oily and not steady enough. His character is not as good as mine. He only deserves to be at the bottom of the list. Chapter 40, The Pontoon Bridge. Wen Fu spent 2 days drawing a rough map containing parts of this and Lin counties. Previously, when Wen Fu was working out his route, he would deliberately avoid certain official roads. At this time of the year, the big families and big forces in the Southland have migrated from the south to the north, and their own side is small and weak, and when they meet a big team, they are easy to be swallowed, and even kill and rob the goods kind of thing. Now that their numbers had increased, Wen Fu was slightly bolder in charting his course. It's too tiring to always take the long way around the trail. The roads in this era are quite bad, so, all things considered, the later trips can choose more routes with official roads, or roads that are flatter. The traveling speed is faster, and people are less tired. The day before they left, Wen Fu called everyone over. There are too many people to all squeeze together, of course, so they are divided into inner and outer circles. The inner circle, in addition to Wen Fu, Zhou County Lieutenant, and He Da, Yu Er, and Chang Ji, others are scattered around. Xiao Lu and Iron Head are in charge of guarding and keeping an eye on the surroundings. They both listened or not, and simply took over the guard duty. Inside the courtyard, Winnie took out the notebook where he had drawn the diagram. In the past 2 days, I have formulated 3 routes based on the information provided by Brother Chang. He informs everyone of the advantages and disadvantages of all 3 routes and gets everyone involved in making choices. It's mainly these guys in the inner circle that follow more with their brains. Of the 3 routes, the most conservative one is safer, but also takes longer. He just stared at the diagram on the paper for a while, and when he saw that the others were still hesitating, he pointed to the one that took the shortest amount of time and showed it first. If I had to choose, I'd go with this one. It's the most time efficient. It's 1 to 2 days faster than the other 2 lines. They scavenged more supplies in town and took more with them on the road. A day saved is a day saved. Lieutenant Zhou also agreed. With so many of us now, we can cope with small dangers. It's feasible to go this way. When the others heard this, they all nodded along. They were outnumbered. They could afford to take small risks. There was no need to use 7 days if they could arrive in 5. And they could save 2 days worth of food. Wen Fu had originally chosen this one as well, and he waited for everyone to finish before proceeding to throw questions. Whichever route we take, we're going to face the same dilemma next. He pointed to a few arcs ahead of the road map. Cross the river. Those present froze. Is that a river up ahead? You can't just swim over. Hey, you can't dare to swim in the water now. There's a boat over there, right? Wen Fu waited for everyone to talk for a moment before continuing. That river is wider, and if it's in the middle of winter, the river might freeze over, so we can just walk across. It's just that it's still early in the year before it freezes, so we need to find a way to cross the river. That's something I considered when I was mapping out the route. Wen Ji only pointed to the shortest route, the very front near the river. This is the county town of Bailu County. built near the water with a pontoon bridge. A close friend of Brother Chang's who was a fellow student's relative was from Bailu County and had mentioned the pontoon bridge laid there. He quietly glanced at Cheng Ji. Chang knew that this person's memory was really terrible. I don't know how good the year is. Will the crickets behind his back be remembered for the rest of his life if he hears them? Make sure you stay away from him when you whisper in the future. Yuer asked at this time. Didn't you say before that you would try to go through the villages and towns, not the county? Especially in this county built near the river. The county people get water from the river. And if the living habits are not proper, there must be a lot of people who are possessed by evil spirits. Wouldn't that be a monster nest? When Ji gave Yuer a complimentary look, as if praising good question, he explained, 5 years ago, there was a plague in Bailu County and the county was hit. The people there should have more awareness of protection and experience in coping, and a higher survival rate. And such counties with a high survival rate are either like Turnip County, where big officials take survivors northward, leaving a few people in the city to fend for themselves. Either that, or the city is so crowded that it has formed a small, closed society. It was also chosen there because there used to be a pontoon bridge. A so-called pontoon bridge is a bridge that floats on water, formed by putting beams and planks on top of a boat or wooden box. The pontoon bridge needs to be repaired and maintained by people. If no one maintains it, it will surely be badly damaged and may be washed away by the rising water during the rainy season. If there are many survivors in Bailu County, maybe the pontoon bridge is still there. Even if it's dismantled now, the components are likely still there, so we can just reassemble it if we want to cross the river. The livestock and vehicles in our team can walk across, Winnie explained to the group. In this kind of chaotic escape, he still hoped that the people in his team knew more, and that they would be a unified front and not pull back. He asked, there are many survivors and the pontoon bridge is there? They're crossing the river too? When Ji said, just in case, if the number of survivors is large, the person in charge there should have a sense of worry, leaving a back road to the north, even if they don't use it themselves. The big southern families who move north during the period from late fall to early spring may need to use it. A bridge toll could be charged. Hiss. The people around them took a deep breath. Bridge tolls. What about all the supplies they're carrying? How many bridge tolls are they going to get charged for this? When Ji comforted, if there is no pontoon bridge, there is no component. We can think of other ways to make wooden rafts and bamboo rafts and so on. If there are still ready-made small boats, repairing them can also be used to cross the river. It's just that it would be a bit difficult to load livestock and carts onto it. It might take some cutting. The others were silent. Thank you, and was not comforted. Da's face was distorted with heartache. Doesn't that mean I'm going to have to discard the big truck I just got a few days ago? Why don't we, go ahead and check it out? He suggested under his breath. Lieutenant Joe also said, let's go and take a look first, and if it doesn't work out we'll make another choice. After crossing the river, it was still a long way north, and the animals and carts were of great use. The river had to be crossed, and livestock and vehicles they couldn't afford to give up. Almost everyone was praying in their hearts that the pontoon bridge could never, ever, be in. Winnie put pen to paper and labeled this route that everyone voted for. Then let's choose this path. Once we get there, if there are many survivors in the city, we'll first have to see how orderly the city is before choosing whether or not to enter. About to get ready to leave. Everyone is packing up. Changji's mother, holding the idol out like a baby. It would just be a 2-palm high, very abstract wood carving, not clear enough to see what it looked like, and rather scribbly carved. Leader Qingdao glanced that way and snorted without saying much. Lieutenant Zhou and Xiao Lu were concerned. Cheng family members from time to time incense. That wooden sculpture have been pickled into the flavor, moving with a fragrance of incense smoke. Xiao Lu and County Lieutenant Zhou still want to say put us on the donkey/mule cart. Unfortunately, Cheng's family put the idol on a newly assembled 2-wheeled wooden crate, and Cheng's luggage and supplies were mainly kept over there. After a night's rest, the northbound escape team set off again. A unicycle with a rack and a 2-wheeled wooden crate were added to the team, and the number of personnel increased by 4 members of the Cheng family, and the veterinarian, Fu Bo. A number of increases in important materials. A number of them meant that several cars were piled high, and everyone was carrying bags of varying sizes. The stopover was made to replenish food supplies and to modify some of the weapons and tools. The conditions were limited and the time was tight, or else Wen Ji would have wanted you blacksmith to beat a few pairs of armor out. The good thing is that a few hides were found to make a couple sets of leather protective gear. The inside of the freighter's yard was bustling with activity for 3 or 4 days in a row, and every now and then someone went to town to search for supplies. If there were any survivors still hiding in the town, they had almost all heard the commotion. Maybe some of them remain hidden and don't want to come out. It wouldn't have to be forced. After the town was cleaned up, perhaps these survivors feel safe enough, not willing to leave, do not have the guts. Even if they left, they would not stay long, and they would die in their own homes, going back to their roots, not wanting to die in a foreign land. respect their choices. Winfrey kept his mind on the team. There were carts and animals to pull them, but there was still a need for enough men to guard such important property. Not only do you have to defend yourself against evil things inside a chaotic world, but you also have to defend yourself against people. There's still not enough people. If you have enough men and the animal power to keep up, then you can dedicate a couple of vehicles to the hitch assembly. With more people and increased force, there is no need to try or avoid purposely. Just choose the most convenient path, just like marching, and build bridges over water. Let's have some more people, saving me from the under fire blues. 5 days later, they arrived at the location of Bailu County as scheduled. Good news, the pontoon is still there. Bad news, it's guarded. Good news, the pontoon bridge is outside the city and there aren't many men guarding it. Bad news, the pontoon bridge is close to the walls and there are archers on the walls. If you don't pay the toll for the bridge and go through it, you'll probably get shot at as a porcupine. Chapter 41, A Chance Encounter. The flood season is long past, the river is lowered, and the banks on both sides are lined with large patches of yellowed weeds, and a thin sapling that has grown up. Every once in a while you could still see the grass move. Maybe there was a critter hiding in it, or one of those more dangerous things. If the grass is pulled back, you can see the moist, rotting material piled up underneath. The fertile soil provides plenty of nutrients, so you can imagine what the grass will look like next spring and summer. Yet in today's chaotic world, all of this is a harbinger of crisis. The sunshine for most of the day warmed the ground and even the river warmed slightly. There was some movement somewhere across the riverbank. The sound of the guards at the other end of the pontoon bridge sparring with the evil creature. Something fell in the water. The guards on this side of the pontoon looked over alertly, bows and spears at the ready. The eerie dark shadows under the water edged closer toward the pontoon. Whoa! Alienated knuckles clawed at the boat below the pontoon. Wet hair stained with watercress covered its entire face, and its tattered clothes were no longer visible in their original form. Held open with the upward crawling motion, the exposed limbs were covered in purple-brown markings. From a distance, it looked like a skinny crocodile. Smelling the scent of more living people on this side of the county, it gurgled in its throat, letting out a strange roar that was sharp and hoarse with a horse-airy sound, and charged towards the guards on this side of the riverbank. Now that the weather was deep into fall, even the highest temperatures of the day were on the low side for these monsters to be at full strength. The guards on this side of the bridge, as well as those on the walls, were used to this scene, calmly drawing their bows and releasing their arrows. After shooting it, they pushed it into the water with their spears. Some distance away behind a certain rock, he and Uair shivered, and the dog left furtively. After a while, they returned to the place where the team had landed, and told the scene they had just seen, in a loud voice, to 1G and everyone in the team. There are water ghosts in the river. Normal rafts and boats are not safe. Hida's teeth were still knocking, cackling. Uair was also pale. It's better to take the pontoon bridge if you can. At least you have the time to cope. As an aside, if they were crossing a river on a raft or boat and a water ghost came up and grabbed them by the feet, and then if, in a panic, the raft and boat capsize, then another shiver. The rest of the team hadn't seen that scene with their own eyes, but just listening to the two talk about it already gave them a sense of the image. At this point, there was a silence in the ranks. They came to the vicinity of Bailu County and did not immediately enter the city or cross the bridge, but first looked for a place to rest their feet, wanting to feel out the situation here first. The problem they face now is twofold: how to cross the river, how to try to keep the supplies in hand. Originally, some people were thinking of going around to other places to make bamboo or wooden rafts to go over. By making them bigger and making more trips, they would also be able to transport livestock and carts across. But now it turns out that there is still a risk. So, sneak across the pontoon bridge at night? Not to mention the fact that both ends of the bridge are guarded, and they can't see at night, so if they slip into the water, they're not going to end up in a good place. Lieutenant Joe said, "We can make our own rafts and pick a time when the temperature is low to cross the river. In the morning or in the evening, it will be safer." Chengji thought about what he had seen all the way over and shook his head. The larger trees and bamboos around here have all been cut down, so we have to walk farther to get there. Hida's face wrinkled in agony. Then take the pontoon bridge? I don't know how much you'll have to pay in bridge tolls. Why don't someone go and ask? Neither made a sound. Looking at the posture of the guards over there, I know that if I go, I will probably be detained with my goods. Unsure of what to do, they looked to 1G. 1G smiled reassuringly. There's no rush. Let's wait and see here for 2 days first. The place where they stopped was originally a viewing platform with a gazebo. Just by looking at the bird droppings on the side, it was clear that no one had been here for a long time. The survivors of the city stayed in the city most of the time, so how could they be in the mood to come here and see the sights? Bailu County was built near the water, and a moat was dug, so it was impossible to sneak into the city quietly. It is presumed from the felling outside the city that the number of people in the city should be quite large. The entire county's other villages and towns are expected to have been searched for supplies. The ones that weren't searched, where there was suitable timber, pointed out how potentially dangerous they could be. Since we can't go in, let's wait for the people inside to come out. Pry for news first. When Ji walked to the side and called up Chang Ji, "Brother Chang, tell me about the tombstones in that cemetery I showed you just now." As they made their way over, they passed through a patch of abandoned farmland, now unplanted, and all that appeared in that farmland was a raised mound of graves and standing tombstones. When he passed by there earlier, when Ji asked Chang Ji to make a note of the more imposing few tombs, especially the newly renovated ones, now Chang Ji recalled carefully, repeating it word for word. When he wrote it down on the paper, listed it, circled 2 more, and dotted them with a charcoal pencil. 1 more major to go. When Fu looked at the Qingdao chief, leader Qingdao's weary nerves tensed. When Fu, Taoist master, "Come on, let's rehearse." Leader Aoichi? The next day, early in the morning, at the entrance to the county, the drawbridge over the moat was lowered, and sporadically people came out of the city. It should be the people of the city out cutting wood. When she looked over and called Hide and Yuer over to explain a few things, a few moments later, after a slight adjustment, the 2 men headed to the cemetery where some county folk with baskets were paying their respects. Hide and Yuer took on the identities of cargo men and went over to inquire about the news. They said that they used to be goods men, and their families had hoarded some things and had been hiding. Now they can't hold out any longer, and have come to Bailu County to join a relative, and also report out which street they are on and what their last name is. The county people, who were originally full of defenses, heard this and their faces slowed down a little, but their eyes remained vigilant and they held their wood knives in their hands, until, Hide Steele feeling full, pulling out a small paper package stuffed to the other side, "Please help to deliver a message." The county resident carefully opened the paper bag. It was too small a packet of grain to impress him, but it contained coarse salt. In today's world, salt is a much rarer and more valuable commodity. The average person doesn't have salt in their hands right now, which gives Hida's identity as a cargo man a few more points of credibility. With interest, that county citizen is willing to say more. Hide and Yuer 2 people before his mixed market, and come up with the benefits of temptation. Set information is even more simple, and for the people of the county, these are not considered important news and are said without burden. Whether or not you go to deliver the message once you're in town is another matter. But Hide and the others weren't even trying to deliver any message, they were just using it as a lead to spy on the news. Returning from their mission, the 2 men informed the news of their prying. The magistrate of Bailu County took people north last winter, and the one who is in charge of the city is the county lieutenant, who, with the officers under him, unites the large and small forces in the city to control the city of Bailu County. As they spoke, they couldn't help but look at Zhou Shan. The others looked over as well. Zhou Shan was mortified. What to look at? Can it be the same with a county lieutenant and a county town? Both are officials. Can a poor place be compared to a rich place? Look at the other people's walls, moats, and weapons in their hands, and then think of your own little poor county, and your brother's backstabbing. Zhou Shan felt aggrieved, but one also has to admit that people are really different from each other. Zhou Shan clenched the hilt of his sword and took a deep breath. When we get to the Northlands, we must fight for our breath. It's a good thing that the 2 Hida's prying focus wasn't on the county lieutenant. 2 days before they arrived here, a northbound convoy passed through, a fleet of cars. Someone said with envy, "How rich does one have to be to put together a fleet of cars? I don't know how much to charge for crossing the bridge." And all the ordinary county folk know is that the officials up there have collected a new shipment of grain. Inside the city, you either have to use firewood to exchange for food or do work for food. Half of the firewood you cut and supplies you find when you go out. You have to deduct half of it when you enter the city. So much. The team looked to their own inventory. How can we afford to pay half? They're just passing through. They don't live here. What about going straight across the bridge instead of into town? Someone asked. Do you think they're stupid? We're few and we have a lot of stuff. So it's possible we'll all be detained. The goods will be taken away, and we'll be forced to work as laborers. Even if you don't deduct people, cutting goods in half is really hard to give up unless you have no other choice. In a chaotic world, you can't expect mercy from these people guarding the pass. That's how they make their supplies. Of course, you can also just join the city of Bailu and become a county resident here. However, they went all the way north not only to survive, but also want to go to the north to fight a future. White Lodge County. A little tempting, but not much. When Ji observed their expressions and comforted, wait a little longer and see if there's a chance. Another day passes. The moat drawbridge is lowered and a carriage leaves the city. 4 riders escorted them, followed by 6 other martial artists on foot. Look at the configuration of a large family. When Fu's spirit was lifted and he called up Chief Qingdao. Let's go Daoist. Let's go for a chance encounter. Chapter 42 Dartboard? A caravan. 4 riders, plus 6 guards. A group of about 10 people. out of the city gates with a clear purpose, straight to the cemetery. Compared to those graves that were hastily buried or simply erected with a small stone monument, the one that the group went to was obviously tended to, with a stone monument erected, which wasn't too big but had been chiseled by an artisan, and a small gravel path paved along the side of the grave. The tomb with the best repairs and the largest stone monument had scripture inscribed on it. In Barrow County and many neighboring counties, it is customary to do the seventh and offer sacrifices every seventh day until the seventh day. Two young women descended from the carriage, one of them holding a small child of 3 or 4 years old, the other carrying a bamboo basket. The bamboo basket was filled with joss paper. The stacks of paper money were particularly obvious. Nowadays, in such difficult conditions, when firewood is in short supply, ordinary people can't afford to burn paper money, and even if they do, they only burn a few pathetic pieces. Those who can burn so much paper money are considered big families. The big families in the chaotic world are not ordinary big families. They may not have noble status in the past, but now they definitely have people and things in their hands. They recognized the direction of the wind and first lit a fire in the clearing to make some smoke. This would mask some of the smell of the living in case the evil things came looking for them. Afterward, they were about to begin the sacrifice when the guards on alert suddenly said, "Someone." They quickly pulled out their weapons and shielded the two women and the child as well. A tall, lanky youth with a knife stood at the forefront, staring defensively at the figures approaching. As the person over there got closer, they got a good look at the visitor. There were 6 men there, not all of whom looked to be martial artists, and among them was a Taoist priest. Numerically their side had the advantage, though it didn't let its guard down. Walking over, Wen Ji saw that there were still small children over there and raised his hand for Ironhead, who was holding up a wooden shield, to step aside, and seeing that the distance between the two sides was about the same, he also told the others to stop. Wen Ji observed the people over there. Although the opposite side was configured luxuriously, he could see that these people should not have a high previous origin. Then you can't speak too elegantly. Literally, they won't understand. In the middle of his thoughts, Wen Ji stepped forward. In the Zhou County Lieutenant and Ironhead set off, appearing extraordinarily standard Wen Wei's body. First came a set of standard literatis salute. The voice is moist and gentle, yet audible to the other person. "Excuse me, we traveled north to join our relatives and passed through here, wanting to inquire about some local rules. Just now, we saw from afar that you all are quite martial, so we came to inquire." The crowd at the tomb looked at the man of letters. Although dressed in ordinary clothes, this temperament and demeanor, at a glance, is not ordinary people. What's more, the people around him, one by one, didn't look like ordinary characters. The young woman holding the child whispered something, and the weapons in the hands of the guards next to her were slightly converged, and the atmosphere that was originally tense with swords and crossbows suddenly loosened up. Only the burly youth standing in front of them was still staring at them warily, especially the Zhou County lieutenant on Wen Ji's side. Wen Fu's eyes moved slightly, and he resumed his civilized politeness and continued to ask, "I wonder what your names are." There was a silence. All that could be heard was the sound of burning branches from the fire nearby, crackling with movement. Though no sound came out, the blank faces could show that they didn't know how to answer at all. Not knowing is right. Wen Ji maintained a polite inquiring posture on his face, but inwardly he secretly said, "There is no mature system of civil organization developed today. Merchant houses do exist, and wealthy families go out and hire private armed forces for themselves. But what dart boards, clubs, and so on by the civil spontaneous organization of forces, has not yet matured. There is no walk in the Jianghu name. There may have been institutions and organizations with similar functions, but there was no institutionalized business community. That's the kind of industry system that requires a sufficiently developed commerce network, and ample time for civic practice, to be cultivated. These people in front of me, a non-official, 2 non-commercial firms, the composition of the personnel is not unified. It is likely to take advantage of the situation to collect up, got the benefits of a civil force. Internal estimation are not much rules. There's a ing jungle name." The crowd at the tomb was silent afterward. Someone lowered his voice, "Sister-in-law, second brother, what do you mean by name? What is our name?" There was another short period of silence before the young woman holding the child said, "Second brother, ask them directly what they came for." The lanky youth standing in front of him, his blank eyes closed and regained their sternness. "What is your purpose?" Opposite the scholar raised his head to look over in surprise, frowning slightly, seems to not understand why they do not report the font size, and then as if he wanted to understand, quickly recovered the elegant and courteous look, cast a rather Jianghu atmosphere of the fist-arching salute. "Previously, I thought that all of you were brothers of the Dart Bureau, so I was rude." After a pause, he said, "May I ask if there is a dartboard in this by Lu County City?" The scene was silent again. Someone on this side of the cemetery asked in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, second brother, what's a dartboard?" It always felt indescribably stifling and awkward. Ahem, there's no dartboard you want here, the burly youth said. The opposite scholar is again full of so big Bailu County is not even a dartboard surprise. He asked, so, I wonder if there is an organization like a dartboard in the county. We can pay a reward for those who can help with the work. The burly youth's face moved slightly as he said, tell us what you want to do. If it's okay, we can also do it on your behalf. The scholar's face was joyful as he asked, I wonder if your big boss is available. It's the biggest master of the house. The crowd in front of the tomb looked to where the largest tombstone was. The scribe on the other side hurriedly said, disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. Condolences. After a moment of silence, the scholar added, where is the second in command? The lanky youth took half a step forward. I am. You have something to say. Wengu said, so your excellency is the second lord. There was no more beating around the bush, and he directly stated his intentions. He wanted to ask an organization similar to a dartboard in the city of Bailu County to escort them across the bridge. Of course, a bridge toll is a bridge toll and an escort is an escort. In other words, escort the people there, send them a ways, and they'll take the material reward. So, is the second lord interested in accepting this commission? Or, is there such an organization in the city that accepts commissions? The second leader there was silent, obviously considering the pros and cons. 1G continued, to show our sincerity, we can pay the deposit first, but now that the world has changed and money is useless, we can pay in other ways. He looked across at the graveyard where the people were, and raised his hand to point at Immortal Master Ching-yi. Now that you all want to honor your relatives and friends, do you need a spell? Immortal Master Ching-yi is a profound Taoist, and can transcend the dead souls and tranquilize the souls and suppress the demons. It can't be invited in past days. The crowd in front of the graveyard was still really interested in moving, and conferred in low voices for a moment. The stout youth, the second leader, said, you pay the deposit first to see the sincerity. Leader Qingdao lightly swept a glance that way. The hour has not yet arrived. He stated that the hour would be chosen in the evening. It should have been later, but it was just slightly earlier considering they had to go back to the city. The second leader looked wary. Why? Leader Qingdao's eyes looked over with a bit of scorn. Of course the yin qi was heavier at that time. The second leader didn't relax. But I've seen it before. People's Taoist priests do things during the day. Qingdao chief's scorn intensified. That was a Qingjiu, a yang event. Yours is a yin affair. Of course, you can do the yang ceremony if you want to, but that's another price. Leader Qingdao handed them a rather meaningful look. The crowd in front of the cemetery was at peace with such an attitude of the Taoist master, and even felt that they deserved it. Taoist priests such a character. They really could not climb high before, although now have some power. But, in today's such evil epidemic chaos, Taoist priest immortal. Let a person's heart is even more reverence. The crowd in front of the cemetery discusses in low voices. This place is open, so if there is any movement, it can be detected at any time. They're not carrying a cargo, and there must be accomplices nearby. The fact that it wasn't discovered by the city guards means that there won't be too many people. It's not convenient to hide if there are too many people. To be able to come here peacefully and not look like a mess, it is evident that there is indeed some strength. It's hard to find a Taoist priest who can do a spell, so why don't we just agree, and we'll just go back before the drawbridge closes. People in this day and age focus on what happens after life, and the more important the person is, the more thought is given to them. They conferred and agreed. 1G was satisfied in his heart. The main reason for having the Taoist priest perform the puja was to stall for more communication between the two sides, and in order to make the Taoist priest work harder. 1G taught the Taoist priest some new travel insights. Not bad for a pro. With a little nudging you can pull off a whole series of tricks. There is no need to worry about the puja. The next step is to increase communication between the two sides, which should be done by evening. Chapter 43. When I traveled, two groups of people rested beside the deserted field. The two sides kept a distance that everyone was comfortable with. There were more people on the side near the cemetery, with horses and carts. The two young women took their children and sat back inside the carriage. The men outside circled the fire, guarding the perimeter. This time they came out to pay homage to Boss Yen again after 7 days. In the words of that scholar, Yen de Dongjie, Boss Yen is a brave and righteous person, served as a countryside soldier. At first the world was in chaos. He contacted a part of the countryside soldiers who had good relations. A part of the young people who did portering work, as well as familiar neighbors, gathered into a force, and occupied a place in the Bailu County, which was suffering from the impact of the evil plague and internal strife. They also get to grab some of the benefits when they are distributed inside the county. The horses they rode and the weapons in their hands had been accumulated over the past year or so. It's just that some time ago, Boss Yen and a few of his brothers went out and suffered a change of heart, and lay here for a long time. Today, Mrs. Liang, the widow of Boss Yen, second leader Lin and his wife, and several close brothers and trusted guards came here to pay their respects. There were many people who had been favored by Boss Yen, and some others wanted to follow them, but the crowd would easily cause unnecessary trouble, so they came here with everyone's intentions to burn more joss paper. I've heard that the higher power does great things. I've never seen a Taoist priest perform a spell. I've only heard that a true master can communicate with ghosts and gods. You guys, is that guy over there a high achiever or not? We'll know when the hour is up, if you dare to lie to us. The speaker moved his knife. In today's world, even if one kills and robs goods, the government will not pursue. Even if they were just ordinary county folk in the past, but having survived more than a year in the chaotic world, their mentality had long changed. If the Tao is really profound, let's just take this whatever commission. Will the county lieutenants above the city have a problem with it? It's just a trip. What can I say? It's not like you don't pay the bridge toll. While the few people on the side were chatting, the few people around second leader Lin were also conferring. After a few moments, second leader Lin got up and walked over towards Wenji. Winfrey is waiting. He was wondering when the opposite side was going to speak up and ask, but now it seemed ambitious, just slow to react. If he didn't come over, he was going to find his way there. When she got up, holding a piece of paper filled with writing, and gave a slight salute towards the other party. The second head of the house has come at the right time. The deed has already been drafted. Please also take a look at where it needs to be modified. Lin Dongjia was about to ask a question. When he heard this, his face tensed up again, took the paper and looked at it, and without saying a word, went back to the side of the carriage and whispered a few words. The young woman sitting inside reached out and took it. Seeing the situation, Xiao Lu behind Wenji said quietly, he can't be illiterate. Can he? Winnie, Shu, Xiao Lu converge expression. Continue to alert the surrounding appearance. Heart secretly said, this gang of people in the past in the end is what to do. Look is not as good as me. I at least know some words. At this moment, the young woman in the carriage over there came out, not holding a child this time, and walked behind the second boss and the others, with two guards following closely beside her. Wen Fu understand, this must be the late great master's wife. Identity may also be a little special. Literate, and grooming is not like an ordinary commoner. The second in command had come over. Sign is this. What is written on the paper is the deposit related to the Wunfu. They provide a ceremony as a deposit. The other party will try to do the follow-up matters. If it's not done right, it doesn't say what to do about it. The words on the paper were written by a carbon pen, and both parties made sure there was no problem. So when Ji signed his name at the bottom, it was written in running script, and the strokes were smooth between the twists and turns, carrying the artistic beauty of the words. Second leader Lin could see that Wen Fu hadn't written blindly, but he didn't recognize what was written. Looking at the pen that when she handed over again, Lin Donjia's face tensed up even more. When Ji didn't make it difficult, considerately said, the conditions are limited. There is no pen and ink. This kind of carbon pen many people are not accustomed to use. The second family might as well as when the ink powder on the hand. Press a fingerprint is good. Second leader Lin had to do as he was told. Only the fingerprints came out black, so you couldn't tell who pressed them. So this stuff works? When Ji recovered the paper deed, as if he could see the other party's doubts, and smiled, Jianghu rules, although the situation is now special, but this process has to go through. As soon as he said rules of the Jianghu, the second leader remembered what question he was going to ask. Well, what kind of dark board you were talking about before? When Fu raised his eyes and looked at the second lord and the few people behind him, his gaze clear and correct. Guys, have you ever heard of a bodyguard? Second leader Lin shook his head. The people following behind him also pricked up their ears, and those with bad ears took a few steps closer to this side. Not to mention them, Xiao Lu and Lieutenant Zhou didn't know either. However, the two didn't suspect anything and just assumed that they were in a remote place and didn't have enough insight. The two most knowledgeable people, Wen Ji and Qing Yi Daolong, must have existed since Wen Ji said so and Qing Yi Daolong didn't deny it. Wen Ji's eyes are clear and sincere at this time. Then I will briefly chat with all of you. When I traveled to school, not far away, the brush tip of Qingdao's chief who was drawing the talisman was tilted, took a deep breath, stabilized his indifferent and detached posture of a high-ranking person, and continued to prepare the talisman paper that would be used later on. He wanted to block his hearing and concentrate on drawing the talisman, but he couldn't help but wonder, what will that dog scholar pull again? Winfrey faces flashbacks up to these listeners and plays a steady emotional game. The economic boom has also given rise to groups that provide security services and are hired by employers to escort goods or important people. There are two main types of such groups, the hitmen of the fighting firms, and the darkmen of the dark boards. When Ji raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Bailu County, just like the terrain you are in, if there is a beating line here, the composition of the people inside will be more complicated, such as strong and sturdy footmen, Not far behind the second lord, 3 pithy youths hung their heads, fistful of brave punks among city loafers. 2 more people's eyes twinkled, and some country soldiers. The sights of several people, including the second leader, fluttered. Wen Fu just ignored it and continued to output steadily. A dart house is different. Just like a merchant house, it's an officially recognized, legitimate organization with a record at the county government office. After Wen Ji introduced them to the dart house, he started talking about the dart board. The dart board escorted the goods traveled far and wide, naturally have all belonged to their identity mark. That is, Jianghu name. For example, when I traveled to school had heard of the Fu Wei Dart Bureau, Jinyuan Dart Bureau, Pegasus Dart Bureau, etc. Wen Fu told those hot-blooded Jianghu rumors, the second lord and the others listened attentively, their minds following their thoughts. So this is the jungle name. So this is the dart board. I'm okay. What kind of jungle name should I give it? We have to move in the right direction, not be a mongrel like the fight line. Wen Fu finished the anecdotes of Jianghu, and then put his eyes on the current. Now that more and more people are escaping from the south to the north, I'm sure the pontoon bridge over the river has been left in place for these northbound parties, but the ones heading this way should all be in large numbers. There are certainly no fear when there are many people. However, small and medium-sized teams like us are looking ahead, unable to make up our minds, and we don't know exactly what the situation is like on the other side of the river, and how many evil things there are. That's why I want to hire a dartboard here to escort us for a ride. Winnie looked like he was pushing his luck. If this can be accomplished, more small and medium-sized teams will surely head this way later, and you will be able to accept more payment for your employment. The people following behind second leader Lin couldn't help but nod their heads. Yeah, this business can be done. It's also about killing evil things. Why not do it if you can make more money? Like this scribe said, with such a long period of time between the end of this fall and the beginning of next spring, there are sure to be many more teams heading north, and we have many opportunities to accept commissions to earn supplies. This makes raising a family much less stressful. And then, Winnie paused slightly, looking fixedly across the room, with just the right amount of arrogance on his face. Who can lead a team north without a few relatives in the Northlands who are officials? The words relatives of officials were emphasized. Whatever exactly was happening to his aunt and uncle and them in the north today didn't stop him from taking it out now to raise his status. The young woman, who was shielded by the second lord and the others, suddenly asked at this time, "Do you have relatives who are officials in the Northlands?" Wen Ji's chin lifted slightly. It's just a military general with some military power in his hands. The military general. When the world is at peace, the court emphasizes the civilization over the military. But when the world is in chaos, the military generals who have soldiers in their hands are the real power figures. Now that the families from all over the south have brought people north, the power of the military officials in the north will certainly continue to expand. And then look at the scribe in front of him. This look and temperament really looks like the kind that is cultivated by an official family with heritage. Then his relatives in the north, that military general. The official position may be a little high. Wen Ji sidestepped, looking to the direction of the river behind Bailu County, and his sight swept over again, seemingly with intent. An extra commission will result in an extra collection of supplies, as well as an extra network. If the situation in the Southlands is pressing in the future, there will be more options for going to the Northlands. After saying this, Wen Fu stopped talking, and the second leader and the others returned to the cemetery here. That scholar is not an idle man, the young woman said. At this time, a guard next to him suddenly said, "Sister-in-law, I just heard the one with the bow call out to the one with the sword. Lieutenant Zhou." The crowd was shocked. The hall of the county lieutenant, but only on the side as a guard. Then the identity of this scholar, and his relative who was an official in the north. Liner Dangjia also said at this time, just now, looking at what he said and did, he did seem like he had a lot of status, and perhaps some Jianghu status, both the relatives of the official, but also know the Jianghu good man. This, really if the black hand, unless all the silence, or easy to be retaliated although the world is now in chaos and information is not available, this is the gateway to cross the river, and from time to time, teams from south to north, or north to south, pass through. We really don't need to start a conflict with him. Then the commission he speaks of, is not necessarily permitted by those at the top. It can be tried. When the top eats meat, you have to let the brothers at the bottom have some soup. It certainly would have been more satisfying to have more soup and even taste some more meat scraps. On this side, Xiao Lu said to Wen Ji, "Second brother Wen, do you want them to escort us across the river?" Winnie, well, it's more than that too. If the river can be crossed, we might as well protect farther. How can a bodyguard only protect across a bridge? Chapter 44, Heaven's Chance cannot be disclosed. Still next to the deserted field, it's the same two groups, only this time, The distance between the two sides was a little further apart. The people on the other side of the cemetery came together to confer about something, sometimes confused, sometimes sad, sometimes angry, and after a while revitalized. Too far away to hear what was being said over there, the curious Xiaolu stared over there for a while, his face full of worry. What the hell are they talking about? It's not like they're trying to make trouble, is it? Winnie said, things are probably going to get messy, but it should be done within the city, not against us. Xiaolu still did not understand. How does this look out? Instead of answering directly, Wenji asked him, what do you think of the force of these people? Xiaolu stared over there and seriously returned. It should be a bit powerful. Again, he looked uncertainly at Prefect Zhou. Official practitioners with better eyesight for sure. County Lieutenant Zhou nodded. Although these people appear to be wild, this place has frequent river transportation traffic and is bound to have a lot of strife. There wouldn't be fewer fights they've been involved in on a regular basis. If there are countryside soldiers, perhaps they have even fought against water bandits and are experienced. Wenji agreed. Indeed, although they are civilian armies, they are perhaps a step above some local formal establishments in terms of bravery. These people gathered together are a force to be reckoned with. Just look at the horses and wagons they got. You can't keep these things without enough strength. Xiaolu looked enviously at the horse over there. But it's not. Even in the old days, horses were not something that the average person could afford to keep. Now it's even more expensive. These people come out on a trip and ride so many horses and have carriages. They're so rich. Anyone who looks at it is greedy, and without enough strength, you really can't keep these things. Wenji asked again, what are they doing out today? Xiaolu said, worship their boss. Winnie reminded, that's not the only one they're going to pay tribute to. Chang Ji, who had been silent following the side, said at this time, yes, there are several. Well, 7. There are 7 graves of nearly the same time around that biggest tombstone. Wenji said, although these 7 tombstones are a bit smaller, they are also downright expensive, and must also be the more important type of people within this group. Lieutenant Zhou's gaze was ghostly. 8 important people, including the boss, unexpectedly all had accidents at the same time. Nowadays, as long as they become a power, they all treasure the men under them. What kind of change would cause this group, which had survived the chaos for so long, to consume so many people at once? Or the main staff including the leader? Maybe there's no inside information. But, then again, maybe there is? Standing in the point of view of Wenfu and their perspective, the situation in which the other side has strife, they can find the gap. They can seek more opportunities to achieve the purpose. Xiaolu understood something. With the boss gone, the ones below don't know what kind of fight they're going to have. In a world like today's, whoever sits at the top of the heap has more supplies and power. Wenji said, if there are powerful means, they can soon stabilize the internal strife. This second lord didn't seem to be that tactful, but if you add to that the widow of the big boss, so have they stabilized the interior? Xiaolu asked. No, Wenji said, if the internal problems had already been solved, they would not have come out to pay their respects and brought out such a small number of people. Wenji called Cheng Ji aside and asked him to tell him what he had just observed. The change in expression and behavior of each person across the street. Time passes slowly and it gets a little darker. Someone came over there to ask the Taoist priest to perform a puja. Leader Aokichi got to work with his gear, the same as burning incense and paper. Qingdao a long time to do it, but with a bigger smoke. The smell is not choking. On the contrary, there is a kind of ghostly atmosphere. Familiar step on the astral deities. Familiar burning talisman in the air. The difference is that a large amount of white fog surged up when doing the spell, as well as the ghostly green fire when the talisman paper burned in the white fog. Smells of somewhat ghostly fireworks, accompanied by chanting of mantras that are completely unintelligible to onlookers. Originally with the skeptical attitude of Lin or Dangjia, the face of the color, gradually changed into horror and awe. Timid knees soft, cannot wait to kowtow a few on the ground. Even when they looked at Wenji, they had more scorn in their eyes. Such a powerful Taoist priest, such a divine immortal leader. In the past, it would have taken the most powerful lords in town to hire them. Now this immortal is even following this scholar and is willing to perform the spell to pay the deposit. Second leader Lin was in a difficult position. That's a hefty deposit too. If they can't take the commission at the end of the day, the conditions are limited, the venue affects the play, and the customers are not rich enough. The Taoist priest did not consume long, show off the skills, and then finish what the dog scholar explained can be done. The Taoist master closes his work with that arcane, inscrutable tone of voice, giving the client a little bit of discursive white space. It probably means that the people buried here have unresolved grievances. As for more detailed explanations? Sorry, heaven forbid. The Taoist master was not saying much, but those people from Lin or Dangjia, it was like they had already thought of something. The young woman holding the child next to her, slightly collected the horror on her face, managed to calm down, and nodded her head towards second leader Lin. Lin Erdajong took a look at the color of the sky, and said in a much more moderate tone, "We'll take this deposit, and things will be done for you as much as possible. Only, we still have a few more things to take care of. Please rest assured, no matter if we can handle it or not, we will deliver the news outward. About 2 days' time." Wen Ji thought for a moment. Okay, then let's make another appointment for the location and code word. He didn't say where the people on his side were staying now, and Lin Erdang's side knew the rules well enough not to ask. After agreeing on a location and a code word, second leader Lin led the men back to the city. Any later and the drawbridge would have to be put away. After the other party left, Wen Fu's few people also returned to their team's location. Flip through your notebook and look at the notes you made today. Before, I just wanted to cross the river peacefully, and it was okay to consume some supplies. After contact with the other side, there are some new ideas. Those Jianghu stories told to second leader Lin and the others were not told for nothing. Being able to gather into power and having tasted power, how could those who came from the bottom have no ambition? It's just that the world is hard and there are more scruples, and the warmth of the past gives them another possibility for survival. With retreat, with choice, of course there are grievances to be avenged. Otherwise, why keep it for New Year's? For the sake of this big fish, Wen Fu was willing to give more time. Well, but it's still something to think about, he said to Lieutenant Zhou and the others. Watch and wait for 2 days. If there is no movement, let's withdraw immediately. After thinking about it, Wen Ji added to Daoist Qingdao, Daoist, you should prepare again. I guess there will be another business in the next 2 days. Chapter 45, Making a Mess. The Luhua Lane in the county seat of Bailu lived many poor people, who used to make a living by selling their labor and crafts. The world is in chaos, and many surviving commoners have been reduced to hard labor, but there are a few capable people on this side of Reed Alley. Yen Hu and his gang of brothers, who were once country soldiers, gathered many young men and formed a force that could not be ignored, and stood firm in this white lush county where the power changed. When onlookers mention Luhua Lane, they will mention Boss Yen. Just a short time ago, Boss Yen took people to go outside to look for supplies out of the incident. Luhua Lane's silence, but also caused all parties to covet. Early this morning, Boss Yan's widow and Lin Lao Er, with a few of their brethren, went out of the city to pay their respects, and returned late in the evening. Some people saw it, but didn't take it seriously, and thought that the hearts of the people in this Reed Lane were going to be scattered, so they could go and get some favors. The carriage drove into the alley and stopped at a courtyard. Mrs. Liang returned to her room and wiped a long horse lance there. Iron long pole, military formation with weapons. In the past, not ordinary people can have. This was her father's weapon, and he had won a lot of battles with it. Later, her father was involved in a major court case, and the whole family was in trouble. She took this horse lance left by her father and went incognito. The only people who knew her identity were Boss Yen and Elder Lin. After that, the world was in chaos, and her identity as the daughter of a criminal official was no longer important. This horse lance also finally saw the light of day and was given to Boss Yen to use. Iron long pole, the average person even if you can afford to make it cannot be used. Making the movement is also easy to exhaustion. But Boss Yen and Lin Lao Er they were quite famous among a group of village soldiers back then just because of their bravery and strength. In the face of today's chaotic world of evil epidemics, and in the face of those monsters covered in evil aura, it would be more appropriate to use such a long weapon. Not long ago, Boss Yen suffered a change of heart, and this horse lance was brought back by Lin Er. She took out quite a few supplies to have the horse lance washed, exorcised, and placed in her home. The candles flickered, casting shadows. An old woman walked into the room carrying a food box, looked around the room, and said suspiciously, "Why haven't I seen Xiao Xian?" She was asking about Yen Xian, the son of Boss Yen and Mrs. Liang. Mrs. Liang's eyes moved away from the horse lance. Her voice was calm, yet it seemed to hide endless emotions. "I'll let my second sibling help take care of it for a while. I have some things to take care of on my side." The old woman opened the food box to arrange the meal bowls and asked, "Today you went out of town to pay your respects. Why did you come back so late?" Mrs. Liang's voice was deep. "Thought about something there." The old woman was full of concern. "You should also take care of yourself. If Dahu was still around, he would definitely not want to make you sad and hurt. Boss Yen, Yen Hu, and those close to him will also call him Big Tiger." Mrs. Liang did not look at the meal on the table. The candle flame reflected in her eyes danced. "These days I've been wondering why Dahu and the others still encountered so many evil creatures when they brought incense and herbs with them. Outsiders say they have bad luck." Ha! Mrs. Liang looked over with a coolness in her smile. "Dahu, this person, rough and careful. Some small things may not care, but the important ones, the ones that concern their own lives and the lives of their brothers, are quite cautious. I have thought about it. The time to get my hands dirty, and the people to do it, are only a few of my close ones. The old woman who was fiddling with her food box made a movement and put it down in dissatisfaction. Are you doubting me? Mrs. Liang ignored. Continued, Dahu always said, Auntie is a bitter person. Hometown encountered flooding exile here. No one to rely on. He will always take care of when arranging work. Over the years, he has treated you as his own family, and has said that he will give you old age. The old woman at the table lowered her eyes. Dahu did do me a favor, but there are some people who don't. Remember, favor. Mrs. Liang's gaze was like electricity. Recently, there is a new face beside Lao San, and when you look at it from the side you even look a bit similar to you. The old woman's eyes twitched in alarm. This, Mrs. Liang said in a deep voice. How about, I send him to keep you company? The old woman came over in a panic. Ma'am, you listen to me. As he spoke, the sleeve cage revealed sharp silver light, but failed to pull it out. A short blade disappeared into her chest even faster. The old woman's eyes were filled with shock. Usually only know that this lady always with some melancholy, but do not stick to small things. Yen boss gained power. She is not difficult for people. No one knew that this one was so skilled. At that moment several more figures stepped into the house. The old woman looked at the second Lord Lin and several guards who entered the door and realized in a flash that something had happened. She was afraid and wanted to plead for mercy, but there was no more chance. Second leader Lin looked at the old woman who had fallen, at the dagger in her sleeve that she hadn't had time to pull out. This was a self-defense weapon that Boss Yen had distributed to the familiar people around him, and now it was surprisingly used by this old woman against her sister-in-law. Death is not an option. Mrs. Liang, however, didn't look at the person on the ground anymore, but said to Lin Er who came in, Old Three has long been dissolute. Your elder brother had said that he would give Old Three a chance, but he ended up losing himself and taking 7 of his brothers with him. Mrs. Liang picked up the horse lance with both hands and handed it to Lin Er, her eyes overflowing with tears and hatred. Execute the traitor. Consolation for the souls of your elder brother and the brothers who died in vain, and for all of us, to fight for a future. After nightfall, the drawbridge of Bailu County was drawn up and the city gates were closed. Those who had gone out to cut wood and to do work returned home to rest. They had the night to recover their strength, and then waited for a new day's labor at first light on the morrow. In the past, after nightfall, everywhere was dead silent, but on this day, the residents in the vicinity of Lu Hua Lane heard many murmurs. There seems to be a scuffle over on Reed Alley, with bursts of clamor. All the residents in the neighborhood kept their doors and windows closed. Someone must have been possessed over there on Reed Lane, only waiting and waiting, from night to dawn, and again from morning to noon. The most intense time had passed, and the roar of the monster had not been heard, but on the contrary, every now and then the cries and screams of men were heard. Still no one dared to check it out, even if they were curious in their hearts. Those who had survived until now had more or less some self-control. A day and a night of turmoil fell silent on Reed Alley. Inside the house, Mrs. Liang took out a wooden seal. This is the seal that Boss Yen personally engraved for his son. A tiger's head, not elaborate, and the pattern is not vivid enough, but at this time it carries an extraordinary significance. Mrs. Liang took the seal and, on a piece of plain cloth, stamped the tiger pattern. When Boss Yen had just been in trouble, she had her suspicions about Lao San, and about the others who had intervened in the city. Originally, she could only endure if she wanted to live, but now she had another option, a choice that could change everyone's life. Then there's no need to hold back. The half-palm-sized seal was dipped in clay and weighed down on yet another piece of plain cloth. The next day dawned. The county seat of White Lodge seems to be the same as usual. The surviving county residents, numbly, repeat the events of the previous day. Nothing seems to have changed. Just in the inconspicuous Reed Lane, from a single family residence, some people came out in 2s and 3s. The person at the head of each household took a piece of incense and lit it, and after worshipping the idol, inserted it in a large incense burner. The ritual of the appointment was performed in silence. The incense burner, which originally had only ashes, was quickly filled with a stick of incense. Afterward, second leader Lin took out 3 large incense offerings, the kind that could burn for 3 or 4 hours each. This was something they had found in a temple before. Mrs. Liang took one and lit it, and after worshipping the idol, inserted it in the incense burner. She also asked her young son to do the same, holding his young palm and inserting a piece of incense. Erdnase Lin lit the last one and plugged it in. 2 strong, powerful men lifted the large incense burner and walked ahead of them. The ash in the incense burner is filled with herbs, and with the smoke from the burning incense, these will protect them and reduce the chances of evil seeking them out. It didn't matter if the occasional few evil creatures came close. They could easily take care of them now that the temperature was low. After the incense burner, second Lord Lin and Mrs. Liang followed. There were a number of martial artists standing at their sides and behind them, in the form of guards and followers. Further back, followed by people who were also familiar with each other in Reed Lane. All of them were their own people. A group of people walked out of Reed Alley and went over towards the city gates. Nearby, people who went out to cut wood in the morning were so shocked at the sight that they retreated from their homes. Not a moment later they poked their heads in again. Over on Rutabaga Lane. Are there so many people? What's this about? The city gates. The guards stomped their somewhat numb feet. Looking at the cloth shoes on their feet, they wondered when they could save up for a thicker pair of cloth boots. We'll have to glean some more today from the woodcutters and those out searching for food. The upper management said that they would collect half, but how much they actually collect is still up to them. The gatekeepers? Those with backgrounds and power in the city. They didn't dare to make a move, but those scattered county residents were all targets for them to fish for oil. What? No? Go ahead and sue me if you don't like it. Let's see if the lords up there care about you. With the cool temperatures of a late fall morning, they moved their arms and legs, juggled their swords and guns, and made small talk. Although it was cold, the thought that at this temperature, those monsters outside posed no threat, and the chances of getting hit by the evil spirits were greatly reduced. The mood was a few minutes of relief. It would be even better if we could get some more oil and water today. The higher-up said that the group from Reed Alley are going out to pay their respects today. A guard said, "Going out again? Didn't they just go out?" The other man was disgruntled. "Ugh, who knows? They're the ones with a lot on their plate. Anyway, the higher-ups gave us a notice to make it easier. It means don't get stuck asking for things." Of course they're upset when there's no grease to be had. Sourness and jealousy tumbled through their hearts when they thought of the horse and carriage that left the city that day. In terms of their origins, those people in Reed Alley were even worse than them, and they were even able to ride horses and take carriages. A bunch of pariahs. Worthy? Look, with Bossian's accident and yesterday's fight in Luhua Alley, it's going to be a mess. It'll probably be divided up by the other forces in the city soon. It's not their turn to be arrogant in our Bailu County. In this Bailu County town, in terms of power, rode down, in addition to the county lieutenant master, there are several other families. How will not be the turn of the pariahs on the side of Luhua Lane? Convenience is convenience, but it's okay to pick a couple of people to get stuck with the essentials, right? Then we'll see what happens. 3 or 5 of them, and let them go. And if there are too many of them, how can we not just let them go through? You guys said, it's. The guard who had spoken was wide-eyed and nearly bit his tongue in shock. The other guards followed the line of sight and their breath caught. How many people are behind the wafting smoke of the incense burner? 100? 200? Or more? No one rode a horse. No one traveled in a car. Gathered together on foot. Second Leader Lin clearly did not ride on a horse today. Did not have a condescending view, and only held a long weapon. Walking in front of the group without haste, the pressure on the guards was magnified several times. Dozens of times. As long as the line of sight was slightly raised, one could see the group of people following behind Second Leader Lin. There were young and strong, as well as old and weak, women and children, all with a plain cloth tied around their arms, and some kind of pattern printed on them. Their eyes weren't hollow, they were like a silent fire burning. Gathered together, they had a weight that took your breath away. Heavy, solemn, silent power. The overwhelming, approaching, intensely oppressive feeling. The guards could not open their mouths at this point for all the things they had wanted to say. It was like a big hand was pressed on their shoulders, and they stiffly didn't dare to say anything. He even stepped back to make way. There's the first one that retreats. It's the second and the third. The light in the eyes of those in the group who were originally still a bit apprehensive in their hearts seemed to brighten up several more degrees when they saw the scene. When you meet on a narrow road, the momentum is never the same. When one side is weak, the other side will only be more determined and stronger. As the people of Reed Alley walked to the city gates, those guards who had originally stood at the city gates had already shied away to the sides. The scattered prefectural citizens watching nearby, seeing this scene, had all sorts of thoughts in their hearts. The minds of the other forces in the city who had come over to investigate had also collapsed at this point. What are they doing? Quickly, go and report to the master. Something has happened. Those people in Reed Alley are up to something big. Chapter 46, One Fish. Many meals. The guards at the city gates only realized that there were some people dragging behind the procession as these people from Reed Lane passed by. It looks pretty miserable. Some were bound with twine, some even with shackles. Yes, the kind you get in the slammer. Thinking of the infighting over at Reed Lane the day before, it was rumored that traitors were to be executed. These are the traitors who failed in the fight. Some were dragged on the ground without knowing if they were still breathing. In order to prevent leaving blood stains to attract evil things, a layer of dead grass and firewood was tied to the body? Hiss. Shouldn't we be dragging them out to the graveyard fire? The guards only felt the cool air of shock. The strong men in the team tugging on the ropes, their eyes full of viciousness, looking all fury. Very scary. This demeanor, dragging the traitors out even if they are not burned, will not give any good results. The few guards who were close by couldn't breathe, and it was too late to avoid them, let alone try to card people for favors. Outside the city, he and the others, who had been keeping an eye on the movements at the city gates, looked at the big formation over there and stayed for a while. He finally understood why Wen Fu had said that if second leader Lin and the others had stabilized the interior, the ones who came out to pay their respects wouldn't be just this many people. Quite a crowd indeed. No wonder you can protect so many goodies. The procession from Reed Lane went out of the city until it came to the cemetery at Arikata. Second leader Lin didn't bother to see just how many people were trailing behind the group and how many people were watching. At the grave of Boss Yen and a host of his long-lost friends and relatives, and in front of 200 or 300 of the people of Reed Lane, the traitor was dragged up. Some of the traitors were executed on the spot in yesterday's scuffle, and some remained and stayed here. According to the rules, traitors should be sacrificed in blood. It's just that the world has changed nowadays and it's not appropriate to see blood. Second leader Lin looked at the men indifferently and raised his hand for everyone to prepare the woodpile and rack the traitors up one by one. With second leader Lin and Mrs. Liang at the head, several important people, one of them holding a stick with a burning fire, lit the firewood stacks. There was dead grass as a guide, and the flames engulfed the man in the blink of an eye. The dismal cry spread far and wide across the wilderness. It was a shock to some people's hearts. It also startled some people's blood to heat up. Execute traitors and sacrifice them by fire. Lin Dongjia and Mrs. Liang brought 200 to 300 people from Luhua Lane to pay tribute to their deceased relatives and friends. He and Yu pretended to be bystanders of the county people, looking at the formation from afar. Although the distance between the look is not real, but can feel the terrible cohesion. He, an outsider, felt the urge to join in. Is this Bai Lu County going to change? Over at the cemetery, the procession did not disperse immediately after the fire ceremony, some sweeping the graves of their relatives and friends, some going over to help, and second leader Lin, under the cover of some of his men and with a few of his brothers, came to the spot where he had agreed with Wen Fu, blowing 3 long and 1 short whistling ciphers. Not long after, Wen Ji also brought someone over. Second leader Lin was now looking for them. Firstly, to talk about the matter commissioned by Wen Fu. They agreed, but with a little more time to prepare, they were going to formalize a dartboard. The other thing was to ask the immortal to go and perform the spell again, so that the departed relatives and friends would be pacified, and the traitor would never be allowed to be born again. Lieutenant Zhou, who was following alongside, was especially empathetic and sympathetic. What sworn brothers? The ones who backstab you at critical times are most likely to be these sworn brothers. Survival threatens, profit entices, and what becomes of loved ones and friends is only a matter of luck. He strongly agreed with second leader Lin's approach. For those who betray themselves, not only the physical body is killed, but the soul is destroyed. The matter of inviting the Qingdao chief to make another move was something that Wen Ji agreed to. The cost will be deducted from the reward for hiring the dartboard. Seeing second lord Lin's desire to speak, Wen Ji patiently asked, "Does second lord have any more questions?" Lin Dang said, "How far do you want the dartboard to protect after crossing the bridge?" "To tell you the truth, we actually have the idea of going north." As second leader Lin pondered how to rationalize this, he heard Wen Ji ask, "Are you thinking of going north to find a suitable place to start a branch?" Second Lord Lin, who was at a loss for words, "Right." Wen Ji showed his concern. "Second bosses, will you still take some orders from inside Bai Lu County at the same time? Do you have enough dart masters in your dartboard? The road to the north is arduous, and the most important thing is safety and security. Don't be careless." Obviously, the emphasis was on safety and security, but together, listening to second leader Lin and their ears, the emphasis was on the first half of the paragraph. Ha, I can't believe you can take other jobs at the same time. One fish for multiple meals. Immediately, Lin Dangjia's thoughts were wide open. Anyway, it's on the way. Take more orders, get paid more, and maybe even pull in more connections in the city. Thinking about the new green men who had joined in the past 2 days, the number of people who would join their dartboard after making such a show today would definitely be even more. There are enough dart masters. It's not impossible to eat more orders. Second leader Lin was secretly delighted in his heart, but maintained his seriousness on his face, and earnestly replied, "Of course we'll think it through." Wen Ji still showed hesitation. Second leader Lin was worried that this scholar would be dissatisfied and thus cancel the commission, and as he waited and waited, some anxiety grew in his heart. Their decision to go north was all thanks to the scholar who had relatives who were officials in the north. If this one really sends a word that they will not be allowed to take other orders, they will have to cut their losses. Well, the scholar opposite hesitated for a moment, and that extraordinarily elegant face said, "By all rights, you should not have been like this, but now that the world has changed and people's livelihoods are difficult, you should sympathize with each other and give more people a chance to go north to survive." Wen Ji revealed a kind smile. If the number of Dark Masters is sufficient, it is fine for you to take other orders at the same time. Only, I still hope that you, the second in command, can make the stakes clear to the other employers when you preach. The road north is bumpy, and any changes could happen. A few of Lin's second-in-command caught the first half of the paragraph with precision. Preaching? There is such a step? It's the first time I've heard of it, but I can generally understand the meaning of the words. Go back and set it up. 1G said. In addition, since the dartboard isn't just protecting us, the reward won't be a full reward. Second leader Lin said boldly. Good talk. What they cut on this side, they'll get back more from other employers. Moreover, the most important thing for them to protect 1G and his party was not to figure that little thing. After a mutually satisfying conversation, one after the other, they left. Wen Fu was very satisfied. It's so delicious to eat more than one fish. There's also the payoff for hiring a dartboard, which is negligible with one deduction and another. The other side. Reed Alley crowd made a big commotion, so that the originally dead White Lu County, suddenly with the pot exploded like a pot. All corners are discussing the city's real power. County Lieutenant Zhang was sleeping to his heart's content at his 13th concubine when a subordinate suddenly cried out in alarm and disturbed the mood. County Lieutenant Zhang was very dissatisfied, but when he heard his subordinate's words, any personal desires were scared away. He only felt his scalp tingling and chills all over his body. The mind instantly associated it with all the civil unrest that had been suppressed in the past. What do they want? What the hell are they doing? County Lieutenant Zhang immediately summoned his close friends to discuss the matter. The news from the various prying parties was summarized to provide a more comprehensive understanding of how the people of Reed Alley had acted in the past 2 days. The execution of internal traitors on the Reed Alley side also moved some outsiders who were involved, and some of the people involved took the opportunity to sue. However, right now, County Lieutenant Zhang can't be patient with these minutiae. He is worried about the Lu Hualane side taking advantage of the situation and shaking his authority. If he had received the news in advance, he would have been able to suppress it in advance. But the Rutabaga Lane side took off so quickly, no one would have expected that they would be able to make such a big fuss. Surprisingly, they didn't report to you, Prefect Zhang. Before that? Someone asked. Prefect Zhang was silent. Previously, Lin Lao Air of Reed Flower Alley did say that he had to deal with a bit of internal matters, and that the commotion might be a bit big. As well as that, it would be going out of town once more, and that there would be another memorial ceremony. When Lin Lao Air mentioned these, he also gave some benefits. They agreed casually, and on that point, no one took it seriously. Even borrowing the yoke of the dungeon, none of them took it seriously. How could I have imagined that it would get so big? The eyes of County Lieutenant Zhang sitting at the first place were obscure. He didn't know what he was thinking, but his mood certainly wasn't good. The others below the seats, one by one, crossed their eyes and exchanged silent words. I really don't get it. What do they want on Lush Lane? At the same time there was an inexplicable fear in his heart. Are they crazy? Someone couldn't help but curse. Do Lin Lao Air and the others still want to hang out in Bailu County? There can only be one person who is in charge in Bailu County. Do they still want to usurp the throne? When exactly was this planned? Loop after loop? In 2 short days, no time is given to react at all. Maybe it was being plotted at the time of Boss Yan's accident. How insidious. Many of the leaders of the forces were cursing at home, but they didn't dare to make an immediate move for a while, so they could only continue to watch and test the waters. They watched as the crowd from Reed Lane came back from the cemetery and returned to the alley, and everything seemed to be back to normal. However, after one night, it screwed up again. Lin Lao Air and the others announced the official establishment of the Tiger Way Dark Bureau, taken from the names of Yen Boss and Lin Boss. Yen Hu, Lin Wei, light up the dark flag, a triangular dark flag, about 3 feet across, with the head of a mighty, snarling tiger painted on it. It was the same as the plaincloth figure they had tied to their arms the day before. People were also hired to preach on various street corners in the city. Well, they also changed their call sign. The late Boss Yen is now known as Grand Master Yen. Elder Lin has officially changed his name to Second Master Lin. Please address him as such outside in the future. Newly established dark board. There is no grand ceremony. In extraordinary times, everything is kept simple. Just get the word out. Officials filing? The magistrate ran away long ago. And the lieutenant. I don't know why, but now Liner Dangjia and the others always feel that this county captain is not enough status. Do I deserve to be vetted? Anyway, now that things have changed, and there are no court officials to investigate, if I say we're regular, then we're regular. The leaders of the various parties in the city who were watching only felt their brains protruding, and they had a headache in front of their eyes. Is there something wrong with you guys at Rutabaga Lane? The first day of the armed struggle to quell the rebellion. The next day the grave was dedicated by fire. On the third day you said you guys were bright flagging the opening? What flag? What kind of business? What dartboard? What's all this? Where on earth did you guys learn so many tricks? Chapter 47, Stockpiling. The evil epidemic is in chaos, with fewer than 1 in 10 survivors, and their numbers are greatly reduced. The 200 or 300 people in Reed Lane could not be ignored in the past, but now they must be viewed 5 or 10 times larger. The gusto of the Reed Lane crowd that day made a name for itself and established itself inside the county. Now, as long as you are a little well informed in this white lush county, who doesn't know about Lush Flower Alley? Who doesn't know the master of the house, Mr. Lin? There are still people in the streets and alleys who are there while preaching loudly, just shoving the news into the ears of the residents. Even those who have been hiding inside their homes for the past few days, can't they still plug their ears? Many scattered county people in the city were previously reluctant to join those big and small forces, worrying that they would be sold and their families would have nothing to rely on. Now that they found out that this Tiger Way dartboard seems to be somewhat powerful, when they got emotional, they ran over to Lush Flower Lane. Many of the power leaders were furious. Why didn't you see that there were hidden tigers and dragons in Luhua Lane before? Inside the county courthouse, County Lieutenant John was gloomy. What's that tiger head dart? Master, it's the Tiger Way Dark Bureau. The subordinate next to him whispered a reminder. That what's his name dartboard's Lin Lauer. What's he doing now? County Lieutenant Zhang didn't care about the tiger head. He was now only concerned about the next movement of the gang in Luhua Lane. The subordinate replied back. People have been sent to keep an eye on that side, and by all rights, that Lin Air should have come to the county office to make a statement. It's not so bad that Reed Lane is going to get into a fight with the county courthouse, is it? They were just guessing when Second Lord Lin really came over. Several of the county's most powerful figures were here, closing the door and not knowing what to say, and by the time the people inside came out again, the atmosphere had eased up a lot, and even County Lieutenant Zhang had a smile on his face. The people outside who had been watching and speculating whether or not Reed Alley was about to turn over were even more puzzled. Doubt did not survive long. However, soon the word spread. Reed Lane Linear, they are about to go north to start a branch, starting today to accept employment. People who want to go north can come over to place an order, and if they have a deal, they will go north together at that time. As for where exactly to go, it wasn't revealed, only that there were so many northern migrations of the southern land's great families that there must have been more places to choose from. At first, Second Leader Lin expected to deploy 30 or so Dark Masters to set out, but his sister-in-law said that she also wanted to bring her children north, and added more guards, expanding to more than 50 at once, and with the increasing number of hiring orders, more young and strong people in the county have joined them as bodyguards in the Tiger Way Dark Bureau, and the bodyguard team is expected to expand to 80 people. There was a reminder from Winnipeg that they did their picking when they accepted the hire. The ones that have a lot going on and tend to drag their feet, they don't take. If these people want to go north, they'll wait for the next big group to move north from the south. Don't follow a small dartboard like us, we can't serve them. In the county town of Bailu, the headquarters of the Tiger Way Dark Bureau was set up in Luhua Lane, and a plaque was hung. More men stayed at headquarters, and the second Lin told those who had stayed behind in their old homes what to do next. The big clients were left to the likes of County Lieutenant Zhang. They mainly focus on those small and medium-sized northbound teams, escorting them across the bridge. They can help with everything in between, and as long as the reward is in place, everything is negotiable. Lieutenant Zhang is now much better attitude towards them, although because of their Luhua Lane rise too quickly, quite defensive. But now know that the Tiger Way dartboard's several family members are going to the north. Most of the elite followed out, stay in Luhua Lane, although the number of these people, but the threat is not big. The real power hand is still County Lieutenant Zhang, and his position is unshakable. Then again, County Lieutenant Zhang also has family and friends who want to go north. Every time a party from the south came north, someone from the county left with it. Some of those large and small forces in the city also wanted to go north, but they had scruples and distrusted the unfamiliar teams. Now, those people from Reed Lane are going north to open some kind of branch, and a group of people have been kept on this side of the headquarters. Everyone then agreed to cooperate. Those of you who remain in the city, we will take care of. Those we entrusted you to guard in the north, you will also take care of. Compared to the other teams from the Southlands, these people from Lin or Dang really knew the ropes. Good or bad is all about comparison. Some people even privately discuss, this what dartboard seems to be a bit of a mess. Why don't we also run one out accordingly? Lin or Dangia, they heard some wind and cursed. The horses learned people, but we're one step ahead. We're going north to set up a branch. You guys just keep fighting inside this tiny Bailu County. Arrangements were made for the city, and the Darkmen were making preparations for departure. Second Leader Lin and Mrs. Liang conferred and specially transferred a carriage to Wenji as a thank you gift. There is also a sense of fellowship. Xiao Lu and the others were very excited to see the carriage. We have a wagon. Compared to their humble mule and donkey carts and ox carts, this carriage was simply luxurious. This used to be the carriage of some rich family in the city. and it fell into the hands of the gang from Luhua Lane. Now take it out to show goodwill. The Tiger Way Dart Bureau is so willing to give up, Xiao Lu exclaimed. A dart board? What's a dart board? Someone in the group wondered as they missed the key information. You don't even know this? The dartboard is. Xiao Lu went over to give him a popularization of what the dartboard. The others in the team took a look. Surprisingly, even Xiao Lu, a village family member, knew about it, so it must have existed before. Oh, I see. We're from a small place. I've never heard of it before. Chief Qingdao often wondered if he hadn't traveled enough and couldn't even compare to this dog scholar. Is the dog scribe bull ting, or is it a real traveler's insight? At the appointed time of departure, someone from the side of the Tiger Way Dart Bureau came to meet them. He also brought a donkey, which Wen Fu rented from the dartboard. They had a two-wheeled plank wagon in their team that had been altered in the last few days so that they could just bolt a donkey to pull it. In this way, Wen Fu's original group of them had a wagon, an ox cart, a mule cart and 2 donkey carts. In the eyes of the unusual, this is already quite impressive. Until they see the dartboard's team. That sliver of a carriage was a sight for sore eyes. Some of those wagons carried people and some carried cargo. The 4 carriages of the dartboard carrying cargo have flexible mounted catches. Depending on the different sizes of the cargo boxes, different catches are mounted, so that when carrying the boxes, they won't easily collide and slip, and it is also convenient to tie the rope. There were 2 carriages carrying people, one of which was used by Mrs. Liang. One was for the dart masters to rotate and rest. There were other mule and donkey carts, but they didn't belong to the dartboard. They belonged to other employers. On top of that, as far as the eye could see, there were also higher status dart masters on horseback, led by Lin Erdang. Horses are limited, and are distributed to those in the team who are battle ready to guard everyone's safety. With a lineup like this, one can't help but wonder if the Tiger Balance has mobilized all the horses from Reed Lane. The truth is much different. Most of their elites are out, and if they leave too much valuable equipment on the old side of the house, they may not be able to keep it, so it would be better for them to take it with them. Lin Erdang of Luhua Lane, out of the city, is the Lin Dart leader of the Tiger Way Dart Bureau. Wen Fu's line of sight lingered briefly on the horse lance that Lin Dart leader was holding, before merging into it with his team. The pontoon guards stood on either side, making way for the walkway. There were more people leaving town today, but they weren't worried. From time to time, scattered refugees fleeing over would choose to stay in Bailu County, and the fall and winter seasons were the time to increase the number of personnel. So in general, the number of people inside the county fluctuated little. The missing number would soon be filled, and there would always be people to do the hard labor. Having already been greeted as one of their own, the guards only took a token amount when they crossed the bridge. This side of the dartboard by the dartboard to take care of the face can be. Only, as this group crossed the bridge, the pontoon guards saw several very unfamiliar figures. Are these from our town too? I'd like to get stuck in and ask, is your Tiger Bomb dartboard harboring personal goods? But glancing at the tall and powerful dartmasters of the Tiger Way Dart Bureau, he still held back. Inside self-satisfaction, people in the county they are not all familiar with the face. Those who have a bit of status background, usually do not have to go out to work, has been hiding at home. They do not recognize these guards is also reasonable. Look at those dartmasters, one by one, half of the righteous, not the appearance of weakness. Alas, forget it. Even if they really brought private goods, they just pretend not to know. Tiger Way Dart Bureau. This group of people recently hot-blooded, looking to leave, or don't go to mess with. During that time, the people in Wen Fu's original team were actually still quite confused. When they first came here, they thought about how they could get past the heavy guards and walk over the pontoon bridge, or pay less for the crossing. Now, not only can the bridge be crossed, but surprisingly, there's a group of guards. When Shusheng is really a capable person, he does followers, they are now more convinced. We just need to follow orders from now on. Difficult problems will be solved by the leader. After walking across the pontoon bridge and crossing the river, Wen Fu sat in the carriage pondering things. Now that their numbers have increased, their combat power has improved, and their ability to resist risk has been strengthened. When the latter encountered the northward migrating party, they could go head-on and boldly inquire about the news. If I am lucky enough to meet a postal messenger, I may be able to send a message to my aunt's family in the far north. I don't know if they are well and how many soldiers they have. If you can't rely on your relatives, you'll have to struggle on your own. Still, I hope that my aunt's family will give a little help, or better yet, lend a hand when he passes. Since he had come out of Gu village and traveled all the way here, he had yet to encounter a south-to-north procession head-on. Communication is inconvenient, and important messages from long distances, as well as some important matters, still need to be delivered by heavily utilized messengers, rather than through flying slaves, which have a very high risk rate. The fall and winter months are when the north-south messenger is active. I wonder if the letter carriers would like to make extra money. Alas, wait until you come across it. The dartboards team was getting farther and farther away from Bailu County, and there was no need to cover up after that. The scattered employers in the group finally noticed something strange at this time. Lin Dart Leader's attitude was unusual when he approached Wenji to speak. Lin Dart Leader, who had made a name for himself inside Bailu County, was surprisingly quite respectful when he faced that scholar. Look at Wen Fu's group, then look at the Tiger Way dartboard. Dare I say that you guys are doing so many tricks inside Bailu County, and there is someone high up behind it. Who the hell is this feeble scholar? Chapter 48 came to join you. The team has expanded. The composition is more complex, and it will take a little while to gel. However, none of this is difficult. Hida and Yuer, they used to be county street skaters, good at making conversation. Although we are not the same county, but now in the same team, out of the house is also counted as their own people. Chatting quickly familiar, they discovered that some of these scattered White Lodge County employers that the Darkmen were protecting didn't actually want to go north on their own, but that their families let them out. Those who are in a position to do so and have many family members will want to share the risk and keep the family line going. Some stayed in their old homes and some went north to find a new way of life, rather than all staying in one place. If something goes wrong, it's genocide. Hida and the others told this to Wenqi, and the words were tinged with envy and what seemed to be a bit of inferiority complex. Not bad for a big family. How many people couldn't even afford to burn firewood? But these big families were still in a position to find all sorts of outlets for their family's offspring. Completely different from them, the bitter street skaters and mud-leggers. When she swept his gaze over the looks on the faces of Hida's group, and then looked at a few of the nearby Dark Masters from the Tiger Way Dark Bureau and said, "In fact, it's likely that your ancestors were also from a large family." He didn't believe it. How can that be? My grandpa and great-grandpa are from the village, and their lives are even more miserable than mine. But you have surnames. Wen Fu said, in more distant times, village families could not have surnames, nor were they risk-resistant. Natural and man-made disasters could take them all away with a single slip-up. Most of those who can survive are what you call big families. Hot and others, Wen Fu continued, when the tree was greatly branched, or when they encountered natural or man-made disasters, they also arranged different back roads for their clansmen. And then, it depends on each person's luck and ability. Some people are developed and some people are down and out. Hida stupid like, so, my ancestors brought over? Compared to Hida's lack of confidence, Yuer was much more certain. My family's ancestors have produced generals. When I was a child, I only heard the old generation say similar words, but not much faith. Now listening to this explanation from Wen Fu, it makes so much sense. I must have had a general in my ancestry, and Hida was in a complicated mood. Once he accepted the setting, there were more ideas and thoughts kept drifting upwards. Maybe my ancestors were big officials hundreds of years ago? I had a chance to be a rich boy. Alas, it's a shame that some people don't compete. Sure enough, it's still up to me and my brother to revitalize the family. Hida goes to his little brother to talk about my charming ancestor, while Yuer and you blacksmith reminisce about how many generals their ancestors have produced. Overheard this side of the conversation a few Dark Masters, but also to find other people to talk about. My ancestors may also have been a general. We have this strong physique. The average person cannot grow out. Must be my powerful old ancestors passed down. Leader Qingdao looked coldly for a while and asked Wen Fu, quite capable of pulling it off, aren't you worried about talking them into being high-minded? When Ji replied, it is better to have a little heart than to be insensitive and contemptuous. Nowadays, the world is too depressing, and you can't survive without a little heart. It's not just about being alive, it's about being scrappy. Accepting the new setting, Hida and the others straightened their backs when they went to talk to someone again. When you strike up a conversation with your dartboard employers, you can say with a straight face, my ancestors were also broad. One doesn't feel inferior when one's identity is lifted up. My ancestors were rich too, maybe even more so than you guys. When Ji watched the team's low atmosphere rise high again and nodded in satisfaction. The team's northbound route was finalized only after when Ji sought to gather information and summarize it from the dartboard. Despite the increase in numbers, the rush did not slow down. After leaving Bailu County for another 4 days, if placed on a map of the frontier, they had already traveled from the south to the north, initially stepping into the northern land. Winnie marked the information in the notebook where the map was recorded. For example, what states in the south did those large families go to mainly in the north? The information may not be accurate. Still need to catch a team and ask around in detail. Winfrey closed his notebook, his eyes crossing the window of the carriage. The cloth curtains that blocked the light were rolled up, and looking out, you could see the flat terrain, and the sky in the distance. Looking at the clouds in the sky, when Ji asked the Taoist master at the side, can you read the sky? I always feel that something is not quite right. Leader Qingdao's face was expressionless. It remains to be seen. The tone of his voice was flat, except that his face was a little more serious than usual. When Fu asked County Lieutenant Zhou to notify everyone that the rest time at noon would be reduced to speed up the journey, the further north they went, the greater the chances of encountering a northern migration team, and they did see some other teams in the past few days, but at a distance. Both sides were on guard and didn't bother to communicate. A fast cavalry of about 10 men had also been seen hurrying past. When she guessed that these people might be messengers transmitting important news. On this day, they were resting in the middle of the day, when they met a party of some great merchant house coming from the south. Under today's worldly conditions, these large caravans were actually similar to dartboards. They would carry goods from one place to another. Some were supplies, some helped carry letters, and some escorted people. This caravan may be all three. Although the state of the world is critical, however, the decision whether to go out or not lies in how much can be gained. As long as the benefits are motivating enough, they dare to take the risk. The equipment of the guards varied, with some wearing light armor, others wearing leather armor, and still others wearing rattan armor that was very characteristic of the region. The total number of people was also around 100. The leader, with his eyes sweeping over the crowd of dartboards over here, glanced at the horse lance held in the hand of Dart Leader Lin, and then lingered a little on County Lieutenant Zhou. The type of weapon material, and the stature and grooming temperament would allow him to make an identity judgment at first glance, wondering what exactly was behind this team. In a world where food, herbs, and equipment are in short supply, it's a sure bet that when you meet someone out in the world with tons of supplies, you'll have thoughts. Both parties were of the same mind, and both scrutinized the opposite side, and came to one conclusion: the not to be messed with, can't do it. If a conflict breaks out, it's a lose-lose situation. After thinking clearly, the original saber-rattling, touch-and-go atmosphere quickly turned into a non-interference in each other's defenses. While the leader of the merchant caravan was categorizing the background of the party as that of a military official, a carriage at the front of the opposite party stepped down to a scholar who expressed a desire to have a moment's casual conversation with him. When Fu walked to the center under the protection of Lieutenant Zhou and Iron Head, with 2 guards on that side as well, the leader of the merchant caravan sized up Wen Ji. He wouldn't despise Wen Fu because of his not-so-flamboyant rough clothes, and he wouldn't assume that this was a good person because of the other party's gentle countenance. On guard, Wen Ji first exchanged polite pleasantries and took out a packet of salt, coarse salt mixed with some fine salt, a little higher grade. The merchants can't look at it if it's too poor quality. Wen Fu was not trying to figure out the other party's people. He was now in a hurry to figure out the terrain and situation in the north and get more information. Don't look at this caravan coming from the south, far away from each other. But perhaps the news is much better informed than Wen Fu and the others. Seeing as they're still all veterans, they might know the Northland better. The merchant leader didn't refuse. Since the two sides are equal in strength, can't fight, can't become an enemy to make friends, salt is second to none, can run a business in the chaotic world, are enough family background. They are not so much to value this thing, but it does add a little goodwill. The leader of the merchant caravan talked to Wen Ji about the terrain here and what counties there were. They had traveled this side of the route for business before. But as for more, they wouldn't say. The team's walking route and everyone's identity and background were not revealed to outsiders in case they were pitched. However, when the conversation was almost over, the chief looked at the gang of dartmen from the dartboard and asked Wen Ji, seemingly casually, "Which valve are you going to join?" Valve? Wen Ji read the word, his eyes flashing. Valves of the clans and gates? Saluting the other party, and letting County Lieutenant Zhou hand over a packet of salt, Wen Ji faced with confusion. Previously the residence is remote. Dare to ask how many valves are in this northern land? The caravan leader took the salt, but his interest in continuing the conversation faded. Chuckle. From a small place, he casually said, "The 6 valves in the north, Dong Zhaoqi and Dujiang. Who are you going to join?" "On this trip, I want to travel to Xin, Xin, state and join my relatives." Wen Fu said, "Oh, Xinzhou, quite far. The territory of the Zhao valve." The merchant leader said, "The dartboards team." Inside the carriage, Mrs. Liang looked over there, some distance away, and not much noise over there. They were muffled here. A dark man who was in charge of running errands and passing messages came over and relayed the conversation there. Mrs. Liang's face was shocked. Another young woman in the carriage, the wife of Dart Leader Lin, asked, "What's wrong with that, sister-in-law?" Lin Darthead, who was guarding the outside, also approached the carriage at this time. It was true that they lacked some sensitivity due to the limitations of their origins, but the intuition he had honed over the years let him know that there was indeed very important information within those words just now. He also whispered, "Sister-in-law? Oh gatekeeper." Mrs. Liang tightened her voice, but was able to make it audible to Dart Leader Lin and a few guards beside the carriage. She explained to the dartboard crowd, "A long time ago, the clans and gatekeepers were able to counteract the imperial power. Later, the change of dynasties, with the military power to collect, the imperial examination to take the scholar, the imperial power to strengthen. The family gate valve has long declined. But, now that the evil plague is raging, the imperial capital has fallen, the dynasty has collapsed, and the imperial examinations have ceased. Listening to that merchant leader, the gatekeepers have risen again. When the dynasty is unable to centralize power, localities are bound to decentralize. In these troubled times, to be called a valve by the great southern families nowadays means, those important local military commands no longer have much to do with the royal family. People of this family name are born with special political rights within their gateway sphere of influence. Although it may not go back to the same situation that existed hundreds of years ago, but, this kind of monopolistic privilege also represents the ambition that these families can't hide. Lin Darthead and the others got it. In their words, it's the emperor of the earth. Over there, after hearing the merchant team leader's reply, Wen Ji showed surprise on his face when he raised his head. My family's relatives are also named Zhao, He De and the others, as well as the dartboard's dark masters and employers, all looked over. However, the merchant pulled his face and hummed. What a coincidence, my surname is Zhao as well. He's just trying to make a connection. There are plenty of Zhaos. Is it your family's turn? Wen Fu said, it's all in that area, counting upwards. Maybe it was a family hundreds of years ago. The businessman was going to taunt, whose family with you, but don't put it in your face. But on second thought, yes, it is about survival, not to mention to the face of the gold, sticking copper to pretend to be gold to stick. If you really want a relative like that, climb as far as you can. That's what saves lives. The leader of that merchant guild nodded approvingly before leading the group away, not in the direction of the Zhao valve. The proprietor of their merchant guild had a better choice. When Ji watched the caravan go away, unfortunately this one didn't know the name of the head of the Zhao valve, and I wonder if it was his dear aunt. Thinking about the news he had just inquired about, Wen Ji couldn't help but inhale. What a strong group of feudal-era elites. It's not even covered. That's right. What's the point of covering up in today's world? For the sake of survival and ambition, of course, the soldiers are set out to grab life. There is a lot that can be done. Even though there is no momentary solution to the evil plague dilemma, the lineage was really deep, and was the first to show its fangs and claws, fending off evil things while seeking longer-term development for the family. Soldiers are precious, extremely applicable at times like this. In terms of heritage and the ability to cope with crises, the royal family may not even be as good as certain lineages. When faced with existential threats and great opportunities, what kind of power does a family with heritage explode? One cannot underestimate the ability of the powerful families to quickly connect forces large and small under extreme circumstances. It is only by acting decisively and responding appropriately that one can develop power and realize monopoly of power while preserving oneself. At the beginning of the turmoil, when there was nothing out of the ordinary elsewhere, the well-informed ones might have already acted. Regions affected by the evil plague a little later had experienced a year of chaos, but these well-informed lineages had perhaps had nearly 2 years of development under their belts. Time is far better than money. Nearly 2 years is enough time for them to develop into something? Such an evil epidemic chaos, which was completely different from the past, was favorable to these deep-rooted people, enough to sift out the stray fish that had sprung up from all sides. Other places do not survive 1 out of 10, but if you hold a piece of land and keep the people there, not to say half of them survive 3 or 4 out of 10, that is tens of thousands of extra manpower. Just by doing a good job of defending and preserving more viable forces in those first year or two, you're already at the forefront. In some people keep a county complacent. The various giants have been absorbing the fresh blood that is constantly transported to the north, towards the dominant position, and become the valve in the mouth of the big families in the south. When way this way pitched, cough, collect talent, each place stingy a little people out. Easy? It's only at the 100 level by now. And in the north, facing the northern clans that have been developing for nearly 2 years, bringing together the big families of the north and south, and gathering resources for survival. How much effort must he expend to seize the space for survival? Thinking about all the things he remembered his father praising his aunt's husband, Wen Fu prayed in his heart, "Oh aunt, if you are still alive, you had better have seized this golden year or two, as well as, the Zhao of the Zhao valve. Is it the Zhao of you? If this is true, your gentle, learned, graceful, clean-cut nephew has come to join you." Chapter 49, This Weather is Sick. The amount of information revealed by the caravan was too much, enough for the men in the group to digest for a long time. And since they knew that Wen Ji's aunt was in the Zhao valve, one of the 6 major valves in the northern region, and also had the surname Zhao, the dartboard's dark masters and employers were even more courteous to Wen Ji. Although Wen Fu's aunt may not be related to the Zhao valve's Zhao, what if he is? Even if he was not directly related, as long as he had some connections, he would be able to make their lives better than others in the unfamiliar Northland. Continue northbound. Wen Ji looked at the roughly organized map on his notebook. The teams that passed by this way were, roughly speaking, heading for the Dong, Jiao, and Run valves. In other words, there was a high chance of encountering someone who was also traveling to the Zhao valve. The road encountered a few more waves of people, but unfortunately, none of them were heading to the Zhao valve. Still, Winnie took out supplies and asked for information with people. It wasn't necessarily all about inquiring about the Zhao valves. Right now, the most important thing for them was the topography and terrain of the area they were in, and the distribution of the towns. Grasping more information would give them a greater chance of survival. A team of 100 people with a certain force value is less likely to be perfunctory and more truthful when prying for information. Wen Fu also learned more about the 6 great valves from these teams that had traveled north. The valve designation is actually from this year. At first, it was a change in the name of some families in the Southland to those 6 families, and after that, with mutual correspondence, it became the default name, which implied the recognition of strength and identity. Those 6 families in the Northlands also claimed that designation. As the northward migration continues from late this fall to next spring out, the 6 valves will undoubtedly continue to gain strength. Lin Dart leader paid extra attention to those caravans traveling north. When Fu had told him that under today's general situation, those merchant caravans were doing pretty much the same thing as their dartboard. The benefits that the caravan exchanged for a single run would allow them to gain a foothold in the north. With shelter and the proprietor behind them might even be able to rake in an official position. Crossing the class A, it really made Lin Dart head and the others hot. It's true that the rich and famous are in the same boat. While the others were thinking about the future, Wen Fu couldn't relax. Feeling the slight warmth of the air, he looked at the clouds in the sky. The weather's not right. Looking at winter, it should be cooling down day by day, but the past 2 days have shown signs of warming up. I'm afraid that this wave of warm air will be too strong and continue to push north. Then we'll be in big trouble. However, things did not go in the direction he had hoped. The cold air is decreasing in intensity southward, while at the same time, the strong warm air is taking advantage of the expansion and pushing northward. In the remote mountain village, in a thatched hut without any human voices, the roof that had not been tended for a long time leaked in the wind, with a warm breeze that blows in from outside. The dark figure that had been huddled in the corner was awakened by the warm breeze and opened its eyes, its cloudy orbs turning strangely and stretching its limbs again like an insect. It's as if the air-dried flesh and skin have a little more resilience as the temperature rises, and makes them more agile. Low grunts, rising and falling, rang out from hut to hut, followed by figures covered in purple-brown markings, coming out one after another. Hunger urges them to find food. More food. Xiao Lu killed the evil creature not far away with an arrow. The 2 bodyguards of the dartboard escorted an employer to run back. The employer originally just wanted to go to the convenience of the employer, almost attacked by the monster. So there are 2 bodyguards to protect, to retrieve a life. There weren't this many monsters before. The employer gasped, stunned. The weather has suddenly turned warm and those monsters are active again, a dart master said. Another person also consoled. Looking at winter, the winter in the Northlands can be cold. These monsters are just grasshoppers after the fall. They won't be able to jump around for a few days, but I almost didn't get a chance to pop a pedal. That employer shivered and returned to the line. He'll also have to be quarantined for observation. He was blathering and cursing the monsters when he suddenly heard some hoofbeats and hurriedly shut up again, looking for protection. Where they were now, there was only a slightly flatter road, not quite wide enough, and the group was blocking the middle of it. The man coming from the distance rode a horse and slowed down at the sight, stopping a short distance away. When Fu observed them, there were only 10 or so of them, probably messengers or on some other mission. He looked at those people's horses and the bags they were carrying, and came over to give Wen Ji advice. It can be done. Wen Fu said, I'm not like that. After a pause, Wen Ji added to Hide, do you believe that if you strip them of their outer robes, they are all wearing armor inside? Had, crouch back down peacefully again. There's a gap in combat power, and it's going to be a big price to pay for a real fight. The dartboard side was in the same frame of mind. Although they coveted the horses and armor and supplies, this was probably the elite cavalry raised by whichever big power must have an important mission, unless the slightest trace is left behind, and it is done in a covert and desperate manner. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. They can't afford to mess with this small dartboard. The cavalry over there is also on the defensive. At this time when Fu came out to ease the atmosphere, said he and a group of friends and relatives to go north to join relatives, to go to Xinzhou. I wonder if a few of you are on your way. The leader there was about to refuse when he heard Wen Ji continue. If a few of you are also traveling to Xinzhou, could you help bring a letter? The address is. Observing the reaction of those few cavalrymen, Wen Ji said an address. A smoked incense store in one of the counties in Xinzhou. No sound came from the opposite side. No refusal, no yes, but it has been an attitude. The other few cavalrymen who had been vigilantly looking elsewhere also glanced towards Wen Ji's side. Rue flashed a friendly smile. The heart was 3 times happier. If a few of you can help with the message, you will be rewarded. The leader of the cavalry squad, carefully sizing up Wenji, finally spoke out. Where's the letter? Thanks a lot. I'm going to write it soon. Winnie asked everyone to make some space and was able to show the cavalryman over there that he did return to the wagon to fetch the paper to write the letter. It seemed to be nothing, but Chang Ji, who was in charge of cutting the paper next to him, turned his back to the cavalry and whispered the reaction of those few cavalrymen to Wenji. Originally, Wenji was just testing and making a show first, but now it seems that he has really tested out important information. After briefly writing the letter, he took out the token he had left at home and drew a picture on the paper after the object. It was enclosed in an envelope with the address and recipient of the letter written on the flap. Not the full name, just the last name of the aunt and uncle. The wrappers are similarly drawn with a picture of a token. When Wen Fu gave the letter to the head of the cavalry squad, he also made a point of presenting the physical object of the letter and comparing it with the drawing on the cover to prove that it was not forged. As a reward for bringing the letter, Wenji also pried 5 pills from the Taoist priest, and a grain flour packet with salt and sugar added for secondary processing. It's safe to say it's under the radar, since there is a possibility that it is one of their own. Wen Fu hopes that this cavalry squad, as many people as possible, will survive to Xinzhou and bring the letter in one piece. Remember that there is such a letter every time you eat your food and swallow your medicine, but don't ever forget it. The cavalryman, after seeing the drawings and words on the cover of the letter, did have a much better attitude, and the detachment in their eyes was a little less. It's just that they didn't reveal any more information. We'll do our best to bring the letter, the others said. Thanks a lot. Wen Fu saluted the other party in a very bookish manner. Let the procession make a narrow path out of the way. Someone in the cavalry squad sized up Wenji a few more times, as if thinking, this scholar, too easy to trust people. The leader of the squad, on the contrary, remained calm as he looked at the sky and suddenly spoke out to remind him. There is a warming of the weather. Pay more attention. If it warms up for many days in a row, be wary of evil clusters. After saying this, he arched his hand in farewell and spurred his horse away. Wenji looked at their distant backs, and said to the late father of Wen in his heart, Father, you are lagging behind in information. My aunt's ability may really not be small. In fact, I don't blame Wen's father. These days, transportation is inconvenient. Information is not available. How many people leave home after decades of no news? The aunt who married in the north and the warm mother-in-law, too far apart. 20 years ago in the north of the limited conditions, unless it is very important, or commemorative events, there will be correspondence. After 2 decades of much better conditions on my aunt and uncle's side of the family, correspondence has only gradually increased. Even then, it's probably only those 1 or 2 letters a year, and there's only so much you can say. Wen Fu only briefly thought about her aunt and uncle's side of the story before putting all her thoughts into the dilemma she was facing in front of her. The weather did change, and it's still changing in a direction they weren't expecting. A larger team is more resistant to risk, but I'm not talking about being resistant to that kind of risk. Lieutenant Zhou and Dart Leader Lin, who were in the team, were still thinking of asking Wenji about his aunt surnamed Zhao again, but when Wenji turned back around, his face was extraordinarily serious. Gentlemen, the greatest crisis is coming. He summoned several important members of the team for an urgent meeting. Even Mrs. Liang, who had been staying in the carriage, was invited out. Spreading out a piece of paper, Wen Fu quickly drew a rudimentary map on it, labeling the location of his side, as well as the surrounding counties. The benefits of collecting map information come to the fore at this point. Knowing what to do with your choices when you encounter a crisis and a change of heart. Temperatures have picked up again, and that's not good. The evil has been more active in the past 2 days, and we can all feel it. However, the information that the cavalry leader had just revealed to Wenji had made Wenji take it very seriously. He asked the elder, how many days will such a temperature rebound probably last? If it's just for a day or 2, and then the temperature drops down quickly, then it's fine, but if it lasts for 3 or 5 days in a row, it will be troublesome. Chief Qingdao didn't have the heart to carry on right now, and said straight, this heavenly change won't be too short. Who would have thought that the weather would suddenly kill us as we look towards winter? Seeing that the others did not realize the seriousness of the situation, Wen Fu combined the words of the cavalry leader just now, as well as the information from all parties that he had probed, and analyzed it after summarizing it for everyone to hear. The general idea is that those evil things that have gone through the warm and cold shifts may cluster after a long period of time this time around. Lin Dart Head they used to be in by Lu County, also heard people passing by in the south mention it. I heard that many monsters gathered together and attacked the places they passed through, and so many towns in the south were destroyed. It's just that there are a lot of rumors in different accounts, and there are still county residents who think they're spreading rumors. In the words of the literati, alarmist, Bailu County had also been attacked by small-scale evil things, but it was not as exaggerated as those people in the south said. Wenji looked at Dao Lord Qingdao. What does Dao Lord think? The Taoist priest also traveled from south to north and knew something about the south. Leader Qingdao tensed his face. Not half joking, it does exist. That's what I said. But no one had really seen it, so it was hard to understand the critical situation that Wenji was talking about. Wouldn't it be more appropriate for those monsters to attack counties with lots of living people? He asked. Instead of answering directly, Wen Fu asked them, you've all seen locusts, right? You know about the locust plague, right? Xiao Lu, who hadn't wanted to use his brain, looked over in horror. The locusts certainly know. A bad feeling of substitution was born in his heart. He and their faces turned pale. Wen Ji's gaze swept over the people present. Some time ago, the temperature dropped, and the evil creatures weakened, mostly hiding in one place and reducing their predation. But after a sudden turn of warmth, fueled by hunger, there's a chance they'll cluster to get more food. I don't know if it will happen or not, but be prepared for the worst. Lin Dart Leader and the others thought about what a terrible situation they would have to face if what those people in the south said was true. We may not meet. He stumbled. Wen Fu drew black dots all around the center of each of the lost counties on the spread out piece of paper. The black dots represent evil things. And that's just the county. There are villages and towns near each county. I'm just making an estimate. As more and more black dots were drawn by Wen Ji, the color of panic in the eyes of the people present grew stronger and stronger. This was because they realized that the position they were in was almost surrounded. No matter which way those monsters clustered, they were likely to encounter them. If everyone had horses, they might be able to quickly break out of this encirclement before those monsters clustered, but the reality was harsh. The crowd stared blankly at the drawings and then suddenly erupted in surprise. No, there's another direction. There's a big blank space over there. Lieutenant Zhou raised his hand and pointed to the northwest corner of the city. Over there, Golden Crow City, one of the 3 majestic cities of the Ren Valve's evil suppression. This is the information that Winnie has recently acquired. Then let's run towards the Ren Valve. Avoid this wave first, then go to the Zhao Valve. Dart Leader Lin said. Wen Ji shook his head. I'm afraid I can't avoid it. When I was traveling, I saw people experimenting with clusters. Animals in the wild that occur in high-density clusters will exhibit isotropy. Wen Ji looked at the spread-out drawings and raised his pen. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer striking. After clustering, they will, most likely, choose the nearest place with the most food and, then, charge through the black line of the charcoal pencil, starting from several black dots densely packed, towards the city of Golden Crow, draws an arrow, and Wen Fu and the others are now, right in the middle section, going forward and backward. One encounters a multitude of evil things that run out. This is so far away. Those evil things can smell the human odor of Jinwu City? Lieutenant Zhou was unwilling to believe it. Wen Ji said, individual, a few evil things, may not have this ability, but after clustering, their bodies will change again. It is as if the clustered locusts are poisonous. What kind of crazy those evil things will become, I am not sure. He does, and their minds are going to collapse. How in God's name is this? This is tricking people out to kill them. After the fall, how many northern migration teams set off? But no one expected such a sudden arrival. God's will is unpredictable. Hide couldn't help but shiver. What about that? Which way do we run? He tried to turn his brain. It didn't turn. It was far beyond his ability to do so, and he could only eyeball Wen Fu. Chief Wen, what do you say? Wen Fu was almost interrupted by the sound of Wen Guan. He picked up his pen and drew an arrow toward the city in the northwest corner of the drawing. Golden Crow City. The others froze again. But you just said that those clusters of monsters are most likely running over there too. Right. However, for the Ren Valves to be one of the 6 major powers in the north, they must have strength. Before today, during the season of abundant grass and trees, they must have suffered a similar onslaught, but still existed. Win's voice carried a soothing tone, allowing everyone to think calmly. Even though it's warming up now, the cluster attacks during the fall and winter seasons are definitely no match for the spring and summer. Since Golden Crow City was able to carry it off during the most intense times, it should be able to carry it off now as well. Wen Fu took a charcoal pencil and drew an irregular circle in the area on the drawing where the density of black dots was the least. The direction leading to Golden Crow City must be frequently traveled. The monsters on the road must have been cleared out almost as well. So if we go that way, we'll suffer fewer obstacles, and we'll be able to rush into the city to escape the disaster before the evil clusters attack. The crowd followed Winnie's words and looked to the northwest corner. Golden Crow City. The 6 Valves Ren sphere of influence. The first shield closest to the south is also an extremely important defense barrier. It will absorb the team from the south to the north. but also the Ren valve to the south of the land of the world's big families to show muscle show strength the trump card. 2 years of operation and still standing there peacefully shows that it is indeed strong enough. Looking at their own team as a whole, fleeing that way was their optimal choice. After Wen Fu finished his analysis, the people present nodded in agreement one after another. Those may not happen, but plan for the worst and rush in the direction that will keep you alive the most. Look after the physical condition of the old and infirm in the ranks, then speed up and run for your lives.